At Linen Number 8 High School, the vast sports field was teeming with people, as the gazes of over 1,000 students pierced sharply toward the center like arrows. In the middle stood a woman dressed in a flowing blue robe, her delicate fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air as she performed an arcane ritual. Suddenly, a glowing pentagram array emerged on the ground beneath her. 5 nervous students stood at the designated points of the formation. With a flash of white light, their fates took a dramatic turn. A chef, a carpenter, a blacksmith, a warrior, and a dancer. Those who were assigned civilian professions looked visibly disheartened, while the boy who became a warrior beamed with excitement, as though he had glimpsed a bright future ahead. Among the crowd stood Jiang An. Despite having lived through 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease at this moment. 500 years ago, a chaotic rift had suddenly appeared, unleashing countless abyssal creatures upon the world and plunging humanity into despair. In the face of annihilation, the laws of a mysterious game descended upon the earth, granting every individual the opportunity to choose a profession upon turning 18. Humanity's ancestors, upon taking up combat roles, sacrificed their blood, sweat, and lives to forge an unyielding human wall beyond the Shanhaiguan Pass. Jiangan, what profession do you want to choose? A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw Qian Pengzi, his childhood friend, standing so close their faces were nearly touching. The chubby boy, as talkative as ever, continued, "You're always top of the class, so your mental strength must be off the charts. Unlike me, with my tiny brain, listening to lectures feels like deciphering alien scripts. My dad wants me to settle down and be a chef, but am determined to aim for a combat role just to see the legendary Shanhaiguan with my own eyes." The career-changing ceremony was in full swing. Next group, Qian Duo, Sun Mei, by Jia. Qian Pengzi took a deep breath, straightened his back, and strode forward with determination. The crowd grew restless, their attention shifting to Sun Mei, whose alluring beauty mark near the corner of her mouth caught everyone's gaze. As the youngest daughter of the Sun family, she carried high expectations. Her 2 elder sisters had both excelled academically and secured enviable hidden combat roles. When the 5 students took their positions on the array, this time the white light was unusually dazzling. Suddenly, in the sweltering summer heat, snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the scene in a surreal chill. The abrupt change in weather caused Jiang An to raise an eyebrow, recognizing this as a sign of an exceptionally powerful profession being awakened. Sure enough, as the snowflakes ceased, the teacher's voice rang out, "Sun Mei, Ice Witch hidden combat profession." The entire field erupted into cheers and excitement. Finally, it was Jiang An's group's turn. As he walked toward the formation with Zhang Bingyang, Tang Siyu, and the others, whispers rippled through the crowd. Rumors flusome claimed Sun Mei secretly admired Zhang Bingyang, while others speculated that Zhang Bingyang harbored resentment toward Jiang An. Standing at the topmost point of the pentagram, Jiang An felt the gentle energy of the formation envelop him, spreading a soothing warmth throughout his body, like soaking in a hot spring on a snowy day. As the white light flashed, he instinctively closed his eyes. Moments later, the crowd erupted into shocked gasps. The sky above the schoolyard suddenly darkened, as thick, oppressive clouds blanketed the sun like a massive curtain. A deep, ancient howl reverberated through the heavens and earth, carrying an indescribable mix of longing and authority. The sound was so overwhelming that many of the students who had yet to undergo their class change felt their legs buckle beneath them. "What's happening? Is it a deep abyss invasion?" Someone screamed in terror. "No way could this be a class change phenomenon." Another voice, calmer but no less tense, suggested. The principal rose into the air, his voice warm and steady as he reassured the crowd, "Do not panic. This is not an invasion by the abyss. It is merely a class change phenomenon." As his words settled over the crowd, the phenomenon grew even more extraordinary. The ominous clouds suddenly ignited into roaring flames, disintegrating in an instant. Sunlight poured through the dissipating gloom, illuminating faint, shadowy figures suspended in the light. Among them, one humanoid silhouette stood out, a striking figure with an alluring, curvaceous form and several tails swaying behind her, radiating fiery brilliance. These shadowy figures, in unison, turned toward someone in the midst of the class change ceremony and knelt in reverence. The principal descended back to the ground, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Such a powerful phenomenon could very well signify the emergence of a hidden class even stronger than the legendary Ice Witch. Instinctively, Sun Mei's gaze fell on Jiang An. The teacher overseeing the class change ritual, a skilled formation master, wore a complicated expression. As the one controlling the array, she could clearly sense that Jiang An had drawn the most energy from the formation. Yet the final outcome was unexpected. After a brief hesitation, she announced, "Zhang Bingyang, Flame Archer, Hidden Combat Class. Jiangan, Summoner, Combat Class." The crowd erupted in a mix of shock and confusion. Such a dramatic phenomenon, And it was for Zhang Bingyang? Whispers spread like wildfire, some recalling the relatively obscure flame archer class, while others lamented that Jiang An had only been assigned the ordinary summoner class. Sun Mei frowned, her gaze shifting to Jiang An. The curiosity and admiration she had previously held for him quietly evaporated. A standard combat class, no matter how excellent his academic skills and liberal arts, wouldn't pave the way to greatness. Zhang Bingyang froze in disbelief for a moment before breaking into unrestrained joy. His first instinct was to look at Sun Mei, and to his delight, she actually gave him a rare nod of acknowledgement. Elation surged through him, and it took all his willpower to not burst into celebratory gestures. Glancing at Jiang An, who seemed lost in thought, Zhang Bingyang could barely suppress the urge to gloat. The principal stepped forward and enthusiastically clapped Zhang Bingyang on the shoulder. "Young man, well done. Give it your all before the college entrance exam." The principal's encouraging voice echoed through the class transfer formation. "Thank you, principal. I'll do my best." Zhang Bingyang responded confidently as he strode out, with the other students following behind him. Only Jiang An remained standing still, his gaze somewhat dazed. The principal looked at Jiang An and spoke gently. "Don't lose heart, child. Summoners aren't weak, they just rely more on teamwork compared to other classes. During the second class transfer, there will still be opportunities for advanced professions. Nothing is set in stone yet." The murmurs of his classmates gradually reached Jiang An's ears, and he realized that everyone mistakenly believed the astonishing phenomenon during the class transfer was caused by Zhang Bingyang. Jiang An didn't bother to explain. Instead, he deliberately put on a downcast expression, while inwardly he was still replaying the extraordinary scene he had witnessed during the transfer images far clearer than the usual class transfer phenomena. Most vivid in his mind was the shadowy figure with multiple tails. He could distinctly sense the figure's captivating and alluring features, but what shocked him most was the realization that these figures might all become his summoned creatures. As he returned to the lineup, Jiang An couldn't suppress the slight upward curve of his lips. In his mind, he silently commanded, "Attribute panel." A transparent interface immediately appeared before him. Name, Jiangan. Gender, male. Age, 18. Level, 1. Class, Summoner. Talent, Heart of the Divine. Strength, 8. Spirit, 22. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. General skill, Appraisal. Class skill, Hatching. This ability wasn't unique to Jiang An. It was a feature accessible to all class transferees in this world. For ordinary people, the four main attributes typically hovered around 10 points, but Jiang An's spirit attribute was an impressive 22. However, what truly thrilled him was the unprecedented talent he possessed. Heart of the Divine, unique, god-ear talent. Only beings with divine bloodlines can become your summoned creatures. After forming a contract, the bloodline of the creature can be continuously refined until it reaches god-ear. Hidden effect. Contracted creatures will fully submit to you, achieving unity of mind and spirit. Any damage inflicted on you will be borne by your summoned creature instead. Jiang An's gaze shifted to the fiery red egg in his inventory. It had appeared alongside his Heart of the Divine talent when he completed his class transfer. Mysterious egg quality. Unknown. An egg imbued with a divine bloodline. Once hatched, its potential will undoubtedly be extraordinary. A summoner is considered a marginal combat class? Jiang An chuckled inwardly. With this talent, I alone can become an entire army. After the career transition ceremony concluded, the principal's speech echoed through the auditorium. Congratulations on completing the transition ceremony. No matter which profession you've chosen, the road ahead is long. There's just 1 month left until the college entrance exams. For those in life professions, specialized teachers will guide you. For combat professions, you'll need to form teams and challenge the beginner dungeons yourselves. I hope that in a month, you'll thank the version of yourselves who worked hard today. Still feeling down? Chin Duo gave Jiang An a hearty slap on the back. Don't worry, being a summoner isn't bad. They'll have your back, it'll be fine. Yeah, right? Why don't you worry about finding a team first? My family's waiting for dinner, so I'm heading out. Jiang An waved goodbye and quickly made his way toward the Twin Hearts Orphanage. Hey there, Jiang. Back already? What profession did you end up with? Uncle Li, the doorman, greeted him warmly. Heh, it's a secret. Jiang An replied with a cheeky grin. You cheeky little rascal. Hurry on in. The directors prepared a big meal to celebrate today. As soon as Jiang An stepped through the gate, a group of neatly dressed children came running toward him, cheering. Brother Jiang An is back. Hugs. They clambered over him like little monkeys, quickly turning him into a tree laden with fruits. Laughing, Jiang An pulled out a handful of candies from his pocket and handed them out. Thank you, Brother Jiang An. The director, hearing the commotion, stepped out to see the scene. Her face softened with a smile, but upon noticing the candies in the children's hands, she quickly put on a stern expression. Dinner's almost ready, save the candy for later. Hello, director. Jiang An sheepishly set the children down. In this life, his parents had sacrificed themselves to fend off the Abyss invasion, leaving him as a resident of the Twin Hearts Orphanage. All the children here shared a similar fate. Their parents had given their lives for humanity. The Huaxia Empire ensured they were well cared for, and the director, now in her 50s, treated every child with the love of a parent. So, how did the transition ceremony go today? The director asked with a kind smile. Summoner, combat profession, Jiang An replied. Wow, a summoner. Brother Jiang An is amazing. The children exclaimed excitedly. Does that mean you can summon powerful creatures now? Can we have another candy? We want to see your summoned creature. Jiang An chuckled and waved his hand. A fiery red egg materialized on the ground. The children's eyes widened in awe. Wow, it's so much bigger than a chicken egg. Why hasn't it hatched yet? The director explained patiently. A summoner's creatures, even as eggs, can only have their attributes viewed by their summoner. The first summoned beast is a random companion, and it requires careful preparation to hatch. She then turned to Jiang. Have you decided on a target school for the college entrance exams? Her question brought a vivid memory to Jiang An's mind. He recalled the scene from years ago, a girl in a white dress standing at the orphanage gate, her hair glowing in the sunlight like an angel's halo. She gently ruffled his hair and said, Little Anan, I'm heading off first. After all, you're a few years younger than me. They'll be waiting for you at the Shanghai Academy, but don't feel pressured. If you don't get in, just meet me at Shanghai Pass. They'll help you level up when the time comes. Listen to the director, okay? Stop acting all broody and spend more time playing with kids your age. Got it? Back then, he had just arrived at the orphanage. With memories of his past life, he often felt out of place and was ostracized by the other children. She was the only one who treated him like family, always saving the best food and toys for him. I do. I want to get into Shanghai Academy, Jiang An said with unwavering determination. Shanghai Academy? The director's expression shifted as she furrowed her brows. Are you sure? I know you want to find Xiao Lu, but the requirements for Shanghai Academy are incredibly stringent. The Huaxia Empire has many prestigious institutions, but none quite like Shanghai Academy at Shanghai Pass. Just the level 16 entry requirement alone eliminates countless applicants. The headmaster carefully chose his words as he explained. Xiao Lu's acceptance into Shanghai Academy is largely due to her being the only one with a hidden combat profession. If she had applied as a summoner, she might have faced significant challenges. I understand, but I still want to give it a try, Jiang An replied firmly, his gaze unwavering. Nearby, a little girl with twin pigtails suddenly lit up with excitement. She began jumping up and down, exclaiming, Hee hee, is Jiang and Jej going to see Xiao Lujiji? You better give us wedding candy then. Yay, more candy to eat. Jiang An lightly knocked on her head, amused. Do you even know what wedding candy means, you little thing? The girl covered her head and retorted confidently, Of course, I know. When two people like each other, they give out wedding candy. And you can't back out now. Xiao Lujiji promised us. She said herself she'd marry you and give us candy. Even the headmaster was taken aback, casting a surprised look at the little girl. HM? When did she say that? How come I don't know about this? Jiang An asked, puzzled. The girl wiped her nose and declared matter-of-factly, It was during our last game of house. Jiang An was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, while the headmaster couldn't help but chuckle. Silly child. You can't take a game of house seriously. Then, turning to Jiang An, the headmaster said in a more serious tone, As for your decision to apply to Shanghai Academy, it's worth a try. The entry requirements are strict, but the academy has abundant resources, controlling many high-difficulty instances and secret realms. If you get in, your leveling speed will improve significantly. Now, come with me to my office. There's something I need to give you. Jiang An pocketed the red egg and followed the headmaster into the office. Though small, the room had a cozy atmosphere, adorned with gifts from children who had once lived at the orphanage, each one carefully preserved. The headmaster crouched down, opened a safe at the bottom of the bookshelf, and retrieved a document. Handing it to Jiang An, he said, This is the inheritance left by your parents, about 100,000 in total. I've kept it safe for you all these years, waiting for the day you'd come of age and choose your profession. It might help you get into Shanghai Academy. The headmaster hesitated for a moment before continuing. If it ever feels like too much, remember, you can always come back. The Twin Hearts Orphanage can easily support one more child. This will always be your home. Jiang An accepted the folder, feeling its weight not just in his hands, but in his heart. You kids are all so determined in your choices. I won't say much more. Tonight, I'll have Master Yang prepare a feast for dinner. Spend some time with your younger siblings and enjoy it. After a hearty meal, Jiang An returned to his room. At the orphanage, children over 16 were given their own private rooms. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Jiang An waved his hand, and the fiery red egg covered in intricate patterns appeared on the floor, glowing faintly. As he gazed at the egg, His heart raced with excitement finally. It was time to prepare for its hatching. As the headmaster mentioned, some preparation was needed before hatching a pet egg. Jiang An was well aware that a summoner's hatching technique was not guaranteed to succeed. Failure could result in the egg shattering and the creature inside perishing. To ensure everything went smoothly, he decided to purchase a hatching potion that significantly increased the success rate. Opening the official trading website of the Huaxia Empire, a platform known for its fair pricing and real name authentication, Jiang An quickly navigated to the potion category. There, he found a hatching potion priced at 30,000 yuan. Although the site offered interest-free installment plans for newcomers, Jiang An resolutely chose to pay in full, transferring the funds left by his parents to complete the purchase. Other professions spend a fortune on weapons and armor, but as a summoner, having a summoned beast is enough in the early stages. Jiang An reassured himself, I can take my time with weapons and gear. The efficiency of the official marketplace was remarkable. Within just 10 minutes, a green hatching potion was delivered to the entrance of the orphanage. Jiang An carefully dripped the potion onto the eggshell, and it was instantly absorbed. The egg began to tremble slightly, as if the little life inside could hardly wait to see the world. Hatching technique. Jiang An placed his right hand on the egg, and a pure white light radiated from his palm, enveloping the entire egg. Please, let this work. This potion was way too expensive. Suddenly, the egg began to shake violently, and a crisp cracking sound followed. Jiang An's heart leapt into his throat as he noticed fine cracks forming on the shell. Soon, a tiny, furry paw covered in egg fluid poked its way out. A system notification chimed in. Hatching successful on the first attempt. Soul contract has been bound. Current summon space. 11. The little creature quickly broke free from the eggshell, carefully licking off the remaining egg fluid from its fur. It looked up at Jiang An with its big, glistening eyes. The small, fluffy creature with reddish-brown fur and a bushy tail was a firefox, one of the most common creatures found in the wild. According to the textbooks, firefoxes rarely exceeded level 10. While their combat abilities were average, their adorable appearance made them popular pets among powerful summoners. It actually possesses divine bloodline? Jiang An muttered, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. Let's just hope this doesn't end up being a liability. Opening the pet interface, Jiang An was astonished to find that the firefox's attributes far exceeded his expectations. Unnamed. Species, Firefox Divine Bloodline Activatable. Gender, female. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength, 8. Spirit, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 15. Skills, Innate Skill. Pitiful Charm adopts a pitiable demeanor to lower others' guard. Rending Claws LV1 Bronze Tier. Inflicts tearing damage and bleeding effect. Blazing Storm LV1 Gold Tier. Manipulates fire elements to deal massive damage. Hissed Jiang An drew in a sharp breath. A level 1 Firefox with an innate skill and 2 combat abilities, one of which was a gold tier skill, was exceedingly rare. In the skill quality hierarchy iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, higher quality skills were vastly superior in power and priority compared to their lower tier counterparts. When abilities are of similar levels, a silver tier dispel skill proves less effective against a gold tier control skill. Jiang An noticed that in such cases, dispelling often only reduces the control duration slightly, and sometimes it's completely ineffective. Typically, level 1 creatures possess at most one skill, with many having no skills at all. However, the firefox in front of him was naturally born with multiple abilities, a clear testament to the immense power of the divine bloodline within it. Even though its bloodline had not yet been awakened, it could effortlessly dominate creatures of the same level. The firefox affectionately nuzzled against Jiang An's leg, letting out a series of cheerful chirps. Through telepathy, Jiang An could hear its innocent and adorable thoughts. Ooh, master smells so nice. So cozy. While gently stroking its head, Jiang An's attention was drawn to a notification flashing on his panel. Divine Bloodline Activation Task. Required materials. 1. 50 portions of Firefox blood. 2. 1 heart from a level 20 or higher twin-tailed fox. Completion reward. Activation of the Firefox's divine bloodline. Failure penalty. None. Jiang An's breathing quickened, and for once, a rare look of excitement appeared on his face. He immediately logged into the official trading platform of the Huaxia Empire and swiftly checked the prices of the materials. Firefox blood cost 200 credits per portion, totaling 10,000 credits for 50 portions. A level 20 twin-tailed fox heart cost 50,000 credits, bringing the total to 60,000 credits. Without hesitation, Jiang An used his parents' inheritance to make the payment. Watching his account balance plummet from 100,000 to just 10,000 credits, he felt a pang of heartache, but no regret. To him, the stronger the little firefox became, the stronger he himself would be. With enough power, he believed he could earn the money back sooner or later. A few minutes later, Jiang An retrieved the neatly arranged materials. As the task completion prompt appeared, he immediately chose to claim the reward. The materials on the table vanished in an instant, and a radiant white light enveloped the Firefox. Faintly, he could hear its joyful thoughts. This is amazing. So warm and comfy. I love this feeling. I love Master so much. When the light faded, the Firefox's size hadn't changed much, but its fur now appeared sleeker and more lustrous, adorned with mysterious flame-like patterns that seemed to flicker across its surface. Its intelligent eyes gazed at Jiangan with a look of deep trust and delight. Suddenly, in a flash of fiery red, it leapt onto Jiang An's shoulder with astonishing speed. Its fluffy tail brushed lightly against his cheek before gracefully draping around his neck like a scarf. The entire movement was so seamless, it seemed as though it had been rehearsed countless times. Jiang An, while stroking the Firefox's head, opened its status panel. Jiang An's breathing quickened abruptly. With the activation of the Divine Bloodline, even at a mere 10 purity, all his attributes instantly skyrocketed tenfold. A new notification promptly appeared on his interface. Divine Bloodline activated. Current purity, 10. Next level upgrade requires 10 levels. Just 10 purity, and I'm already this strong? Jiang An murmured, a faint smile curling his lips as he gazed at the fiery fox before him. He couldn't help but imagine what 100 purity might look like. Perhaps those fearsome, dark silhouettes from his dreams were destined to be the future forms of his summoned beasts. It's time to give you a name, Jiang An said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. How about Xiaohong? The Firefox's tail immediately shot up, its fur bristling as a wave of disapproval emanated from it. No, that sounds awful. All right, what about Xiaohu? Jiang An suggested, only to shake his head before the fox could respond. No, that's even weirder. Watching the fox leap nimbly around, an idea suddenly struck him. His eyes lit up. How about Flame Shadow? A delighted purring sound filled the air as the Firefox responded enthusiastically, yes, I love that name. With its new name decided, Flame Shadow hopped down from Jiang An's shoulder and began carefully nibbling on the shattered eggshell pieces scattered on the ground. Once it finished, it looked up at him with wide, pitiful eyes. Master, I'm hungry. Only then did Jiang An realize he hadn't prepared any food. Hastily, he searched online for suitable meals for summoned beasts. After some filtering, 3 options appeared. Basic Fox Chow, affordable and practical, 500 credits for a half-month supply. Burrowing Mouse Meat, a wildfire fox's favorite, 5,000 credits for a half-month supply. Premium Nutritional Meal, the best option, but extremely expensive, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of credits. After weighing his options, Jiang An decided on the mid-tier choice, Burrowing Mouse Meat. As soon as he completed the purchase, his account balance plummeted to just over 5,000 credits. Before long, the mouth-watering aroma of freshly delivered burrowing mouse meat filled the air. Flame Shadow, catching the scent, began rubbing against Jiang An's leg excitedly. Master, can I have some? Please, you little foodie, Jiang An chuckled, handing over a meat strip. But instead of eating it immediately, Flame Shadow exhaled a small burst of flame to roast the meat first, before devouring it ravenously. That night, as Jiang An prepared to send Flame Shadow back into the summoning space, the little fox resisted vehemently. I don't want to go back. It's so cold and lifeless there. I want to stay with you. Without waiting for a reply, it burrowed into Jiang An's arms and promptly fell asleep, snoring softly. The next morning, Jiang An boarded the bus to the beginner's dungeon with Flame Shadow in tow. The fox's adorable appearance immediately caught everyone's attention, drawing gasps of admiration and an endless stream of photo requests. When they arrived at the dungeon entrance, a panting Qianpongzi rushed over, waving eagerly. Jiang An, let's team up. Behind him followed 3 others, an unfamiliar girl, as well as 2 familiar faces, Sun Mei and Zhang Bingyang. Zhang Binjiang's expression turned peculiar as his gaze fell on Flame Shadow, perched on Jiang An's shoulder. Wait, Qianpongzi, the friend you mentioned is Jiang An? A level 1 Firefox? Its damage output might not be enough. His comment drew the attention of nearby players, sparking a wave of murmurs. Isn't that Jiang An? And the creature on his shoulder? A Firefox? Summoners aren't exactly popular in a Firefox. But it's so cute. I just want to cuddle it. Cute won't help you clear dungeons or fill your stomach, though. Sun Mei frowned as she looked at Jiang An, her eyes filled with intense disappointment. She could accept that the former top humanities student had switched paths to become a summoner, but of all things, his companion summon turned out to be a Firefox. Only when her gaze fell upon Yin Ying's adorable little face did her expression soften slightly. Adorable, but useless, she thought to herself. Against ferocious monsters, cuteness doesn't translate into combat power. In her mind, Jiang An was already lumped in with those who had given up on fighting and opted for desk jobs instead. Hearing the murmurs around them, Qian Duoduo's face flushed red with embarrassment. He regretted his well-intentioned but poorly executed plan. Stepping in front of Jiang An, he retorted, "What's wrong with a firefox? Firefoxes can deal damage too. And besides, wasn't this agreed upon earlier? Are you trying to go back on your word?" Qian Duoduo demanded. Zhang Bingyang maintained his polite smile. "Sure, we agreed, but you didn't mention it was a firefox summoner. How about this? Ask for their opinions. If they're okay with bringing Jiangan along, I won't object either." Qian Duoduo turned to Sun Mei and another girl. Sun Mei glanced at Jiangan and replied without hesitation, "Our skill levels are too far apart. It's not a good match for a team." The other support girl lowered her head and added, "Sorry, I also don't think it's a good idea. See? It's not just me. Everyone thinks the same." Zhang Bingyang finally found an outlet for his pent-up frustration. A firefox really isn't much use. If you were to switch to a standard damage-dealing class, I'd be fine with it. This is ridiculous. You're all going back on your word. Qian Duoduo argued. No need to say more. Jiangan suddenly interrupted. "Fatty, you haven't even asked for my opinion. I never planned on joining their team." With that, he turned and headed toward the novice dungeon entrance. Qian Duoduo hurriedly grabbed him. "Now's not the time to be stubborn. Just join the team for now. Once you hit level 10 and contract a second summon, things will get much easier." "No need. You go level up with them. They'll try soloing." Jiangan replied without looking back as he continued walking. "Soloing? Do you really think you're the best?" Zhang Bingyang sneered from behind. "No one has ever soloed this novice dungeon before. Just go sign the paperwork and switch to a desk job. Combat isn't for you." Watching Jiang An's retreating figure, Qian Duoduo gritted his teeth and glared at Zhang Bingyang. "Damn it, can't you keep your mouth shut? I'm not teaming up with you guys anymore." Zhang Bingyang looked surprised. "You, a tank, think you can be picky? 2 hidden combat classes asking you to team up is a big deal. Don't forget the phenomenon during my class change. I could shout out right now and have a line of tanks begging to join us, then go ahead and find someone else. You're so capable, aren't you? I'm done playing with you." Qian Duoduo snapped, storming off in Jiang An's direction. Zhang Bingyang, now furious, shouted after him, "Fine, go ahead, idiot. We don't need you." Although Sun Mei was somewhat uncomfortable with Zhang Bingyang's attitude, she couldn't deny his class-changing phenomenon and formidable combat power. She suppressed her unease and said, "Let's not waste time. Just find another tank. It shouldn't be hard with our class combination." "Got it." Zhang Bingyang immediately put on a smile. "Don't worry, with my phenomenon, we'll have no shortage of candidates. Honestly, if it weren't because Qian Duoduo is a schoolmate, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Who knows, we might even find hidden combat classes from other schools." At the dungeon entrance, the playful look in Yin Ying's eyes disappeared, replaced by a fierce and savage glint. "Master, why didn't you let me kill him?" Jiang An gently stroked Yin Ying, who was perched on his shoulder, and said softly, "Arguing is pointless. It only makes you look like you've lost control. This is an official dungeon. Fighting isn't allowed here. Besides, have you ever seen someone argue with a dog? Rather than wasting time on words, let's use results to slap them in the face." He pointed to the display screen near the dungeon's exit. It listed a long string of names and completion times. The record for the fastest completion stood at 11 hours and 24 minutes. "See that? That's the fastest clear time for this dungeon. Let's break it. I hear there's an extra reward for beating the record." Yanning stared intently at the displayed time, her eyes brimming with determination. A powerful fighting spirit radiated from her entire being. "Got it. Yanning will definitely make it happen," Jiang An declared confidently. A passerby nearby couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, think it through. That record was set by 6 levels even hidden class elites working together back in the day. The leader, Wei Qing, is now one of the main generals guarding Shanhaiguan. Forget finding someone like him again. Just gathering 6 complementary hidden classes is practically impossible. That record has been on the leaderboard for decades, and no one's ever broken it. And you're thinking of soloing it?" The corner of Jiang An's mouth lifted into a slight smirk, and a spark of excitement lit up in his eyes. "A challenge like this? I love it." The firefox perched on his shoulder let out a low, battle-ready growl. "Yinning loves it too." The passerby shook his head in exasperation. "Hopeless. A summoner with a firefox trying to solo. This world's gone mad." Ignoring the passerby, Jiang An strode directly toward the dungeon's entrance, where a swirling, eerie blue vortex awaited him. A staff member, noticing he was alone, kindly stepped forward to warn him. "Hey, student, the monsters in the beginner dungeon are dangerous. I recommend forming a team before going in." "Thank you, teacher, but I want to try it alone," Jiang An replied politely. "Alone?" The staff member glanced at Jiang An and the firefox on his shoulder. "You must be joking. The monsters in there? A firefox is the weakest among them. Don't waste your dungeon cooldown time." Seeing Jiang An's determination, The staff member reluctantly handed him a jade talisman. If you're dead set on this, at least take this. It's an emergency exit charm unique to the beginner dungeon. If your life is in danger, it will automatically teleport you out. But keep in mind, once you're teleported out, you'll lose the chance to ever enter the beginner dungeon again. And the charm isn't foolproof. It might result in mental damage, or even leave you in a vegetative state. If you understand, sign here. I understand. Thank you, teacher, Jiang An said as he took the charm and signed the safety acknowledgement form. The staff member sighed and shook his head. Every year, there were overly confident students who tried to solo the dungeon, only to end up exiting faster than anyone else, losing their chance to re-enter and stalling their combat level progression. People who couldn't even accurately assess their own abilities were the first to fall on the battlefield, no matter how much training or resources were invested in them. Good luck, the staff member said as Jiang An reached out to touch the vortex. In an instant, his figure disappeared. Wait, Qian Pongzi rushed over just in time to see Jiang An vanish. What's the point of being so stubborn as a summoner? Just grind XP in a team until level 10, then get a second summon, and you'll be fine. He grumbled, but his face betrayed his concern. Trying to solo now? That's just asking for death. After a dizzying sensation, Jiang An found himself standing in the midst of a dense, ancient forest. The earthy aroma of soil mingled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, while distant roars of beasts echoed through the air. This must be the legendary beginner's dungeon. Yan Ying leapt gracefully off his shoulder, her fox ears twitching warily as her bright eyes scanned their surroundings. Let's go and take a look, Jiang An said softly. As they stepped deeper into the forest, the temperature dropped noticeably. From the underbrush came a rustling sound, and a fiery red fox emerged. Without hesitation, Jiang An cast an identification spell. Firefox level 2. Strength, 10. Spirit, 15. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Combat skill, light iron rank. In an instant, Yan Ying became a streak of red light, darting toward the Firefox. Her claws gleamed like blades as she struck. With a flash of cold steel, the Firefox was torn open, its health bar instantly depleted. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on defeating a level 2 Firefox. Experience gained, 12. Item acquired, Firefox Pelt 1. Not bad, Jiang An remarked as he checked his experience bar. Reaching level 2 required 100 experience points, which meant he only needed to hunt down 8 more Firefoxes to achieve his first level up. Yining nuzzled against his leg happily, and Jiang An chuckled, encouraging her. Well done. Let's keep it up. Before long, they encountered another Firefox, this one at level 1. Yan Ying, brimming with confidence, swiftly dispatched it, earning Jiang An some additional experience points. The forest was an untamed wilderness with no discernible paths, and all technological devices were rendered useless here. Fortunately, Jiang An had studied the guide beforehand and knew that as long as he followed the direction of the setting sun, he wouldn't get lost. Suddenly, a white blur shot out from the bushes to his side, lunging straight at him. Jiang An quickly activated his identification spell. Lightning Rabbit level 3. Strength, 22. Spirit, 8. Agility, 32. Constitution, 22. Combat skill, Lightning Strike Iron rank. Though small in stature, the lightning rabbit's sharp tusks were intimidating. Its body crackled with electricity, a clear sign that it had activated its lightning strike skill. Just as the tusks were about to pierce Jiang An, Yining moved like a flash of lightning. Her elegant paws pinned the rabbit firmly to the ground, and with a swift motion, she tore it in two. The system chimed again. Congratulations on defeating a level 3 lightning rabbit. Experience gained, 22. Item acquired, Lightning Rabbit Pelt 1. Meanwhile, outside the beginner's dungeon in the official operations center, Principal Zhang Yang of 8th High School was chatting casually with Sun Zhenghao, the dungeon supervisor. This is your last year, isn't it? Retiring next year? Sun Zhenghao asked. That's right, Zhang Yang replied. I'm hoping to be awarded the title of honorary lifetime principal before I step down. As Sun Zhenghao skimmed through a list handed to him by an assistant, he remarked, the students from 8th High don't seem to be doing particularly well with their class advancements this year. True, but it's not entirely hopeless, Zhang Yang sighed. Zhang Binjiang's advancement caused quite the phenomenon. Phenomena during class advancement only indicate the potential strength of the class, Sun Zhenghao said bluntly. I've met Zhang Binjiang's not exactly likable. You don't seem to think highly of him, yet you let your daughter team up with him? Zhang Yang asked, raising an eyebrow. His personality is questionable, but as long as they don't get too close, it's fine. Fast leveling is always a good thing, Sun Zhenghao replied. Then, as if remembering something, he chuckled and added, speaking of students, how's Zhangping doing? He's the one who topped the liberal arts exams, right? My daughter used to get so frustrated trying to beat his scores. Zhang Yang shook his head. It's a pity. He advanced as a summoner. It's a slow start, but if he finds the right teammates, there's still a chance to turn things around after his second class advancement. He's an outstanding kid, but this result must have been a blow to him. Summoners are indeed tough to team up with, Sun Jinghao mused. My eldest ended up as a holy summoner back in the day. Even though it's a hidden combat class, finding a team was a challenge. Luckily, she got lucky her companion pet egg hatched into a rare humanoid pet, a two-winged angel. That's how she got into the Shanghai Academy. Are you just looking for an excuse to brag about your daughter? Zheng Yang said, feigning annoyance. Who doesn't know you threw a 3-day banquet after her class advancement, practically making it a public spectacle? Ha ha ha, Sun Jinghao laughed heartily. All right, back to business. You must have the class advancement reports from other schools. Care to share how their students are doing? Sun Jinghao cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. TSK, you do realize this information is confidential, right? Get lost. I'm not one of those lunatics who worship the abyss. Besides, I'm not asking for names, just trying to get a general idea. A playful smile appeared on Sun Jinghao's face as his tone lightened. To be honest, the situation with the transfers at number 8 high school doesn't compare to number 1 high school. Over there, they've got quite the Standouten audio master, the one and only hidden support class. Apparently, not only does this person have powerful large-scale percentage boosting skills, but their family background is also formidable. They've already been pre-approved for admission to Shanghai Academy. On top of that, they've got several hidden combat classes too, all of which are quite impressive. The smile on Zhang Yang's face gradually faded, and he forced out a faint smile. I see. Well, that's good news. With such a strong support class, the pressure at Shanghai Pass should ease up a bit. Don't be too disheartened. Who knows? Zhang Bingyang might just surprise you. Sun Jinghao reassured him while pulling up his panel to check on the new student's progress in the dungeon. As expected, that audio master from number 1 high school took a special route and skipped the beginner dungeon. Zhang Bingyang and Sun Mei teamed up with a decent group. As long as they cooperate well in the dungeon, their leveling speed shouldn't be too slow. Wait, what's this? Suddenly, Sun Jinghao's expression shifted as he spotted a familiar name. His face darkened. I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. What is it? Zhang Yang asked. One of your students, Jiang Ping, entered the beginner dungeon alone this time. The words struck Zhang Yang like a thunderclap. He shot to his feet, his voice rising sharply. What? This is bad. He must have decided to go solo because it's hard for a summoner to find a team. That kid's too impulsive. Even though it's just a beginner dungeon, the monsters inside are still dangerous for someone at his level. And even with a disruption charm to protect him, the shock of dying could leave him dazed or worse, turn him into a vegetable. No, you have to get him out of there. Sun Jinghao's expression turned grave. Mr. Zhang, that's not possible. Beginner dungeons don't allow any external interference. The fact that I'm even sharing this information with you is already skirting the edge of the rules. Please don't put me in a difficult position. I was being rash, Zhang Yang muttered as he gathered himself and hurriedly prepared to leave. Why are you in such a rush? He's from the Shuangxin Orphanage. I need to head to the dungeon vortex and wait in case he comes out. That way, I can treat him immediately if necessary. With that, Zhang Yang quickly left the room. Hearing the words, Shuangxin Orphanage, Sun Jinghao's expression grew heavy. He murmured to himself, a kid from the Shuangxin Orphanage, let's hope it doesn't turn out too badly. In the beginner's dungeon, Jiang An stared at his experience bar, which had climbed to 99 of level 1. Feeling a bit frustrated, he wandered around the dungeon. Minutes passed, yet he hadn't even caught a glimpse of a single monster. As he pondered his next move, he pushed through a dense patch of shrubs, and the scene before him suddenly opened. A muddy swamp stretched out in front of him. 7 or 8 frogs, each about the size of a human head, were gathered there, greedily feasting on the corpse of some unknown creature. These frogs had stout, muscular limbs, round bodies, and bulging poison sacs on their backs. Finally, Jiang An's eyes lit up as he immediately used his identification skill. Swamp Poison Frog. Level 4. Strength 59. Spirit 17. Agility 20. Constitution 67. Skill Poison Spray Bronze Deer. Compared to the Firefoxes he had encountered earlier, these swamp poison frogs were only 2 levels higher, but their attributes had improved significantly. Not only were they more numerous, but they also possessed the troublesome poison skill. This bronze tier poison not only inflicted continuous damage, but also caused dizziness. Even a typical level 4 team would struggle to handle them, as beginner support classes often lacked basic purification skills. But for Jiang An, this was no problem. As long as he acted quickly, he could wipe them all out before they had a chance to react. Yan Ying understood Jiang An's intentions and immediately dashed toward the swamp. The poison frogs, far less vigilant than the Firefoxes, didn't even notice the danger until Yan Ying was right upon them. Their poison sacs began to swell rapidly, preparing for an attack. But it was too late. As Yan Ying closed in, the fiery patterns on its body began to glow, resembling real flames dancing across its form. The golden tier skill Blazing Storm silently took shape in midair, forming a swirling vortex of searing flames above the swamp in an instant. The scorching heat engulfed the poison frogs in mere moments. They didn't even have time to release their poison before they were reduced to ash. The swamp's surface hardened and cracked as the moisture evaporated completely. System notifications flooded in. Congratulations on defeating a level 4 swamp poison frog, gaining bonus experience 56. Level up to level 2. Congratulations on defeating a level 4 swamp poison frog, gaining bonus experience 50. Level up to level 3. With a series of notifications, Jiang An's level skyrocketed to 3, with his experience bar resting at 3. The bonus experience from defeating higher-level enemies made his leveling speed feel like a rocket launch. Yanning gracefully strolled back to Jiang An's side, holding its head high with pride. How was that, Master? Pretty impressive, right? Not bad at all. That golden tier skill is truly powerful, Jiangan praised without hesitation. My Yanning is amazing. Though Yanning appeared nonchalant, Jiangan knew that using such a skill at its current level had almost drained all of its spirit energy. Fortunately, as they leveled up, its spirit energy was replenished. Alright, time to find more monsters. Jiang An's eyes sparkled with determination. Next goal set a new dungeon record. Yanning nodded in agreement and took the lead, scouting the forest for hidden monsters. The journey to level up had officially begun. 2 hours later, under a massive tree that required 3 people to encircle, the ground radiated waves of heat despite the dense canopy blocking out all sunlight. Several charred Firefox corpses lay scattered across the ground. Yanning nimbly weaved between the bodies before leaping onto Jiang An's shoulder. Both of them were enveloped in a golden glow. Finally hit level 5, Jiangan remarked with satisfaction. If it weren't for the lucky encounter with this group of Firefoxes, it might have taken another half hour. Yanning nodded in agreement. If anyone else had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly shocked reaching level 5 in just 2 hours. Most players would be thrilled to hit level 2 in that time, even with perfect teamwork. Status panel. Jiang An, level 5. Strength 8. Spirit 42. Agility 10. Constitution 22. Each level up brought a bonus of 5 spirit points and 3 constitution points, for a total of 8 attribute points. At this moment, Jiang An's stats were worlds apart from those of Yanning. The attribute panel of Yanning unfolded gradually before Jiang An's eyes. Species, Deity Firefox Purity 10. Gender, female. Level, 5. Attributes, Strength, 80. Spirit, 400. Agility, 400. Constitution, 350. Innate skill, Chulian. Combat skills, Rending Claws LV1, Bronze tier. Flametail LV1, Gold tier. Blazing Storm LV1, Gold tier. Jiang An carefully analyzed the data. With each level up, Yanning gained 5 attribute points in Spirit, Agility, and Constitution, totaling 15 points. With a 10-fold attribute amplification, these stats were formidable, even surpassing what a level 10 boss could typically achieve. What was even more exciting was that upon reaching level 5, Yanning automatically acquired a new skill Flametail. Although this gold tier skill had a smaller attack range compared to Blazing Storm, its single target damage was exceptional, and it consumed significantly less spirit energy, allowing for consecutive usage in a short span of time. This skill perfectly compensated for Yanning's current skill limitations. While Blazing Storm was powerful for area effect attacks, it drained a lot of energy, and Rending Claws, though low in energy consumption, only dealt physical damage. Flametail not only aligned with Yanning's fire element attribute bonus, but also served as a reliable main offensive skill. Filled with excitement, Jiang An and Yanning moved through the forest in search of their next target. Suddenly, Yanning leapt off his shoulder and fixed her gaze warily on a small, slender tree ahead. This tree starkly contrasted with the surrounding vegetation. Its trunk was as thin as 3 fingers, its sparse leaves drooped lifelessly, and the entire tree looked malnourished, as if stunted by a lack of sunlight. To proceed cautiously, Jiang An cast an identification spell, and the information surfaced. Disguised Tree Spirit. Level, 5. Attributes, Strength, 33. Spirit, 5. Agility, 0. Constitution, 200. Combat skills, Leaf Blade Black Iron tier. Life Restoration Bronze tier. Notes: a tree spirit highly adept at camouflage, often lurking in the form of an ordinary tree to ambush unsuspecting prey that ventures too close. Jiang An cast an identification spell, his brow slightly raised in surprise. The seemingly ordinary tree before him was actually a monster adept at camouflage. This type of disguised tree spirit, while not particularly powerful in attack, was a classic tank-type monster and often lived in groups. Quickly, he cast identification on the surrounding suspicious trees. Sure enough, the The notifications popped up in succession. This area was teeming with dozens of disguised tree spirits. Though they were only low-level monsters at level 5, their sheer numbers were remarkable, saving him the hassle of hunting for prey elsewhere. With Jiang An's silent approval, Flame Shadow leapt into action. Its sharp claws tore through the tree trunk, sending splinters flying. Yet, the tree spirit's resilience was impressive. Even after sustaining heavy damage, its health bar still retained a third. The attacked tree spirit immediately abandoned its disguise. Its trunk quaked violently, and countless leaves transformed into razor-sharp blades, whistling through the air toward Flame Shadow. At the same time, it released white roots that plunged into the ground. A green glow flashed, activating its bronze-tier life recovery skill, and its health bar was restored to full in an instant. Facing the onslaught of leaf blades, Flame Shadow displayed astonishing agility. It darted through the air with ease, weaving like a dragon, dodging every attack until the final blade missed its mark. In that fleeting moment, Flame Shadow closed in on the tree spirit, unleashing its newly learned flame tail skill. Its fluffy tail suddenly ignited with blazing flames, delivering a powerful strike to the tree spirit. A crisp, cracking sound echoed as spiderweb-like fractures spread across the trunk. The fire consumed it entirely, leaving behind a charred heap of ashes. The system notification chimed. Congratulations on defeating a level 5 disguised tree spirit. You have gained 211 experience points and obtained material, Tree Spirit Root 1. Jiangan couldn't help but admire Flame Shadow's prowess. As a creature with divine bloodline, it was undoubtedly exceptional. Equipped with 2 gold-tier skills, it was a summoned beast of immense potential, even in the hands of a second-tier summoner. The battle was far from over. Flame Shadow charged at the remaining tree spirits, its fiery tail reigniting. One after another, the kill notifications rang out until the last tree spirit fell. However, a special notification caught Jiang An's attention. It had dropped a piece of equipment, the tree spirit shield. This was a rare find. In the wilderness, the chance of equipment dropping directly from monsters was extremely low. They typically only dropped materials. Eagerly, Jiang An inspected its attributes. Type, shield. Class restriction, guardian. Required level, 3. Quality, black iron. Constitution 5. Special effect, 5 chance to reduce damage by 50 when attacked. It was indeed a fine piece of gear, though the class restriction meant he couldn't equip it himself. Just as he was preparing to leave, a sudden rustling above caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a massive python staring down at them menacingly. Its golden yellow eyes, each the size of a fist, gleamed with danger, and its body was thicker than 2 people combined. The identification spell revealed it to be an elite-tier forest python. Level, 6. Strength, 53. Spirit, 23. Agility, 48. Constitution, 150. Combat skills, Constriction bronze tier, Tail strike black iron tier. This was undoubtedly the apex predator of the beginner dungeon. Its staggering constitution meant that once it ensnared its prey, escape would be nearly impossible without sufficient damage output. Could easily outlast its victim. The python moved with alarming speed, its massive body slithering down from the tree in an instant. Coiling tightly around Flame Shadow, its muscles tensed as it began to constrict. It opened its gaping maw, ready to devour the prey caught in its deadly grip. Flame Shadow nimbly leaped out of the giant anaconda's attack range, leaving its constricting strike to miss entirely. A fiery blur streaked through the air, and Flame Shadow's blazing tail whipped down heavily onto the anaconda's head. With a resounding crack, the skull of the massive serpent, boasting a formidable 150 constitution points, was shattered into pieces under the force of the newly mastered Flame Tail skill. Congratulations on defeating a level 6 forest anaconda elite. Bonus experience gained, 387. Jiang An exclaimed excitedly. Keep going, keep going. Let's work hard to wipe out all the anacondas here today. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, a tense battle was unfolding. I found a level 3 lightning rabbit. It has a speed stat of 38. Get over here. Zhang Bingyang called out, gripping a flame-covered longbow with confidence. He drew the bowstring taut, forming a perfect crescent, and unleashed a fiery arrow with a sharp whistle. However, the lightning rabbit's body flickered, leaving a streak of electric afterimages as it effortlessly dodged the attack and charged straight at Zhang Bingyang. Ice freeze. Sun Mei, who arrived just in time, precisely predicted the lightning rabbit's movement path. A layer of frost instantly enveloped the creature, slowing it down and chipping away a fifth of its health. Zhang Bingyang awkwardly rolled to the ground, barely avoiding the rabbit's attack, and ended up covered in dust. At that moment, a man wielding a shield and sword finally arrived, positioning himself between Zhang Bingyang and the rabbit. As the lightning rabbit launched another assault, a female teammate waved a book-like weapon, casting a protective shield over the man that absorbed the damage perfectly. The man immediately used his taunt skill, drawing the rabbit's frenzied attacks onto his shield. Zhang Bingyang scrambled to his feet, his face showing a mix of frustration and determination. He fired several arrows in rapid succession, finally managing to bring down the elusive lightning rabbit. As everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, they couldn't help but cast disapproving glances at Zhang Bingyang. "I thought you were all in position before I engaged the enemy," Zhang Bingyang said sheepishly, brushing the dust off his clothes. "But hey, my damage output is still solid. That one arrow took out 2/5 of its health, after all. Heh, having a job change phenomenon really boosts my attack power, huh?" At the mention of the job change phenomenon, the expressions of the other three teammates softened slightly. "Let's move on. Looks like we'll have to camp here overnight. Let's aim to reach level 3 before nightfall. Let's go, go, go." An hour later, as the lifeless body of the final forest python elite fell from the tree trunk, a golden light engulfed Jiang An entirely. His level rose to 6, and his attributes were significantly enhanced, leaving him feeling invigorated and refreshed. A system notification promptly sounded, congratulating him for defeating a level 6 forest python elite across levels, earning him an additional 350 experience points and a piece of equipment, the Python Fong. Another equipment drop? Jiang An exclaimed with excitement as he took the Python Fong from his inventory to examine its attributes. The Python Fong turned out to be a Blackarong grade dagger, designed specifically for assassin class players. The weapon required a minimum level of 3 to equip and provided a base attribute of 5 agility. Even more impressive, the dagger came with 2 special effects, a bleeding effect and a poison effect upon attack. "This is a great weapon," Jiang An thought to himself. Considering the early stage when most new players had just transitioned into their classes, a dual-effect dagger like this would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Carefully stowing the equipment, he set his sights on the deeper parts of the dungeon. Based on his knowledge, the forest python was the only elite monster in this beginner dungeon, and beyond it lay the area where the boss resided. After advancing several hundred meters, Jiang An noticed no sign of new monsters. The air grew increasingly humid, and the distant roar of rushing water became more prominent. He quickened his pace, and the sound grew louder, confirming he was nearing the large waterfall mentioned in the dungeon guide home to the boss of this area. Suddenly, the flame shadow fox, scouting ahead, raised its ears in a posture of high alert. The faint rustling of movement among the trees signaled the presence of numerous creatures. Before Jiang An could spot the enemies, a barrage of stones whistled through the air from all directions. Thanks to its high agility, the flame shadow fox narrowly evaded the attack, but Jiang An wasn't as fortunate. 7 or 8 stones struck him with pinpoint accuracy, causing sharp bursts of pain. However, due to the hidden effect of his god's heart talent, all the damage was redirected to the flame shadow fox. Its health bar began to drop slowly, with small damage numbers continually appearing above it. This assault enraged the flame shadow fox. Its eyes burned with killing intent as it transformed into a streak of red lightning darting between the tree trunks. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the enemy's barrage, Jiang An followed closely behind and finally caught sight of the attackers perched in the canopy. They were a group of human-faced monkeys. These creatures had human-like body proportions, gray fur covering their entire bodies, and exceptionally strong, muscular arms. However, what was most unsettling was their faces eerily identical to human faces, grotesquely placed on the bodies of monsters. Jiang An quickly inspected their attributes. Human-faced monkey, level 7 creature. Strength, 63, Spirit, 18, Agility, 50, Constitution, 90. Passive skill, Frenzied Survival. Combat skills, Stone Throw Black Iron Grade, Howl Black Iron Grade, Frenzied Claw Bronze Grade. The flame shadow fox leapt nimbly between the branches, closing in on one of the human-faced monkeys in an instant. The monkey immediately dropped the half-formed stone in its hand and let out an ear-piercing howl. The sound was like it came from the depths of hell, leaving Jiang An dizzy and nauseated. Even the flame shadow fox was affected, its movements momentarily unsteady, though its killing intent remained undiminished. Its tail ignited with a fiery orange glow and delivered a powerful strike to the human-faced monkey. A crisp snap was followed by the unmistakable sound of bones breaking. The human-faced monkey's health bar dropped to near 0, but it didn't die immediately. Instead, its body was enveloped in a red glow, the hallmark of its frenzied survival passive skill being activated. Jiang An recalled learning about this rare skill in class. When triggered, the user gains 1 second of invincibility, enters a frenzied state with a 30 increase in attack speed, and gains additional lifesteal effects for 3 minutes. Once the frenzy ends, the creature dies instantly. Empowered by the frenzy, the human-faced monkey launched itself at the flame shadow fox with terrifying speed. Its claws grew visibly longer, slashing through the air and leaving streaks of afterimages as it aimed for a vicious strike. Yan Ying and Jiang An shared an unspoken understanding, instantly discerning the abilities of the humanoid-faced monkey. With a light touch on the tree trunk, Yining vanished in a flash, leaving the frenzied creature swiping futilely at empty air. In the next moment, a scorching heat surged from behind the monkey as Yin Ying's fiery tail lashed out with precision, ending its life in an instant. The monkey's lifeless body tumbled from the tree, revealing Yin Ying standing behind it, calm and composed. This scene showcased Yin Ying's formidable strength. Jiang An recalled the teacher's lesson from class. When facing an opponent of the same level that triggers a berserk state upon near death, the best strategy is to immediately retreat. Although the invincibility during berserk mode only lasts for a second, opponents in this state can deal devastating damage and recover health, becoming increasingly dangerous over the next 3 minutes. Only those with overwhelming power can disregard the berserk state and eliminate the enemy directly. Clearly, Yining had reached this level of dominance. The interface flickered, accompanied by a notification sound. Congratulations on defeating a level 7 humanoid-faced monkey, gaining bonus experience 420, and obtaining material, humanoid monkey heart X1. Just then, over a dozen figures emerged from the surrounding trees. Each of the humanoid-faced monkeys held solidified stones, ready to launch a coordinated ambush. Yin Ying's gaze turned icy cold in an instant. There was no way it would allow these enemies to harm Jiang An. With a majestic cry, Yin Ying drew all the monkeys' attention. It leapt into the air, streaking through the sky like a crimson lightning bolt. The fiery patterns on its body grew brighter, flickering like real flames, distorting the very air around it. Golden tier AoE skill, Blazing Storm, activate. In that moment, an inferno erupted from Yining, unleashing a violent storm of flames that engulfed everything nearby. The fire illuminated every corner, yet the flames around Jiangan radiated only warmth, devoid of any heat. Looking up, Jiangan saw Yining suspended in midair, exuding the aura of a deity commanding the element of fire, noble and untouchable. As the flames gradually subsided, all that remained was scorched earth. The once menacing humanoid-faced monkeys had been reduced to nothing but charred remains. The system notifications chimed in rapid succession. Congratulations on defeating a level 7 humanoid-faced monkey, gaining bonus experience 420, and obtaining material, humanoid monkey heart X1. Congratulations on defeating a level 7 humanoid-faced monkey, gaining bonus experience 420, and obtaining material, humanoid monkey heart X1. Jiang An stared intently as his experience bar surged from 43 of level 6 to 86. The generous haul of experience brought a surge of delight to him. With just a few more hunts of the face monkeys, reaching level 7 was within grasp. Yin Ying leapt lightly onto Jiang An's shoulder, letting out a cheerful cry, much like a child seeking praise. Master, aren't I amazing? Amazing, amazing. Jiang An chuckled, retrieving a strip of jerky from his backpack. Seeing the treat, Yin Ying's eyes gleamed with excitement as it breathed a small burst of fire, instantly releasing a tantalizing aroma. It began savoring the snack gracefully while Jiang An took the opportunity to press onward. Before long, a majestic waterfall came into view. From a cliff hundreds of meters high, an immense torrent of water cascaded down with a thunderous roar. The stones beneath the falls were polished smooth by the relentless current, and the air was thick with mist. Behind them stretched a lush, verdant forest. According to the guide, the boss should be somewhere near this waterfall. Why can't I see it? Jiang An murmured to himself. Suddenly, Yining, still munching on its jerky, let out a warning cry and pointed a claw toward the top of the waterfall. Jiang An looked up and saw a massive, shadowy figure standing atop the cliff. In the blink of an eye, the figure leapt down, landing heavily on a boulder, facing Jiang An from a distance. It was an enormous face monkey, at least 2 to 3 times larger than its ordinary counterparts. Its face bore human-like features, but its body was covered in coarse, jet-black fur, with muscles bulging beneath. At this moment, its eyes were fixed hungrily on the jerky still in Yin Ying's mouth. Jiang An quickly activated his appraisal skill. Face Monkey Boss. Level 8. Strength 120. Spirit 10. Agility 100. Constitution 150. Passive skills. Berserk Frenzy triggered at critical health. Heart of Rage randomly enters Berserk state, having spirit but doubling strength during attacks. Combat skills. Stone Throw Bronze tier. Howl Bronze tier. Frenzied Claw Strike Silver tier. This boss stats far surpass those of a regular levels even face monkey, with significantly enhanced combat skills. The Heart of Rage passive was particularly troublesome, as it could unpredictably send the boss into a berserk state, catching many novice teams off guard. Yin Ying, however, continued to enjoy its jerky without a care, as if the boss didn't exist. Seeing the jerky disappearing bite by bite, the boss grew furious, pounding its chest in rage. A stone the size of a human head began to materialize in front of it, denser and faster than ordinary projectiles. Grabbing the stone with both hands, it hurled it at Jiang An with immense force. Yin Ying's eyes flashed sharply. Holding the remaining jerky, it sprang into the air, directly confronting the massive stone, which was nearly the same size as itself. Flames erupted from its tail as it collided with the stone. With a deafening explosion, the stone shattered into countless fragments. Yining gracefully passed through the debris, landing unscathed, its gaze icy and fixed on the boss. Sensing the threat, the boss jumped down from the boulder, landing directly in front of Yining. Its massive arms swung wildly, leaving afterimages in the air. In response, the fiery patterns on Yin Ying's fur flared brightly, distorting the surrounding space. A ferocious storm of flames erupted once again. For the first time, fear flickered across the boss' face. It tried to retreat, but there was nowhere to go. The flames consumed everything, and a barrage of damage numbers floated above its head. Its health bar plummeted, nearly depleting in an instant. Berserk frenzy triggered. A crimson glow enveloped the boss as it let out an earth-shaking howl. However, the roar came to an abrupt halt. The lingering damage from the blazing storm perfectly coincided with the moment the boss's invincibility wore off, completely depleting its final sliver of health. With a deafening crash, the once dominant human-faced monkey boss of the beginner dungeon collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Yining looked somewhat exhausted, yet the excitement in his eyes grew increasingly evident. Chewing the last bite of his dried meat, he patiently awaited the system notification. Soon, golden text flashed before his eyes. Congratulations on defeating the level 8 human-faced monkey boss across levels. Bonus experience reward, 1000. Materials obtained, human-faced monkey boss heart 1. Equipment obtained, spirit jade ring 1. Shortly after, another special notification appeared. Congratulations on clearing the beginner dungeon for the first time. Clear time, 8 hours and 4 minutes, setting a new speed record. Experience reward, 2000. Experience points surged rapidly, radiating golden light. Jiang An's level soared past 7 and continued climbing, finally stopping at 753. His breath quickened with excitement. Not only had he broken the fastest record for clearing the beginner dungeon, but he had also earned substantial experience rewards and obtained rare items. A flash of light revealed a delicate, finely crafted ring and an ancient jade talisman in his hands. He carefully examined the ring's attributes. Spirit jade ring bronze quality. Type, ring. Class restriction, none. Required level, none. Quality, 7. Base attributes. Constitution 10. Agility 10. Special effect. Increases mental recovery speed by 5. Attached skill. Gale technique LV1 iron quality. Active skill. Duration. 10 seconds. Target speed 5. It was a bronze tier ring. Not only did it provide considerable attribute bonuses, but it also came with a special effect and an active skill. Most importantly, the ring had no class restrictions, meaning he, as a summoner, could use it too. Without hesitation, Jiang An equipped the ring, and his attribute panel underwent a noticeable transformation. Character info. Name, Jiang An. Gender, male. Age, 18. Level, 7. Class, summoner. Talent, heart of the gods. Attributes. Strength, 8. Spirit, 53. Agility, 2010. Constitution, 5010. Skills. General skill, appraisal. Class skill, incubation. Attached skill, Gale technique LV1. After stowing the ring in his inventory, Jiang An's gaze fell on the ancient jade talisman. Upon closer inspection, his breathing quickened once more. This was a one-time use cooldown reset talisman. At the very moment Jiang An shattered the record for clearing the novice dungeon, far away on the battlefield of Shanhaiguan, a commanding figure clad in golden armor stared intently at the chaotic rift before him. This man was Wei Qing, his piercing gaze fixed on the abyssal forces threatening to pour through the breach at any moment. Suddenly, Wei Qing let out a quiet hum, drawing the attention of the deputy general at his side. As one of the top record holders of the dungeon himself, Wei Qing's sharp eyes caught the system notification flashing before him, announcing the broken record. Interesting, he murmured. In our day, we had to reach level 7 before we dared attempt this as a team. Yet someone managed to solo clear it on the very first day after the vocational exams? This Jiang An quite the remarkable young talent. General Wei, is something wrong? The deputy general asked, concern etched across his face. Wei Qing's lips curled into a faint smile. Nothing's wrong. In fact, I've just discovered a promising rising star. It seems we must work even harder to buy time for these young ones to rise up. Before his words had fully settled, the rift in the air trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of abyssal creatures. Wei Qing's expression turned cold and resolute as he raised his weapon high, his voice booming across the battlefield. All human warriors, fall into formation. Activate Legion mode. Wipe out every last one of these beasts. Behind him, tens of thousands of human fighters swiftly organized themselves into formations according to their respective professions. Kill. The battlefield erupted into chaos as elemental spells and arrows rained down in a dazzling yet deadly cascade. At the forefront, Wei Qing charged headlong into the horde, his battle cry shaking the heavens as he clashed with the abyssal monsters. Meanwhile, back at the novice dungeon's exit, the swirling vortex continued to ripple. One by one, disheveled students were transported out, their faces painted with frustration and defeat. Many had entered with dreams of becoming valiant warriors, only to be confronted with the harsh reality of combat wounds that bled, pain that felt all too real, and the lethal danger posed even by low-level creatures like packs of firefoxes. This scene played out every year, and the authorities had long since prepared a team of counselors to help these students, some of whom might now consider shifting to less hazardous civilian roles. Principal Zhang Yang stood nearby, pacing anxiously. It's been hours already. Why hasn't Jiang An come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? The emergency recall talisman should have activated by now if that were the case. The vortex pulsed again, and the staff immediately rushed forward, armed with healing potions and spells, ready for any emergency. Zhang Yang's eyes were glued to the swirling light. A flash of blue heralded the emergence of 4 figures. At the forefront was Zhang Bingyang, his face pale, his skin marred by eerie purple streaks, his body trembling uncontrollably as damage numbers floated above his head. Another tank displayed similar symptoms, while the healer and Sun Mei seemed relatively unharmed, though their expressions betrayed frustration over wasting a full day's cooldown. A seasoned staff member quickly assessed the situation. It's the venom of the swamp toads. Quickly, purify them. A healer wielding a staff immediately cast a cleansing spell, and 2 orbs of radiant light enveloped the poisoned students. The sinister purple streaks gradually faded, and Zhang Binjiang's condition visibly improved. Principal Zhang Yang stepped forward, his brows furrowed. What happened? Why do you all look so battered? The group turned, startled to see the principal himself. Sun Mei shot a cold glare at Zhang Bingyang. It's all his fault. We're only level 4, but he insisted on challenging the swamp toads, claiming their alert range was small. Instead, we got swarmed. If Li Xian hadn't shielded us from part of the venom, he would have died outright. We had no choice but to force an interruption and exit the dungeon, wasting an entire day's cooldown. Though their progress reaching level 4 within 8 hours was already exceptional, they had been poised to push further until Zhang Binjiang's rash decision derailed them. The other 2 teammates remained silent, but their displeasure was written all over their faces. Zhang Yang's expression darkened as he listened. He had pinned his hopes for this year's honorary principal award on this team, only to be sorely disappointed by Zhang Binjiang's recklessness. That incredible phenomenon earlier, and this was the result? Zhang Bingyang hung his head low, fumbling for an excuse. I didn't mean for this to happen. It's not entirely my fault. I read in the guide that the alert range of the swamp poison frog is less than 3 meters. Who knew there would just happen to be one lurking in the swamp? Zhang Bingyang's voice trailed off as he noticed the increasingly grim expressions on the faces of those around him. Sensibly, he stopped trying to explain and instead switched to a lighter tone to reassure them. No big deal, it's just an 80 cooldown. With our leveling speed, it'll pass in no time. Sun Mei shot him a fierce glare, her eyes filled with regret. What she wanted most at that moment was to immediately replace this teammate. But reality left her feeling helpless. Most of the people outside were preparing for desk jobs, with skills even weaker than Zhang Bingyang's. She had initially been drawn to his astonishing job transition phenomenon and decided to team up with him, only to find him now a burdensome liability. Zhang Yang gently shook his head and said in a calm voice, "What's done is done. There's no point dwelling on it. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves, just adjust your mindset and tackle the beginner dungeon again once the cooldown ends. Remember, don't lose your rhythm." Sun Mei sighed inwardly. There wasn't much else she could do at this point. Just then, a blue vortex behind the group began to ripple. A figure, accompanied by the outline of a beast-like creature, gradually emerged. As Jiangan, the Firefox summoner, fully materialized, staff members hurried over with concern. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" one of them asked. No, not at all," Jiangan replied, looking puzzled. After a thorough check to confirm that Jiang An wasn't scathed, the staff continued. "So, did you choose to withdraw voluntarily? If you're deciding to give up dungeons and shift toward a desk job, you'll need to sign a waiver here." Principal Zhang Yang and Zhang Bingyang both visibly relaxed upon seeing Jiang An return safely, though for different reasons. The principal was simply relieved that Jiang An was unharmed, while Zhang Bingyang was secretly pleased that someone else had it worse than him. He couldn't resist muttering under his breath, "A Firefox summoner? Huh? Figures he gave up outright. Good thing I didn't go into the dungeon with him, or we'd both be a laughing stock." Jiang An didn't catch the muttered jab, but he was clearly perplexed by the staff's assumption. He shrugged and said with a hint of exasperation, Is it possible that I actually cleared the dungeon and came out? A soft chuckle broke the silence at the entrance of the dungeon. The staff, along with Zhang Bingyang, Sun Mei, and others, couldn't help but laugh, their amusement rippling through the group. A rookie entering a dungeon for the first time, starting at level 1, and claiming they could clear it solo in just 8 hours? It was nothing short of absurd. Even the legendary Wei Qing team only achieved such a feat after multiple hidden classes reached level 7. You, a Firefox summoner, think you can clear it? Stop pretending to be some big shot. Zhang Bingyang sneered without hesitation. Though Sun Mei said nothing, the disdain on her face was just as evident. The only one who didn't join in the mockery was Principal Zhang. He furrowed his brow slightly, knowing Jiang An's character all too well. This was not a student prone to making grandiose claims. What puzzled him even more was the fact that Jiang An had spent the full 8 hours in the dungeon and emerged completely unscathed. Intrigued, Zhang casually cast an identification spell. The moment the results appeared, Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Level 7? In just 8 hours, Jiang An had gone from level 1 to level 7? How was that even possible? Could he have actually cleared the dungeon? At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached from the staff area. Father! Sun Mei called out, her long-held frustration bursting forth the moment she saw the man. Hello, uncle. I'm Zhang Bingyang. We've met before. I'm Sun Mei's teammate this time. Zhang Bingyang greeted enthusiastically, eager to make a good impression. The newcomer was none other than Sun Zhenghao, the head of the beginner dungeon. Though surprised to see his daughter outside the dungeon, his attention was immediately drawn to the lone figure standing with a summoned beast nearby, completely ignoring Zhang Bingyang's attempts to curry favor. Hello, I'm Sun Zhenghao, the head of the beginner dungeon, he said with a smile. Congratulations to Jiang An for clearing the beginner dungeon solo and breaking the record for the fastest completion time. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, plunging the scene into utter silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen, their faces painted with astonishment. Even Principal Zhang, who already knew Jiang An's level, momentarily lost control of his expression. Sun Mei's mouth hung slightly open, her eyes filled with disbelief. That's impossible. Zhang Bingyang shouted, losing his composure. He's just a Firefox summoner. Any random monster in there could crush him. How could he possibly clear the dungeon solo? Sun Zhenghao turned to him with a stern expression. Are you questioning me? Or are you doubting the fairness of the beginner dungeon? Zhang Bingyang immediately deflated. No, I wouldn't dare. It's just, his summon is a Firefox, so how could it be this powerful? Humph, Sun Zhenghao scoffed coldly. Jiang An's completion is an undeniable fact. The abilities of summon creatures are personal information. The completion time has been officially recorded. You can check it yourself if you don't believe me. Young man, don't be so full of yourself. All eyes turned to the electronic leaderboard. When they saw Jiang An's name at the very top, pushing the previous first-place record down to second, every shred of doubt evaporated. A hint of regret flickered in Sun Mei and her teammates. If only they had accepted Jiang An into their team earlier, their names might now be celebrated on the leaderboard as well. Meanwhile, Zhang Bingyang's face turned an ugly shade, as if he'd just swallowed something bitter. Principal Zhang, however, broke into a wide grin, his weathered face lighting up with joy. Jiang An had completely exceeded his expectations. Entering the dungeon at level 1 and clearing it solo in 8 hours, this was a record that might very well be unmatched globally. While beginner dungeons varied slightly from city to city, their difficulty levels were generally comparable. The record held by Wei Qing's team was considered the norm, but Jiang An's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Recalling the anomaly reported by the instructor on Jiang An's class transfer day, and comparing the vast gap between Zhang Bingyang and Jiang An, a bold theory began to take shape in Zhang's mind. Could that shocking phenomenon during the class transfer ceremony have been caused by Jiang An? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Such an unprecedented dungeon record, combined with the earlier anomaly, could very well attract the attention of abyss cultists, those dangerous extremists. Suppressing his concerns, Zhang laughed heartily and said, Ha ha ha, I was worried something might happen to you, but you've given me the best surprise instead. Clearing the dungeon solo in 8 hours. Well done. Take a day to rest, and then give the beginner dungeon another run. Hearing this, Sun Zhenghao glanced thoughtfully at his daughter, though he remained unsure of what had caused her to leave the dungeon early. At this critical juncture, Sun Zhenghao keenly recognized an opportunity. His gaze fell on Jiang An, the young man who could clear dungeons solo, a highly ideal teammate. Not only could he help boost his daughter Sun Mei's leveling speed, but this would also conveniently keep her away from Zhang Bingyang. Jiang An, Sun Zhenghao initiated the conversation with a cautious tone. Testing the waters, I noticed you've been running dungeons alone. It must be a bit dull, don't you think? How about teaming up with my daughter next time? You two exit the beginner dungeon around the same time, and your cooldowns align. Teaming up could benefit both of you. Hearing her father's suggestion, Sun Mei's cheeks instantly turned a rosy shade as she secretly looked forward to the idea. She knew full well that partnering with someone skilled enough to solo dungeons could give her a significant head start, even if it was only once a day. However, recalling how she had previously declined Jiang An's offer to team up, a wave of unease washed over her. Jiang An cast a cold, indifferent glance at Sun Mei and replied in an even tone that bordered on apathy, "Sorry, they'll have to decline. The gap between us is too wide, we're not suited to team up." His words hit Sun Mei like a heavy blow, sending her spirits plummeting. Her face turned pale as she bit her lip so hard that it drew blood, though she seemed oblivious to the pain. Watching his daughter's reaction, Sun Jinghao immediately realized that she must have offended Jiangan in the past. While he didn't scold her, he couldn't help but feel regretful that she had missed such an opportunity. With Jiang An's displayed potential, it was clear that, given time, he would become a powerful figure in his own right. At that moment, Sun Jinghao's interface suddenly flashed with a notification, and his expression grew serious. His gaze toward Jiangan shifted, filled with a mix of complexity and awe. Zhang Yang, noticing his unusual demeanor, quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Sun Jinghao swallowed hard, a look of disbelief flickering in his eyes. "I just received a message from General Wei Qing of Shanhaiguan." His words immediately drew everyone's attention, even piquing Jiang An's curiosity about why such a legendary figure would contact someone overseeing a beginner dungeon. "General Wei Qing instructed me to keep this information confidential and temporarily conceal Jiang An's records until after his college entrance exams, to prevent him from being targeted prematurely by abyssal cultists." Turning to Jiang An, Sun Jinghao's tone carried a hint of envy as he added, "Additionally, General Wei Qing asked me to pass on a message focus on your exams. He looks forward to the day you arrive at Shanhaiguan." Wei Qing, the commanding general of the human forces at Shanhaiguan, is a revered hero in the hearts of all mankind. At this moment, he has personally ordered the concealment of Jiang An's rookie dungeon clearance record and sent his congratulations. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire city of Linen, making Jiang An the center of everyone's attention. Jiang An was surprised by Wei Qing's attention, but he soon remembered what his teacher had once mentioned. When a dungeon record is broken, the previous record holder receives an immediate notification. This realization put him at ease. Zheng Yang silently nodded, admiring Wei Qing's foresight. While he himself was merely concerned about Jiang An being targeted by abyss cultists, Wei Qing had already devised a comprehensive plan. By temporarily concealing the rookie dungeon record, even if Jiang An broke outdoor dungeon records, as long as he avoided drawing too much attention, his newly transitioned status would remain hidden. As for the potential risks after the college entrance exams, those challenges would only serve as sharpening stones for Jiang An's growth. After relaying Wei Qing's instructions, Sun Jinghao sternly scanned the room and declared, "Jiang An's clearance record will be temporarily concealed. Everyone here must strictly adhere to the confidentiality policy. Any leaks will be treated as treason against humanity, punishable by death. Do you understand?" "Understood." Everyone, including Zhang Bingyang, responded in unison. Their gazes toward Jiang An had completely changed. After all, this was a prodigy recognized by Wei Qing himself even before the college entrance exams. His future was boundless. Sun Jinghao glanced at his daughter, Sun Mei, who looked deeply regretful, and shook his head helplessly. As her father, he knew her personality all too well. He could only hope she would learn something from this lesson. Principal Zhang Yang spoke up at the right moment. "All right, that's enough. Everyone, disperse. Go get some rest and prepare for tomorrow." As Sun Mei and the others prepared to leave with mixed feelings, Jiang An suddenly called out, "Wait." Sun Mei immediately turned back, her face full of hope, thinking Jiang An had changed his mind. Even Sun Jinghao looked expectant. "Where's Qian Duoduo?" Jiang An asked with a frown. "Wasn't he with you? Did you kick him out just because I refused to join your team?" Realizing it wasn't an invitation to team up, Sun Mei explained with disappointment. "After you didn't join us, Qian Duoduo got upset and left the team. I thought he went to find you." Jiang An suddenly understood. That did sound like something loyal and hot-headed Qian Duoduo would do. Unfortunately, Jiang An had entered the dungeon too quickly at the time and missed him. The four turned to leave, but three of them kept a noticeable distance from Zhang Bingyang, their faces filled with disdain. Zhang Bingyang felt bitterness in his heart, his eyes flashing with unwillingness. "I was the one who triggered the celestial phenomenon. It was just one mistake. It's all Jiang An's fault for stealing my spotlight." Once everyone had left, Jiang An approached Principal Zheng Yang. "I'd like permission to head to the Bamboo Forest Mountains to level up. I need you to issue me a pass." "The Bamboo Forest Mountains?" Zheng Yang asked in surprise. "That's a wild leveling zone with a wide variety of monsters and unpredictable levels. It's far more dangerous than the rookie dungeon. You're only level 7. Why not wait until tomorrow when the cooldown ends and run the rookie dungeon again?" Sun Jinghao also advised, "The Bamboo Forest Mountains see injuries and fatalities every year. Without proper protection, it's very dangerous, and the threats don't just come from the monsters. Running the rookie dungeon again after the cooldown would be a safer choice. Jiang An shook his head. The rookie dungeon has monsters capped at level 8. I won't get much in terms of over-level kill bonuses anymore. Even if I clear it again, I'd only reach level 8, and that's too slow. The two elders fell silent. Luckily, Sun Mei and the others had already left. Otherwise, hearing Jiang An complain about the rookie dungeon's experience being too little would have left them utterly humiliated. Are you sure? Zheng Yang asked, glancing at Jiang An and the obedient flame shadow resting on his shoulder. Yes, I'm sure. Jiang An's mind was already made up. He had a plan, mainly to maximize the value of his cooldown amulet. Using it on the rookie dungeon would be a waste. He was nearing level 8, and after spending some time grinding in the bamboo forest mountains, he could level up and then head to the nearby dungeon hub. There, multiple dungeons would be available to meet his future leveling needs. Normally, beginners need to reach level 8 and obtain a pass signed by their class teacher before they can leave the city and venture into the wild. However, with the principal present, this issue can be resolved directly. Since you're so determined, Zheng Yang hesitated for a moment, but eventually signed the pass for Jiang An. Sun Jinghao pulled a business card out of his pocket and handed it to Jiang An. Here's my contact information. If you encounter any emergencies, feel free to reach out to me anytime. I'll coordinate with the authorities immediately to organize a rescue. After saving the contact information in his phone, Jiang An suddenly remembered something. There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you, Uncle Sunday. Oh. Sun Jinghao chuckled warmly. Go ahead. As long as it's something I can help with, I won't refuse. With a flash of light in Jiang An's hand, a shield with a monkey face appeared out of thin air. This shield dropped during one of my dungeon runs. Since Qian Duo switched teams because of me, his leveling speed will definitely be affected. I'd like to ask you to help me pass this on to him. Sun Jinghao glanced at the shield's attributes, and his eyes lit up. It was indeed a high-quality piece of gear. He looked at Jiang An with a gaze full of admiration. All right, I'll wait right here for Qian Duo to come out and hand it to him personally. Thank you for the trouble. Jiang An expressed his gratitude sincerely before leaving with Yin Ying. Watching Jiang An's departing figure, Sun Jinghao sighed with appreciation. That kid is truly remarkable, and not just because of his strength. He weighed the shield in his hand. To give away such a high-quality item to a friend, it speaks volumes about his character. It's just a pity about my daughter, Meyer. If she hadn't offended him, who knows, there might have been a chance for something more. This is someone even Lord Wei Qing pays special attention to. If he could have become my son-in-law, keep dreaming. Zheng Yang rolled his eyes at him. You want him as your son-in-law? Wishful thinking. But I do have to congratulate you. With Jiang An backing you up, the honorary principal position this year might actually go your way. Zheng Yang felt secretly delighted, but maintained a modest demeanor befitting an educator. Ahem, it's not a sure thing, not a sure thing. After all, the strength of first high school is nothing to scoff at. Look at you, fishing for compliments. Sun Jinghao laughed as he waved his hand. On the electronic screen, Jiang An's name slowly disappeared, with the record temporarily concealed until the day of the college entrance exams. Night fell, and another 2 hours slipped by. At the entrance to the dungeon, the swirling blue vortex pulsed rhythmically. Many players, worn out from a day of intense battles, chose to step away for some rest and recovery. Emerging from the vortex was a lone figure, Qian Duo, clutching a battered shield etched with claw marks from countless monsters. His health bar teetered at half. Staff members quickly approached to restore his condition. His temporary teammates gathered around, thanking him profusely for shielding them from numerous deadly blows throughout the day. Same time tomorrow. Qian Duo grinned. And don't forget to bring that Firefox summoner friend you mentioned. One more player won't be a problem. He felt a surge of pride knowing their team had reached level 3 on the first day. More importantly, he was thrilled to finally help Jiang An find a reliable group. Just as he was about to contact Jiang An, murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd around him. Isn't that Sun Jinghao, the dungeon overseer? What's he doing here so late? Could he be some big shots kid? Qian Duo quickly pocketed his phone and glanced over. Sure enough, Sun Jinghao was approaching, a shield in hand. What truly caught him off guard was that Sun Jinghao was heading straight for him. With no one else around, Qian Duo's imagination ran wild. Before he could stop himself, he blurted out, "Father." Sun Jinghao froze for a moment, then stifled a laugh and cleared his throat. Ahem. You're Qian Duo, right? This is for you. Jiang An asked me to deliver it. Qian Duo accepted the shield and cast an identification spell. What he discovered left him utterly stunned. It was gear that could only drop from a level 5 camouflage treant. Jiang An had soloed a level 5 treant? Just how powerful was he now? Where is Jiang An? Qian Duo asked, still reeling. He's already gone home to rest. If you want to catch up to him, you'll need to work harder. Sun Jinghao gave him a pat on the shoulder before walking away. As soon as he left, Qian Duo's classmates swarmed around, teasing him. Looks like Chin Fatty's got connections. Does this make you and Sun Mei siblings now? Laughing off their remarks, Qian Duo slipped away to a quiet corner and sent Jiang An a string of voice messages. You're amazing. Thanks for the shield, Godfather. I swear, I'll repay this favor even if it means risking my life. Meanwhile, at the Twin Hearts Orphanage, Jiang An was finishing dinner with the director and his younger siblings. Afterward, he returned to his room and opened the trading platform to tally up the day's spoils. 31 vials of Firefox blood, 200 each, total, 6,200. 10 poison frog sacks, 300 each, total, 3,000. 3 lightning rabbit pelts, 230 each, total, 690. 11 giant python gallbladders, 400 each, total, 4,400. 8 human-faced monkey hearts, 100 each, total, 800. 1 human-faced monkey boss heart, 3,000. The total earnings came to 18,090. Jiang An was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number. But when he thought about it, running a dungeon solo naturally meant keeping all the profits. If he had been in a team, he would have had to share the loot. Jiang An gently stroked Yin Ying's soft fur, a trace of smugness flickering in his heart. In the game instance, ordinary players often needed to consume a large number of healing potions, and even the most basic health potions came at a hefty price. But he was different. With Yin Ying, his moving health pack, all damage was transferred to it, saving him from using a single potion. He retrieved the giant python fong and opened the trading platform. The trading system was now incredibly advanced. Simply entering the item's attributes would prompt professional appraisers to evaluate it, ensuring a fair and transparent price. As soon as he submitted the item's details, a string of numbers danced across the screen, climbing from the ones place to the tens of thousands, finally settling at 40,000. Jiang An's eyes widened in astonishment. The trading platform provided a detailed explanation for the high price. The weapon itself was valued at around 20,000, but due to the recent wave of high school seniors transitioning to their chosen professions, weapons with additional attributes had become particularly sought after, driving up the price. Jiang An couldn't help but marvel at how many wealthy players existed in the game. On a whim, he decided to input the attributes of the spirit jade ring he held. Moments later, the number displayed on the screen left him stunned once again. 60,000. For a fleeting moment, he considered selling it immediately, but he quickly dismissed the idea. It would be wiser to wait until he leveled up and acquired better equipment before putting it on the market. Next, Jiang An began browsing the skill scroll section of the website. Unlike Yin Ying, a summoned creature capable of learning skills on its own, humans needed skill scrolls to acquire new abilities. Under the summoner category, the system presented 2 options: general skill scrolls and designated skill scrolls. General skill scrolls were dropped in instances and would grant a random skill for the user's current class, though there was a chance of learning a duplicate skill. Designated skill scrolls, on the other hand, were crafted by specialists and allowed the user to learn a specific skill. The price gap between the two was staggering. Even the lowest tier Black Iron designated skill scroll cost 200,000, while higher tier scrolls were priced astronomically, leaving Jiang An utterly overwhelmed. Counting his previous savings, Jiang An's total assets now amounted to just over 70,000, barely enough to buy a single general skill scroll. The excitement he had felt moments ago from his newfound wealth was now replaced by a deep sense of financial inadequacy. No wonder people said combat professions were a money pit. After some deliberation, Jiang An decided to make the purchase. After all, turning money into combat power was the most worthwhile investment. Besides, he was heading to the Bamboo Forest mountain range tomorrow, and having an extra skill would provide better security. More importantly, it was his first time using a skill scroll, so there was no risk of learning a duplicate. Soon, a staff member from the trading platform arrived to collect his materials and dagger, handing him a general skill scroll in exchange. Jiang An carefully unfolded the scroll, closed his eyes, and silently prayed. One shot, one miracle. Please don't let me down. The fiery shadow beside him curiously examined the skill scroll, its tiny paw gently brushing against the surface. In an instant, flames erupted from the scroll, consuming it entirely in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace, not even ashes. Although Jiang An's eyes were shut, he could distinctly sense a faint, dark glow blooming before Hema signature of Black Iron level skills. Just as a hint of disappointment crept into his mind, his heart suddenly thumped violently. The dark glow began to fade, replaced by a radiant white light. Diamond level. Jiang An's eyes snapped open, astonished to see the unmistakable brilliance that only belonged to a diamond level skill. He quickly realized that this transformation was linked to his innate talent, Heart of the Divine, which triggered the change following the surge in his heartbeat. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang An immediately opened his panel to check the skill tab. Sure enough, a new skill notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on learning a new skill. Shadow Technique Twinborn. Level: LV1 Diamond. Effect: consumes a significant amount of mental energy to copy and cast one of your summoned creature skills, delivering 60 of the original skill's effectiveness. This newfound skill filled Jiangan with exhilaration. As a summoner, direct damage-dealing abilities were incredibly rare. Most skills simply enhanced the performance of summoned creatures. However, Shadow Technique Twinborn allowed him to directly utilize powerful abilities like Flame Shadow's Blazing Storm or Flaming Tail, significantly boosting his combat capabilities. Eager to test it out, Jiang An silently chanted an incantation in his mind. A translucent figure identical to Flame Shadow materialized behind him, mirroring its every movement and expression. Flames flickered at the end of the phantom's tail before it unleashed a replicated flaming tail skill. Smack! The phantom's tail struck the desk with force, and flames instantly spread, reducing the desk to ashes in mere moments. Jiang An, what are you doing? The dean's furious roar echoed from downstairs. Jiang An hurriedly extinguished the fire, dove under his blanket, and pretended as though nothing had happened. Hugging Flame Shadow tightly, he drifted off to sleep, filled with anticipation for his upcoming journey to the bamboo forest mountains. The next morning, Jiang An wasted no time making his way to the outskirts of the city. To his surprise, the area was far busier than he'd anticipated. Adventurers bustled about, fully equipped and bearing traces of fresh monster blood, a stark contrast to the student life he was accustomed to. Both sides of the street were lined with shops selling potions and gear. Among them was even a massage parlor boasting a sign that read, "Sister Massage Actual Sisters. Max Level Technique. Promote circulation and recovery. Essential for adventurers." Ignoring the distractions, Jiang An headed straight for the Adventurers Guild. Inside the bustling hall, voices rang out as adventurers called for teammates. Looking for one more to hunt demon wolves in the bamboo forest mountains. Need a third. Need a DPS. The Blaze Mercenary Group is recruiting newcomers above level 10. Gathering herbs need a support role. The guild staff worked efficiently, and it wasn't long before Jiang An's turn came. The receptionist momentarily paused at the sight of his youthful face and the adorable Flame Shadow perched on his shoulder, but quickly regained their professional demeanor and processed his registration. Jiang An received his membership card and badge, which clearly displayed, Jiang An, Level 1 Adventurers Guild member, current points, 0. Your registration is complete. Regarding the tasks you inquired about, here are 2 options that match your qualifications. Please take a look, the staff member said. Jiang An stood in front of the Adventurers Guild mission board, carefully scanning the details of the posted tasks. Among the notices, 2 basic missions immediately caught his attention. The first was a notice for the Hunting Demon Wolves task. Demon wolves have overrun the bamboo forest mountains, severely disrupting the local ecosystem. A reward of 100 yuan and 1 point will be given for every demon wolf killed, with the demon wolf's tooth as proof of the kill. Right next to it was the collecting slime goo task. Alchemists require large quantities of slime goo for potion crafting. For every 3 portions of goo handed in, you will receive 100 yuan and 1 point. This payment is way too low, Jiang An muttered, frowning as he calculated. The slime goo task, in particular, seemed unprofitable. 3 portions for just 100 yuan? It didn't add up. Just as he was about to turn away, a special mission displayed in gray caught his eye, Hunt the Demon Wolf King. The task description read, to eradicate the demon wolf infestation, a bounty is offered for slaying the demon wolf king, the source of the problem. Completing this task will earn a reward of 50,000 yuan and 500 points, with the demon wolf king's tooth as proof. Am I not allowed to take this task? Jiang An asked at the counter. The staff member patiently explained. This is a level 2 member exclusive task due to its high difficulty. As a newly registered level 1 member, you're currently unable to accept it. This restriction is in place to prevent adventurers from taking on overly dangerous missions and risking unnecessary harm. Once you accumulate 100 points, you'll automatically be promoted to level 2 and can then take on this task. Jiang An nodded in understanding, already forming a plan in his mind. Alright, they'll take the regular demon wolf hunting task first. If I happen to encounter the demon wolf king, I can take it down and claim the task once I've been promoted. The staff member swiftly processed his request, finalizing the mission registration. Looking at the young adventurer in front of her, she offered a kind reminder. If this is your first time heading to the bamboo forest mountains, I'd recommend finding some teammates. The environment out there is complex, and even with a guide, there can be unexpected challenges. This is a recurring task, so it shouldn't be hard to find someone to team up with. Before she finished speaking, a hearty laugh rang out from the counter next door. Oh, someone else is heading out to hunt demon wolves? Why don't you join us? Following the sound, Jiang An saw a man at the neighboring counter with a full beard covering his face. Slung across his back were 2 sharp axes, and his leather armor was riddled with claw marks left by monsters. When their eyes met, the man froze for a moment, clearly surprised by Jiang An's youthful face. Nevertheless, he extended his hand warmly. My name's Tangong. I'm about to head out with some friends to hunt demon wolves. What should I call you, young man? Jiang An. After they completed their tasks, the two walked out together. Tangong glanced at Jiang An and asked, "You look pretty young. Is this your first time going to the bamboo forest mountains?" "Yeah, I've never been there before, just read some guides," Jiang An replied. "Ah, I see. No worries," Tangong said with a smile. "I spend a lot of time in the bamboo forest mountains. If you team up with us, we can look out for each other. By the way, what's your class? Our team setup is pretty well-rounded, so as long as it's not something really niche, we should be able to make it work." Before Jiang could respond, a clear, energetic female voice rang out in the hall. "Captain, over here." A woman with dark skin was waving at the door, standing next to two young people who looked to be in their early 20s. Tangong led Jiang over to them. The dark-skinned woman looked Jiang up and down, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, Captain, bringing in another rookie, huh? Not bad looking this time finally. Someone who doesn't look like a total mess." Her eyes suddenly caught sight of Yanning, the fiery fox at Jiang An's side, and they lit up. "Wow, what an adorable firefox. Let me hug it." Without waiting for permission, she scooped up Yin and buried her face into its fur. Tangong shook his head helplessly and introduced the group to Jianga. "They're also here for the demon wolf hunt. This is Zhua Cha, a level 13 archer, Tang Mianmian, a level 11 healer, and Yin Tianhao, a level 12 major main damage dealer. I'm a level 13 warrior. We're not a big team, but we're pretty skilled when it comes to the bamboo forest mountains." Tang Mianmian was a quiet and cute girl. When Jiangan looked her way, she immediately lowered her head but couldn't resist sneaking glances at Yanning, her eyes filled with admiration. Yin Tianhao, on the other hand, exuded a cold demeanor, offering only a slight nod in acknowledgement. "And this is Jiangan. His class is..." Tangong turned to Jiangan expectantly. "Summoner, level 7, Jiangan said calmly. "Level 7? Zhua Cha's eyes widened. "Are you sure you want to go to the bamboo forest mountains? The monsters there are at least level 8. Wait, is this Firefox your summon beast?" Jiangan nodded. Zhua Cha continued to pet Yin Ying's head, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes. Tang Mianmian gasped in surprise, her mouth forming a small O, making her look even more innocent. "Oh my gosh, are you in the same class as me? A Firefox summoner at level 7 you, even worse off than I am. And I thought being sick for half a year had slowed me down enough." She quickly added, "But don't worry, leveling up is fast early on, and Captain Tangong is super nice to all of us." Tangong scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't realize you were only level 7. You can still join the team, but we distribute loot based on contribution. Since your level is low, your share might be smaller at first, but it'll improve as you level up. Does that sound okay to you?" "No problem," Jiangan replied. After all, having experienced teammates would save him a lot of trouble on his first trip to the bamboo forest mountains. Yin Tianhao glanced at Tang Mianmian, then at Jiang An, a sense of unease rising within him. He said coldly, "Don't expect to contribute much with that level. Just don't drag us down. I don't want to be distracted while dealing with monsters." "Come on," Tangong scolded with a laugh. "You were a rookie once too. When you first joined my team, you were only level 8 and hadn't even cleared the beginner dungeon. Now you're level 12 and acting all high and mighty." Yin Tianhao snorted and strode ahead, leading the group. Zhua Cha leaned over to Jiangan and whispered, "Don't mind him. He's just got a sharp tongue, but he's not a bad guy." Meanwhile, Tang Mianmian finally gave in to her desire and gently patted Yanning, her face lighting up with joy. "How do you even take care of this Firefox? It's so cute. I've never seen one this beautiful. Look at its fur, so soft and shiny." As Yin Ying's level increased, its fur became more exquisite, paired with its innate skill, Chu Lian, making it an irresistible allure for women. At this moment, Yin Ying was being tightly cuddled by Tang Mianmian and Zhua Cha, both gazing at Jiangan with wide, innocent eyes. Seeing how much Tang Mianmian adored Yin Ying, Yin Tianhao's expression grew increasingly dark. Before long, the group arrived at the guard station on the edge of the city. The guards were clearly familiar with Tangong and his party, greeting them warmly and allowing them to pass without hesitation. However, Jiangan was stopped. "The area ahead is the bamboo forest mountain range. First-time entrants must present a travel permit," the guard said matter-of-factly. Jiangan produced the travel permit issued by the principal. After a thorough inspection, the guard's expression turned somewhat peculiar. It was clearly stated on the permit that Jiangan was a freshman this year, already at level 7, with a special issuance. Has the freshman class transition been moved up this year? How is there already a freshman heading into the bamboo forest mountain range so soon? The guard muttered under his breath. "Is there a problem?" Tangong, unable to catch what the guard said, asked impatiently. "No, no problem at all. Proceed." The guard waved them through, and the heavy gates opened for Jiang An. "Be careful out there. If you encounter any trouble, release a signal flare, and someone will come to assist you." The guard handed Jiang An a box of signal flares, which he accepted with a nod. As they left the guard station, the view before them dramatically expanded. No traces of human structures remained, only the endless stretch of towering mountains. Compared to the beginner-level areas Jiang An had experienced before, this place was a world apart. The air was faintly tinged with the smell of blood. Tan Gong wrinkled his nose and sniffed the air, his tone turning harsh. Those shadow wolves are getting bolder by the day. They've even started encroaching near the guard station. Stay alert. I have a bad feeling about the number of wolves in the area. Got it. Jiang An replied as he followed the group deeper into the mountain range. Yin Ying leaped out of Zhuo Cha's arms, scanning the surroundings cautiously and occasionally twitching its nose. It, too, seemed to pick up on the scent of blood. It wasn't long before they found the source of the metallic stench: a disemboweled Firefox carcass. Its once vivid red fur had dulled, its lifeless eyes staring blankly ahead. Its internal organs had been completely devoured, leaving behind only a hollow shell. The dried blood on the ground indicated it had been dead for some time. Just as Jiang An moved closer to inspect the body, Tan Gong reached out to stop him. Be careful. There's something off about this corpse. Yen Tianhao swung his staff with a flourish, and an orange-red fireball shot forth, roaring through the air before landing squarely on the Firefox's corpse. With a muffled boom, flames erupted and spread rapidly. The intense heat caused the body to crackle and pop, and suddenly, a swarm of fist-sized corpse mosquitoes emerged from the charred remains. Despite their small size, these creatures had horrifyingly sharp proboscises that could send shivers down anyone's spine. Corpse mosquito attributes. Level 1. Strength 1. Spirit 1. Agility 1. Constitution 10. Skill Silverdeer corpse venom. Without hesitation, Yen Tianhao hurled another fireball straight into the swarm. The level 1 pests were instantly reduced to ashes. Smirking with satisfaction, he shot Jiang An a sidelong glance, clearly reveling in his display of power. He then strode confidently toward Tang Mianmian, his demeanor practically screaming, "Look how strong I am." Tan Gong, noticing the exchange, leaned closer to Jiang An and explained, "These corpse mosquitoes are a peculiar breed native to the Bamboo Ridge Mountains. They thrive by parasitizing corpses. Although they're low-level creatures and don't drop loot when killed, their silverdeer venom is incredibly dangerous. Every year, plenty of people lose their lives to it." Jiang An nodded silently, appreciating the value of having an experienced leader on an expedition. It certainly made the journey much smoother. Over here, Zhuo Cha's sharp eyes caught sight of a cluster of plum-shaped footprints in a pool of blood. These are demon wolf tracks. They went this way. Follow them. We might be able to hunt a few more. Tan Gong ordered, picking up the pace as the group pressed forward. As they walked, Jiang An couldn't help but notice something odd about their surroundings. For a place called the Bamboo Ridge Mountains, there sure isn't any bamboo, he remarked, puzzled. Zhuo Cha chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Ah, that's a question every newcomer asks. There's actually no bamboo here at all. The name comes from an old legend. Supposedly, a hidden bamboo forest was discovered in this region long ago. By the way, you're familiar with the concept of hidden realms, right? Jiang An nodded. Hidden realms were different from dungeons. In this world, they represented rare opportunities. Some realms contained no monsters, only treasures, like skill scrolls or profession-changing tomes. It was said that humanity's rapid rise against the abyss was largely thanks to the abundance of hidden realms that appeared when the game-like rules first descended. However, these realms often came with great risks, and their entrances were random and frequently restricted. If there's a chance of finding a hidden realm here, why aren't there more adventurers around? Jiang An asked, still curious. Tan Gong replied, when word first got out, this place was swarming with people searching for the hidden realm. But after years of fruitless effort, the hype died down, and the name just stuck. Jiang An nodded in understanding, though the thought of the mysterious bamboo forest hidden realm ignited a spark of curiosity within him. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a warning from Yin Ying, his Firefox companion. Its ears perked up, its tail stiffened, and its previously relaxed demeanor was replaced by a heightened state of alertness. Master, something's wrong. There are monsters nearby. Yin Ying warned telepathically. Stay sharp. There might be an ambush. Jiang An immediately alerted the group. An ambush? Monsters don't have that kind of intelligence, Yin Tianhao scoffed, rolling his eyes. Newbies should observe more and talk less. If there were an ambush, Zhuo Cha would have noticed it by now. Zhuo Cha halted, activating the archer's signature perception skill. Her eyes glowed faintly with white light as the surrounding trees became semi-transparent, revealing only the outlines of living creatures. After a thorough scan, she shook her head at Tan Gong. Nothing unusual nearby, at least for now. See? Told you so, Yin Tianhao said smugly. Enough. Focus. It's better to be cautious, Tan Gong interjected firmly. Judging by those claw marks earlier, there's likely more than one demon wolf. Let's keep moving. Though unconvinced, Jiang An chose to stay silent, opting instead to heighten his vigilance. Yin Tianhao continued to march at the front, using fireball spells to incinerate any corpse mosquitoes or monster remains they came across. After each cast, Tang Mianmian would diligently replenish his mental energy with a healing spell. As they delved deeper into the forest, even Tan Gong began to sense something was amiss. Hold up, he suddenly commanded, motioning for the group to stop. How far have we gone? Roughly 5 or 6 kilometers, Zhuocha estimated, her expression darkening as realization dawned. You've noticed it too, haven't you? Tangong said grimly. We've come this far and haven't encountered a single living monster. Not even the usual slimes, just corpses. Zhuocha's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, are you suggesting these demon wolves deliberately left the bodies here? That this is some kind of trap? Ridiculous. Yin Tianhao immediately protested. Demon wolves are just monsters. They don't have the intelligence to set traps. Normally, you'd be right, Tangong admitted, his tone uncertain. But something feels off. Zhuocha, check the surroundings again. Zhuocha activated her perception skill once more. This time, the fiery patterns on Yin Ying's fur glowed brighter, signaling heightened tension. As Zhuocha scanned the area, everything except for her companions and a few insects underground became transparent. She was just about to deactivate the skill when a swift silhouette darted into view. Moments later, more figures emerged, dozens of them, faintly visible in the distance. Her breath quickened, and her face turned pale. We're in trouble. There are demon wolves, lots of them. At least 100. Defensive positions now? Tangong's face darkened as he barked the command. His voice cut through the tension like a blade. Quickly, he directed the group into formation. Tang Mianmian and Jiangan held the center, while the others guarded the flanks. I've already fired the signal flare. Reinforcements will arrive in no more than 10 minutes. These demon wolves aren't high-level enemies. As long as we maintain the formation, we can hold them off. Under Tangong's guidance, Zhuocha and the others swiftly assumed their pre-practice positions. They positioned themselves against a massive boulder nearby, reducing the angles of attack and easing the strain on their defense. Yet, the grim expressions on their faces betrayed their unease. The level of the demon wolves might have been lower than Tangong's, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Zhuocha estimated at least 100. If it were merely a dozen or so, their teamwork might have sufficed. But against such a horde, their sole hope was for the rescue team to arrive in time. Moments later, the demon wolves emerged from the shadows of the trees. They were roughly the size of regular wolves, but their glowing, blood-red eyes emanated an eerie, unnatural light. Leading the pack was a particularly massive wolf, its hulking form dwarfing the others. It growled low, a menacing rumble that sent chills down their spines. Corrosive saliva dripped from its razor-sharp fangs, sizzling as it hit the ground. Jiangan wasted no time, casting an appraisal skill on the lead wolf. Mutated Demon Wolf, Elite Level. Attributes: Strength 110, Spirit 120, Agility 88, Stamina 100, Combat Skill 90. Abilities: Bloodthirsty Frenzy Bronze, Wolf Howl Bronze, Rending Claw Strike Silver, Corrosion Bronze, Pack Frenzy Silver. This elite wolf far outclassed the ordinary ones in both power and intelligence. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a cunning that seemed disturbingly human. Suddenly, it let out a chilling howl, and the entire pack responded in unison, their cries reverberating through the forest. The wolf's howl ability activated instantly. Jiang An's vision blurred as the wolf's form seemed to grow larger, more monstrous, its fangs and claws impossibly menacing. A paralyzing fear gripped him, as though he were seconds away from being torn apart. Tang Mianmian, though pale as a sheet, reacted without hesitation. She raised her staff high, and waves of white light radiated outward, enveloping her teammates and dispelling the fear that had taken hold of them. However, she quickly noticed that her supportive magic had no effect on Yining, their summoned beast. Then she remembered her abilities only worked on allies, not summons. Thankfully, Yining was unaffected by the howl and remained steadfast, ready to strike. Realizing the howl had failed to break their resolve, the demon wolves launched their assault. Tan Gong gripped a battle axe in each hand, his movements precise and lethal. Leveraging his higher level, every swing of his axes cleaved through the wolves with devastating force. One wolf barely had time to leap at him before 2 heavy strikes ended its life. Yet, as its body hit the ground, 3 more wolves surged forward. From the rear, Zhuocha loosed a flurry of arrows, 5 at a time, each aimed to slow the advancing pack. Despite their efforts, the wolves continued to close the gap. The most precarious position, however, belonged to Yin Tianhao. Though a powerful mage known for his destructive spells, his level advantage was minimal at best. Fireballs erupted from his hands, barely keeping the wolves at bay. But the unrelenting tide of enemies was wearing him down. His defenses were beginning to falter. "I can't hold them off much longer, Captain," he shouted. His voice strained and desperate. Tiangong's eyes locked onto the elite wolf. Unlike the mindless pack, this mutated demon wolf was undoubtedly the mastermind, orchestrating the attack with calculated precision. If they could take it down, the rest of the pack would likely descend into chaos. But the wolf was no fool. It lingered at the rear, observing the battle and staying out of reach. Reaching it meant cutting through wave after wave of enemies. Tiangong knew that if he abandoned his position, their fragile defensive line would collapse in an instant. "Captain, I'm running on fumes here." Yin Tianhao's pale face glistened with sweat as his casting speed slowed. "I burned through too much mana clearing corpses earlier, haven't recovered yet. Damn it. We can't hold out any longer." Tiangong roared, his resolve hardening. "Zhuocha, cover me. Don't let anything through." Without waiting for a reply, he gripped his axes tightly and charged forward. "Whirlwind slash," he bellowed. His body spun like a cyclone, the blades of his axes carving arcs of light through the air as he barreled toward the elite demon wolf. A piercing wail erupted from the pack of demon wolves as those struck by Tiangong's skill saw their health bars plummet rapidly. The massive, mutated demon wolf immediately dropped its disdainful expression, fixing a wary gaze on Tiangong while emitting a low, threatening growl. The surrounding wolves, alerted by the sound, surged forward in waves, lunging at Tiangong with relentless ferocity as blood and chunks of flesh splattered through the air. As the duration of his skill ended, Tiangong looked up, and his heart sank. There was still a 5-meter gap between him and the mutated demon wolf, but what was worse, the space between them was filled with countless pairs of glowing red eyes. His most powerful skill, Whirlwind Slash, was not only exhausted but had drained him significantly, leaving him unable to use it again anytime soon. Against such a horde of demon wolves, ordinary attacks were utterly futile. The caution in the mutated demon wolf's eyes faded, replaced by its previous look of contempt. It crouched down leisurely, exuding a sense of dominance. The surrounding wolves, drooling with anticipation, crept closer, step by step. A wave of despair crashed over Tiangong's heart. Is this how it ends? I just wanted to guide the newcomers, but instead, I've led them into this death trap. If only I'd listened to him and left earlier. At that moment, a startled cry came from behind him. Tiangong's heart tightened as he quickly turned, fearing the worst that Jiang An and the others had been torn apart by the wolves. But what he saw made his eyes widen in disbelief. The ground was littered with the corpses of demon wolves, many of them bearing scorch marks as if burned by intense flames. Blood dyed the ground a vivid crimson. Two figures emerged slowly from the blood-soaked scene. Yin Ying's graceful silhouette radiated an aura of overwhelming and terrifying strength, causing even the previously fearless demon wolves to show signs of hesitation and fear. Jiang An followed closely behind her, his expression eerily calm despite being surrounded by dozens of menacing demon wolves, as if these lethal threats were of no consequence to him. "Get back. These wolves are too much for you," Tiangong shouted urgently, mistaking Jiang An's approach for an attempt to follow the safe path he had cleared. The mutated demon wolf rose to its feet once more, its gaze locked firmly on Yin Ying. The fur along its back stood on end, as it sensed the deadly threat emanating from her. It let out a series of deep, guttural growls, prompting more than 10 demon wolves to abandon their pursuit of Tiangong and instead charge toward Yin Ying. Tiangong was consumed with anxiety but powerless to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. His mind involuntarily conjured a horrific image of Yin Ying's small frame being torn apart by the ravenous wolves. What he failed to notice, however, was the mysterious, intricate patterns beginning to emerge on Yin Ying's crimson fur. These markings writhed like living flames, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. Inferno storm unleashed. Flames erupted from Yin Ying with an explosive intensity, as countless tongues of fire surged in from all directions, converging into a breathtaking inferno. The fiery storm roared, its sheer ferocity unmatched, sending waves of panic through the pack of demon wolves. They thrashed and scrambled, desperate to escape, but only a handful near the storm's edge managed to flee. The rest were consumed, reduced to charred remains. System notifications about kills flashed incessantly, but no one paid them any mind. Everyone stood frozen, faces flushed by the searing heat, their hearts pounding with the relief of narrowly escaping death. This is a Firefox? A 7th-level Firefox summoner can do this? Tiangong stared intently at the center of the fiery maelstrom, where Yin Ying and Jiang An stood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At last, he understood why Jiang An had been able to warn them before anyone else. This was someone of extraordinary power. By the boulder, the mage Yin Tianhao had been struggling to launch fireballs to fend off the wolves. But the moment he sensed the strange aura emanating from Yin Ying, he turned to look. Upon seeing the intricate fire patterns, he murmured to himself, "Is this a fire spell?" and it's far stronger than mine. Isn't it just a Firefox? When the full force of the blazing storm came into view, he was completely stunned. A gold tier skill? That's something I'd need to reach level 20 and spend tens of thousands to learn. His face was awash with a mix of awe, anticipation, and shame. His earlier disdain for Jiang An now transformed into deep regret. The surrounding demon wolves, terrified by the overwhelming display of power, hesitated, their gazes turning toward the elite mutated wolf. The elite wolf's hackles rose as it released a translucent red aura that enveloped the pack. Instantly, the fear in the wolves' eyes was replaced by ferocity, and their movements became unnaturally fast. Damn it, that's a Silver-Ear group frenzy skill. Zhuocha immediately recognized the ability, which temporarily boosts combat power. Mian, can you dispel it? Tang Miamian's face turned pale as she released a white ring of energy. Her voice trembled with frustration. No, my skill's only bronze tier. I can't counter it. The wolves launched another assault, their attacks coming faster and more relentless than before. Zhuocha felt a chill of dread. Even though Jiangan had demonstrated incredible strength, a skill as powerful as the blazing storm couldn't be used repeatedly, not even by high-level fighters. For Jiang An and Yin Ying, both at level 7, unleashing it once was likely their limit. If the wolves kept pressing, Yin Ying would inevitably exhaust its strength. Sure enough, most of the wolves charged toward Jiang An and Yin Ying. Yin Ying met them heat-on with its razor-sharp claws, each strike leaving a demon wolf gravely injured. After several attacks, Jiang An noticed a system notification. Yin Ying's rending claws had leveled up to rank 2. Though it now consumed more energy, its power had significantly increased, capable of killing wolves with a single blow. Standing behind Yin Ying, Jiang An frowned deeply. There were simply too many wolves. Relying on rending claws alone wouldn't be enough. One wolf broke through their defense, lunging directly at Yin Ying. As it moved to counter with its blazing tail, Yin Ying hesitated for just an instant. In that moment, the wolf sank its fangs into Yin Ying's fur, and the corrosive effect left 2 deep wounds. The mutated elite wolf's expression twisted into something disturbingly human and almost triumphant grin as the rest of the wolves swarmed to attack, biting and clawing at Yin Ying. Jiang An's gaze stayed fixed on the elite mutated wolf, which remained at a distance, observing the chaos. He sighed, then gave a slight nod to Yin Ying. Understanding the signal, Yin Ying's fiery patterns flared to life once more. Flames erupted in all directions, incinerating over a dozen wolves in an instant. When the blaze finally dissipated, Yin Ying stood at the center, battered and worn. Its fur was singed and matted, its body covered in wounds, yet its eyes still burned with unyielding determination. A notification flashed across Jiang An's panel, indicating that his summoned beast, Flame Shadow, had upgraded its Flamestorm skill to LV2. This was a gold tier skill, significantly boosting damage output but also drastically increasing mental energy consumption. At this moment, Flame Shadow was utterly exhausted, barely able to perform even the most basic skill, Claw Slash, let alone unleash the devastating power of Flame Storm. On the battlefield, the elite mutant demon wolf shook its thick fur, its razor-sharp claws casually grinding the stones beneath it into dust. The wolf, with its keen instincts, quickly identified the summoner as the greatest threat. Ignoring Flame Shadow entirely, it locked its piercing gaze directly onto Jiang An's throat. Tang Mianmian, seeing this, was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Acting on instinct, she cast a beam of white light in an attempt to heal Flame Shadow, forgetting that ordinary support skills were ineffective on summoned beasts. Meanwhile, the rest of the team sprang into action. Fireballs and arrows streaked through the air, and Tan Gong, wielding dual axes, charged straight at the mutant demon wolf. However, their attacks were intercepted by the ordinary demon wolves surrounding them. The elite wolf seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and tracing a graceful yet lethal arc. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing sharp, blood-stained fangs, and a foul stench filled the air. Jiang An could clearly see his own panicked reflection in the wolf's eyes. Flame Shadow mustered every ounce of strength to save its master, but its fatigued body was a fraction too slow. Dozens of demon wolves had already encircled Jiang An, their gaping maws ready to deliver a fatal strike. At this critical moment, the panic on Jiang An's face vanished, replaced by a confident, knowing smile. Shadow Skill Twinborn. Copy. Flame Storm. Shadow Technique. Twin Manifestation. Copy. Flame Tempest. A faint smile played on Jiang An's lips as an ethereal flame-like shadow materialized behind him. The fiery patterns twisted and flickered in the air, growing increasingly vivid until the blazing light erupted with explosive intensity. This was the first time the shadow technique, Twin Manifestation, revealed its true form to the world. Although the copied skill only retained 60% of the original's power, the Flame Tempest unleashed by the shadow had already been upgraded to level 2, significantly enhancing its damage. The result was a replicated skill with strength rivaling the original. Centered on Jiangan, waves of searing heat radiated outward in all directions. The elite tier mutated demon wolf, sensing the violent energy surging from Jiang An and the intensifying heat waves, froze in fear. Instinctively, it turned to flee, but before it could take a step, an excruciating burning sensation engulfed its entire body. Its fur sizzled under the extreme heat, emitting sharp crackling sounds as flames swallowed it whole. The demon wolf's health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant. The other attacking wolves nearby met the same fate, collapsing into charred remains at Jiang An's feet. The air grew thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh. A golden light enveloped both Jiang An and the shadow assigned they had ascended to level 8. This was thanks to the team-based experience sharing. Otherwise, Jiang An alone would have likely leveled up from the shadow's 2 previous uses of Flame Tempest. The benefits of leveling up were immediate. Fatigue vanished, and his condition returned to peak form. Tan Gong and the others finally snapped out of their stupor, staring at Jiang An in utter disbelief. Is this guy really just a Firefox summoner? The thought echoed incredulously in their minds. The fact that a Firefox could wield such a devastating skill like Flame Tempest was already astonishing, but the Shadow's ability to unleash the skill twice in quick succession was beyond comprehension. If word of this spread, every summoner would undoubtedly wish for a Firefox as their companion beast. What left them even more stunned was the skill Jiangan had just displayed. It was well known that summoners in the early stages relied heavily on their summon beast for combat, with their own abilities mostly limited to support roles. This was precisely why most support-oriented professions couldn't directly enhance their summoned beasts. Yet here stood a summoner, supposedly powerless in the early stages, wielding a Flame Tempest of such terrifying magnitude. And wasn't Flame Tempest a mage-exclusive skill? How could a summoner possibly use it? Yin Tianha's expression grew increasingly conflicted. As a level 10 mage, he had yet to master Flame Tempest himself. Yet this summoner before him not only had a companion beast capable of using it, but could also cast it personally, with enough power to defeat elite-tier mutated monsters. His former pride crumbled, replaced by genuine admiration and a tinge of shame. Suddenly, a gray-white blur streaked past Yin Tianhao. He froze for a moment, only to be jolted by Tang Mianmian's anguished scream. Turning around, his eyes immediately reddened with fury. A demon wolf had sunk its fangs deep into Tang Mianmian's right arm. The corrosive effect of the wolf's bite caused her unbearable pain as tears streamed down her face. "You damned beast!" Yin Tianhao roared, brandishing his staff and hurling a barrage of fireballs. Zhuocha quickly followed suit, firing explosive arrows with precision. The combined assault finally brought the demon wolf down. However, Tang Mianmian's right arm had been severed, the grotesque wound still sizzling as the wolf's saliva continued to corrode her flesh. Fighting through the agony, Tang Mianmian managed to cast a purification spell to neutralize the corrosive effect before collapsing unconscious. Meanwhile, the revitalized shadow continued its relentless assault on the remaining wolves. Jiangan and Tan Gong retreated to the shelter of a nearby boulder, frowning at the sight of Tang Mianmian's grievous injury. "This is all my fault if I hadn't let my guard down," Yin Tianhao muttered. Cradling Tang Mianmian in his arms, guilt etched across his face. Tan Gong grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him upright. "Enough. If you know you made a mistake, then take responsibility like a man. Tang Mianmian is still alive. As long as we find a high-level healer, her arm can be reattached." Hearing this, Yin Tianhao seemed to regain his composure, carefully retrieving Tang Mianmian's severed arm. "You're right. As long as we find a healer, she'll recover. We need to return to the city now." At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the air. The group tensed, ready for another wave of enemies. But as the figures came into view, their apprehension eased. It was a rescue team from the Linen military. Leading them was a burly man clad in gleaming metal armor, wielding a massive sword. Above his head, his information was displayed. Sun Yang, Great Swordsman, level 22. Sun Yang raised his sword and surveyed the scene, momentarily stunned. The battlefield was littered with the remains of countless demon wolves, their charred bodies a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. The battlefield was littered with the charred corpses of demon wolves, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of burning flesh. The once ferocious pack of demon wolves had been reduced to a handful of survivors, who fled in panic after their berserk state was dispelled. Sun Yang's gaze swept over Tan Gong and his team, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. As a longtime guard stationed in the area, Sun Yang was all too familiar with Tan Gong's group. They were experienced but not particularly formidable, capable of handling a dozen or so demon wolves at most. Yet the scene before him was astonishing. The number of charred corpses on the ground far exceeded a dozen. There were close to 100 by conservative estimate. Even if he had taken action himself, dealing with such a large number of demon wolves would have required significant effort. And yet, Tan Gong's team had managed to secure victory at the cost of only one support member being injured. Suppressing his surprise, Sun Yang began issuing orders to his subordinates to clean up the remaining demon wolves while stepping forward to gather more information. Upon hearing about the elite-tier mutated demon wolf, his brows furrowed deeply. Something's not right. Even for an elite-tier demon wolf, its intelligence shouldn't be this high. From what you've described, these wolves were even setting traps specifically to hunt adventurers. This is critical information. You'll need to come back with me. I need to compile all this and report it. Besides, your injured teammate needs medical attention. As he spoke, Sun Yang's eyes occasionally drifted to Jiang An, whose expression remained calm and composed. Based on Tangong's account, Sun Yang had pieced together the general situation. If not for Jiang An's presence, Tangong's team would likely have been annihilated under the assault of hundreds of demon wolves, with no chance for rescue. Sun Yang was eager to bring them back for a full debrief, not just because of the strange behavior of the mutated demon wolf, but also because he couldn't comprehend how an 8th-level Firefox summoner could unleash such extraordinary power and save the entire team. Deep within the bamboo forest mountain range, a massive demonic wolf was resting in a cave. This beast was twice the size of an elite-grade mutated wolf, its sleek, glossy fur gleaming with a cold sheen in the dim light of the cave. Scattered around the cave were numerous human bones, a grim testament to the dangers lurking in this place. Suddenly, the once slumbering wolf snapped its eyes open, its fist-sized pupils brimming with ferocity. A low, guttural growl rumbled from deep within its throat. "What's the matter, little wolf?" A soft voice broke the silence. A pale, slender hand gently stroked the wolf's forehead, the back of the hand faintly marked with swirling black patterns. These markings were unmistakable symbols of a follower of the Demon Legion, a secret that, if exposed, would undoubtedly incite chaos. Lost a little pup, have we? The gentle voice continued. No matter, we can always create more. Seal off the bamboo forest mountain Rangino, one must discover that thing. Just a few more days, and once our mission is complete, the High Priest will guide us back. An hour later, at the official guard station in Linen City. Say that again, your summoned beast, a levels-even flame fox, wiped out an entire pack of level 10 demonic wolves in seconds? Sun Yang asked, rubbing his temples in disbelief. Yes, Jiangan replied calmly. 3 flame storms were all it took. He deliberately left out the part about the diamond-grade shadow skill twin souls, crediting all the success to Yin Ying. Sun Yang felt his understanding of the world crumble. A flame fox under level 10 not only wielded a gold tier skill but also managed to cast it 3 times in succession. For reference, he had spent a fortune just to acquire a single gold tier skill, which he could only use twice at most. Though it seemed impossible, the testimonies of Tangong and the others left him no choice but to accept it as fact. After completing the documentation, Sun Yang sternly warned everyone, "I've submitted your report, and I expect this matter will be addressed soon. Until then, I strongly advise against entering the bamboo forest mountain range again." He turned specifically to Jiang An. "You're quite impressive showing such strength and judgment at level 8. I hope you excel in the college entrance exams. If you join the profession, it would be an honor to work alongside you." "I'll do my best," Jiang An replied with a polite smile. It was only then that Tangong and the others realized the reason behind the guards handing Jiang An a signal flare. He was a newly transitioned professional this year. With Yin Ying's capabilities, if Jiang An had transitioned last year, he would likely have already surpassed level 20 by now. The group later headed to the medical center to check on Yin Tianhao. When they learned that reconnecting Tang Miamian's severed limb would require a healer above level 50 and cost at least 6 figures, a heavy silence fell over them. "It's just a few 100,000, right? Well managed to scrape it together," Tangong said, breaking the silence. He then turned to Jiang An. "We owe you for saving us this time. These spoils 112 wolf fangs, 58 wolf pelts, and 21 demonic wolf hearts are all yours." Though Jiang An initially tried to refuse, he eventually accepted under their insistence. Yin Tianhao even bowed deeply to him, apologizing for his earlier behavior and vowing to find another way to raise the funds for the treatment. Tangong's eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly remembered something important. "Since you're a new student this year and have already reached level 8, I assume you're planning to tackle the spider nest dungeon near the bamboo forest mountains next?" "Yes," Jiang An nodded in confirmation. Tangong pulled out a map from his coat and handed it to Jiang An. "This is a map of the areas I've explored in the bamboo forest mountains. It includes the locations of all the wild monsters." Jiang An took the map and looked at the dense markings on it. A look of delight spread across his face. This was far more reliable than the guides he had seen online, since it was based on Tangong's years of experience navigating the bamboo forest mountains. With this map, he could save a significant amount of time. After Tang Mianmian woke up, Jiang An bid farewell and left. Instead of heading straight back, he made a detour to the Adventurers Guild. "Hello, I'm here to turn in a quest," Jiang An said as he entered the hall. The receptionist was the same staff member from earlier that morning. Recognizing him instantly, especially with the adorable Firefox perched on his shoulder, she greeted him with a warm smile. Of course. Please present the quest items, she replied sweetly. With a wave of his hand, Jiang An placed over 100 wolf fangs neatly on the counter. Though professionally trained, the receptionist couldn't help but gape in astonishment. That morning, he had just registered as a new member, and as a level 7 Firefox summoner no less. How had he managed to collect so many wolf fangs in just a few hours? Is there a problem? Jiang An asked calmly. No, not at all. She quickly masked her surprise and began processing the wolf fangs. Please show me your membership card so I can update your points. After taking his card, she efficiently completed the transaction and handed it back to Jiang An with both hands, her tone now carrying a touch of respect. In total, you've turned in 112 wolf fangs. That's 11,200 yuan in rewards. Additionally, 112 points have been added to your membership. You only need 88 more points to reach level 2 membership. As Jiang An was about to leave, the receptionist added, if you have any other materials, you can also register and sell them here. We're partnered with the Huaxia official trading house. That convenient? Jiang An was a bit surprised but soon handed over the other materials he had collected. A dedicated staff member quickly came to handle them. It was then that Jiang An realized the bounty rewards were just a small part of the earnings. The real value lay in the materials from the magic wolves. Magic wolf pelts could be used to craft low-level skill scrolls, while magic wolf hearts were rare alchemical ingredients. Altogether, their total value exceeded 20,000 yuan. With his previous balance added in, Jiang An now had just enough to purchase another 50,000 yuan skill scroll. Without hesitation, he placed the order. The last skill scroll had granted him the diamond tier skill, Shadow Twin Technique. He couldn't help but wonder what incredible skill he might unlock this time. After obtaining the scroll, Jiang An quickly made his way to a quiet space provided by the Adventurers Guild. Carefully, he unfurled the scroll. The moment it opened, a flame surged forth, consuming the scroll entirely in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Closing his eyes to concentrate, Jiang An saw a faint black glow bloom before him. A black iron grade skill, huh? He thought with a sigh. Last time must have been sheer luck. Just as a hint of disappointment crept into his mind, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The black glow began to fade, replaced by a dazzling white light. A diamond grade skill again. Jiang An's heart raced with excitement as he eagerly checked the system notification. Congratulations! You have learned a new skill, Shadow Shift. Diamond grade skill, non-upgradable. Consumes a large amount of mental energy. Allows position swapping between yourself and your summoned creature. Removes all control effects from both parties upon swapping. This was one of the most crucial survival skills for summoners. As fragile targets, summoners often became the primary focus of monster attacks. Being able to swap positions with a summoned creature in critical moments greatly increased the odds of survival. The ordinary version of Shadow Shift, a silver grade skill, only allowed position swapping between the summoner and their summoned creature. However, this diamond grade version not only removed control effects but also enabled position swapping between summoned creatures, catching enemies off guard. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang An left the guild and set off toward the bamboo forest mountains as planned. Perhaps due to the recent chaos caused by the rampaging demon wolves, he didn't encounter a single monster along the way, not even a corpse. It seemed word had spread, and for now, no one dared venture into the wild to hunt. Suddenly, Jiang An's steps faltered for a brief moment before he resumed walking as if nothing had happened. Flame Shadow, his summoned Firefox, had just sent him a faint sense of danger, as though something or someone was watching him. The feeling was far weaker than the peril he had sensed during the demon wolf incident. Was it an unknown monster? Or other people? In theory, humanity should unite against the looming threat of the abyss. But reality was far more complicated. Aside from the occasional lunatic who worshipped the abyss, there were always those who took advantage of the chaos to rob others. Every year, people disappeared in the bamboo forest mountains. Whether they fell victim to monsters or foul play was often impossible to determine. Several hundred meters away, two Mina stout one and a lean one were hiding in the bushes, watching Jiang An. The lean man, staring at the Firefox on Jiang An's shoulder, asked suspiciously, "You Luan, are you sure this kid just got a big payout? He's only level 8, not even level 10. Are you doubting me?" Yu Luan shot back, glaring. When have I ever been wrong in the past 2 years? Not only did he get a payout, but he also sold a bunch of materials. More importantly, he just bought a skill scroll. What? The lean man, Yaoan, exclaimed, his voice rising. Keep it down. Yu Luan hissed, his face full of greed. This is a prime target loaded with loot and low level to boot. Yaoan calmed himself and asked cautiously, what if he's already used the scroll? Think, Yaoan, after all the jobs we've done, you still don't use your brain. Yu Luan sneered. Do you really think an 8-level Firefox summoner could kill that many demon wolves? He must have teammates who hunted the wolves and sent him back for supplies. The scroll is probably meant for one of them. If we intercept him now, everything will be ours. Realization dawned on Yaoan, but he glanced nervously around. What about your brother, Yukuin? Are you an idiot? If my brother comes, he'll take at least 60% of the loot. Just the two of us splitting 50-50 isn't better? Yu Luin scoffed. You're a level 10 assassin, and you're scared of an 8-level Firefox summoner? Stealth up, silence him, and slit his throat. Even a level 10 summoner wouldn't stand a chance, let alone this one. He'll back you up. As Jiang An approached a patch of dense trees, Yu Lun's eyes glinted with malice. Once he crosses into that thicket, he'll reach the assembly point for the wilderness dungeon. Too many people there. We strike now. Got it. Yaoan responded, his figure gradually fading until he disappeared entirely from Yu Lun's sight. It's the assassin's signature skill stealth. Yu Luin reacted swiftly, summoning a bronze-hued longbow in his hands, with an arrow already aimed in Jiang An's direction. In this tense moment, Yin Ying, walking ahead of Jiang An, suddenly halted. The fur on its back stood on end like sharp spikes, its nose twitching incessantly, and its amber eyes locked onto a seemingly empty patch of ground ahead. They're here. Finally couldn't hold back, huh? Jiang An scanned the surroundings. Though his eyes couldn't detect any trace of the enemy, he trusted Yin Ying's instincts. With a simple glance, he signaled to Yin Ying, who immediately darted toward the empty space like an arrow loosed from a bow. Standing there was none other than Yaoan. Seeing the fiery fox pinpoint his location so precisely, Yaoan was momentarily stunned but didn't dwell on it for long. After all, his stealth level was still relatively low, unable to fully mask auditory or olfactory traces. Yin Ying's claws slashed forward, but they struck only empty air. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yaoan leveraged his speed advantage and appeared in front of Jiang An in the blink of an eye. A cold gleam flashed as his dagger swept across Jiang An's neck, activating the assassin's skill, Throat Slash. Not only did this deliver massive damage, but it also inflicted a silence effect, rendering the summoner completely powerless to retaliate. As the skill took effect, Yao An's figure gradually emerged from stealth. When he saw that his target was just a young boy, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. If he hadn't already confirmed Jiang An's identity as a summoner, he might have mistaken him for an ungraduated student. But a professional killer doesn't hesitate. Instead, the realization only made him tremble with excitement. However, Jiang An's expression was unexpectedly calm, which left Yaoan slightly puzzled. Now wasn't the time to overthink, though. Taking advantage of the silence effect, he swung his dagger in a series of rapid attacks. Simultaneously, Yu Luin released 3 arrows in succession, coordinating flawlessly. This pincer attack was enough to bring even an 8th-level summoner to their knees. Yet, at this critical moment, the corners of Jiang An's mouth curled into a faint smile. Skill, Shadow Shift. Activate. The dagger and arrow struck the target almost simultaneously. The smug smile that had just appeared on Yao An's face froze in the next moment, as Yining suddenly materialized in front of him. His mind raced to make sense of it. Teleportation? No, that couldn't bite. Was clear he had silenced the opponent, leaving them unable to cast any skills. What shocked him even more was that Yining had endured 3 of his dagger strikes and Yu Luin's triple arrow shot, yet its health bar had barely dropped. This was far beyond what an 8th-level summoner's beast should be capable of. It was more akin to a high-level wilderness boss. A flicker of anger flashed in Yin Ying's eyes. Someone had dared to bypass it and attack its master. As Chu Lian's status ailment was lifted, a terrifying aura erupted from Yin Ying, radiating oppressive power. Yao An's knees went weak, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Flames ignited on Yin Ying's tail, which lashed viciously at the immobilized Yaoan. Crack. With just one strike, Yaoan's health bar emptied, and his life force was extinguished. Yin Ying's eerie, fox-like eyes shifted toward the source of the arrows, and in a flash, it darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Yu Luin, who had witnessed everything, was as pale as a ghost, his chubby face contorted with fear. He turned to flee, but after only a few steps, Yin Ying's graceful form blocked his path. Moments later, Yu Luin crawled out of the bushes, his body covered in claw marks and his health bar critically low. Behind him, Yin Ying had returned to its calm and subdued demeanor. Trembling, Yu Luin crawled to Jiang An's feet. I'm sorry. I was blinded by greed. Before he could finish, Jiang An silenced him with a single gesture. After questioning Yu Luin, Jiang An learned that he had been targeted simply because he had flaunted his wealth. You said you have a 13th-level warrior brother named Yukuin? Jiang An asked thoughtfully. Yes. Yu Luin nodded frantically. My brother treats me very well. Please spare me. I swear I won't tell anyone. We can say Yaoan died to a wilderness boss. You can take all my money too. Jiang An nodded. Understood. Now you can die. Yu Luin's eyes widened in shock, but before he could utter another word, Yin Ying's sharp claws claimed the last of his health. Jiang An, expressionless, looted the equipment and materials from the 2 corpses, then had Yin Ying incinerate them to ashes. If one death in the wild was normal, 2 wouldn't raise suspicion either. As for Yukuin, Jiang An had already made a mental note better to strike preemptively than wait for retaliation. Pushing through the underbrush, Jiang An heard voices ahead. The gathering point for the spider nest dungeon had arrived. The streets were lined with numerous stalls, each run by vendors who had the seasoned and composed demeanor of experienced adventurers. The stands displayed an array of equipment and essential potions for dungeon runs. But perhaps due to the recent turmoil caused by the rampaging demon wolves, there were few customers passing by. The atmosphere was so desolate it stirred a sense of pity. Jiang An casually picked up a summoner's staff from one of the stalls to examine it. It was a spiderweb staff, made of black iron, restricted to summoners, with a level requirement of 10, and added only 20 points to the spirit attribute. Seeing such meager attribute bonuses, Jiang An couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Boss, how much for this staff?" Jiang An asked. The vendor lazily raised his right hand, holding up 5 fingers. 5,000? Jiang An guessed. Considering the mediocre stats, this weapon likely wasn't a direct monster drop, but rather crafted by a player with a crafting profession. Factoring in labor costs, 5,000 seemed reasonable. The vendor shook his head. 50,000. Jiang An carefully placed the staff back as though it were electrified, afraid even the slightest scratch might get him into trouble. This was blatant price gouging. Whoever bought it would undoubtedly be a fool. Losing interest in the other stalls, Jiang An turned and headed toward the spider nest dungeon. This dungeon was notorious for its venomous spiders and eerie atmosphere. Even seasoned teams could face unexpected mishaps here. But Jiang An had a simple reason for choosing it. The sheer number of monsters meant a lot of experience points. More importantly, the dungeon's level requirement perfectly matched a one-time cooldown amulet he had acquired, allowing him to run it twice in quick succession and level up more efficiently. Just as he was about to reach the swirling entrance to the dungeon, Jiang An suddenly stopped in his tracks. His attention was drawn to a peculiar stall near the dungeon entrance. Unlike the others, this one displayed no items. Instead, a white banner hung from it with bold writing, Huaxia Empire Trading House offering 200,000 for the venomous Rainbow Spider King's poison sac. A small crowd had gathered near the banner, watching the scene unfold with great interest. They were eagerly discussing a rare item. The venom sac of the venomous Rainbow Spider King. "It's been years since anyone's seen one of these," one person exclaimed in awe. "Exactly. The drop rate is absurdly low, and there's no guarantee. Clearing the spider nest dungeon within the level restriction is nearly impossible, and if you're over-leveled, farming it is a waste of time." Another chimed in. "What's the venom sac even used for?" someone asked curiously. "It's the key ingredient for crafting poison resistance potions. These potions directly increase poison resistance by a percentage," someone explained excitedly. "Each potion sells for a fortune. So it's no surprise the raw materials are worth so much. If you manage to get one, you could either sell it, or have an alchemist turn it into potions and make a killing." "Keep dreaming," someone retorted, throwing cold water on their excitement. "The drop rate is ridiculously low. I heard the chances only go up slightly if you break the dungeon's completion record." "Break the record?" Someone immediately reached out to the dungeon vortex to check the records. This kind of wild dungeon wasn't officially maintained, so the completion data could only be viewed by directly touching the vortex. "No way. The fastest record for normal difficulty is 7 hours and 8 minutes, and for hard difficulty, it's 11 hours and 32 minutes. These records have stood for 10 years straight." Amid the chatter, a middle-aged bald man named Wang Hu suddenly shouted, "Anyone want to form a team and give it a shot? Requirements: level 10, at least 2 skills mastered, and full gear inspection. Our goal is to break the record, and if the venom sac drops, we split it equally." "Huh. Lost all your money gambling, so now you're betting on drop rates," someone teased. Wang Hu shot back, his neck stiff with defiance. "Ha! Sometimes you've got to gamble big to win big. What do you know?" As a regular in the dungeon scene, Wang Hu had decent influence. It didn't take long for people to step forward, and a team began to take shape. Just then, Jiang An quietly walked toward the spider nest dungeon. Wang Hu was about to invite him to join the team, but then he noticed the fiery fox perched on Jiang An's shoulder and froze. A quick appraisal revealed the true level 8 Firefox summoner. Wang Hu immediately dismissed the idea. At that level, surviving even the normal difficulty of the spider nest dungeon would be nearly impossible. He assumed Jiang An was just there to check the records. Jiang An touched the dungeon vortex, and the difficulty selection interface popped up. Except for beginner dungeons, all others were divided into tiers: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Higher difficulties meant stronger monsters, but also increased experience and drop rates. However, as a low-level dungeon, the spider nest's maximum difficulty was hard. Hard difficulty spider nest. Recommended for level 10 teams. The system flashed a red warning. Jiang An chuckled softly and selected the option without hesitation. His figure disappeared into the vortex. What just happened? Wang Hu noticed Jiang An's disappearance and quickly checked the entry log. When he saw the difficulty selected, His eyes widened. No way this guy's got guts. I'll give him that. Hard difficulty? Is he insane? Even for a full team of level 10 players, they would only dare to attempt the normal difficulty. The hard mode was far beyond the reach of ordinary adventurers. The spider nest was infamous for its high mortality rate, and only teams with all hidden class members would dare to take on the hard difficulty. Wang Hu muttered under his breath, "Let's hope this guy has quick reflexes and knows how to exit the dungeon in time. Otherwise, he's done for." After a dizzying swirl, Jiang An found himself enveloped in darkness. The fiery fox leapt from his shoulder, its tail igniting with a soft flame that illuminated the surroundings. In the faint light, Jiang An realized he was standing on a pile of bones. Beneath his right foot was a human skull. "Disgusting," Jiang An muttered, quickly stepping away from the bone pile. He began carefully surveying his eerie surroundings. The lair was located deep within a shadowy rock cavern, surrounded by brown, jagged stones. The ceiling and corners of the cavern were densely covered with spider webs, each web entangling the remains of various creatures, some completely desiccated, while others still twitched faintly. The air was filled with a peculiar stench, a mix of rotting decay and the sour tang of fermenting protein. Yanning shook its head in disgust, casting a pitiful glance at Jiangan. Just as Jiangan was about to comfort it, an unusual noise suddenly echoed through the cavern. In the eerie silence, the sound was amplified tap tap tap, like steel needles striking stone, growing closer and more relentless. As the noise approached, the acrid stench in the air became even more overwhelming. Moments later, a massive spider emerged, crawling down the rocky wall ahead of them. Its body was covered in venomous spines, and its 8 spindly legs stretched nearly a meter long each. The creature's torso was about the size of a human head. Most unnervingly, its forehead was dotted with 8 eyes, each blinking at different intervals, as if meticulously scrutinizing its prey. Jiang An immediately raised his hand to cast an identification spell, and the information appeared before him. Venomous spider. Level. Difficult. Attributes. Strength 140, Spirit 80, Agility 120, Constitution 110. Combat skills. Venomous spines Iron Tier, Web Bind Silver Tier. As expected of a difficult level dungeon, Jiang An thought to himself. Even an ordinary monster here is stronger than an elite of the same level in the wild. The spider only had 2 skills, but both were terrifying. Its web bind was nearly indestructible, requiring fire elemental skills to break free quickly. If hit, one would be immobilized for a short time, left helpless as the venom did its work. Without the help of allies, the best-case scenario would be severe injury, worst case, death. However, this posed no real threat to Jiang An. With a single thought, Yanning charged at the venomous spider. Sensing the attack, the spider braced itself, its 8 legs pushing off the ground, exposing its bulbous abdomen. At the tip, crystalline white silk began to glisten ominously. Whoosh! A thick stream of white webbing shot toward Yanning. The flames on Yin Ying's tail suddenly flared up, causing the air temperature to spike instantly. It unleashed its skill, Flame Tail, striking forward with a fierce whip. The seemingly indestructible spider web dissolved the moment it made contact with the fiery tail. The venomous spider didn't even have time to react before being hit, its health bar dropping to 0 as it collapsed to the ground. A system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider. Extra experience awarded. 1328. Loot obtained. Spider Silk 1. Yanning proudly raised its head, looking at Jiang An with eyes full of anticipation, practically begging for praise. Just then, the fallen venomous spider's abdomen suddenly split open, and a dozen miniature venomous spiders crawled out. Jiang An quickly used his identification skill. These level 6 mini spiders had lower stats but inherited all the skills of their mother. The mini spiders simultaneously shot webs at Yanning, who nimbly dodged before launching a level 2 rending claw attack. With a sharp tearing sound, the swarm of mini spiders was instantly shredded to pieces, turning into a substantial amount of experience points. Jiang An nodded to himself, feeling reassured about his choice. While the monsters in this dungeon were tricky, they weren't too dangerous for Yanning, who excelled at fire-based skills. Plus, encountering a mother spider came with the bonus of additional experience from its offspring. He pulled a piece of jerky from his bag. Yin Ying's eyes lit up immediately as it rubbed against Jiang An's leg, its fiery tail swaying gently. In a playful tone, it said, "Master, let me have it. I want to eat." "Go ahead. There are plenty more spiders waiting for us to take down," Jiang An replied with a smile. Yanning devoured the jerky in big bites, licking its lips as if savoring the taste. Then, with renewed energy, it headed deeper into the nest. The spider nest was a labyrinthine maze, challenging even for seasoned players to find the correct path to the boss on the first try. But Jiang An's goal this time was to grind for experience, so he and Yanning methodically cleared out spiders along the way, steadily gaining experience points. 5 hours later, Jiang An and Yanning emerged from a narrow passage, both covered in dust and cobwebs. Yining shook its body, scattering the dirt. Jiang An couldn't help but feel relieved that Qian Pengzi wasn't here. Such a tight corridor would have been impossible for him to squeeze through, forcing them to find a detour. Though they looked a bit disheveled, Jiang An's face was lit with joy. The venomous spider they had just defeated had brought his experience bar to 40 of level 8. At this rate, he could reach level 9 by the end of the day. This was extremely rare after leaving the beginner's dungeon, as monsters in standard dungeons were significantly stronger and more dangerous, requiring a team to defeat them. Naturally, this meant experience gain was much slower. Reaching level 9 in a single day, after starting at level 7, was practically record-breaking. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang An surveyed his surroundings. The space here was wide and open, a clear sign they were nearing the center of the nest. Ahead, dozens of venomous spiders rested on the stone walls. Instead of taking them down one by one, Jiang An decided to make full use of Yin Ying's firepower. After some thought, Jiang An came up with a plan. The area was spacious enough for Yin Ying to evade the spider's webs. If Yin Ying could draw their aggro and cluster them together using its speed, they could finish them off in one go with a flame storm. Sensing their shared intent, Yin Ying's eyes burned with determination. Like a streak of red lightning, it dashed forward. As it approached the first venomous spider, the creature jolted awake, its 20-something eyes snapping open all at once. It raised its body slightly, and a spray of white spider silk shot out. The webs were faster than expected. While they wouldn't completely immobilize Yin Ying, they could slow it down, a dangerous prospect when facing so many venomous spiders. Without hesitation, Jiang An raised his right hand and activated the Wind Surge spell from his Spirit Jade Ring, granting Yin Ying a 5 speed boost for the next 10 seconds. The target was set on Flame Shadow. A gentle breeze mysteriously appeared around Flame Shadow's limbs, instantly converting the usual air resistance from running into an added boost. Its speed surged by 5%, leaving the meticulously crafted web of the venomous spider utterly useless. The spider could only collapse helplessly to the ground. The countless tiny eyes of the venomous spider flickered with confusion for a brief moment, only to be replaced by sheer rage. It furiously flailed its 8 long legs and charged after Flame Shadow. However, failing even to land a single skill, the spider was utterly outmatched in speed, left to choke on Flame Shadow's dust. With a jubilant cry, Flame Shadow dashed straight toward the second venomous spider. What followed was like a scene on repeat. The third spider, the fourth, all the way to the 12th. Each spider met the same fate. In just 10 seconds, a legion of venomous spiders had formed behind Flame Shadow, their collective legs creating a sharp, rhythmic clatter against the ground. Though the effects of the gale technique had faded, the most perilous moment was already behind. The venomous spiders needed time to cool down before they could unleash another round of webbing. Leading this horde of spiders in a wide arc, Flame Shadow suddenly stopped in its tracks. Just as the spiders swarmed forward, eager to feast on their prey, a pillar of fire erupted skyward. It was the first display of Blaze Storm at its second tier. Not only had the attack range expanded, but the temperature had also significantly increased. Standing proudly at the center of the inferno, Flame Shadow's fiery red fur blended seamlessly with the surrounding flames, as if it were the deity of fire itself. The air grew thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh, accompanied by the relentless crackling of flames. Against the power of the gold-tier skill Blaze Storm, the venomous spiders stood no chance. Merely a spark was enough to reduce them to charred remains. System notifications popped up one after another. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider, earning bonus experience 1328. Acquired material, Spider Silk 1. Congratulations on defeating a level 6 venomous spider hatchling, earning experience 239. A continuous stream of kill notifications and rewards filled the screen, marking the overwhelming dominance of this battle. The raging inferno gradually subsided, leaving the ground littered with the corpses of venomous spiders. Jiang An's lips curved into a slight smile as he watched his experience bar surge by 30. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The rewards from just a few minutes of effort were far more substantial than the 40 experience he had painstakingly earned after 5 hours of grinding in a dungeon. Unfortunately, this wave of kills hadn't dropped any equipment, signaling that his beginner's luck in the dungeons had likely run out. With Yin Ying by his side, Jiang An ventured deeper into the spider nest. Occasionally, venomous spiders launched surprise attacks from above, but Yin Ying, ever vigilant, effortlessly dispatched them. Another hour passed in this manner when Yin Ying suddenly transmitted a faint sense of danger. Moments later, the ground began to tremble slightly, and Jiang An immediately heightened his alertness. Accompanied by the sound of crumbling rocks and the grating noise of spider legs scraping against the ground, a massive spider, twice the size of an ordinary one, emerged before them. Its body was adorned with striking yellow and red patterns, and its 12 pale yellow eyes reflected the figures of Jiang An and Yin Ying. Its half-meter long, razor-sharp mandibles glinted ominously. Jiang An quickly cast his appraisal skill. Venomous Rainbow Spider Elite Level. Attributes: Strength 10, Spirit 180, Agility 100, Constitution 150. Skills: Poison Sting Bronze Tier, Webbind Silver Tier, Venom Strike Silver Tier, Spider Gaze Bronze Tier, Spider Spear Assault Bronze Tier. As someone with top-tier theoretical knowledge, Jiangan was well-versed in these skills. Venom Strike allowed for instant movement followed by a poison-based attack. Spider Gaze could stun anyone who made eye contact with it. And while Spider Spear Assault took time to charge, it dealt devastating damage. The venomous rainbow spider struck first, vanishing in an instant and reappearing next to Yin Ying. Its razor-like legs slashed across Yin Ying's neck, leaving a shallow wound. As Yin Ying prepared to counterattack, it accidentally locked eyes with the spider's glowing gaze, freezing in place. The spider seized the opportunity, its 8 legs weaving together in midair to form a sharp, spear-like weapon aimed directly at Yin Ying's abdomen. In a split second, Jiang An activated Shadow Swap, trading places with Yin Ying. Facing the incoming spear, Jiang An rolled to the ground just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The spear plunged into the ground with a heavy thud, creating a head-sized crater. Frustrated by the missed attack, the venomous rainbow spider's 12 eyes flashed with rage as it lunged toward Jiang An. Just as it was about to strike, a fiery blaze engulfed it from behind. Yin Ying, having recovered from the stun, unleashed a decisive attack, instantly depleting the spider's health bar. The system notification chimed. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 elite venomous rainbow spider. Bonus experience awarded, 1528. Obtained material, Rainbow Spider Venom 1. As Yin Ying calmed down, it approached Jiang An and lowered its head in apology. Jiang An gently patted its head, reassuring it, "It's okay, just be more careful next time." Yin Ying flicked its tail, brushing the dust off Jiang An's clothes as a gesture of remorse. "Since we've encountered an elite monster, the boss can't be far away. Don't forget, we still have the cooldown amulet to reset the dungeon. There's a lot to accomplish today," Jiang An reminded. Sure enough, half an hour later, a thick, pungent scent of blood filled the air. Turning a corner, they came face-to-face with an enormous spider of terrifying proportions. A massive spider, nearly 2 meters in length, hung ominously in the middle of the cave. Its body adorned with vibrant, menacing patterns far more vivid than those of ordinary venomous spiders. Its head was a terrifying sight, covered with over 20 glinting, cold eyes. At that very moment, the Spider King was plunging its razor-sharp mandibles deep into a cocoon-like, spherical bundle tightly wrapped in layers of webbing. A putrid stench of decay filled the air. Jiang An quickly activated his appraisal skill, and the interface immediately displayed the attributes of this venomous Spider King. Boss level, Strength 240, Spirit 150, Agility 200, Constitution 150. It possessed 6 Silver Deer combat skills: Venomous Sting, Webbind, Toxic Assault, Spider's Gaze, Arachnid Rush, and Web Shield. Sensing Jiang An's approach, the Spider King let out a silent, chilling hiss but continued its gruesome feast. In an instant, a swarm of venomous spiders poured out from the pit behind it, led by 3 elite venomous spiders. The horde surged forward like a tidal wave, and a dense net of white webs descended from above, threatening to engulf Yin Ying entirely. Yin Ying's gaze was cold and unwavering. To Jiang An's surprise, it leapt straight into the oncoming web. Just as the first strand of webbing was about to touch it, Yin Ying released a sharp, crystalline cry. In a flash, flames erupted, fully encasing its body. The air grew searingly hot, and the once ferocious spider swarm was reduced to a field of charred remains in mere moments. System notifications began to flash rapidly. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 elite venomous spider, earning bonus experience 1528, and obtaining material, Venomous Spider Venom 1. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider, earning bonus experience 1328. Bathed in golden light, both Jiang An and Yin Ying leveled up to 9, their exhaustion vanishing instantly. Flames still danced across Yin Ying's body as it charged fearlessly at the venomous Spider King. The Spider King withdrew its mandibles and raised its blade-like forelimbs to counterattack, but it was too slow to match Yin Ying's blistering speed. When the Spider King attempted to unleash its silvered ear Spider's Gaze ability, Yin Ying was ready. It shut its eyes and ignited a blazing inferno at the tip of its tail, delivering a devastating strike. A sharp crack echoed through the cave as the Spider King's massive body fractured, flames spreading rapidly through the fissures. Its health bar plummeted to 0, and it collapsed, lifeless. Jiang An checked Yin Ying's updated status, and his breath caught in astonishment. Divine Firefox, Purity 10, Female, Level 9. Strength, 80, Spirit, 600, Agility, 600, Constitution, 550. Innate Skill, Ethereal Grace. Combat Skills, Rending Claws LV2 Bronze, Flame Tail LV2 Gold, Inferno Storm LV2 Gold. The system promptly displayed another notification. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 Venomous Spider King boss. Earning bonus experience 1800. Obtain materials. Venomous Spider King's Leg 1. Venomous Spider King's Heart 1. Jiangan felt a twinge of disappointment at the lack of a high-value venom sac, but before he could dwell on it, the system presented a new message. Congratulations on completing the Spider Nest Dungeon hard mode for the first time in 6 hours and 43 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest completion. Rewards. Experience 3000. Pet Egg X1. Without hesitation, Jiangan retrieved the pet egg, its surface covered in vivid, colorful patterns. The system identified it as a BOS Steer Venomous Spider King pet egg. Once hatched, it would grant him the rare and powerful Venomous Spider King as a companion. Jiangan raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. The pet egg in his hand was of boss level, a treasure of immense value on the market. Its growth potential and trainability were leagues beyond that of ordinary pets. He vividly recalled how even a regular elite-grade pet egg had once sold for tens of thousands of dollars. If he could successfully form a contract with this one, it would undoubtedly give him a massive power boost in the early stages of the game. Carefully, he stored the pet egg in his inventory, mentally calculating his next steps. Once he reached level 10, he could test whether this egg contained a trace of divine blood. Even the slightest hint of divine lineage would make it worth binding. And if the test results turned out to be disappointing, he could always sell it for a hefty profit. As he was lost in thought, a blue vortex suddenly appeared nearby, signaling that the dungeon's stay time was about to end. Without hesitation, Jiang An touched the vortex and chose to leave. A flash of light filled his vision, and the next moment, the bustling noise of the dungeon assembly point flooded his ears. Moving swiftly, Jiang An retrieved the cooldown amulet he had obtained from clearing the beginner's dungeon and used it without a second thought. The cooldown period for re-entering the Spider Nest dungeon, which would normally require a 2-day wait, was instantly reset to 0, making the dungeon available again. This time, he selected the hard difficulty mode without hesitation, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The entire process happened so quickly that it escaped the notice of most players at the assembly point. Only a transaction booth employee, who specialized in purchasing venom sacs at high prices, rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Did I just see that right? Did someone leave and then immediately go back in? You must be seeing things," someone nearby chuckled. There's no way Wang Hu and his team could clear it that fast. Plus, everyone has to wait for the cooldown after exiting. Resetting a dungeon's cooldown takes an insanely expensive item, definitely not something we common folks can afford. The vendor rubbed his eyes again, convincing himself, yeah, I must have imagined it. Back in the Spider Nest dungeon, Jiangan stood amidst the familiar sight of skeletal remains scattered across the ground and the oppressive stench lingering in the air. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips. His experience bar was now at 20 of level 9. Clearing the dungeon one more time would push him to level 10, unlocking the second slot for a contract summon. With the knowledge gained from his previous run, Jiang An, accompanied by his flame shadow, headed straight for the areas teeming with spiders. Having been here once already, this time he was determined to clear it as fast as possible. The goal, level 10. At the dungeon's exit point, a swirling blue vortex flickered as a group of 6 emerged. Leading the group was Wang Hu, accompanied by his teammates, all covered in wounds and wearing expressions of deep disappointment. Well, did it drop? The vendor, eager to acquire the venom sac, rushed up to them impatiently. Wang Hu shook his head with a sigh. No luck. We cleared the dungeon, but we're still far from breaking the boss record. The drop rate for that venom sac is ridiculously low. The vendor gave a bitter smile. He was well aware of the rarity of the Rainbow Spider King's venom sac, which was why the trading post had specifically stationed him there. Suddenly, Wang Hu recalled a young man he had seen earlier. By the way, there was a young guy who entered the hard spider nest alone earlier. Has he come out yet? The others shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen him. A heated discussion broke out among the group. Tackling the hard spider nest alone was a near impossible feat even for a tank class. Lasting more than half an hour was unlikely, let alone for a squishy class. I think that kid was a summoner, Wang Hu lamented. What a shame. So young, and he's probably gone just like that. Hearing this, the vendor frowned, recalling some unusual activity earlier. Upon learning that someone had exited the dungeon and re-entered it 2 hours ago, Wang Hu's eyes widened in shock. A dungeon resetting item? Could this person be a prodigy from a major family? Still puzzled, Wang Hu checked the dungeon's completion records. What he saw left him utterly stunned. The records showed hard spider nest fastest completion time 6 hours and 43 minutes. Completed by Jiangan. This time was nearly half of the previous record of 11 hours and 32 minutes, which had been set by a multi-person team. And it was achieved by a lone summoner. Inside the dungeon, Jiang An and Yin Ying were making swift progress. Now at level 9, Yin Ying, with her incredible agility, navigated the swarms of venomous spiders with ease. When faced with a massive spider horde, Jiang An didn't hesitate to activate Shadow Technique, Twin Flames, unleashing a blazing storm alongside Yan. The two abilities stacked perfectly, turning the entire area into a sea of fire and converting countless venomous spiders into experience points. 3 hours later, the duo stood before the boss once again. The Rainbow Spider King, hanging high in the air, let out a screech, but Yan darted forward like lightning. With a single blazing tail strike, the boss didn't even have the chance to unleash its signature move, Spider Eye Gaze, before it collapsed. The system notifications promptly appeared. Overlevel kill bonus. EXP 1800. Obtained. Rainbow Spider King's Venom Sac 1. Obtained. Spider King's Staff 1. Level up. Reached level 10. Dungeon completion time. 3 hours 12 minutes new record. Record bonus. EXP 3000. When Jiang An retrieved the Spider King's staff, a dazzling white light burst from his hand. It was none other than a rare silver-tier piece of equipment. The Spider King's scepter was entirely pitch black, with a lifelike spider ornament embedded at its tip, perfectly replicating the venomous Rainbow Spider King. The most striking feature was the 20 or so eyes, each meticulously crafted from pure red gemstones, gleaming brilliantly under the light. Jiang An eagerly inspected the scepter's attributes. Type, weapon. Class restriction, summoner. Required level, 10. Quality, silver. Base attributes, spirit 40. Agility 20. Constitution 20. Special effects. Grants the wielder a unique aura of dominance over all spider-type creatures. 10 damage to normal spider creatures. 5 damage to elite spider creatures. 3 damage to boss-level spider creatures. Effects also apply to all summoned creatures. Attached skills. 1. Web Guardian LV2 Silverdeer. Consumes a large amount of spirit to create a web shield for a designated ally, doubling their defense for 10 minutes but reducing movement speed by 50. 2. Spider Gaze LV2 Silverdeer. Consumes a large amount of spirit to stun a designated enemy. The duration depends on the difference between the spirit attributes of the wielder and the target. Note: this item becomes soul-bound upon equipping and cannot be sold. Hissed Jiang An drew in a sharp breath. The scepter's attributes were nothing short of luxurious. Its stats perfectly complemented the needs of a summoner, and the two attached skills provided an ideal balance of crowd control and defense. It was the perfect solution to his current lack of utility skills. Without hesitation, he chose to bind and equip the scepter. A warm sensation surged through his body as he immediately felt a significant boost in his stats. Opening his personal interface, Jiang An reviewed his updated attributes. Name, Jiang An. Gender, male. Age, 18. Level, 10. Class, summoner. Talent, Heart of the Divine. Attributes: Strength, 8. Spirit, 10,740. Agility, 4,030. Constitution, 6,730. Skills: General skills, Appraisal, Hatching. Combat skills: Shadow Twin Diamond Tier LV1, Blink Shift Diamond Tier LV1. Attached skills: Gale Step Iron Tier LV1, Spider Gaze Silverdeer LV2, Web Guardian Silverdeer LV2. Thanks to the scepter's 40-point spirit boost, his spirit attribute finally broke into the triple digits. While he was still behind Yan in overall stats, he was now a dominant force among players of his level. Not to mention, he had 2 rare diamond tier combat skills in his arsenal. Just as he was about to close his interface, 2 system notifications popped up. System Notification 1. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Summon Slot 1. System Notification 2. Exclusive quest for Summoned Beast, Yan has been unlocked. Quest name: Purification of the Divine Bloodline. Required materials: Queen of Flames Crystal 1. King's Spoon of Gilly 1. Pure Demon Blood 10. Reward: Divine Bloodline Purity increased to 20. Failure penalty: none. Jiang An frowned in thought. These materials were entirely unfamiliar to him. It seemed he'd have to do some research and gather information once he left the dungeon. The bloodline purification process, however, was not something that needed to be rushed. Looking at the newly unlocked summon slot, he retrieved the Rainbow Spider King's pet egg. Truthfully, this wasn't his ideal choice for a second summoned beast. While the Rainbow Spider King was a formidable boss, it still fell short compared to Yan. He had hoped for a tank-oriented physical damage dealer to compensate for Ying's weaknesses. Jiang An had already envisioned his future. If summoners were unpopular, he would build an unstoppable army of divine beasts. A one-man army who needed a team? But finding a tank pet with a divine bloodline was no easy feat. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the Rainbow Spider King's pet egg. A new prompt appeared. Notification: this pet egg does not possess a divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing it to hatch will result in the pet's death. Do you wish to proceed? Jiang An decisively declined and reached out toward the dungeon's exit portal, choosing to leave. Night had already fallen, with stars scattered across the sky. The gathering point outside the dungeon was mostly deserted, save for a few vendors packing up their stalls. Near the swirling portal of the Spider Nest dungeon, two members of the Huaxia Empire's trading guild, Bai Hong and Wang Hu, remained vigilant. Oh Bai, you're still here? Working this hard? The magic wolves in the bamboo forest mountains have been acting up lately. Want to team up for some safety? Familiar faces called out as they passed. You guys go ahead. The trading guild's workload has been heavy recently, so I'll stick around a bit longer, Bai Hong replied nonchalantly. His response didn't raise suspicion. The trading guild was known for its high pay, but the workload was equally demanding. Once the area cleared out, Bai Hong tossed a portable tent to Wang Hu. Get some rest. He took over 6 hours to clear it last time, so this run should take about the same. We've got 3 hours left. By the way, why didn't you team up with him today? Wang Hu sighed as he caught the tent. I was going to, but when I saw he was just an 8th level Firefox summoner, I backed out. Who would have thought he could solo a hard mode dungeon? I really underestimated him. Bai Hong nodded in agreement. A Firefox summoner soloing a hard mode dungeon? No one would believe it even if we told them. Anyway, let's catch some sleep while we can. Before they could settle in, the Spider Nest dungeon's portal began to ripple. Both men shot to their feet. Bai Hong stammered as he glanced at the time. 3 hours. He can't be coming out already, can he? Wang Hu's expression was one of disbelief. No way. 6 hours was already insane for a solo clear. 3 hours? Is that even humanly possible? Maybe something went wrong, and the dungeon forced him out. Bai Hong chuckled nervously. Yeah, that must be it. As the whirlpool of the dungeon subsided, Jiang An's figure emerged under the moonlight. Before opening his eyes, he took a deep breath of the fresh air tinged with the earthy scent of soil and the fragrance of grass and flowers. It was a stark contrast to the stench of the spider nest, leaving him feeling refreshed and at ease. Looking up, he saw the soft glow of moonlight blanketing the land, and two men with dazed expressions standing before him. Jiang An had initially planned to leave immediately and return to the orphanage for some rest, but the two men blocked his path. You're Jiang An, right? Bai Hong, a staff member from the exchange. One of the men introduced himself eagerly. Jiang An recalled the banner he had seen earlier and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Bai Hong hurriedly asked, Did you clear the Spider Nest dungeon on hard difficulty this afternoon and set a new record? Yes. That's amazing. Did the venomous Rainbow Spider King drop its venom sac? Under Bai Hong's expectant gaze, Jiang An shook his head and replied, Not this afternoon. Seeing the immediate disappointment on Bai Hong's face, he added, But tonight, I had better luck and managed to get it. As he spoke, he retrieved the venom sac from his backpack and set it to display mode. Venomous Rainbow Spider King's venom sac, the concentrated essence of the venom from the venomous Rainbow Spider King, an invaluable poison attribute material cherished by alchemists. Bai Hong's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing the venom sac, but he quickly sensed something unusual. Did you say this was just dropped? Did you clear the dungeon in 3 hours to get it? Yes. Standing nearby, Wang Hu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He rushed to the dungeon whirlpool to check the records. Spider Nest hard mode fastest completion, time 3 hours and 12 minutes, completed by Jiang An. The information hit Wang Hu like a bolt of lightning. In a single day, the hard mode dungeon record had been broken twice, and Jiang An had managed to clear it in just 3 hours faster than even their well-equipped veteran team clearing the normal mode. How did you take 6 hours on your first attempt, but only 3 hours on the second? Do you have some kind of secret strategy? Wang Hu pressed, unwilling to let it go. It's simple, Jiang An replied calmly. The first time, I wasn't familiar with it, so it took longer. The second time, I knew what to expect, so it naturally went faster. Cutting the time in half is perfectly normal. He seemed oblivious to Wang Hu's ashen face and trembling lips, which rendered him speechless. Bai Hong gave Wang Hu a sympathetic glance before steering the conversation back on track. Are you planning to sell this venom sac? What's so special about this venom sac? As far as I know, while poison resistance potions are valuable, the sac itself isn't irreplaceable. You're correct, Bai Hong explained. If it's just for crafting poison resistance potions, its value is average. However, it's a mandatory material for the second advancement of certain hidden classes. Someone has placed a bounty of 200,000 through our guild for it. Jiang An pondered this and took the opportunity to inquire about the 3 materials needed for refining the Flame Shadow bloodline. Bai Hong analyzed carefully. The Flame Queen's crystal and the King Gilly spoon are similar to the Venom Sacrare boss drops of equivalent value. They're scarce on the market and are often used in bartering. As for pure demon blood, it refers to the blood of pure demon creatures above level 50. Its drop rate is extremely low, with limited availability around Shanghai Pass. To purchase 10 portions, you'd be looking at around 600,000. So expensive. Jiang An exclaimed in shock. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the astronomical figure still left him utterly stunned. Bai Hong gave a wry smile and explained, "This price is already quite reasonable. Pure demon creatures are practically one-man armies on the battlefield, and their extremely low drop rate makes them so valuable. Honestly, most people wouldn't even have a use for such rare materials." Jiang An glanced down at the innocent-looking Yanning by his side and thought to himself, "Wow, turns out you're a four-legged ghoul devourer." But on second thought, considering that Yin Ying's bloodline purity was only 10% yet already demonstrated such formidable power, refining it further could surely yield even greater surprises. As for the 600,000, though it was no small sum, he still had a boss-level pet egg in his possession. Even if its value wasn't enough, he could save up a bit more to make up the difference. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang An made up his mind. "I can sell the poison sack." Seeing a glimmer of excitement in Bai Hong's eyes, he added, "But I don't want money. I'd prefer a trade. I need either the Flame Queen's crystal or the Lucky King's spoon." Bai Hong frowned slightly but quickly nodded. "All right, they'll contact my colleagues and put out a trade request. These materials are rare, but having poison attribute materials as leverage will make it easier to negotiate. One more thing," Jiang An said as he revealed the pet egg in his hand. "I'm also planning to sell this. I heard the trading house offers auction services. How much is this worth?" He set the egg to public display, making its information visible. Bai Hong stared at the description of the egg, his eyes widening in disbelief. "A BOS-level pet egg?" he exclaimed, unable to hide his astonishment. The entire empire's trading houses only sell a handful of BOS-level pet eggs each year. "I never thought I'd see one in person." It was then that Bai Hong realized he had underestimated Jiang An Summion willing to part with such a coveted item. The dream of every summoner clearly had higher priorities. After calming himself, Bai Hong said, "The value of a BOS-level pet egg is hard to estimate, and auction results can vary greatly. But it would start at no less than 300,000. That's just my personal assessment. There have been cases where they sold for 7 or 800,000. It all depends on the situation at the time. As it happens, there's an auction tomorrow. If you're interested in selling, you can participate." "All right, please make the arrangements as soon as possible." "Understood. I've already reported your case, and someone will assist you tomorrow." "Good. But don't schedule it too early. I'd like to sleep in," Jiang An said casually before turning and disappearing into the night. Even after Jiang An's figure vanished completely, Bai Hong and Wang Hu remained in a daze. After a long silence, Wang Hu finally sighed, "Truly, heroes emerge at a young age." Early the next morning, Jiang An was gently awakened by a warm sensation. Opening his eyes, he saw Yin Ying, its fluffy head nuzzling against his cheek while its fox-like ears twitched slightly with every movement. Its clear, bright eyes were filled with a mix of hunger and pure dependence on its master. Master Yin Ying is starving, please. Can you feed me?" Seeing Yin Ying acting so adorably, Jiang An's morning grumpiness instantly vanished. With a smile, he took some dried meat out of his storage space and watched the little creature happily devour its breakfast. The vibration of his phone caught his attention. He glanced at the screen to find his class group chat in chaos, with a glaring 99 notification. Skimming through the messages, Jiang An discovered that the topic of discussion was unexpectedly related to him. "Whoa, did you guys see this? The auction announced recently just added a new item today. A BOS-level pet egg." "Seriously?" "Of course. It's already pinned on the official trading website. Who's the lucky one who got it? A BOS-level pet egg just dropping like that. Too bad it's the venomous rainbow spider king from the level 10 dungeon. If it were from a higher level dungeon, that would be amazing. Like you could afford it anyway." "Ugh, a spider? That's disgusting. Tisk, as if you could even handle the spider lair dungeon. That thing would teach you a lesson real quick." The group chat was buzzing with excitement, and Jiang An was surprised by how efficient the official trading house was. For him, though, the higher the attention, the better. More attention meant a higher selling price. After sending a message to Bai Hong, he received an immediate reply saying he'd be picked up shortly. True to his word, a luxurious business car soon pulled up at the orphanage entrance. To Jiang An's surprise, Bai Hong himself, dressed impeccably in a suit, was behind the wheel. "I'll take you to the trading house first. The auction will begin in an hour," Bai Hong said respectfully. "As for the materials you requested, we've already found a seller for the Queen of Flames crystal. After the auction, we can proceed with the exchange." Jiang An nodded in satisfaction. Now, he just needed the Lucky King's spoon and demon blood. The demon blood was manageable, could save up enough after selling the pet egg. The Lucky King's spoon, however, would depend on his luck. If worst came to worst, he might have to grind the dungeon himself. With Bai Hong's skill driving, they quickly arrived at the linen branch of the Huaxia Empire's official trading house. While online trading was highly convenient, the offline trading venue was still bustling with activity. The first floor lobby was crowded, with long lines at every window. In the center of the hall, a large electronic screen prominently displayed the information and countdown for the venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg auction, drawing many onlookers who couldn't help but express their envy. Under Bai Hong's guidance, Jiang An was led to the quieter second floor. Here, every client was accompanied by a trading house staff member, indicating it was a special service area for premium members. This is our membership service area, designed for high-level or high-potential clients, Bai Hong explained as he escorted Jiang into private room 103. He collected the pet egg and venom sac using his trading house employee bag. Please make yourself comfortable and wait for the auction to begin. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. I'll be right outside. With that, he exited the room. Left alone, Jiangan took a moment to survey the luxurious private room. The floor was covered with an elegant carpet, and the walls were adorned with exquisite gemstones. This was the legendary trading house private room, and it certainly lived up to its reputation. He recalled hearing about these rooms back in his student days. They were reserved for powerful individuals, with the room number reflecting the client's status. By rights, the pet egg alone shouldn't have qualified him for such treatment, but the trading house often extended extra privileges to those with potential. Directly ahead of him was a massive floor-to-ceiling glass window, offering a clear view of the auction hall on the first floor. Although the auction hadn't started yet, the seats below were already packed, and the atmosphere was electric. This auction was originally intended for newly graduated adventurers, showcasing top-tier low-level equipment and items. Every year, many parents were willing to spend a fortune to give their children a head start. The addition of a BOS-level pet egg, however, was a game-changer. After all, what could boost one's strength more than a powerful boss pet? As the auction began, all eyes turned to the stage, where a stunning woman in a red dress gracefully made her entrance. In the auction hall, a slender figure captivated everyone's gaze. It was Bai Jing, the chief auctioneer of the linen branch. Her graceful waistline and alluring charisma left the men in the room utterly entranced. When her cherry lips parted, her naturally enchanting voice turned even the most mundane auction item description into something that made hearts race. Jiang An sat in the audience, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes the moment he recognized Bai Jing. As the renowned chief auctioneer of Linen City, Bai Jing's innate charm had long left countless men smitten. Even the most ordinary items often fetched sky-high prices under her skillful presentation, just to earn a fleeting smile from her. The first item up for auction was a black iron-tier magic staff. Jiang An had initially estimated its value at no more than 20 to 30,000, but under Bai Jing's masterful guidance, the price soared to 50,000, setting an excellent tone for the auction. As Jiang An scanned the crowd, his eyes suddenly landed on a familiar figure, Zhang Bingyang. By all accounts, he should have been busy clearing the starter dungeon right now. Why was he here? Could it be for that legendary pet egg? The auction proceeded remarkably smoothly. While a few niche items failed to sell, the majority of the lots exceeded expectations, thanks to Bai Jing's perfectly timed persuasive words and her captivating beauty. When Box 142 won a mage exclusive ring at a high price, the excitement in the room reached a peak. From the voice, Jiang An identified the owner of Box 142 as Sun Zhenghao, the leader of the starter dungeon team. That ring was undoubtedly meant for Sun Mei. It seemed their team planned to strengthen their gear before continuing their dungeon runs. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. Bai Jing gracefully raised her jade-like hand, revealing a pet egg adorned with yellow and green patterns on the display platform, the pet egg of the venomous Rainbow Spider King. The room erupted in excitement. It was clear that many attendees had come specifically for this. The boss of the level 10 dungeon, the Spider's Nest. Owning this means gaining a powerful combat companion. Bai Jing's voice carried an irresistible allure. With the critical period of career transitions and college entrance exams upon us, this is an opportunity you won't want to miss if you want your child to have an edge. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhang Bingyang shot to his feet. His breathing was heavy, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes burned with fervor. This item, I must have it, he declared passionately. The auction hall buzzed with excitement. Jiang An sat in his seat, watching the intense reactions of the crowd below to the BOS-level pet egg, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Clearly, he had underestimated the allure of this pet egg. It wasn't just the newcomers clamoring for it. Even seasoned summoners were showing visible signs of desire. A man stood up and began to analyze. This venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg may be BOS level, but it leans heavily toward offense and lacks defensive capabilities. For non-summoner professions that can only bond with one pet for life, especially fragile classes like mages, an archer sit might help with early leveling, but it could easily lead to danger later on. This pet egg is better suited for summoners or tank classes that need an offensive pet. Moreover, as a level 10 boss, its potential still falls short compared to higher-level dungeon bosses. His words were like a bucket of cold water, causing many to pause and reconsider. The man secretly smirked, pleased with himself. As a summoner, he was clearly trying to reduce the competition. Bai Jing, however, was well prepared. She chuckled lightly and said, "He makes a valid point. I urge everyone to think carefully. But let me remind you, especially those preparing for the college entrance exams, that higher education institutions control access to premium dungeon resources. If you want to level up quickly, getting into a good school is crucial. Even gaining just one more level can help you stand out among the geniuses. As for defensive capabilities," she paused, her eyes glinting with mischief. "If you kill all the monsters, isn't that the best defense?" Her words immediately reignited the room's enthusiasm. Jiang An observed Bai Jing's adept handling of the situation and nodded inwardly in approval. The bidding for the venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg begins now. Starting price is 100,000, with a minimum increment of 10,000 each bid. Bai Jing announced. 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. The price climbed rapidly, soon reaching Bai Hong's estimated range. Zhang Bingyang's expression darkened. After receiving a nod from his father, he immediately raised his paddle. 400,000. The room fell momentarily silent as all eyes turned to Zhang Bingyang and his father. The summoner from earlier gritted his teeth and called out, 410,000. Bai Jing cast a flirtatious glance at the Zhangs, causing both father and son to momentarily lose their composure. Zhang Sihai, the father, shouted excitedly, 430,000. Just as the deal seemed to be nearing its conclusion, a crisp and melodious female voice rang out from box 5, 500,000. Bai Jing's expression shifted in surprise, clearly recognizing this distinguished bidder. Zhang Bingyang turned pale but stubbornly countered, 510,000. Zhang Sihai initially wanted to stop him, but when his son brought up the vision of a career-changing moment, he recalled the glory of that day and decided to take the gamble. Inside box 5, a young girl in a pale blue gown sat gracefully. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with delicate, almost ethereal features and eyes that sparkled like stars. Hearing the bid of 510,000, she furrowed her brow slightly but ultimately chose to withdraw from the auction. 510,000, going once, going twice, sold. Congratulations to bidder 1069. Bai Jing declared. Zhang Bingyang clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with confidence. In his mind, with this BOS-level pet egg, he was finally poised to surpass Jiang An's Firefox. He was convinced that he was the true chosen one. As the auction gradually reached its conclusion, Bai Jing unveiled the final item. Her expression turned enigmatic as she held up a piece of white metalla frost crystal core. This rare material could only be found in extremely cold regions or within abyssal secret realms, formed through prolonged exposure to intense cold and the accumulation of energy. The crowd below looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the item. However, Jiang An's pupils slightly contracted as he thought to himself, so it's this. No wonder so many people showed up today. In the game, frost crystal cores were exceedingly rare, only obtainable in a select few dungeons. Although most people hadn't heard of the name, its purpose was well known to craft cooldown amulets. Bai Jing's distinctive voice rang out as she introduced the item. This frost crystal core is of exceptional quality. After professional evaluation, it has been confirmed suitable for crafting reusable cooldown amulets. The announcement instantly stirred the auction hall into a frenzy. Someone in the crowd questioned, "Can a cooldown amulet really be made with just this one material?" Bai Jing chuckled lightly. Of course, it's not that simple. The crafting process requires an experienced alchemy master and a significant amount of expensive materials. Furthermore, a basic amulet can only reset cooldowns in low-level dungeons. To use it in higher-level dungeons, additional materials must be added for upgrades. However, regardless of the amulet's level, the frost crystal core is an indispensable component. In one of the private boxes, Jiang An's eyes gleamed with understanding. He was well aware of the value of this material after all. He had only managed to acquire a single-use cooldown amulet after clearing a beginner dungeon. If he could obtain this core and hire an alchemy master, he could create a reusable amulet. Unfortunately, even after selling a top-tier boss pet egg earlier, he couldn't afford to participate in the bidding. As expected, Bai Jing seized the moment created by the lively atmosphere and announced the starting price. The bidding starts at 1 million, with a minimum increment of 200,000. 2 million. 3 million. 6 million. The bids came one after another, primarily from the VIP boxes. The spectators in the main hall could only watch in frustration, unable to compete with the wealth of the elite bidders. In box 142, Sun Zhenghao sighed and set down his bidding device, clearly reaching his limit. Suddenly, a crisp voice emerged from box 5. 10 million. The bold leap of 4 million silenced the entire venue. Everyone understood that this price was approaching the limit, as substantial additional investments would be required later. After a brief pause, Bai Jing struck the auction hammer, officially concluding the event. Not long after, a knock came at Jiang An's private box. Bai Jing entered, accompanied by an attendant. With a radiant smile, she greeted him. You must be Jiangan, the one who soloed the spider nest and obtained the boss-level pet egg. Truly, a young hero with remarkable talent. Faced with this captivating woman, Jiang An remained composed. Have my materials and money been prepared? Bai Jing glanced at the calm and resolute young man with an appreciative smile. With a wave of her hand, she presented a crimson crystal. This is the Flame Queen's crystal. As for the proceeds from the auction, the total comes to 510,000. Considering your potential, I've personally upgraded your membership to premium status, reducing the transaction fee from 5% to 1%. Your final amount is 504,900, which will be transferred to your account shortly. Jiang An raised an eyebrow. In that case, I appreciate the gesture. Why so formal? Bai Jing covered her mouth with a light laugh, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes. It's rare to meet such a promising young person in a small city like Linen. Naturally, I want to make things easier for you. Just don't forget me when you make it big. Her attention was suddenly drawn to the creature in Jiang An's arms. Oh, is this your summoned beast? A firefox. The slumbering Yin Ying was curled up quietly in Jiang An's embrace. Bai Jing studied it closely. No, this isn't an ordinary firefox. I've never seen something so elegant. Instinctively, she reached out to touch Yin Ying. The movement startled the light-sleeping creature, which instantly became alert. Its wild, piercing eyes locked onto Bai Jing, freezing her hand midair and making her heartbeat skip. It wasn't until Jiang An gently stroked Yin Ying's head that the creature yawned and drifted back into sleep. Sorry, it's just groggy from waking up. Jiang An explained casually. No worries, it was my fault for being abrupt. Bai Jing forced a laugh, though her eyes remained filled with curiosity. She thought to herself, this is no ordinary firefox. That oppressive feeling, just know it was like being targeted by a wild boss. Truly spine-chilling. By the way, Jiang An changed the subject, taking out the materials he'd obtained the day before. Can I sell all of these now? Bai Jing began sorting through them with a professional demeanor, showing no sign of impatience despite the low-grade materials. Spider silk is in high demand for crafting professions, so the price is decent. There are 128 bundles here, totaling 20,000. Spider legs are less valuable. As for this bow and dagger, they're black iron grade, so their worth is limited. Altogether, that makes 48,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to your account shortly. Moments later, the payment came through. As Jiang An saw his balance rise to 550,000 yuan, he felt a surge of excitement. However, remembering that it still wasn't enough for the materials to upgrade Yin Ying's bloodline, his mood quickly calmed. Before he left, Bai Jing handed him a delicately scented business card. Here's my contact information. If you ever need to make a deal, feel free to reach out to me. I'll ensure you get the best prices and lowest fees. All right. Jiang An pocketed the card and left the private room with a light step. Once Jiang An's figure disappeared, Bai Jing sat down, her smile fading as she tapped her fingers lightly on the table. At that moment, Bai Hong approached her. Sister, Jiang An may have potential, but is it really worth your personal attention? Don't you think you're overestimating him? You're underestimating him. Bai Jing shook her head. We're crafting professionals. We've never run dungeons ourselves. You don't understand what it means to solo clear the spider nest in 3 hours. Even the current commander of Shanhaiguan couldn't do that when he first transitioned. Jiang An just needs time to grow. Besides, what we've offered him is insignificant in comparison. She paused and said seriously, remember, people like him are to be befriended, not offended. I see. Bai Hong broke into a cold sweat, quickly replaying every interaction he'd had with Jiang An in his mind. Of course, I wouldn't dare. Bai Jing stretched lazily, her thoughts lingering on Jiang An's calm expression and Yin Ying's untamed gaze. Heh, what a pair of interesting little ones. After leaving the trading post, Jiang An headed straight for the bamboo forest mountains. He opted for a specially cleared safe route instead of taking a narrow path. Along the way, he occasionally encountered adventurers brimming with excitement, clearly sharing the same goal as him. Before long, the lively sounds of his destination reached his ears. Looking ahead, the area was bustling with activity, crowds of people, lively chatter, and the clamor of vendors hawking their goods. It was hard to imagine that this place had once been ravaged by feral demon wolves. The vendors' cries rang out one after another. Buying wild wolf pelts. Best prices guaranteed. Special deal on wolf daggers. Top quality bear paws, a chef's dream ingredient. Recruiting new mercenaries, level 10 and above. Handcrafted life potions, fair prices for all. The traffic here far exceeded that of the Spider Nest dungeon. The reason was simple. This area served as a hub for 4 different dungeons catering to levels 7 through 18, making it a prime spot for adventurers to form teams and grind for loot. By comparison, the Spider Nest, located in a remote and perilous area, saw far less foot traffic. Most beginners preferred a steady progression, leveling up gradually from the beginner dungeon to the Goblin Village until they reached level 10, a slower but safer approach. Jiangan's target this time was the Snowfield Wasteland dungeon. As a newly minted level 10 adventurer, this dungeon was perfectly suited to his level, offering the best experience gains. The only downside was that he no longer had a cooldown amulet, meaning he would have to wait a full day before re-entering the dungeon after completing it. If I could get another cooldown amulet this time, even a single-use one, that would be great. Jiang An thought as he made his way toward the vortex entrance of the Snowfield Wasteland dungeon. However, the scene ahead brought him to a halt. A large crowd had gathered in a circle, and heated arguments could be heard from the center. Among the voices, one stood out. It was unmistakably Tan Gong. Forcing his way through the crowd, Jiang An finally caught sight of Tan Gong locked in a standoff with a burly man whose face bore a long, jagged scar. Yukuan, what's the meaning of this? Tan Gong demanded, his face dark with anger. We've already accepted this commission. Are you trying to steal it from us? Hearing the name, Jiang An's eyes narrowed. Yukun's name of the elder brother from the duo who had ambushed him before. A level 13 warrior. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance between Yukuan and his younger brother, Yu Luan, was undeniable. Though their builds were different, their facial features confirmed they were siblings. Yukuan sneered. Who says only you can take the commission? The key to an escort mission is the strength of the guards. My team is full of level 13 elites with perfect attack and defense setups. And you lot? He cast a disdainful glance at Tan Gong's group, his gaze lingering on Tang Mianmian, who was pale and bandaged. Your so-called support is practically a cripple. How do you expect to protect the client? The remark infuriated Tan Gong, Shuacha, and Yin Tianhao. Tan Gong instinctively reached for his weapon, but Yukuan's expression darkened instantly. Tan Gong, don't push your luck. I'm in a bad mood right now. How about we settle this with a life or death agreement? Let's spill some blood and see who's stronger. Tan Gong hesitated, his heart sinking. As a seasoned adventurer, he immediately connected the dots to the rumors about Yukuan's brother being burned to a crisp. He also understood all too well what a life or death agreement entailed. It allowed for unrestricted combat in the wilderness, where the death of one party would result in no legal consequences for the other. Although their levels were similar, the disparity in equipment was significant. In terms of raw power, Yukuan clearly had the upper hand. But this commission was crucial for Tan Gong, and he was ready to grit his teeth and accept the challenge when Zhuocha grabbed his arm, gently shaking her head. At that moment, the crowd suddenly parted, creating a pathway. A woman in a flowing blue dress stepped forward, her expression icy and her eyes like shining stars, instantly commanding everyone's attention. Tan Gong immediately turned to her, cupping his hands respectfully. You must be Su Chan, our client. We're ready to enter the dungeon at your command. Su Chan nodded slightly, her face devoid of emotion. Yukuan's face darkened instantly. He said with dissatisfaction, this is a public commission, and our team has taken it as well. Logically, it should be up to the employer to decide. As he spoke, his eyes shifted to Su Chan, and his expression immediately turned obsequious. Miss Su, our team is entirely level 13, perfectly meeting the highest level requirement for the Snowy Wasteland mission. We can guarantee your safety 100%. Tan Gong quickly interjected, Miss Su, although our team's levels are slightly lower, we have extensive experience, and our average level is quite balanced. Plus, you'll gain more experience points with us for clearing the mission. That's nonsense. Yukuan cut him off sharply. It might take you guys days to finish the mission. Factor in the time cost, and you'll end up earning less experience overall. He then turned his scornful gaze to Tang Mianmian. Besides, your support is already incapable of combat. She can barely cast any skills. Just go home and recover. You. Yin Tianhao was furious, stepping in front of Tang Mianmian to shield her. Yukuan sneered coldly. What? Not convinced? Then let's settle this the traditional way. Have someone from your team fight me in a death match. Winner takes the commission. Loser? Well, they can die for all I care. Su Chan frowned slightly, clearly not expecting two teams to fight over the commission. As Tan Gong remained silent, Yukuan's face displayed a mocking grin. I knew it. He turned back to Su Chan. Miss Su, I'm sure you can see who's stronger. Please make your choice. Yin Tianhao glanced at the still-injured Tang Mianmian. He bit his lip hard, oblivious to the pain, and was just about to step forward when Tang Mianmian weakly grabbed his arm. Don't, she said faintly. It's not worth it. I want to try. Yin Tianhao said firmly. What if I win? Miss Su promised that if we satisfy her, she could invite a level 50 healer to help reattach your severed limb. Breaking free from Tang Mianmian's grip, Yin Tianhao took a step forward, but Tan Gong stepped in front of him. Get back, Tan Gong said in a low voice. If you go, you're walking to your death. Captain, this is her only chance. If the wound fully heals, even with money, it won't be possible to reattach the limb. Yin Tianhao said anxiously. I know, Tan Gong replied. That's why I'll do it. He began walking toward Yukuan, a bronze-grade battle axe materializing in his hand. Yukuin's face twisted into a cruel smile. Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll use your life to christen my new blade. He drew a long sword that shimmered with a silvery white glow, a glaringly obvious silver-grade weapon. The sight of the weapon made everyone's heart leap into their throat. It was no secret that Yukuin was ruthless and highly skilled in combat. His fighting techniques might even surpass Tangong's. The attribute boost from a silver-grade weapon compared to a bronze-grade one was like night and day. If it was a rare piece with additional skills, Tangong stood almost no chance of winning. Yin Tianhao and Tang Mianmian's faces turned pale with fear at the sight of the silver sword. Tang Mianmian, her voice trembling, cried out for Tangong to come back. Su Chan was about to intervene when a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. A death match? Interesting. It was Jiang and Captain Tan. Mind if I have a little fun with him instead? All eyes instantly turned toward the direction of the voice. Among those present, Su Chan was the first to notice the speakera young man around her age. When her gaze landed on Yining, nestled in Jiang An's arms, her previously cold demeanor softened in an instant, her eyes gleaming with surprise and delight. Tangong and the others recognized Jiang An and immediately broke into smiles. They had witnessed Jiang An's strength firsthand during their previous encounter with the demon wolves. Tangong quickly used his appraisal skill and discovered that Jiang An's level had skyrocketed from 8 to 10 in just a single day, further boosting their confidence. Yin Tianhao, noticing Jiang An's sudden level increase, felt a mix of excitement and discouragement. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It had taken months of grueling dungeon runs with a team for him to gain 2 levels, yet Jiang An had managed to catch up so quickly. Yukuin narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Jiang An, a trace of doubt surfacing in his mind. Why was this seemingly ordinary young man, who looked like just another student, held in such high regard by Tangong and his group? When his gaze shifted to Yin Ying beside Jiang An, a sudden realization struck him. Were you in the bamboo forest mountains yesterday? Yukuin abruptly asked. And if I was? Jiang An replied calmly, his expression unchanging. Hearing this exchange, Tangong's eyes darted between the two of them. He recalled the news of Yukuin's younger brother's death, and a bold theory began to take shape in his mind. Could it be that Yu Luan had died at Jiang An's hands? Just as Yukuin was about to press further, Tangong interjected, goading him. What's with the hesitation? Don't tell me you're stalling because you're afraid? Yukuin's face darkened. Afraid? Don't make me laugh. Killing a level 13 is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Do you think I'd fear a level 10 Firefox summoner? As soon as the words left his mouth, a notification appeared on both their interfaces, signaling the initiation of a life and death pact. Without hesitation, Jiang An signed his name, confirming that he had no qualms about eliminating his opponent. A streak of light entered their bodies, marking the pact as officially in effect. The surrounding crowd erupted into excitement, buzzing with speculation. Some recalled the brutal outcome of the last life and death duel, others debated how many rounds Jiang An could endure, and a few analyzed the potential strategies of the impending battle. Yukuin fixed his gaze on Jiang An, muttering under his breath, was it you? It doesn't matter. Better to kill the wrong person than let them go. With that, he raised his longsword and charged at Jiang An. Jiang An didn't even bother to draw his Spider King staff. Instead, he simply let Yin Ying leap from his arms. The Firefox's eyes burned with a sharp, murderous intent. From the moment Jiang An had confirmed his opponent's identity, he had already resolved to leave no loose ends. Even though Yining was just a Firefox, Yukuin dared not underestimate her. As he closed in, he swung his long sword in a powerful arc aimed directly at her. A deafening roar erupted across the battlefield. It was the warrior's signature skill, Battle Cry, a technique that not only weakened the enemy's defenses but also bolstered the warrior's own fighting spirit. The blade in Yukuin's hand suddenly emitted a blinding white light. This was the unique blade-slash ability of a silver-tier weapon, aimed directly at Flame Shadow. Hiss, now that's a veteran for you. Someone in the crowd murmured in awe. That combo leaves no room for the opponent to breathe. This is how you deal with summoners. Either go straight for the summoner, or take down their summoned beasts quickly. As the sharp arc of the blade was about to strike Flame Shadow, many spectators who adored the fiery fox instinctively shut their eyes. But in the next moment, a scorching heat wave swept across the arena, accompanied by gasps and exclamations from the crowd. When people opened their eyes again, they saw that Flame Shadow had already nimbly dodged Yukuin's attack, its graceful movements as fluid as flowing water. The stark difference in speed made Yukuin's blade slash seem like a clumsy joke. Before Yukuin could recover from his shock, Flame Shadow had leapt high into the air. Its magnificent tail ignited in roaring flames, the intense heat warping the air and blurring Yukuin's vision. At that moment, Yukuin finally recognized the distinct fire. It's you, he roared, glaring at Jiang An. This flamite's exactly the same as the one that burned my brother's body. You were the one who killed. Before he could finish, Flame Shadow's flame-wreathed tail lashed down on him with a resounding crack. Yukuin froze in place, his face still twisted in unbridled fury. The words he had been about to say remained forever stuck in his throat as his body collapsed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The arena fell into dead silence. Keeneyed spectators saw it clearly. Yu Kuan's health bar had been completely depleted the moment he made contact with Flame Shadow. A level 13 warrior wielding a silver-deer weapon had been instantly killed by a single strike from a summoned fox. As they looked at Yu Kuan's lifeless body on the ground and then at Flame Shadow, which had elegantly returned to its summoner's side, an overwhelming sense of disbelief swept through the crowd. The rules of this world seemed to have been shattered. Firefox summoners had finally ushered in their era. The moment Yu Kuan's lifeless body hit the ground, the members of his team scattered like startled birds, vanishing into the crowd within seconds. This hastily assembled group had come together purely for profit, and with their leader dead, none of them had any reason to stick around. Su Chan witnessed the scene, her small mouth slightly agape as her shocked gaze darted between Jiang An and the flaming shadow. Tan Gong walked slowly to Jiang An's side, his eyes lingering meaningfully on Yu Kuan's corpse as he remarked, "Yu Kuan and his crew have long been infamous. If it weren't for the money, no one would have joined his team in the first place. Now that he's dead, no one will bother looking into his brother's affairs anymore." Zhuocha approached Jiang An with a beaming smile. Without hesitation, she naturally took the flaming shadow from his arms, burying her face in its soft fur and inhaling deeply. "Wow, just one day apart, and you've already leveled up to 10. If word of this gets out, it'll make a lot of people feel seriously embarrassed." Yin Tianhao, his face flushed with excitement, pulled Tang Mianmian along as they drew closer. Ever since the direwolf incident, he had held immense admiration for Jiangan, and now, seeing him take down Yu Kuan in an instant, his excitement was uncontainable. That was incredible. Yu Kuan was scum and deserved what he got. If only I were stronger, I would've. In contrast, Tang Mianmian, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly thanked Jiangan with heartfelt sincerity. Tan Gong and Su Chan had already agreed to exchange the high monetary reward for a single treatment session from a senior healer, specifically to help Tang Mianmian reattach her severed limb. Without Jiang An's timely intervention, the outcome of this encounter would have been far less favorable. "Will you be joining us in the dungeon later?" Su Chan's voice rang out, clear and melodious like a silver bell. The sound made Jiang An pause. It was identical to the voice of the mysterious girl from Box 5. Considering her ability to hire protection for dungeon runs and arrange for senior healers to make house calls, her distinguished background was hardly surprising. "No, I just happened to pass by. I'm not part of the commission team," Jiang An replied calmly. Tan Gong quickly elaborated. Jiang An only recently transitioned into his role this year, so his focus has been on leveling up in preparation for the college entrance exams. But rest assured, we'll ensure your safety. You're a first year who just transitioned and already leveled up to 10 on your own?" Su Chan's eyes sparkled with interest. After Jiang An confirmed, she immediately proposed, "I'd like to hire you to take me into the dungeon for leveling up. It won't slow down your progress. If anything, a two-person team is faster than going solo or with a larger group." Before Jiang An could politely decline, Su Chan extended her pale right hand. Resting in her palm was a golden talisman, a beginner cooldown talisman, crafted by Master Alchemist Tang Wu. Usable up to 5 times, limited to dungeons below level 20, Su Chan explained. "If you agree, they'll lend this talisman to you. As for your friends, they'll compensate them for completing their commission as promised. I don't care about the dungeon rewards, just the experience for leveling up." "Deal." Jiang An agreed without hesitation. This talisman was exactly what he needed to bypass the cooldown limitations for dungeons. Coupled with the fact that Su Chan was willing to forego all loot, the offer was too advantageous to pass up. Su Chan nodded in acknowledgement before turning her gaze to Tan Gong and the others, her eyes lingering briefly on Tang Mianmian's injured arm. "As for your commission, given the delay, I'll consider it fulfilled." She swiftly pulled a business card out of her pocket and handed it to Tan Gong with practiced ease. "Contact this person. He'll help you find a high-level healer." Tan Gong took the card, his fingers trembling slightly, as if he were in a dream. Was it really that simple? Could Tang Mianmian's severed limb truly be saved? Jiang An observed the entire exchange, his impression of her improving significantly. "So, are we heading into the dungeon now?" Su Chan turned to Jiang An, but noticed something unusual in his expression. "Wait," she frowned in confusion. "Is there something else?" Jiang An began walking toward Yu Kuan's corpse as he casually asked Tan Gong, "Since I signed a life and death contract with him, now that he's dead, everything he owned should belong to me, right? A silver-deer weapon could fetch a good price." Tan Gong froze for a moment before breaking into a helpless smile and nodding. Without hesitation, Jiang An started rummaging through Yu Kuan's equipment. He first examined the weapon's attributes. Silver Moon Blade. Type, warrior equipment. Level requirement, well. Quality, silver. Base stats, strength 20. Agility 20. Constitution 20. _skill _silver moon /LV1 bronze tier skill can be actively triggered. Consumes mental energy to unleash a blade slash, dealing 150 normal attack damage. After inspecting it, Jiang An shook his head. The attributes of this silver tier weapon were underwhelming. Compared to his spider staff, it was worlds apart. Its stat bonuses were a tier lower, and it only had one skill. However, the weapon wasn't bound to Yukuin, so it could be sold. Conveniently, he still needed a few thousand more to purchase demon blood. Selling this weapon should just about cover the cost. The rest of the equipment, while mediocre, wasn't useless. Jiang An collected everything without complaint. Suchan had been watching Jiang An's actions with curiosity. When he finally stood up, she quickly averted her gaze, resuming her usual cold demeanor. Are you done? If so, let's go, she said, her tone icy. Yeah, Jiang An replied, heading straight toward the dungeon vortex, with Suchan following closely behind. Tangong remained standing, watching their retreating figures. At some point, Zhuocha appeared beside him, sighing softly. By the next time we meet him, his level might already surpass ours, don't you think? Tangong shook his head. It's not a matter of might. It's a certainty. A golden dragon cannot be confined to a pond. All he needs is time. Standing before the swirling vortex of the dungeon entrance, Jiang An was the first to reach out and touch the mysterious curtain of light. Unlike the spider nest, the snowy wasteland dungeon offered 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. Since this is our first time teaming up, let's start with normal to get used to working together. Su Chan's cool voice broke the silence. If it feels manageable, we can consider hard later. Don't worry, my class is strong, you won't have to. Before she could finish, she watched in disbelief as Jiang An unhesitatingly set the difficulty to nightmare and hit the enter button. Su Chan let out a sharp cry. Did you just? Before she could finish her sentence, the world around them spun violently. In an instant, their surroundings transformed. Heavy snowflakes blanketed the land, turning the entire world into a wintry wonderland. The biting cold in the air made every breath feel like it was laced with shards of ice, a stark contrast to the sunny warmth outside the dungeon. Jiang An sneezed twice, but quickly steadied himself, his enhanced physical attributes after his class change making the freezing weather more bearable. From the side came the sound of retching. Jiang An turned to find Su Chan leaning weakly against a withered tree. Don't tell me? This is your first time entering a dungeon?
Yes.
Su Chan nodded, admitting it. The girl, who appeared about the same age as Jiang An, explained, I used to grind levels in a good outdoor spot for beginners, but after hitting level 10, the experience gain became too slow, so I had to give it up. If someone was helping you level up, why team up with me? My family members are way too high level to enter these dungeons, she said, looking slightly embarrassed. Jiang An's mouth twitched as he struggled to hold back a sarcastic remark. At that moment, the faint sound of footsteps reached their ears. A snow-white fox, smaller than Yin Ying, appeared in their line of sight. Its hungry green eyes locked onto the two, clearly regarding them as its prey. Jiang An immediately used his identification skill. Snow Fox level 13. Strength, 190. Spirit, 150. Agility, 200. Constitution, 150. Combat skills. Rending Claw Iron Tier. Frenzied/Silver Tier. Ice Beam Iron Tier. This is bad. Nightmare difficulty is way too hard. Su Chan's expression shifted. Even a team of level 13 elites would find this challenging. Jiang An ignored her concerns and gently stroked Yin Ying's fur. Understanding his signal, Yin Ying leapt to the ground, locking eyes with the snow fox. Seeing this, Su Chan stopped talking and pulled out an emerald green flute, playing a clear, melodious tune with an ancient rhythm. Immediately, a buff appeared on both Jiang An and Yin Ying. Heavenly Melody increases skill damage and attack speed by 10 for 10 minutes. Feeling the surge of power, Yin Ying shed its Chu Lian disguise. Its aura intensified, and its body grew larger. Overwhelmed by the sudden display of dominance, the snow fox, which had been ready to attack, instantly faltered, crouching low in submission and abandoning its aggression. Yin Ying moved gracefully toward the snow fox, its claws gleaming. With a swift slash, a spurt of blood stained the pristine snow, and the snow fox fell lifelessly in an instant. Su Chan stared, wide-eyed in shock. It wasn't until the kill notification sounded that she finally snapped out of it, her mouth hanging open as if she could fit an entire egg inside. This scene was even more stunning than Yin Ying's instant defeat of Yukuin. In the snowy terrain, the fearsome nightmare-level snow fox, known for its brutality, completely surrendered in Yin Ying's presence, as if it had encountered a natural predator of its lineage. This moment fundamentally changed Su Chan's perception of Jiang An and Yin Ying. It was no wonder he could quickly reach level 10 solo in dungeons. Clearly, he had never lingered in the realm of ordinary difficulty. Watching this unfold, Su Chan's earlier concerns about entering a nightmare-level dungeon dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of joy. She was well aware that while nightmare-level dungeons shared cooldown times with standard hard mode dungeons, the experience, materials, and drops were significantly superior. With the use of cooldown charms, resetting a nightmare-level dungeon was undoubtedly the smartest choice. Aren't you in a support class? How can your skills affect Yin? Suchan, now fully acknowledging Jiang An's abilities, actively began sharing her own information. Suchan, level 10, Soundweaver. She explained, my skills are essentially about conveying emotions. As long as the recipient can understand the feelings embedded in the melody, allied units can receive a boost. Yin is indeed very intelligent. When I've used Heavenly Harmony on ordinary summoners before, some summoned creatures couldn't benefit from it. Hearing the praise, Yin lifted its head proudly, its demeanor exuding confidence and satisfaction. I see. Jiangan nodded in understanding. Although he had never heard of the Soundweaver class before, the ability to amplify damage percentages and affect summoned creatures clearly demonstrated its strength. This was good news for him. At least he didn't have to worry about carrying a liability. Exhaling a puff of cold air, Jiangan said, let's go. Let's finish this quickly, so we can reset and run it again. If anyone else had said this, Suchan would have dismissed it as empty boasting. But at this moment, gazing at Jiangan standing in the sunlight, she found herself completely believing in what might otherwise have sounded like an arrogant declaration. After confirming their direction, the two of them, accompanied by Yin, stepped onto the pristine snowfield, leaving behind 3 long trails of footprints. A deep, guttural growl echoed through the snowy wasteland, rising and falling in waves. Su Chan's eyes darted around warily, tracking the shadowy figures emerging from the swirling frost. They were draped in tattered animal pelts, stained dark with dried, brownish blood. Even in the biting cold, the stench of decay clung to them, sharp and nauseating. Their hair hung in wild, unkempt tangles, concealing their faces, but the gleaming crimson of their eyes betrayed their inhuman nature. The creatures didn't attack immediately. Instead, they formed a tightening circle around Jiang An and his group, their guttural cries growing louder, as if summoning reinforcements. Ghouls. Su Chan's voice trembled, her breath visible in the freezing air. Jiang An's expression hardened. He was no stranger to the ghouls of this desolate, snowbound plain. With practiced efficiency, he activated his identification skill, analyzing the creatures before them. Ghoul level 13. Strength, 230. Spirit, 100. Agility, 180. Constitution, 200. Combat skills. Wailing Silver Deer. Bloodthirst Bronze Tier. Plague Burst Bronze Tier. Corrupting Touch Bronze Tier. The most menacing among their abilities were the last two. Corrupting Touch inflicted a stacking poison effect, while Plague Burst had the potential to weaken enemies, leaving them vulnerable. Though both skills were categorized as Bronze Tier, their cumulative effects made them a dangerous threat. There are too many of them, Suchan whispered, her voice barely audible. We can't hold them off with just dispersal skills. The left flank is thinner if we're going to break through. It has to be now. But Jiangan didn't move. He stood firm, his eyes scanning the encroaching horde. Wait, just wait. Trust me. There was something in his calm, steady tone that eased the edge of Su Chan's panic, even as the ghouls pressed closer. From above, the scene would have looked dire. Jiang An and Su Chan, trapped at the center of a growing sea of reed monsters. Then, a new figure emerged from the ranks. Larger, more imposing than the rest, it stepped forward with deliberate menace. Its beast-hide cloak was so thoroughly soaked in foul, blackened blood that it appeared almost tar-like. Around its thick neck hung a necklace of bone fragments, clattering softly with every movement. The other ghouls grew restless at its arrival, their agitation palpable, as though awaiting its command to strike. There it is, Jiangan muttered, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The leader of this ghoul pack. Without hesitation, he activated his identification skill again. Ghoul Leader Elite Tier, level 13. Strength, 240. Spirit, 150. Agility, 200. Constitution, 220. Combat skills. Wailing Silver Deer. Bloodthirst Bronze Tier. Plague Burst Gold Tier. Corrupting Touch Silver Deer. Su Chan's face turned pale. Gold Tier Plague Burst? My dispersal skill is Gold Tier 2, but it's only at level a night might not be enough to counteract it completely. If we get infected, the constant health drain and the weakness debuff could kill us. Jiang An's gaze remained locked on the leader, his expression unshaken. We're not done yet, he said, his tone calm yet resolute. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Su Chan gritted her teeth, pulling a shimmering golden talisman from her backpack and handing it to Jiangan. This one-time use skill talisman, Life's Blessing, was worth a fortune. It could unleash a gold tier skill that created a protective shield lasting 3 minutes, immune to all negative effects. This is a second-tier support skill. Use it and get out of this dungeon within these 3 minutes. Su Chan urged anxiously. Jiang An accepted the talisman, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The creation of such a talisman was incredibly demanding. It required a second-tier support skill user at max level 10 and a master alchemist to craft it using exorbitantly expensive materials. The value of one talisman was enough to hire a second-tier support expert for 10 missions. Such a rare item was typically reserved for the families of powerful elites. Clearly, this was a life-saving trump card prepared by Su Chan's family, and she likely had more than one. Jiang An took the talisman without hesitation. In a life-or-death situation like this, who would refuse an extra chance to stay alive? Just as Su Chan was about to pull out a second talisman, Jiang An spoke calmly, "No need. Using something this valuable on ghouls would be a waste." Before his words had fully registered, Yin Ying, the flame shadow creature, darted into the horde of ghouls like a streak of red lightning. Its movements were incredibly agile, its speed so fast that it became a blur. The ghouls lunged and snapped at it, but not a single one managed to touch even a hair on its body. In the blink of an eye, Yin Ying vanished into the dense crowd of ghouls. It was then that Su Chan understood Jiang An's strategy, using Yin Ying's speed to directly target the ghoul leader in a bold decapitation tactic. The plan was risky, but if Yin Ying could eliminate the leader swiftly, it might throw the entire ghoul horde into chaos, giving them a chance to escape. However, the harsh reality soon shattered this optimistic plan. The ghouls surrounding Yin Ying were just the beginning. Many more were lurking nearby, hidden in the shadows. Now, these creatures were enraged by Yin Ying's assault. Their eyes glowed with a menacing red light, and they were poised to launch a deadly attack at any moment. On the snowy plains, a pack of ghouls growled menacingly, their eyes fixed on their prey. As the leader of the ghouls lunged at Jiang An, the rest of the pack charged forward in unison. Under the moonlight, Su Chan could clearly see the rotting flesh and blood clinging to their clawed fingers. Too reckless, Su Chan muttered to herself, shaking her head. Using only Yin Ying to deal with such a large number of ghouls was clearly insufficient. Even if the leader were taken down, the remaining ghouls would be more than capable of tearing them apart. Gripping her protective talisman tightly, she prepared to crush it at a moment's notice. At that instant, however, Jiang An stepped forward confidently, a faint smirk curving his lips. Through his mental connection with Yin Ying, he had already sensed the shadow beast stealthily closing in on the ghoul leader. The time had come. Shadow technique, twin flame. Copy. Blazing storm. A vivid, fiery shadow materialized behind Jiang An, its fur shimmering with shifting flame patterns. In the blink of an eye, two blazing firestorms erupted simultaneously, one from Jiang An and the other from Yin Ying's position. Su Chan stood frozen in shock, watching as Jiang An seemed to transform into a miniature sun, radiating endless waves of light and heat. The overlapping blazing storms magnified their power and area of effect exponentially. The ghouls' anguished screams echoed across the battlefield, and the air became thick with the stench of charred flesh. These once terrifying creatures were reduced to nothing more than sources of experience points. Within seconds, the cries ceased entirely. Yin Ying, its body still wreathed in flames, gracefully walked back toward Jiang An. The fiery glow around it gradually faded as the system notification chimed in. "Congratulations on defeating level 13 ghouls beyond your level. Bonus experience awarded. 1500. Materials obtained. Tattered Beast Hide X1. Congratulations on defeating level 13 ghoul leader elite. Bonus experience awarded. 1800. Materials obtained. Ghoul leader's heart X1. Jiang An wasn't disappointed by the loot after all. It was just an elite tier monster. Blazing storm. Yin Ying has already mastered such a powerful AoE skill. And you can actually use your summon beast's abilities? Su Chan exclaimed, finally snapping out of her daze. A summoner using their summon creature skills? That was unheard of. Suddenly, Su Chan's expression turned playful. Since Jiang An had clearly been prepared all along and didn't actually need the protective talisman, he had accepted it without hesitation. Jiang An, now avoiding her gaze deliberately, only made Su Chan chuckle softly. She had no intention of asking for the talisman back. Jiang An was her teammate, and the stronger he was, the better for all of them. The expensive talisman was of little importance to her. Squatting down slightly, she extended her hand toward Yin Ying, beckoning it over. But Yin Ying merely cast her a glance before leaping into Jiang An's arms. Su Chan's eyes sparkled with mischief as a glowing light appeared in her hand, conjuring a plate of fragrant honey-glazed roasted meat. This delicacy, crafted by a high-level chef, was not only delicious but also capable of slowly restoring health. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, and Yin Ying's ears perked up immediately, its eyes fixed on Su Chan. "Come here, little Yin Ying. Let me pet you, and I'll give you this treat," she cooed. Yin Ying licked its lips and looked up at Jiang An with a pleading expression. "Go on, you little glutton," Jiang An said with a resigned sigh. In a flash, Yin Ying darted out of Jiang An's arms and appeared at Su Chan's side. She wasted no time, eagerly stroking its head. In its current adorable form, Yining was irresistibly charming to any woman, and Su Chan had been waiting for a chance to cuddle the little creature. Yining devoured the roasted meat in seconds and then, without a backward glance, leapt back into Jiang An's arms. Can't even let me pet you for a little longer, Su Chan pouted playfully. In Jiang An's embrace, Yining wagged its tail triumphantly, as if it had won some grand prize. Sensing Yin Ying's desire to be petted, Jiangan couldn't help but show a helpless yet amused expression. All right, that's enough rest. Let's keep moving, he said, secretly hoping that today might bring another level up. The two humans and one beast continued their journey. Perhaps due to their earlier encounter with the ghouls, they didn't come across any monsters for the next hour. That was, until the path ahead opened up to reveal a vast canyon stretching for dozens of kilometers. The canyon was blanketed in thick white snow, with only the deepest parts exposing patches of brown earth. Melted snow trickled through the crevices, gradually forming a winding stream. Looks like we're in luck, Su Chan said excitedly. We've reached the canyon sooner than I expected. If we follow the stream, we should find the boss. And there are bound to be plenty of monsters along the way. Jiang An gazed along the stream and noticed that its banks were scattered with all sorts of strange footprints. After their long trek, both of them were feeling a bit worn out. Su Chan was about to splash some of the clear stream water on her face when Jiang An suddenly grabbed her arm. He had noticed Yin Ying's unusual behavior. It was staring intently at the stream, a low growl rumbling in its throat. That faint sense of danger began to creep into Jiang An's mind as well. Wait, there's something wrong with this stream, Jiang An said cautiously. Startled, Su Chan took a closer look at the water. The stream was crystal clear. Even the stones on the riverbed were visible. Are you sure? She asked, puzzled. I don't think the guide mentioned anything about this, and the water's so shallow, how could anything be hiding in it? There's definitely something off. After their past experiences, Jiang An had come to trust Yin Ying's instincts completely. Still skeptical, Su Chan cast an identification spell on the stream. If there were no monsters present, the spell wouldn't reveal anything. To her surprise, however, a monster's attribute panel appeared before her eyes. Su, astonished, quickly shared the information she detected about the hidden wave koi with Jiang An. This level 13 creature boasted remarkable stats, 150 points in spirit, 80 in agility, and an impressive 250 in constitution. What stood out even more were its unique abilities: its innate triple obscuration talent, a silver-tier combat skill called Hidden Wave, and an arsenal of lethal techniques including bite, scale barrage, and water arrow. How did you even manage to spot such a hidden creature? Su exclaimed, her admiration for Jiang An reaching new heights. Without his warning, she would have unknowingly ventured too close and likely been attacked. Even with her protective talisman, she might not have been able to react in time. Jiang An, upon seeing the creature's attributes, immediately understood. The triple obscuration's talent, though rare, was not unfamiliar. It allowed the creature to completely conceal itself when surrounded by 3 or more living beings. It would remain undetectable and refrain from attacking unless provoked. This ability, often nicknamed the Coward's Talent, combined with the Hidden Wave Silvertier aquatic stealth skill, explained why no one had ever encountered these creatures before. After all, players typically explored dungeons in groups of at least 5. Jiang An picked up a small rock and tossed it into the stream. As ripples spread across the water's surface, the hidden wave effect dissipated. Sure enough, several palm-sized hidden wave koi emerged from their concealment. Their shimmering, wave-like scales glinted brilliantly in the water, making them look deceptively like harmless ornamental fish. However, the rows of razor-sharp teeth in their mouths, along with the remnants of flesh caught between them, betrayed their savage nature. Yinying, Jiang An's battle companion, had been ready to strike. In an instant, it leapt into the stream, claws slicing through the water. With a single blow, it killed one of the hidden wave koi. A system notification followed immediately. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 hidden wave koi. Bonus experience gained, 1400. Material obtained. Hidden wave koi meat 1. The remaining koi retaliated without hesitation, swelling their bodies and firing multiple water arrows. Though Yinying's movements were somewhat hindered in the water, its overwhelming stats provided a clear advantage. Even when struck, it only suffered minor damage. Enraged, Yinying unleashed a flurry of attacks, tearing the aggressors apart. Within moments, the dozen or so hidden wave koi were completely annihilated, their demise adding to the duo's experience points. Drenched but victorious, Yinying climbed out of the stream. Flames erupted around its body, instantly evaporating the water and restoring its fluffy, endearing appearance. Su took out her flute and began to play a soothing melody, quickly replenishing Yinying's lost health. Hidden wave koi meat is a highly sought-after ingredient for chefs, Su explained. But it's incredibly rare for anyone to discover their spawn points. Jiang An's eyes lit up with excitement. He was already calculating how much this spawn point information might fetch on the market. It could potentially fund the materials needed for Yining's second bloodline refinement. However, Su Su's next words shattered his daydream. Don't get your hopes up. This info is practically useless. Honestly, who besides someone as insane as you would dare tackle a dungeon with just 3 people? Don't forget about the ghouls we encountered on the way here. Jiang An scratched his head awkwardly but said nothing. The two continued their journey along the stream. Meanwhile, deep within the bamboo mountain range, a group of individuals clad in robes of varying colors had gathered before a cascading waterfall. At its base, a swirling white vortex was taking shape. Within the vortex, glimpses of endless bamboo groves and the faint aroma of fresh bamboo could be discerned. A man in a black robe, his voice raspy, addressed the group. The bamboo forest's secret realm is about to reawaken. We've waited so long for this moment. There can be no mistakes. Only the most devout followers will be allowed entry. He turned to a woman in a gray robe, commending her for using the rampaging demon wolves as a diversion. However, he also sternly warned her against such recklessness in the future, lest they attract the attention of the linen military. The next few days coincide with the rookie transition period, the black-robed man continued. It's the perfect time to recruit new believers and spread the faith of the abyss. His gaze swept across the assembly. Only through our unwavering dedication will the sovereigns bestow their favor upon us. The abyss protects, and all shall find peace. The gathered followers echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the waterfall. The abyss protects, and all shall find peace. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 Snow Fox Elite and earning an additional 1,800 experience points. The system notification chimed. On the snow-covered ground lay the lifeless body of a pristine, white Snow Fox Elite, next to which a rare Snow Fox pelt had dropped. Su Chan's gaze instinctively shifted to Jiang An's summoned beast, Yin-Ing. Along the way, they had encountered several snow foxes near the stream that wound through the canyon. These creatures were notorious for their elusiveness in the frosted wilderness dungeon. Their snowy fur blended almost perfectly with the environment, and their sudden ambushes often caught even seasoned teams off guard. Yet, in the presence of Yin-Ing, these natural predators seemed to lose all instinct for combat. Even the elite-level snow fox had been torn apart with barely any resistance. Though curiosity bubbled within her, Su Chan chose to remain silent. A summoner's beast's attributes and skills were personal secrets, akin to a warrior's trump card information that would only be shared voluntarily. We should be nearing the boss area, Jiang An's voice interrupted Su Chan's thoughts. Ahead, the canyon deepened, and the thick blanket of snow thinned, revealing patches of unknown green vegetation poking through. What stood out most was a massive heap of bones, forming a small hill. Skeletal remains of snow foxes and wild wolves were clearly discernible, along with the occasional skull of a ghoul. Before Jiang An could finish speaking, the ground began to quake violently. Snow from the canyon's ridges cascaded down in a flurry. Emerging from behind a giant boulder was a towering figure nearly 10 meters tall. Its bloated, humanoid body was covered in gray-green, wrinkled flesh. Its oversized head lacked ears and a nose, featuring only a single massive eye and a gaping maw that nearly consumed its entire face. The Identify skill revealed. Juvenile Cyclops Boss. Level 13. Attributes: Strength 300, Spirit 50, Agility 200, Constitution 300. Skills: Petrification Silver, Stone Skin Silver, Earth's Might Silver, Focus Strike Silver, Earthquake Slam Silver. Description: A young Cyclops abandoned by its kind. Despite losing the glory of its race, even in its juvenile form, it possesses extraordinary strength. The Cyclops opened its grotesque, fleshy mouth lined with jagged teeth and emitted a guttural roar, clearly marking Su Chan and Jiang An as its prey. It charged forward on its thick legs, but Yin-Ing, unfazed, let out a disdainful hiss and stepped up to meet the challenge. Su Chan quickly retrieved her instrument and began playing an ethereal melody. The harmonious notes granted Jiang An and Yin-Ing a series of buffs. Heavenly Melody increases skill damage and attack speed by 10 for 10 minutes. Tempo of Swiftness increases movement speed and dodge rate by 10 for 10 minutes. Yin-Ing moved with even greater speed, a blur of fiery red streaking toward the Cyclops. Startled, the Cyclops immediately cast Petrification, enveloping Yin-Ing in a grayish glow. Its fur began to harden, and its movements sluggishly ground to a halt. The petrification effect would progressively reduce its mobility until it became completely immobilized, silencing all its skills for a full 10 seconds. Just as Jiang An prepared to use Shadow Swap to free Yin-Ing, a dazzling white musical note from Su Chan's melody shot forth, shattering the petrification effect in an instant. The Cyclops turned its gaze towards Su Chan in confusion, but it was already too late. Yin-Ing unleashed Flame Tempest, engulfing the Cyclops in a roaring inferno. Its oily, bloated body ignited instantly, and with its agonized growls growing weaker, its health bar rapidly depleted to 0. The massive creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. That's it? It's dead already? Su Chan lowered her flute, her face a mixture of disbelief and bewilderment. Isn't this supposed to be the nightmare difficulty of Frosted Wilderness? And that was the nightmare level boss, wasn't it? I mean, sure, Yining can take out regular mobs in seconds, but the boss too? Isn't this dungeon supposed to be dangerous? I heard people even die frequently in hard mode. The cool and composed demeanor Su Chan typically maintained had all but vanished, replaced by an uncharacteristically endearing look of confusion. Is this how dungeons normally go? It feels way too easy. This isn't what my family told me at all. Jiang An thought for a moment before replying, yeah, this is pretty normal for me. I've always cleared dungeons this way. Maybe your family exaggerated the danger to make sure you be cautious? Huh, really? Is it really this easy? Su Chan muttered skeptically, still feeling like something wasn't adding up. Absolutely. Trust me, this is how it's done. Jiang An reassured her with unwavering confidence. Seeing Jiang An so confident, Su Chan temporarily put aside her doubts. At that moment, a series of system notifications flashed across their panels. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 young Cyclops boss. Earning bonus experience 2300. Materials obtained. Giant's Hand 1. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare level Snowfield Wasteland dungeon for the first time. Completion time. 6 hours and 13 minutes. New record set for fastest nightmare level Snowfield Wasteland dungeon clear. Record-breaking rewards. Experience 5000. First-time record-breaking rewards. Material Giant's Hide 1. Jiang An furrowed his brows slightly, showing a hint of disappointment. The loot this time was pretty underwhelming, just some basic materials. In contrast, Su Chan was overjoyed, practically jumping with excitement. We broke the dungeon record. Just the two of us. Jiang An couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. What's there to be so excited about? Once we're more familiar with it, we can break the record again. Let's go. The reset happened today, so we can run it one more time. Got it. Su Chan nodded enthusiastically. The two exited the dungeon, and the scene before them shifted as they reappeared outside the dungeon vortex. Su Chan quickly retrieved a cooldown amulet. A flash of light passed, and her cooldown time instantly reset. She handed the amulet to Jiang An, who used it immediately. A refreshing sensation spread through his body, and the 2-day cooldown period was cleared in an instant. Without wasting any time, Jiang An selected the nightmare level Snowfield Wasteland dungeon again. Their figures disappeared as they entered the dungeon once more. This scene caught the attention of many onlookers nearby. Combined with Jiang An's earlier life-or-death battle against Yukuin and his signature summoned beast, he had already left a lasting impression on the crowd. How did they come out so quickly? Must have been a forced exit, right? Just the two of them? Without a tank? One hit from a ghoul, and they're done for. Surviving and making it out is impressive enough. Among the crowd, Wang Hu scoffed and stepped forward. You're underestimating him. Wanna bet the fastest clear record is already updated. That's ridiculous. No way two people could even clear the normal level. Exactly. Even for the normal level, only hidden classes can handle it, and I heard even someone from the Sun family gave it a try. Wang Hu smirked. Care to bet? 5,000 bucks. A burly man with a beard immediately responded. You're on. Soon, someone want to check the records. The normal and hard levels remained unchanged. The bearded man burst into laughter, urging Wang Hu to pay up. Wang Hu's expression grew serious as he checked for himself, only to find the nightmare level record had indeed been broken. Jiang An's name was prominently displayed. Even though Wang Hu had already been impressed by Jiang An's strength, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Still, he maintained a facade of calm, pretending to be annoyed as he quietly transferred the money to the bearded man. I don't accept this. The bearded man suddenly shot to his feet, his eyes glinting with defiance. They were probably just unfamiliar with it on their first try. This time, they'll definitely clear it. Want to bet again? His eyes darted around as he calculated internally. If Jiang An and his team really found a way to avoid the ghouls, and with that Firefox's ability to instantly take down Yukuin, they might actually have a shot at succeeding. He was about to refuse the proposal when Wang Hu's voice interrupted him. This time, 10,000 bucks. Wang Hu growled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with a wild fire. And I bet they can clear the nightmare level. If they only manage the normal or hard levels, I lose. How about that? Deal. I'm in. The bearded man's eyes lit up, as though he could already see the money falling into his lap. Wang Hu glanced around the room, like a gambler on the edge of desperation. Anyone else want to bet? I'll bet. Count me in. Instantly, several people jumped forward to place their bets. The nightmare level dungeon was infamous for its grueling difficulty. Only a handful of people managed to conquer it each year. This level wasn't just tailored for elite players with hidden classes, it was designed as the ultimate challenge. Even those with the skills often hesitated, knowing that one small mistake could cost them their lives. While the experience rewards were about 50 higher than those of the hard level, the time required to clear it was more than double. And as for 2 people teaming up to clear a nightmare-level dungeon, that was nothing short of a pipe dream. In the end, 8 people, including the bearded man, took the bet. Wang Hu was ecstatic inside, though he deliberately wore a regretful, reckless expression on his face. The others, while tempted, ultimately didn't dare to wager and could only watch from the sidelines. Even nearby vendors gathered around. With no new students arriving yet, their materials and weapons were left unsold, leaving them idle. Now, they all flocked to the scene, eager to witness the outcome of Jiang An and his team's challenge. The area outside the dungeon buzzed with excitement. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see how this daring attempt would unfold. In the desolate expanse of the snowy plains, Jiang An and Su Chan had a stroke of good fortune. Shortly after entering the dungeon, they spotted traces of ghouls. Jiang An gently stroked Yin Ying's head, and the fiery red summoned beast immediately leaped from his arms, eagerly heading off to lure the ghouls. Thanks to their previous teamwork, Su Chan was no longer nervous. Instead, she watched Jiang An with curiosity. "You're a freshman this year, right? You're not from number 1 high school, are you?" "Yeah, I'm from number 8 high school." "Oh, which academy are you planning to apply to?" "Huaxia Academy." Su Chan's tone brimmed with admiration at the mention of Huaxia Academy. Named after the Huaxia Empire, its prestige was unparalleled. Although both it and Shanghai Academy were top-tier institutions, Huaxia Academy focused more on dungeon exploration. It was said that most dungeon strategies originated there. Situated in the heart of the empire, it was far safer compared to the battle-hardened Shanghai Pass. "I'm aiming for Shanghai Academy." "Shanghai Academy? Isn't that place really dangerous?" Su Chan's eyes widened in surprise. "Everywhere has its dangers. There's no such thing as absolute safety, not even in dungeons," Jiangan replied casually. "Actually, I'd like to visit Shanghai Pass too," Su Chan said softly, her tone suddenly tinged with melancholy. "My teacher says my skills are well suited for the battlefield, capable of providing large-scale percentage-based buffs. But my family doesn't want me to go to Shanghai Academy. They think Huaxia Academy is safer." Jiangan pondered Su Chan's skills. Ether abilities could affect anyone within earshot, even summoned beasts. On the battlefield, such a skill would undoubtedly be a game-changer. Scratching his head, he said, "Where you go to school should be your decision. Your family can give advice, but they shouldn't make the choice for you." "Only advice, huh?" Su Chan murmured, lowering her head in thought. At that moment, Yining returned, leading a large group of ghouls. Snapping back to attention, Su Chan immediately began casting a variety of buffs on Yining. As soon as the ghoul leader appeared, Yining and Jiangan executed their familiar strategia. Double flamestorm engulfed the battlefield in an instant, the relentless fire draining the ghoul's health and yielding a wealth of experience points. Unfortunately, the ghoul leader remained stingy, dropping no valuable loot this time. Watching her experience bar climb steadily, Su Chan couldn't hide her excitement. "I'm at 52 of level 10 now. If we take down the boss later, I might hit level 11 today." Originally, she had expected it to take 2 days of grinding in a difficult dungeon to reach level 11. She hadn't anticipated such efficient teamwork with Jiang An. Jiang An checked his own experience bar, which had reached 70. Their duo's leveling speed was nearly as fast as soloing, and with the cooldown amulet, it was even more efficient. "We're making good progress. Let's clear the snowy plains a few more times. Once we hit level 13, we can tackle the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon." Jiang An was about to feed Yining some jerky when he noticed the creature gazing pitifully at Su Chan. After the battle, Yining reverted to its endearing, vulnerable state. Already adorable, its current demeanor was irresistible. Su Chan's heart softened immediately, and she pulled out some roasted meat she had prepared to reward it. Food crafted by a chef was naturally far tastier than ordinary jerky. Just as Yining finished savoring the roasted meat, a juvenile cyclops emerged from its cave. With a thought from Jiang An, Yining streaked toward the cyclops like a red flash. The giant's massive single eye glared, and its petrification spell activated instantly. However, before the gray-white light could touch Yining, Su Chan had already cast her prepared debuff cleansing skill, allowing Yining to continue its charge unhindered. The fiery patterns on its body began to glow, and in the next moment, a flame storm erupted with a deafening roar. Brilliant flames surged once more before the duo's eyes. Moments later, Yining emerged gracefully from the sea of fire. Bathed in golden light, Jiang An successfully advanced to level 11. Although Su Chan didn't level up, her experience bar had reached 93 of level 10, just a sliver away from leveling up. The system notification immediately chimed in. "Congratulations on defeating a level 13 juvenile Cyclops boss beyond your level. Bonus experience awarded, 2300. Obtained material, Cyclops Heart 1. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare difficulty of the Snowy Plains dungeon. Completion time, 3 hours and 42 minutes. New record for fastest completion of Snowy Plains Dungeon Nightmare. A notification flashed before Jiang An's eyes, announcing a new nightmare-level completion record for the White Snow Wasteland dungeon. Although it wasn't a first-time clear and thus didn't grant an extra 5,000 experience points, something even more thrilling had occurred. The Cyclops heart. I can't believe it actually dropped, Su Chan exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. A flash of light appeared in Jiang An's hand as he retrieved the rare item from his inventory. It was a heart the size of a human head, crimson and glistening, still faintly pulsating. The system identified it as the Cyclops heart, taken from a Cyclops, and hinted at its special utility in certain scenarios. This item only drops from nightmare level or higher Cyclops bosses, Su Chan said, her eyes fixed on the heart, her tone tinged with astonishment. Even for fully grown high-level Cyclopses, the drop rate is incredibly low, let alone from a juvenile Cyclops. She went on to explain, this heart can upgrade equipment below platinum grade by 1 tier. For instance, with the help of a crafting master who specializes in forging, you could use this heart along with other materials to upgrade silver tier gear to gold tier. Pulling her envious gaze away, Su Chan spoke calmly, top-tier gold-grade equipment is incredibly rare, often valued at tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, in the market. Many people opt to upgrade exceptional silver tier gear instead. But as we agreed earlier, I want to take a share of the dungeon loot. Whether you choose to keep or sell this heart, it's highly convenient. Its market price has been steady at around 200,000. Jiang An raised an eyebrow slightly, a spark of joy lighting up his heart. 200,000 just enough to acquire the rare material, the Lucky King's Ladle. Combined with today's other gains, it would be sufficient to further refine the Flame Shadow bloodline, bringing it one step closer to evolving into a divine beast. With excitement bubbling inside him, Jiang An chose to exit the dungeon. As his surroundings gradually came into focus, what he saw left him utterly stunned. Night had already fallen, and the soft glow of the moon bathed the land in its silvery light. Normally, the area outside the dungeon would be deserted at this hour, yet it was now packed with people. 7 or 8 pairs of intense gazes instantly locked onto him. He's out. They both cleared it in under 4 hours. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Hu, looks like you're about to lose everything you've got. Another voice teased. Stop the chatter and hand over the money. Someone else urged. Easy money. Didn't even have to lift a finger to make a profit. A man chuckled gleefully. Amid the commotion, Wang Hu remained composed, a confident smirk on his face. Calmly, he said, why don't you all check the record for this nightmare difficulty dungeon? Zhang Jun, a burly man with a scruffy beard who had been the first to place a bet, snorted derisively. Pushing his way through the crowd, he approached the vortex leading to the dungeon. As he reached out to inspect the record, he muttered, 2 people nightmare difficulty Wang Hu, you've got some wild imagination. I wouldn't even dream. His words abruptly cut off. Jerking his hand back, he spun around to stare at Jiang An, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What's the matter, Zhang Jun? Cat got your tongue? Wang Hu teased from the side. Zhang Jun swallowed hard, his expression flickering with disbelief. The others who had joined the betting pool, noticing his reaction, hurried to check the record themselves. Their responses were remarkably similar. Some were frozen in shock. Others gaped in astonishment. But in the end, every single one of them turned to Jiang An with eyes filled with utter incredulity. No way did they really clear nightmare difficulty in under 4 hours? Impossible. It takes me longer than that just to finish normal difficulty. Zhang Jun finally snapped out of his daze. Giving Jiang An a thumbs up, he said with genuine admiration, clearing nightmare difficulty in under 4 hours. I'm impressed. Guess I'll have to pay up. Witnessing a miracle like this is worth the loss. Without hesitation, he transferred the promised amount to Wang Hu. The others followed suit, settling their bets one by one. Wang Hu accepted the total of 80,000 yuan with a satisfied grin. As word spread, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Hey, big shot. Need a teammate? I don't mind warming your bed. A gruff voice called out. Get lost. You guys don't stand a chance. Head definitely prefer teaming up with a girl. A woman retorted. Jiang An couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the scene. Shaking his head, he glanced at Wang Hu, suddenly realizing that this guy had a knack for business. Noticing Jiang An's gaze, Wang Hu quickly sidled up to him and explained the details of the bet. Without hesitation, he offered a share of the winnings. Aside from the 5,000 I initially bet, I made 75,000. How about I give you 50,000? Impressed by Wang Hu's generosity, Jiang An agreed without hesitation. After receiving the transfer, he couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly he had just earned a tidy sum. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Jiang An decided to head to the trading post to purchase materials for Flame Shadow. Su Chan, who happened to be going the same way, joined him. As they approached the entrance, they were greeted by Bai Hong, who had clearly been waiting for Jiang An. Mr. Jiang, you're here. I've been waiting ever since I heard the news. I didn't want to miss you, Bai Hong said warmly. Su Chan was taken aback by how attentive the trading post's representative seemed. Since when had they been this proactive? But after recalling Jiang An's performance in the dungeon, she quickly realized that the trading post must be making a calculated move. Although Bai Hong didn't know Su Chan, he treated her as Jiang An's companion and led both of them to a private room on the second floor. When only the three of them were left, Jiang An waved his hand decisively, laying out the silver-deer weapon and dungeon materials he had obtained from Yukuin in front of Bai Hong. He kept the Cyclops heart in his backpack for now, not taking it out. Bai Hong raised an eyebrow slightly when he saw the weapon. He was all too familiar with it had passed through his hands not long ago before being sold. To his surprise, it had found its way back into Jiang An's possession so quickly. However, as a well-trained merchant, he refrained from questioning the weapon's origins and instead focused on estimating the value of the items. Mr. Jiang, Bai Hong quickly concluded, after deducting the transaction fees, the total value of these items comes to 180,000. All right, let's proceed with the transaction. Jiang An agreed with a nod. This price exceeded his expectations. The silver-deer weapon, while decent, had a relatively high-level requirement and was only worth 100,000. Surprisingly, the fish meat obtained from the hidden ripple carp turned out to be more valuable, fetching several tens of thousands. Once Bai Hong completed the transaction, the 180,000 was instantly transferred to Jiang An's account. He checked his balance, and with the additional 50,000 he had received from Wang Hu, his account total had skyrocketed to 780,000. Gently stroking Yin Ying's head, Jiang An asked expectantly, "Have you managed to acquire the 10 portions of pure demon blood I asked for last time? And what about the Lucky King's ladle?" Yin Ying shared the same sense of anticipation, eager to grow stronger. Bai Hong nodded. The pure demon blood has already been delivered from Shanghai Pass. The total cost for 10 portions is 600,000, just as we estimated earlier. However, he hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. We currently don't have the Lucky King's ladle in stock at the exchange. We've been reaching out to longtime clients to source it. It's as rare as the poison sac of the venomous Spider King. Some clients possess it, but they aren't willing to sell it for now. Jiang An shook his head helplessly. It seemed Yin Ying's bloodline purification would have to wait for the right opportunity. At that moment, Su Chan, who had been quietly listening on the side, suddenly spoke up. The Lucky King's ladle? Is it really that important? I think Uncle Qin might have one. I can ask him for you. After throwing out that remark, Su Chan quickly stepped outside, took out her phone, and made a call. Bai Hong stood frozen in place, his expression dazed. The rare material known as the Lucky King's ladle, how could she speak of it so nonchalantly? What unsettled him even more was the identity of this Uncle Qin. Someone in linen with the Lucky King's ladle and the surname Qin. Surely that must be Qin Lan, the head of linen? He cautiously glanced at Jiang An and tentatively asked, "And she is?" Jiang An simply shrugged. "She's my employer. That's all I know." Not long after, Su Chan returned to the private room with a smug smile. "All set. Uncle Qin does have it, and he's sending it over now. But since it's not mine, he'll need you to pay a token amount. Market price is 200,000. But you can have it for 150,000. Thank you." Jiang An agreed readily. He had been planning to sell the Cyclops heart to raise money, but now his cash on hand was sufficient, and he could save the heart to upgrade his weapon. If he could enhance the Spider King's staff to gold grade, it would become a top-tier weapon. While waiting, Jiang An opened the transaction platform built into the private room and began browsing the pet egg section. He quickly realized that the platform's categorization system didn't include the Divine Bloodline. Attribute this critical information was only visible after obtaining a contract slot. Fortunately, relevant warnings were displayed for listed items. He first clicked on the boss-level pet egg category and found only one available, a 5-colored Python King's pet egg. Unfortunately, the description below read, "This pet egg lacks a divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing a hatch and contract will result in the pet's death." Clearly, being boss level didn't guarantee the presence of a divine bloodline. Jiang An then switched to the elite level category, where a dazzling array of options filled the screen. Fire monkeys, thornflower sprites, poisonous scorpions, yet every single one carried the same warning: they lacked a divine bloodline. Just as he was shaking his head in frustration, Su Chan's voice rang out. "It's here." Uncle Qin's assistant delivered it. Bai Hong hurried downstairs to greet the delivery. When he saw the square-faced, middle-aged man entering the private room, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Wasn't this Qin Lan's assistant? The transaction was completed quickly. Jiang An handed over 150,000 and received what appeared to be an ordinary ceramic ladle. He then spent another 600,000 to purchase pure demon's blood from Bai Hong. His wallet was now nearly empty with just 20,000 left, but he had finally gathered all the materials for the task. After parting ways with the two, Jiang An returned to the orphanage with Yin Ying. He exchanged brief greetings with the director and the younger children before retreating into his room. Yin Ying nuzzled his chin with her head. her childish voice echoing in his mind. Master, I want. All right, don't rush. Jiang An took out all the materials and selected complete task. Nearly 1,000,000 worth of resources vanished in an instant, and a pure white glow enveloped Yin Ying. Within the light, Jiang An watched as Yin Ying's form grew larger, no longer the tiny creature that could easily perch on his shoulder. Suddenly, his pupils contracted beside Yin Ying's fluffy tail. A second tail was sprouting. At that moment, Jiang An felt a wave of mental disorientation. The white light before him began to expand, and within its radiance, a graceful silhouette slowly approached him. Though the figure's features were indistinct, its presence was mesmerizing, impossible to look away from. The woman with a stunning figure stood there, her curves far surpassing those of Bai Jing from the auction house. What truly caught the eye, though, were the two tails behind her, gently swaying, adding an extra layer of allure. Just then, a loud cry filled with excitement shattered the silence. Jiang An snapped out of his daze as a notification flashed across his interface. Divine bloodline purification successful. Current purity, 20. Next upgrade requirement, level 30. As the white light gradually faded, the newly purified Yin Ying appeared before Jiang An. Its size had nearly doubled, its body still predominantly red, but the tips of its fur now shimmered faintly with purple. The most striking change was its two tails, one red, one purple, both fluffy and soft. Its gaze had also transformed, shedding its former innocence in favor of a more commanding presence. With a burst of excitement, Yin Ying leaped into the air and pounced toward Jiang in midair. It activated its chuling ability, its form gradually shrinking as the purple tail disappeared, reverting to its adorable, pre-purification appearance. Snuggling into Jiang An's arms, a voice, no longer childlike but resembling that of a middle schooler, echoed in his mind. Thank you, Master. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang An quickly opened Yin Ying's attribute panel. What he saw left him momentarily stunned. Yin Ying. Species, Divine Twin-Tailed Fox, Purity 20. Gender, female. Level, 11, equal to Master. Strength, 80. Spirit, 700. Agility, 700. Constitution, 650. Innate abilities. Chuling, Divine Might. Combat skills. Rending Claw LV2 Platinum Grade. Flametail LV2 Platinum Grade. Blazing Storm LV2 Platinum Grade. Phantom Mesmerize LV1 Platinum Grade. Phantom Clone LV1 Platinum Grade. Divine Might. An active innate ability. When activated, it triggers a Divine Might state, exuding divine authority. All 4 core attributes are doubled, and skill power is increased by 100. Cooldown, 3 days. Phantom Mesmerize LV1. A platinum grade skill that uses the spiritual tail to unleash a powerful mental force to confuse enemies. The duration depends on the spirit difference between user and target. Phantom Clone LV1. A platinum grade skill that creates an identical phantom clone to assist in battle. The clone possesses 30 of the original's attributes and all skills but takes double damage. Compared to the previous enhancement, Yin Ying's core attributes hadn't changed, but its skills had undergone a qualitative leap. All existing skills were upgraded to platinum level, with their power boosted by more than 30. Even more excitingly, it had mastered 2 brand new platinum level skills, Phantom Clone and Phantom Bewilderment. Among these, the enhancement of its innate skill, Divine Might, was particularly remarkable, allowing it to double both its core attributes and skill power, a truly flawless trump card. As Jiang An pondered the practical value of Phantom Clone, Yin Ying gently licked his palm before leaping out of his arms. In midair, it activated Phantom Clone. By the time it landed, there were already 2 identical Yin Yings standing on the ground, indistinguishable in appearance and movements. What was even more astonishing was that the original body could manipulate the clones to unleash other skills. While Jiang An marveled at this, one of the clones suddenly shuddered and created a third Yin Ying. Although the combat power of the new clone was significantly reduced, and any damage it took would double, the tactical potential of this skill was still immeasurable. Besides, just looking at the 3 adorable Yin Yings was enough to lift anyone's spirits. After testing Phantom Clone, Yin Ying gave a shiver, and all the clones instantly dissipated. Just as Jiang An was about to experiment with Phantom Bewilderment, there was a knock on the door. The headmaster's slightly irritated voice came through. Jiang An, you're back, aren't you? We still need to talk about you burning the desk. I know you've just transitioned to a new role, but you still need to. Jiang An opened the door, smiling at the headmaster. The headmaster froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such a reaction. At that moment, Yin Ying gracefully approached the headmaster. Its endearing and obedient demeanor almost distracted from the mysterious purple tail quietly extending from behind it. Phantom Bewilderment. As the skill took effect, the headmaster's vision was consumed by the endlessly expanding purple tail until it filled his entire world. When he regained awareness, he was already sitting in his office. Huh, what was I about to do just now? The headmaster frowned in confusion, unable to recall anything. Ah, I must be getting old. Watching from the window as the lights in the headmaster's office went out, Jiang An's lips curved into a faint smile. The platinum-level phantom bewilderment was indeed extraordinary, not only capable of confusing its target, but also subtly guiding their behavior. Of course, this success was largely due to the headmaster being a lifestyle professional with relatively low mental attributes. Against other professionals with high mental strength, the results might not be as ideal. As Jiang An lay in bed, preparing to sleep, the image of a figure he'd seen earlier surfaced in his mind. That figure bore a striking resemblance to the phenomenon that occurred during his job transition, except for a slight difference in the number of tails. Stroking the drowsy yin-ing, Jiang An murmured softly, "They say divine beasts can take human form. When your bloodline purity reaches 100 and you fully become a divine beast, you'll probably look like that, right? I just hope your facial features don't make you a backview beauty." The next morning, at 7:30 a.m. half an hour earlier than the agreed meeting time, Su-chan arrived at the dungeon vortex in the snowy wasteland. Her frosty expression unusually carried a hint of anticipation. A crowd had already gathered near the dungeon vortex, marveling at something with exclamations of awe. Curious, Su-chan peered through the crowd and discovered the source of the commotion. A massive, multicolored spider that had captured everyone's attention. Next to the massive, venomous rainbow spider king, a few players who were clearly beginners stood in awe. The imposing presence of this colossal, boss-level pet was so intimidating that even the summoned creatures of nearby players kept their distance. The crowd buzzed with exclamations and murmurs of disbelief. Is that really the venomous rainbow spider king? Even my lightning hair is too scared to get close. They've only been in their class transfer for a few days, and they're already heading to raid the goblin village. Zhang Binjiang's class transition phenomenon was insane. Now he's got a hidden class and a boss-level pet? That's an unbeatable combo. If he doesn't get the top score in the city for the college entrance exam this year, he'll eat my hat. Listening to the chatter around him, Zhang Bingyang smugly stroked his venomous rainbow spider king, which had cost him a hefty sum. It was worth every coin within just 2 days. Had led his team to level 7. The complaints from his teammates had gradually faded, and even Sun Mei, who was usually reserved, occasionally flashed him a rare smile. The only regret he had was not running into Jiang An again. But with this powerful pet by his side, Zhang Bingyang was confident that Jiang An's leveling speed couldn't possibly match his. As he prepared to lead his team into the Goblin Village dungeon, a figure in the crowd caught his attention: Su-chan. Her cold, frost-like demeanor carried a subtle hint of a smile, and the sight made Zhang Binjiang's heart skip a beat. In that moment, even Sun Mei, whom had always considered the most beautiful, seemed to pale in comparison. "Hey, isn't that Su-chan from our school?" murmured Li Zhuang, the team's tank, following Zhang Binjiang's gaze. "She's a new student of our class too? What's her class?" Zhang Bingyang raised an eyebrow, his excitement barely contained. "Yeah, and she's the only one with the hidden support class Soundweaver. Her support abilities are incredible. The teacher said she's practically guaranteed admission to a top-tier university, depending on which one she wants to go to," Li Zhuang replied, his tone brimming with envy. Zhang Bingyang glanced at the plain-looking support player in his team and quickly made up his mind. With his venomous rainbow spider king in tow, he walked straight towards Su-chan, the crowd parting to make way for him. Standing in front of her, he patted his pet casually and said with a confident smile, "Su-chan, right? Want to team up with us? We level up really fast. Would you like to team up with us to level up? We level up really fast." Zhang Bingyang enthusiastically invited, his eyes fixed intently on Su-chan. The support in his team and Sun Mei instantly frowned at his words. Su-chan was also caught off guard. She had only come to check out the appearance of this venomous rainbow spider king. Thinking back to how she almost spent money to buy it, she silently congratulated herself on her earlier decision as she eyed the ferocious and menacing pet before her. "Sorry, I already have a team," Su-chan replied coolly, her tone distant. "That's not a problem." Zhang Bingyang raised an eyebrow, stroking the pet by his side as he spoke. "Teams aren't set in stone. This pet of mine is boss level, with incredible attack power and 2 silver tier skills. Plus, my team includes 2 hidden combat professions. We're definitely the fastest leveling group among this year's freshmen." His face was filled with pride, completely oblivious to the darkened expression of the female support standing behind him. "No thanks," Su-chan said, her brows furrowing. "Are you sure?" Zhang Bingyang pressed on. "We've got a fire archer, an ice witch, and an earth shield bearer, all rare classes. When I transitioned to my class, it caused a massive phenomenon across the sky." Su-chan's patience finally snapped. "I said no. Don't you understand? Honestly, with your leveling speed, you're not even worth considering." She decisively revealed her level information for all to see. Su-chan, level 10, Soundweaver. Zhang Bingyang, Sun Mei, and the rest of their group were immediately stunned. They were all freshmen this year too. How could she possibly have reached such a high level in just a few days? See that? Come back and talk about teaming up when you hit level 10, Suchan said, her gaze sweeping briefly over the female support standing next to Sun Mei. And by the way, don't try to have your cake and eat it too. It's seriously off-putting. Just as she turned to leave, Suchan caught sight of Jiang An's familiar face and the adorable creature perched lazily on his shoulder. The icy demeanor on her face melted away instantly, replaced by a warm smile as she waved. You're here already too? Yeah, figured I'd get in some extra grinding today. Jiangan replied with a shrug. Suchan reached out her hand to pet Yining, Jiang An's pet, who was lounging in a relaxed posture. A flash of white light appeared in her hand, revealing a square piece of meat that emitted a tantalizingly unique aroma. Every pet in the vicinity, including Zhang Binjiang's rainbow spider king, was immediately drawn to the scent. Their eyes fixed hungrily on Suchan. Yining, in particular, was practically drooling. Is that high-grade pet food made by a pet nutritionist? Jiangan asked in surprise. He had previously given up on purchasing it due to its steep price, but he hadn't expected Suchan to have some on hand. Sure is, Suchan replied, narrowing her eyes with a playful smile. She waved the meat enticingly in front of Yining. Come here, little Yining. Come to Big Sis, and he'll give you something delicious. Without hesitation, Yining leapt into Suchan's arms, eagerly devouring the meat. At that moment, all traces of Suchan's earlier aloofness vanished. She gazed at the little creature with a face full of tenderness. Zhang Binjiang's blood boiled as he watched. Jiangan again. Why was he everywhere? Why did both Sun Mei and Suchan treat him differently? He was the one who caused the celestial phenomenon, not Jiangan. Is Jiangan your teammate? Zhang Bingyang stepped forward, his voice dripping with disdain. His summoned beast is just a Firefox. What makes him qualified to be your teammate? The moment those words left his mouth, the air around them grew still. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances. Whether Jiang An's summoned beast was truly a Firefox was still up for debate, but there was no denying that he had effortlessly taken down a level 13 warrior just the day before. Zhang Binjiang's frustration seemed to transfer to his pet. The Rainbow Spider King immediately charged toward Yining, its long legs skittering forward, its multifaceted eyes filled with a mix of rage and greed for the food. Zhang Binjiang's expression shifted drastically. Although the venomous Rainbow Spider King was fiercely powerful, it was still newly hatched and not yet fully under its master's control. At this moment, under the dual provocation of Zhang Bingyang's anger and the lure of a high-grade meal, the spider's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Its 8 compound eyes locked onto the Firefox, showing clear signs of losing control. The summoners watching nearby immediately sensed the danger. A sharp cry pierced the air. Oh no! It's out of control. Watch out! The crowd scattered like a retreating tide, desperate to avoid being caught in the chaos wrought by this bustier creature of the spider's lair. Even though its strength had been somewhat diminished after becoming a pet, its attack power was still formidable. A trace of concern flickered in Zhang Bingyang's eyes, not for the Firefox's survival, as compensation would not be an issue. What troubled him was that Suchan was holding the Firefox in her arms. If the venomous Rainbow Spider King accidentally harmed her, the responsibility would be too great to bear. Meanwhile, Jiangan wore a calm smile, but a Spider King's scepter had quietly materialized in his hand. The venomous Rainbow Spider King seemed to sense something and glanced briefly in Jiang An's direction. Yet it paid no further heed, charging straight towards Suchan and Flame Shadow. Each step it took shattered the solid ground beneath it as if it were soft tofu, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. Suchan's face turned pale as she watched the monstrous spider storm toward her. Just then, Flame Shadow, nestled in her arms, lifted its head coldly. The once adorable wildness in its eyes had been replaced by an icy killing intent. It leapt from her embrace, landing firmly on the ground. Jiang An swiftly activated the Spider King's scepter skill, Webguard. A dense cocoon of spider silk enveloped Suchan, ensuring her safety. With that secured, Jiang An issued a chilling command to Flame Shadow in his mind. Kill. The venomous Rainbow Spider King closed in on Flame Shadow, its compound eyes glinting with eerie light. Flame Shadow, seemingly sluggish, locked eyes with the spider's countless gaze. The spider gaze skill struck instantly, leaving Flame Shadow stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the venomous Rainbow Spider King sprang into the air, its sharp forelimbs poised like spears to pierce Flame Shadow's heart. Suchan, caught off guard, had no time to dispel Flame Shadow's incapacitated state. With a sickening squelch, the spider's spear-like limb drove straight through Flame Shadow's heart. The Venomfang Spider King's most lethal skill, Spider Spear Strike, was unleashed with terrifying precision. Its spider leg struck Yining squarely, instantly draining its health bar to 0. Just as everyone assumed Yining had been obliterated, the figure that was hit shattered like a mirror and vanished into thin air. Suddenly, A wave of searing heat surged from behind the Spider King. With a crisp sound, the Platinum Tier skill, Flame Tail, landed a direct hit. The Venomfang Spider King didn't even have time to turn around before its health bar dropped to 0. The entire arena fell silent, with everyone frozen in shock at what had just unfolded. It turned out that in the moment the Spider King lost control, Yining had already activated its Phantom Clone skill. The real body had stealthily circled around behind the Spider King, waiting for the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Sun Mei watched the scene unfold, her small mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with shock and a deep sense of defeat. Ever since witnessing Jiang An's strength in the beginner dungeon, she had been working tirelessly to improve herself, honing the Ice Witch's damage and control abilities to their limits. Just like during her 3 years of high school, she wanted to prove her worth. While the team's success in the beginner dungeon was partly due to Zhang Binjiang's pet, she had contributed significantly as well. But now, Yin Ying's performance had utterly shattered her hopes of narrowing the gap between herself and Jiangan. At this moment, Yining had deactivated its chuling state, revealing a larger, more imposing form. A mysterious purple tail now extended from its back, and its fiery fur, speckled with glowing purple spots, exuded an air of elegance and majesty. Its cold, piercing gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Zhang Bingyang. Zhang Binjiang's face was twisted with rage. How could the pet he had spent over $500,000 on be instantly defeated by Jiang An's so-called worthless Firefox? But before his anger could fully erupt, Yin Ying's purple tail swayed gently, silently activating its phantom enchantment skill. In Zhang Binjiang's vision, only the hypnotic movement of the purple tail remained. In an instant, countless crazed Firefoxes lunged at him, their sharp claws and fangs tearing into his flesh. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, leaving him powerless to resist as he endured the torment until the skill's effect wore off. Zhang Bingyang let out a terrified scream. When he snapped back to reality, there were no Firefoxes in sight, only the imposing presence of Yining. The anger on his face had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. He didn't even dare to lift his head to meet its gaze. Jiangan maintained his usual faint smile. Of course, this was all orchestrated by him. Eliminating the Spider King, which had become a threat to everyone, was only natural. As for Zhang Bingyang, Jiangan couldn't act against him directly in front of so many witnesses, so he had Yining administer a mild punishment through phantom enchantment. Yining reactivated its chuling effect, transforming back into its small, adorable form. With a light leap, it landed in Su Chan's arms and began happily devouring the high-grade food she offered. Su Chan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she admired Yin Ying's transformation from a mysterious and powerful force to a cute and playful companion. Wait a second, could that weapon in Jiang An's hand be the Silverdeer Spider King's staff? Someone exclaimed, sharp-eyed, noticing the uniquely designed Silverdeer weapon in Jiang An's grasp. The chatter among the crowd at the dungeon entrance rose and fell like waves. An astonishing discovery left everyone in disbelief. Jiang An had just cast the Web Guardian spell on Su Chan, and it was revealed to be from the rare spider staff. Isn't that staff only obtainable from the hard mode of the Spider Nest dungeon? And with an incredibly low drop rate, someone whispered. What shocked them even more was that just yesterday, Jiang An had broken the record for the Spider Nest hard mode dungeon, completing it in just over 3 hours. A bold speculation began to spread among the crowd. The precious venomous rainbow spider king pet egg was very likely dropped by Jiang An himself. A BOS steer pet egg is already rare, and the drop rate only increases when someone sets a new dungeon record. Jiang An broke the record just a few days ago. There's an 80% chance it was him who got it. The speculation caused a collective gasp. If true, then the pet egg that Zhang Bingyang had purchased at a high price was now ironically killed by its original owner in person. The irony was hard to stomach. Su Chan, hearing this, looked at Jiang An in surprise. That BOS deer pet egg, was it really dropped by you? Jiang An scratched his nose awkwardly. I think so, yeah. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and sympathetic glances were cast toward Zhang Bingyang. It was clear there had been bad blood between him and Jiang An for some time. Zhang Bingyang had spent over $500,000 to buy the pet egg, indirectly funding his rival, and possibly enabling the creation of that powerful fox. Yet the pet he had poured everything into was now effortlessly defeated by his opponent. To make matters worse, non-summoner classes could only ever contract one pet in their lifetime. This meant Zhang Bingyang would never be able to bond with another pet, leaving him permanently disadvantaged in future competitions. Many top-tier academies would likely turn away a student in such a position. Under the pitying stares of the crowd, Zhang Bingyang's face turned beet red as rage and humiliation overwhelmed him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and kept his head down, unable to even glance in Jiang An and Flame Shadow's direction. Let's go. We'll start clearing the dungeon. Let's see if we can run white snow plains 3 times today, Jiang An said calmly, leading Su Chan into the swirling vortex of the dungeon entrance. The crowd gradually dispersed. As Zhang Bingyang stood there, wallowing in his despair, Three familiar figures appeared before him, his former teammates. The support players' eyes were red-rimmed, while Sun Mei and Li Shuang wore expressions of anger. We don't need a teammate who betrays the group for personal gain. Go find another team. You're not welcome here, Sun Mei said coldly. Exactly. What's the point of having so many people if you're just going to ditch us the moment Su Chan shows up? You're no man. With that, the group turned and walked away, leaving Zhang Bingyang alone. He stood frozen, his nails digging deeply into his palms until blood dripped onto the ground. He seemed oblivious to the pain. Suddenly, a soft chuckle echoed in his ears. Ah, hatred, such a delicious thing. A voice murmured with an almost enchanting allure. Tell me, do you want revenge? On the snow-covered wasteland, Yin Ying's form had grown significantly larger compared to the day before. It effortlessly tore through its enemies with movements that were both graceful and lethal. Why does Yin Ying look so different from yesterday? It's not just stronger, it's even more beautiful. Su Chan finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Jiang An's lips curved into a faint smile. That's right, and I have you to thank for it. Su Chan paused, then suddenly realized. So the materials you asked for were to enhance Yin Ying? As she observed the astonishing transformation of Yin Ying, Su Chan's eyes sparkled with both amazement and affection. Despite her knowledge, she had never heard of a summoned beast achieving such a dramatic improvement overnight. However, she chose not to probe further into the mystery. Wow, little Yin Ying is incredible, she exclaimed, showering it with lavish praise while continuously feeding it expensive premium pet food. Yin Ying devoured the treats eagerly but always returned immediately to Jiang An's side, leaving Su Chan gritting her teeth in frustration and silently cursing the ungrateful little traitor. Soon, the two arrived at the territory of the ghouls. As expected, hordes of ghouls began to gather, their fiery gazes locked onto the pair. Having been through this before, Su Chan was completely at ease, focusing solely on feeding Yin Ying without even glancing up. As the number of ghouls grew and their leader emerged, Yin Ying finally sprang into action. Holding half a piece of meat in its mouth, it leaped down and instantly activated its phantom clone ability. The clones mirrored the action, and within moments, the desolate wasteland was filled with countless identical Yin Yings, each carrying the same piece of meat. The Yin Yings charged into the ghoul horde with elegant precision, unleashing a barrage of skills: flame tail, blazing storm, and phantom bewilderment. The battlefield was quickly engulfed in firelight, and the snow began to melt. Although the damage was slightly diminished due to the duplication, Yin Ying's already impressive attack power, combined with the sheer number of clones, made it overwhelming. The pair's experience points skyrocketed almost instantly upon contact with the enemy. Golden light enveloped Su Chan as she finally caught up to Jiang An, reaching level 12. Meanwhile, the real Yin Ying weaved through the ghoul swarm, heading straight for the ghoul leader. Soon, the elite level leader appeared before Yin Ying. Its platinum-grade flame tail ignited two of the leader's tails, which shimmered in purple and crimson hues before striking the leader with a heavy blow. With a crisp snap, the ghoul leader's health bar dropped to 0. A system notification immediately popped up. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 13 ghoul leader elite. Bonus experience, 1720. Loot acquired, Decayed Finger X1. Loot acquired, Ghoul's Ring X1 inch. Hey, we got some loot. Jiang An's eyes lit up as a decayed finger and an ancient-looking ring appeared in his hand. The decayed finger was a silver-grade sacrificial material, imbued with its owner's lingering resentment from life. It was a necessary component for certain class abilities. Wow, it actually dropped sacrificial material, Su Chan said in surprise. This is the most reliable reward from grinding ghoul leaders. For classes like necromancers, the power of their skills is tied to the quality of sacrificial materials. A silver-grade one like this should sell for around 50,000. Jiang An, clearly pleased, stashed the finger into his inventory before inspecting the ring's attributes. Ghoul's Ring Silver Grade. Type, Ring. Class requirement, none. Level requirement, none. Quality, 13. Constitution, 30. Special effect, restores 1 of max HP per second when out of combat. Attached skill, Bloodlust Level 3, Iron Grade. Automatically activates when HP falls below 30. Attack speed 5. Movement speed 5. Damage 3. This silver grade ring was a small yet exceptional item. While it only boosted Constitution, the amount was high for its tier. Its special effect and passive skill were highly practical, especially the percentage-based HP regeneration outside of combat, which could save adventurers a significant amount on potions. Not bad. A decent profit this should sell for a few thousand, Jiangan remarked. Once Yin Ying finished cleaning up the remaining ghouls, the two continued their journey. With its skills now upgraded to platinum grade, Yin Ying's power was on an entirely new level. With their prior experience in the snowy wasteland dungeon, the challenge had long faded for Jiang An and Su Chan. It had now become purely a place to grind for experience. The two moved seamlessly across the white expanse, working in perfect sync to take down wave after wave of monsters. Time flew by, and 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As dusk settled, they finally wrapped up their dungeon run for the day. Looking back on their progress, they had completed the Snowy Wasteland Challenge 3 times. Thanks to their growing proficiency, the first 2 runs were completed in under 3 hours each, while the final one set an astonishing record of just 2 hours. Although their loot wasn't particularly remarkable aside from a few pieces of equipment dropped by the ghoul leader during the first run, their level gains were truly exhilarating. Jiang An had successfully reached level 12, while Su Chan was on the brink of leveling up, with her experience bar sitting at 89 of level 11. Their leveling speed was nothing short of legendary in the gaming community. According to statistics, even exceptionally talented players with cooldown amulets to assist them would experience a noticeable slowdown in progress after level 10, with 3 days per level being considered the ceiling. Yet Jiangan had maintained a staggering pace of leveling up once per day. Su Chan was clearly satisfied with their progress. Stretching her slightly fatigued body from the extended battles, she said, "What a productive day. I need to head back and recharge my amulets out of cooldown uses. Same time tomorrow?" "Sure," Jiangan replied, watching as Su Chan left. Just as he was about to turn away, the system notification sound chimed. It was then he noticed several unread messages that had been sent by Qian Duo 20 minutes earlier. Since communication with the outside world was disabled inside the dungeon, the messages had only just become visible. "Godfather, I've cleared the newbie dungeon. Where are you?" "Huh? No reply. Are you in a dungeon?" "Guess you're in a dungeon. You probably wouldn't go to something like the spider's lair, so you must be in the goblin dungeon, right?" "I'm heading there too." 20 minutes had passed. Jiangan, pondering that Qian Duo should be arriving soon, dismissed the idea of leaving and decided to wait. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a figure appeared in the distancia, visibly excited Qian Duo, clad in armor and wielding a Treant shield, weaving energetically between the various stalls. The stall owners, seasoned veterans at spotting potential customers, immediately recognized him as a newly transitioned novice and eagerly called out to him. "Hey there, handsome. This weapon is just 58,000 coins. Qian Duo gave it a quick glance and scoffed. "A black iron weapon without any attributes, and you're asking for 58,000? Do you think I'm stupid? You shady merchants. None of you are trustworthy. These low-level scams won't work on me." At that moment, a female stall owner batted her eyelashes and said sweetly, "Big brother, take a look at this lucky ring. It's dropped by a hidden monster in the goblin village and can enhance your hidden attributes, including your charm with the lady." Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up as he eagerly examined the ring's attributes. Lucky ring. Type, ring. Class restriction, none. Required level, none. Quality, 1. Black iron spirit 1. Note: a magical ring lost by its original owner in the goblin village. Really? Why don't I see any luck attribute? Qian Duo asked, still a bit skeptical. Of course it's real. Luck is a hidden attribute, so it won't show directly, the female stall owner explained with a seductive smile. The original price is 100,000 coins, but since you're so handsome, they'll give it to you for just 88,888. Qian Duo, flattered by the repeated big brother, was about to take out his money when someone suddenly grabbed his ear. Ow, ow, ow. He turned around to see Jiang An, and his irritation instantly vanished. "Take a good look at how old she is," Jiang An reminded him. Qian Duo scrutinized the beauty more closely and noticed the wrinkles poorly concealed under heavy foundation. Worse still, the moonlight revealed a conspicuous Adam's apple. What the? The tutorial didn't say anything about this. Qian Duo shuddered. The female stall owner was about to lash out but, upon recognizing Jiang An, wisely sat back down. After all, Jiang An was known for taking down level 13 warriors in seconds and clearing the nightmare-level Snowy Wasteland dungeon with just 2 players. Jiang An dragged Qian Duo away from the stall area and asked, "What are you doing out here so late? Where's your party? Thanks to the shield you gave me, they can't keep up with my leveling pace anymore." Qian Duo said excitedly. "I came to find you so we could grind in Goblin Village together. Let's pull an all-nighter and level up." "Not happening. I'm going home to sleep," Jiang An replied flatly. "You've changed. Where's the grind king who never stopped? Even with exams around the corner, and you're thinking about sleep?" Qian Duo exclaimed in mock indignation. Jiang An sighed. "You've misunderstood. Do as you please, but I can't enter the goblin dungeon." "Huh, didn't you give me that shield on the first day? You're not even level 7 yet?" Qian Duo paused, then speculated aloud. "Wait, don't tell me you bought that shield just for me?" Jiang An patted him on the shoulder. "Have you considered the possibility that I'm already level 12, and the dungeon's level cap is too low for me? T12 level 12? That's impossible." Qian Duo stammered. Jiang An calmly revealed his level information. Jiang An, level 12, summoner. Qian Duo's face flushed red as he struggled to form a coherent sentence. You. How did you do that?" Why are you leveling up so fast? Qian Duo stared at Jiang An with wide eyes, completely incredulous. Jiang An's expression remained calm, as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. If you manage to clear the hard-level spider nest twice, and then run the nightmare-level snowfield a few more times, you'd reach this level too. SP spider nest? Twice. Qian Duo's mind went blank. That dungeon was notorious for its high difficulty, something most players wouldn't even dare to attempt. Yet Jiang An talked about it like it was no big deal. And not only did he choose the hard difficulty, but he also tackled the nightmare-level snowfield afterward. It was hard to believe. After a long pause, Qian Duo finally snapped out of it and exclaimed in genuine admiration, "Godfather, you're amazing." Jiang An glanced at the young man before him, who was only level 7, and frowned slightly. "But your level is still a bit too low." Hearing this, the smile on Qian Duo's face dimmed a little. He had thought that after grinding hard in the Goblin Village, he could finally catch up and fight alongside his buddy. But it turned out that despite all his effort, Jiang An had already left him far behind so far that he couldn't even qualify to enter the same dungeons. "It's fine. As long as I can level up steadily, I'm happy. Seems like the Firefox summoner is so powerful, you don't even need me." Qian Duo forced a smile as he spoke. Before he could finish, Jiang An interrupted him. "Hold on." He pulled out his phone and quickly sent a message to Suchan and Tangong. Moments later, his phone buzzed with a reply. Jiang An's lips curved into a faint smile. "All right, it's sorted. There's an outdoor leveling spot where you can level up quickly and farm plenty of materials. It's perfect for you." Qian Duo's eyes lit up, but then a trace of worry appeared on his face. "But outdoor mobs? I might find it a bit tough to handle them on my own." "Don't worry, I found the right people for the job. They're farming materials to make money, and their party happens to need a tank. You can take the hits and be their XP sponge." Jiang An forwarded Tangong's contact info to Qian Duo. "Just reach out to this number tomorrow," he added with a yawn. "I'm heading back to sleep now. Thanks, Godfather. From now on, all my loot is yours." Qian Duo said excitedly. "And what about your future wife?" Jiang An raised an eyebrow. "Of course, she's still mine. Wives are off limits," Qian Duo declared without hesitation. In a private room at the Huaxia Exchange, Jiang An was intently feeding Yin Ying fresh fruit. After wrapping up matters concerning Qian Duo, he had come here to sell some of his items, intending to purchase 2 skill scrolls. After all, wealth only truly matters when it's converted into strength, allowing him to improve more rapidly. Suddenly, the crisp sound of high heels clicking grew closer. At Jiang An's invitation to come in, Bai Jing gracefully entered, dressed in a stunning red qipao. The outfit perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, with a particularly eye-catching neckline that left little to the imagination. However, Jiang An merely glanced at her briefly before returning his focus to Yin Ying. "Why is it you? Where's Bai Hong?" Jiang An asked calmly. A flicker of surprise flashed in Bai Jing's eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "A distinguished guest like you deserves my personal attention. You've been making waves lately betting your life, setting records for clearing nightmare dungeons. Such impressive strength from such a young man." She sat across from Jiang An, her chest rising and falling in an almost deliberate rhythm. "Young man? I'm 18 already, an adult," Jiang An replied seriously. Bai Jing couldn't help but laugh before shifting to the main topic. Jiang An waved his hand, and the materials he had obtained from the dungeon instantly spread across the table. The most striking among them were a decayed finger and a ring. "So much? Did you rob the Adventurers Guild?" Bai Jing exclaimed in surprise before calculating carefully. Excluding the finger, the total value comes to 170,000. Deal? The price exceeded his expectations, and Jiang An readily agreed. Bai Jing then suggested exchanging the finger for a rare pet egg, and Jiang An approved of the idea. Following that, he took out the Spider King's staff and expressed his intention to upgrade it to gold quality. Upon hearing that Jiang An already had the Cyclops heart, Bai Jing arranged for a hidden-class blacksmith to handle the upgrade, scheduling the transaction for a week later. Before leaving, Bai Jing suddenly leaned forward, making it difficult for Jiang An to ignore her alluring figure. "This is a personal favor from me, little brother. Don't forget your big sister now, okay?" she teased, playfully swaying as Jiang An hastily made his exit. Back at the orphanage, Jiang An sat on his bed, his mind involuntarily replaying Bai Jing's enticing demeanor. Yining looked up at him curiously, seemingly trying to decipher what her master meant by big and white. Finally, Jiang An retrieved 2 universal skill scrolls. As the scrolls turned to ash, a dark glow briefly flickered before being replaced by a dazzling white light, a diamond tier skill. Filled with anticipation, Jiang An eagerly awaited the details of his new ability. Jiang An opened the interface, and a brand new skill caught his eye, the diamond tier, Passionate Lash LV1. This skill consumed only a small amount of mental energy to form a psychic whip. When used on a summon beast, it granted a powerful passion buff, a 10 boost to movement speed, damage, attack speed, and defense for 10 minutes, while also providing immunity to the first control skill. Jiang An's eyes lit up. Like the blink skill, Passionate Lash was one of a summoner's signature abilities. The standard Silver Tier version at level 1 only offered a 5 boost, but this Diamond Tier version doubled the enhancement and added control immunity. For a high-damage summoned beast like Jiangan, as long as it avoided being controlled in the first instance, it could almost instantly annihilate enemies. With a thought, a whip formed from concentrated mental energy appeared in his hand. The whip could apply the buff to a summoned beast regardless of distance. But why did its appearance oddly remind Jiang An of the leather whip from his old bedroom in his previous life? Jiangan leapt down from his arms, staring at him with unwavering focus. Master, I'm ready. Jiang An's mouth twitched. Why did this scene suddenly feel so strange? With a flick of the whip, a layer of crimson light enveloped Jiangan. Empowered by the comprehensive buff, Jiangan couldn't help but let out a triumphant howl. Amazing. The sound was so loud it activated all the voice-controlled lights in the building. Jiangan, what are you doing? Do you want anyone to sleep? The dean's roar was almost as deafening as Yin-Yang's. Lights off. Into bed. Pretend to sleep. Jiangan executed the sequence flawlessly. 3 days later, in the snowy wasteland, Jiangan summoned the psychic whip once more. With a sharp crack, Yanning received the passion buff again. Standing nearby, Su Chan's cheeks flushed. Even though she had witnessed this scene multiple times, it still reminded her of certain peculiar anime. Shrouded in crimson light, Yanning darted like lightning toward the juvenile Cyclops boss. When the boss attempted to unleash its petrification skill, Yanning ignored it completely, barreling forward under the immunity effect. With twin tails ablaze, a single spin was all it took to obliterate the boss. A flood of experience points surged in, and with the dungeon rewards, golden light radiated from Su Chan, finally leveled up. We can head to Wild Bear Ridge now, she exclaimed excitedly. It took 3 whole days to grind these 2 levels so slow. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. If anyone else overheard her, they'd probably die of shame. Many high school exam candidates were still stuck around level 13. With the massive experience requirements for higher levels and the increasing dungeon difficulty, gaining 2 levels in 3 days was already an enviable feat. Let's check out Wild Bear Ridge. I'm getting tired of the snowy wasteland too, Jiangan agreed with a nod. Exiting the dungeon, a cacophony of bustling voices greeted them. Come and take a look. Top-tier beginner gear for sale. Discounted support services for newbies. Handsome guy, come give it a try. Premium Firefox pet eggs. Highly recommended. As more and more beginners graduated from the starting dungeon, the Goblin Village leveling zone had grown lively and crowded. Jiang An and Su Chan's sudden appearance, especially with Jiang An's iconic Firefox perched on his shoulder, instantly drew attention. Hey look, isn't that your classmate Jiangan? Sun Mei, who was about to enter the Goblin Village dungeon, suddenly stopped in her tracks and scanned the area. Her gaze quickly locked onto her target. The warm sunlight bathed Jiangan, outlining his strikingly handsome features, sharp brows, and a star-like gaze. Lost in thought, Sun Mei's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Not far away it was Jiangan, the boy who had consistently ranked first in every exam. He was holding a pet named Flame Shadow, and under the sunlight, he seemed especially gentle. Sun Mei's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and she instinctively wanted to approach him. But the moment she saw Su Chan standing beside Jiangan, she abruptly stopped in her tracks. She knew deep down that the moment she declined to team up with Jiangan, she had already lost the chance to become friends with him. Just then, Jiangan and Su Chan walked together toward the vortex of the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon. The sight made Sun Mei's heart tremble. He's already reached level 14? So fast. And I'm only level 9. Jiangan, oblivious to Sun Mei's presence in the crowd, wouldn't have cared even if he had noticed her. Standing before the dungeon vortex, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at Su Chan. Are we starting from the normal difficulty again this time? Recalling her screams during the last attempt, Su Chan felt a little embarrassed and turned to tease Flame Shadow. Humph. Since Flame Shadow is so formidable, let's just go straight to nightmare difficulty. Jiang An's lips curved into a faint smile as he selected the nightmare difficulty. A flash of light illuminated the scene, and the two disappeared into the vortex. Watching Jiangan leave, Sun Mei sighed and turned to her teammates. Let's go. We need to level up quickly. We're still far from qualifying for the Mountain and Sea Academy. Just as they were about to touch the dungeon vortex, sudden gasps erupted from the crowd. Look over there. There's something green. So huge. What is that? Following the direction of the voices, Sun Mei's pupils contracted sharply. Deep within the bamboo forest mountains, a vibrant green bamboo stalk was growing at a shocking speed, as if it intended to pierce the heavens. Its emerald leaves swayed gracefully at the treetops, captivating everyone's attention. Is that bamboo? Sun Mei froze in place, a thought flashing through her mind. Could this be the bamboo forest's secret realm? Deep within the bamboo forest mountain range, A tense hunt was underway. Duo stood steadfast at the front of the team, holding a sturdy shield crafted from a tree spirit. In front of him, 7 or 8 palm-sized flame butterflies fluttered about, their fiery wing patterns glinting ominously. Each flap of their wings scattered sparks, but Duo's shield intercepted every one of them with precision. Behind him, Zhuocha, Tangong, and the others were fully focused on providing ranged support. Tang Mianmian's healing spells flowed continuously, and whenever Duo's health dropped to a critical level, a glowing white orb of light would land on him just in time. Arrows and fireballs zipped through the air, weaving between the flame butterflies and relentlessly cutting down these airborne creatures. This leveling spot was originally Su Chan's well-guarded secret, but it had now become their treasure trove. Jiang An had only asked them to help Duo level up, and in return, he had shared this highly valuable information for free. Over the past 3 days, not only had Duo reached level 9, but the team had also collected a significant amount of rare flame powder. This place is amazing, Zhuocha exclaimed with delight. At this drop rate, we'll be able to upgrade our gear in no time. While Tangong was also pleased, he maintained his cautious demeanor as team leader. Don't get complacent. We're in the deepest part of the bamboo forest mountain range, and the cause of the recent dire wolf outbreak hasn't been identified yet. At the mention of the dire wolves, everyone's expressions turned grim. Zhuocha forced a smile and said, "Don't jinx it. Even the linen guards didn't take it seriously, it's probably just a random incident." As she spoke, she activated her insight skill. Suddenly, Zhuocha's gaze froze on a rapidly growing bamboo stalk in the distance. "Is that bamboo?" she murmured in disbelief. Yin Tianhao shouted excitedly, "The bamboo forest's secret realm. That's a sign it's opening. There might be hidden class transfer scrolls inside." Just as the group prepared to investigate, a rustling sound emerged all around them, growing louder and more frequent. Zhuocha activated her insight skill once more, and her face turned pale. "This is bad. A pack of dire wolves. And there are so many of them." Tangong immediately commanded a retreat, while sensing that something was off. He pulled out his communicator, only to discover there was no signal. "Something's wrong, the signal's been jammed. Launch the signal flare now." Tang Mianmian hurriedly fired the signal flare, and the fiery light shot straight into the sky. However, just as it was about to burst, the flare mysteriously vanished. To make matters worse, the sky suddenly rippled as though an invisible barrier had enveloped the area. In that moment, everyone's faces turned ashen. They realized they might have walked straight into a carefully orchestrated trap. A formation master had set up an array in advance, not only cutting off all communication signals, but also enshrouding the entire mountain range in a mysterious barrier. Tangong's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "This is the work of the abyssal cultists. Only those deranged lunatics would do something like this." He scanned the surroundings and continued in a deep voice, "We have only one option now, head to the dungeon rally point. There are more people there, and perhaps we still have a chance. Most importantly, Jiangan is over there." At the mention of Jiang An's name, hope flickered in the eyes of the group, as if they had found a lifeline. However, Zhuocha's face turned unusually pale. Her gaze swept warily ahead, and she suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "We're in trouble. There are demon wolves up ahead." Before her words had fully landed, several ferocious demon wolves emerged slowly from the dense thickets. Drool dripped from their jaws, and their sharp fangs gleamed coldly under the sunlight as they closed in on the group like predators stalking their prey. Tangong tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression steely. "We can't let them stall us. If those beasts behind us catch up, it's over." Raising his weapon high, he let out a thunderous roar. "Fight! Kill them!" The scene shifts to the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon. Jiang An opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a lush, verdant forest. Compared to the freezing cold of the snowfield wasteland, the temperature here was perfect, not too hot, not too cold, bringing a sense of comfort. However, the tranquility was shattered by the sight of deep, clawed gouges on a towering ancient tree before him. The marks were at least 10 centimeters deep, and just imagining the damage such claws could inflict on a person sent chills down his spine. Su Chan stared at the fearsome gashes in astonishment. This must have been left by the elite monster, the giant strength bear, from the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon. The power behind this is terrifying. Its strength attribute must be at least 300 points. As soon as she finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the forest. Following the direction of the sound, they saw a colossal figure looming in the distance. The creature stood at an imposing 3 meters tall, with a body so massive it seemed almost surreal. Its broad chest radiated an aura of destructive power, as though it could crush anything in its path. Its entire body was covered in stiff, pale yellow fur that stood upright like a porcupine's quills. The muscles on its arms bulged and twisted as if they were about to burst, and its enormous paws were even larger than its head. Yet, Its comically round ears created a stark contrast to its otherwise menacing appearance. Jiang An instantly recognized the monstrous figure before them. It was the signature elite beast of Wild Bear Ridge, the mighty bear. The hulking creature stood there, muscles taut and eyes locked onto them with a predatory glare, poised to unleash a deadly attack at any moment. A flicker of light from Jiang An's identification skill revealed the beast's stats. Elite class, level 15. Strength, 320. Spirit, 30. Agility, 100. Constitution, 300. Combat skills. Silver Tier Rip Claw. Bronze Tier Power Strike. Bronze Tier Harden. This was a terrifying foe, a monster embodying both raw strength and resilience. In terms of pure power, it could rival even a Cyclops. The mighty bear could no longer suppress its aggression. With a thunderous roar, it charged toward them. Its massive frame barreled forward, and as it approached, a thick tree blocked its path. Without hesitation, the bear activated its bronze tier hardened skill, a metallic sheen enveloping its body. The ground trembled beneath its feet as it continued its charge. With a deafening crash, the tree snapped like a twig, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake as the beast closed in on Jiangan. Jiangan remained calm, his expression unwavering. With a subtle motion of his mind, Yin Ying leapt from his arms. In this moment, Yin Ying retained her Chu Lian form, small, adorable, and seemingly harmless. The mighty bear lunged at her, its razor-sharp claws glinting ominously in the light. The Silver Rip Claw, backed by 320 points of strength, seemed capable of tearing through anything in its path. Watch out! Suchan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. But just as the deadly claws were about to strike, a faint violet glow appeared behind Yin Ying. Her Platinum Tier Illusionary Soul skill activated. The bear's attack froze midair, less than a centimeter from its target. Its meager 30 points of spirit were no match for the overwhelming psychic force of the skill. The rage in its eyes was replaced by sheer terror. Yin Ying's tail ignited with flames, and with a sharp crack, she lashed out. The sound of the impact was followed by the heavy thud of the mighty bear collapsing to the ground. A clean kill. The elite beast's health bar emptied in an instant. A system notification chimed. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 mighty bear elite class. Bonus experience awarded. 1990. Loot acquired. Mighty Bear Claw X1. Not bad. First monster of the day, and we've already got some good loot. Jiang An thought to himself with satisfaction. The Mighty Bear Claw was its most valuable drop, prized for its rich, savory flavor. Many chefs sought it out, making it worth a hefty 30,000 coins per piece. After carefully storing the claw, Jiang An signaled the group to move forward. Yin Ying took the lead, with Jiang An and Su Chan following close behind as they ventured deeper into the ridge. Despite its name, Wild Bear Ridge was not exclusively inhabited by bear-like creatures. They hadn't gone far when Yin Ying suddenly halted, her gaze fixed on a towering tree ahead. High up on the tree's trunk hung a massive beehive, easily larger than a person. Swarming around it were creatures resembling oversized bees. Upon closer inspection, their abdomens revealed venomous stingers over half a meter long, and their heads were lined with razor-sharp mandibles capable of tearing flesh apart. Jiang An used his identification skill again. Poison Sting Bee, level 15. Strength, 150. Spirit, 150. Agility, 150. Constitution, 150. Innate skill, Poison Sting. Combat skills. Bronze Tier 1000 Needles. Bronze Tier Self-Destruct. Bronze Tier Frenzied Bite. Though their stats seemed balanced, their true threat lay in their lethal skill set. Their innate Poison Sting ability infused every attack with Silver Tier venom, causing significant damage while slowing the victim's movements and leaving behind painful swelling. The self-destruct skill allowed them to deliver devastating blows at the cost of their own lives, making them especially dangerous in groups. A single poison sting bee might not pose much of a threat, but the hive housed hundreds of them. Few teams dared to provoke such a swarm, as even the loss of one member could quickly snowball into disaster. Many adventurers would rather face the ferocious mighty bear than risk an encounter with these venomous insects. Jiang An studied the ominous hive, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. From his inventory, he produced a leather whip. Yin Ying, noticing the whip, obediently crouched low, her tail raised, and her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a sharp crack, the whip descended. Yin Ying shivered in response, her passion buff activating instantly. With unwavering determination, Yin Ying's limbs twitched slightly before it launched itself toward the beehive like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Midair, a few vigilant bee drills noticed the unexpected intruder and immediately assumed combat stances. Their abdomens swelled rapidly, and their silver-white stingers gleamed menacingly under the sunlight. 1000 Needles. As the skill was unleashed, slender stingers detached from the bee drills' bodies and underwent astonishing multiplication midair, transforming from a single needle into thousands in an instant. The needles formed an impenetrable web of venomous danger. The coordinated assault of 7 or 8 bee drills filled the air with sharp, piercing sounds. At that critical moment, the soothing melody of a flute rang out. Su Chan acted decisively, casting speed and defense buffs on Yin Ying. Empowered by the heightened agility, Yin Ying transformed into a graceful streak of red lightning, weaving effortlessly through the dense web of venomous needles. Every dodge and maneuver was fluid and precise, as if it were performing a meticulously choreographed dance. The venomous needles that missed their mark landed with dull thuds, embedding deeply into the ground. Yin Ying narrowly evaded the majority of the attacks, though its tail was grazed by one stray needle. However, this minor injury did nothing to hinder its momentum, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the beehive. At that moment, the fiery patterns on Yin Ying's fur began to undulate eerily, signaling the preparation of its platinum-tier flame storm. Its sudden appearance alarmed the bee drills within the hive. The air buzzed with the rising hum of countless wings as swarms of bee drills poured out, ready to punish the intruder with unrelenting force. Just as the first flickers of flames emerged, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A deafening roar tore through the sky, abruptly halting Yin Ying mid-action as it fell into a stunned state. The flames that had just ignited were forcibly extinguished, and the skill was interrupted. Not only Yin Ying but also Jiang An and Su Chan froze in place, their expressions momentarily blank as they too succumbed to the stunning effect. The bee drills in the air fared no better, losing their ability to fly. They plummeted to the ground like raindrops. As Jiangan shook off the dizziness, he found himself face-to-face with a massive bear-like creature covered in jet-black fur, charging toward him with alarming speed. Though it bore some resemblance to the giant power bear, its aura was significantly less intimidating. Without hesitation, Jiangan cast an identification spell. Honey Glutton Black Bear Elite. Level 15. Attributes: Strength 250, Spirit 50, Agility 150, Constitution 250. Combat skills: Intimidating Roar Gold Tier, Slam Bronze Tier, Hardened Bronze Tier. Notes: a native creature of Wild Bear Ridge, obsessed with honey. It considers any being that interferes with its honey consumption as its sworn enemy. Intimidating Roar at Gold Tier? No wonder it managed to subdue Yin Ying, Jiangan remarked, raising an eyebrow. This skill was a favorite among warrior classes, capable of stunning enemies in a wide area. Although its duration was brief, a few seconds could spell doom for fragile classes. The Honey Glutton Black Bear, with its thick hide and sturdy build, was impervious to the attacks of poison needle bees. Instead, it used its intimidating roar to counter them effectively. Now, the bear's enraged expression made it clear that it had deemed Jiang An and his companions as rivals coveting its precious honey. Yin Ying, just recovering from the stun, had a cold, murderous glint in its eyes. As the poison needle bees took to the air again, the bear had already closed in on Yin Ying. Flames flickered to life, and the platinum-tier skill Blazing Tempest was silently unleashed. The intense heat distorted the air, and Yin Ying shed its docile state, returning to its battle-ready form, exuding an innate aura of nobility. The Honey Glutton Black Bear soon realized it had made a grave mistake. It tried to flee, but it was too late. Flames erupted from Yin Ying, sweeping over the poison needle bees and the bear, consuming them in an inferno. System notifications popped up in quick succession. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 poison needle bee. Bonus experience awarded. 1800. Acquired material: Poison Needle Honey X1. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 Honey Glutton Black Bear Elite. Bonus experience awarded. 1990. As the fire subsided, Yin Ying reverted to its docile state and returned to Jiang An's side. Stroking Yin Ying's fur, Jiang An began tallying their spoils with satisfaction. As expected of the chef's ultimate joy, this poison needle honey is second only to giant power bear paws in value. One hive yields 8 portions. If we find a few more, your premium pet food supply will be secured, he said with a grin. At the mention of premium pet food, Yin Ying's ears perked up, and its bright eyes instinctively glanced towards Su Chan. With a resigned sigh, Su Chan reached into her pack and pulled out a portion of premium pet food. You ungrateful wolf. Next time, if you don't come to me first, you won't get any, she teased, though the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. I remember the record for clearing the Nightmare Mode Wild Bear Ridge dungeon is 10 hours and 8 minutes, right? How long do you think we'll need? Su Chan asked curiously as she fed Yin Ying. Well, it's our first run, so we're not entirely familiar with it, Jiangan replied modestly. About 3 hours should do. 3 hours? Su Chan exclaimed, her shock evident despite having anticipated an impressive answer. Jiangan explained earnestly, the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon isn't particularly complicated. The monster count is low, but each one is individually strong. Every bear monster is elite tier. For regular teams, taking down just one costs a lot of energy and time, and they need to rest after sustaining injuries. But for us, that's not an issue. Elite-tier monsters pose no threat to Yining. 3 hours accounts for clearing as many elites as possible to maximize experience gains. The dungeon boss, the Dark Gold Bear King, doesn't have a fixed location. If we're unlucky and encounter it early, killing it will prematurely end the dungeon. Su Chan opened her mouth to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. Once Yining finished its premium pet food, the trio 2 humans and 1 beast resumed their hunt for monsters to level up. Meanwhile, deep within the bamboo forest mountain range, beneath a towering bamboo stalk that seemed to pierce the heavens, a man in a black robe sat cross-legged atop a massive boulder. His eyes were closed, and a translucent membrane continuously radiated from his body, enveloping the entire mountain range and concealing all that transpired within. Standing respectfully below the boulder, a figure known as Grey One reported, "Priest, the magic wolves have been dispatched. No one will interfere with our plans." In the depths of the bamboo forest, a man in a black robe stood motionless. His deep voice echoed, "You've done well. Make sure to drive everyone away completely." Standing next to him, a man named Hui hesitated before asking, "High Priest, I don't understand. Why not just kill them all?" "That's not an option," the black-robed man replied, gently running his hand along the bamboo beside him. The Shueyue Dongtian ability can create illusions to conceal anomalies. However, if any of the deceased carry items like a soul lantern, their death would extinguish the light, and their family would inevitably come to investigate. At that point, whatever treasures lie within this secret realm would be lost to us. His gaze pierced through the dense forest. "The secret realm will open in just a few hours. I've already seen the entry restrictions. Anyone above level 20 cannot enter. It's imperative that only the faithful are allowed in so that we can retrieve all the treasures and ensure that our years of preparation are not in vain." Hui nodded in agreement but hesitated again, glancing back at a white-robed follower behind him. With caution, he asked, "Even if one of them is Wei Qing's successor, should we still ignore them?" "What?" The black-robed man's eyes snapped open. "Wei Qing, one of the gate masters of Shanhai Pass? He's chosen a successor? How do you know this?" Hui gestured behind him, prompting the white-robed follower to step forward and lower his hood. A youthful yet somber face emerged. It was Zhang Bingyang, whose pet had been killed by Jiang An. If Sun Mei and the others were present, they would undoubtedly be shocked to learn the true identity of this abyss cult follower. Reporting to the high priest, Zhang Bingyang said, his voice tinged with suppressed hatred, "I saw it with my own eyes. Jiangan cleared the beginner's dungeon in just 8 hours on his first day, breaking the record. Wei Qing personally contacted the administrators to congratulate him and even requested that Jiang An's dungeon record be hidden until after his college entrance exams." At the mention of Jiangan, Zhang Binjiang's body trembled, memories of being torn apart by Yining flooding his mind. But those painful recollections were quickly overtaken by an overwhelming desire for revenge. Clenching his teeth, he growled, if he had no connection to Wei Qing, there's no way he'd go to such lengths. Jiangan is currently leveling up in the Bamboo Mountain Range dungeon. This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. It's the perfect chance to kill him. The black-robed priest narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the person before him. Hui stepped forward immediately to explain, "Your Excellency, this is Zhang Bingyang, a new follower I've recruited, codenamed Bai Wu. He's Jiang An's classmate, and they have some personal grudges." Zhang Bingyang could feel the piercing gaze from beneath the black hood. After a moment of silence, the priest spoke, "Clearing the novice dungeon in just 8 hours on his first day, this one has considerable potential. Whether or not he's Wei Qing's successor, he will inevitably become a threat if left unchecked. Kill him." The priest's tone shifted. "However, we cannot afford any major commotion in Shueyue Cave Heaven. Acting openly would attract the linen guards. The Bamboo Forest secret realm remains our top priority and must not be jeopardized. Hui, can your sorcery create enhanced demon wolves?" "Yes, Your Excellency," Hui responded respectfully. The priest handed over a pouch of sacrificial materials. "Use these to create an enhanced demon wolf and ensure Jiangan is eliminated." "Understood." Hui accepted the materials and left. Zhang Bingyang pulled up his hood and followed closely, a sinister smirk forming at the corner of his lips. "Jiangan, this is your reckoning." 2 hours later, in the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon, unaware of the brewing conspiracy, Jiangan was fully immersed in the exhilaration of rapidly gaining experience points. As the flames subsided, the charred corpse of a honey-loving black bear lay beside his companion, Yin Ing. "There must be venomous needle bees nearby," Jiangan remarked. Through repeated observation, he had deciphered the habits of these black bears. They were obsessively drawn to the honey of venomous needle bees. Wherever bears appeared, a beehive was never far behind. Yining flicked its tail, and several shadow clones emerged from its body, darting swiftly through the forest in search of their target. It didn't take long before Yin Ying's ears perked up, and it turned its attention toward the dense woods on the left. "Master, Over here. Jiang An and Su Chan followed Yin Ying's lead. The phantom clones, a remarkable skill, were invaluable not only for confusing enemies in battle, but also for scouting and reconnaissance. The main body could perceive everything the clones discovered, significantly enhancing their dungeon clearing efficiency. Before long, a massive beehive came into view, hanging from a tree trunk and bending the branch under its weight. Claw marks from a black bear were visible on its surface. Venomous needle bees buzzed around the hive, unaware of the approaching intruders. Yin Ying was preparing to act when it suddenly froze, ears standing upright as it warily glanced into the distance. What's wrong? Su Chan asked. Jiang An nodded, sensing the tension emanating from Yin Ying. Although all he could see was an enormous tree, thick enough to require 2 or 3 people to encircle it, the forest was eerily silent. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, the vibrations growing stronger, as if an earthquake were imminent. Su Chan's expression shifted. This creature's size must rival that of the one-eyed giant from the snowy wasteland. A massive golden paw emerged, gripping the towering tree in its claws. With a thunderous crash, the tree was uprooted, dirt scattering in all directions. The colossal bear used the trunk as a makeshift backscratcher, rubbing it against its fur. The creature was a giant bear with a golden coat, each strand of fur shimmering like polished metal. Its size dwarfed even that of a titan bear, and its claws gleamed as if forged from steel. Dark Gold Bear King. Su Chan's brows knitted in concern. We've encountered the boss earlier than expected. Jiang An quickly activated his appraisal skill. Dark Gold Bear King boss level. Level 15. Strength 400. Spirit 100. Agility 200. Constitution 400. Innate skill Dark Gold Claw. Combat skills Bear King's Stance Silver Tier. Deadly Claw Strike Silver Tier. Intimidating Roar Gold Tier. Earthquake Slam Silver Tier. Rending Claw Silver Tier. As expected of a level 15 boss in a nightmare level dungeon, its stats and skills were nothing short of terrifying. The Dark Gold Bear Claw, a passive talent skill, grants this massive beast a natural 30 defense penetration with every attack. In Wild Bear Ridge, the fearsome reputation of this Dark Gold Bear King is unmatched. Any squishy classes of the same level that cross its path are instantly obliterated, and even heavily armored tank classes struggle to withstand its deadly claws for long. Most adventurers facing such a formidable opponent rely on sturdy frontliners to soak up the damage while their ranged teammates chip away at it from a distance. This explains why clearing this encounter often takes so much time. But since he had encountered this powerful foe, Jiang An decided to face it head-on. He secretly hoped that defeating it for the first time might yield some rare loot. Swish, Jiang An flicked the whip in his hand, lightly striking Yin Ying, the fox radiating a fiery red glow. Immediately, the fox dashed toward the Dark Gold Bear King. The Bear King, preoccupied with scratching an itch, finally noticed Jiang An's party, especially the small fox charging straight at it. For a moment, it froze. In all its time reigning over Wild Bear Ridge, no creature had ever dared to challenge it, let alone one as seemingly weak as this little fox. Feeling its pride under attack, the Dark Gold Bear King let out a furious roar and hurled the tree trunk it had been using as a backscratcher. The massive trunk spun violently through the air, producing a piercing whistle and carrying enough force to shatter bones and tear muscles. Yet Yin Ying kept its sharp eyes locked on the Bear King. As the trunk hurtled toward it, the fox didn't flinch or evade. Instead, it leaped nimbly into the air, landing squarely on the spinning trunk. Using it as a springboard, the fox closed the distance to the Dark Gold Bear King in the blink of an eye. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Bear King unleashed a golden tier intimidating roar. The deafening sound wave stirred up a storm of dirt and leaves, leaving all creatures in its radius stunned. But Yin Ying's red glow flared brightly, and the word immune appeared clearly above it. This was the unique effect of the enthusiastic lash skill. Having learned from the mishap with the honey-loving black bear earlier, Jiang An had prepared in advance this time, ensuring that Yin Ying wouldn't fall victim to crowd control again. Seeing its control skill fail, the Dark Gold Bear King immediately activated its Bear King stance. Its golden fur grew wildly, its body expanded rapidly, and its attack and defense capabilities surged dramatically for a short duration. With its steel-like claws, it swiped at Yin Ying with a ferocious gust of wind, aiming to strike the fox down with brutal force. The moment Chu Lian's state was lifted, Yin Ying's fur rippled as if stirred by an invisible wind, and her form returned to its natural grace. Behind her, her twin tails elegantly gathered, flames bursting into the air as she activated her skill, Flame Tail. With a sharp crack, her blazing tail struck the bear's claw with pinpoint precision. It was a clash between a platinum-tier flame tail and a silver-tier ripping claw. Outcome decided in an instant. The Dark Gold Bear King's eyes flickered with disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a small creature like Yin Ying could unleash such terrifying power. Its massive body was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a swath of trees. Its health bar plummeted by 90%, leaving it on the brink of death. This was a level 15 nightmare difficulty dungeon boss, fortified with its Bear King stance ability. Yet, it was nearly obliterated in a single strike. Even Suchan, who had witnessed Yin Ying's strength before, couldn't help but be astounded. The Dark Old Bear King was notorious, a terror that struck fear into countless teams. Its formidable defenses and piercing attacks rendered most tank classes useless. Teams entered this dungeon primarily to farm materials like bear claws, prized by crafting professions. Hunting elite tier bears was supposed to be a relatively safe way to earn money. But encountering the roaming Dark Old Bear King was a nightmare. Teams would retreat immediately, knowing that even a moment's misstep could lead to casualties. Yet this fearsome boss, in Yin Ying's presence, barely clung to life. If word of this battle spread, no professional farming team would believe it. Yin Ying, noticing the Bear King still alive, let a rare flash of anger show in her eyes. This was the first time she had failed to instantly kill an opponent, and in front of her master, no less. In the next instant, Yin Ying unleashed incredible speed, appearing beside the Bear King in a blur. Flames erupted silently, and the Dark Old Bear King had no chance to flee before being consumed by the inferno. Its vaunted defenses crumbled before the Platinum Tier flame storm, especially with its health reduced to a sliver. The storm hadn't even subsided when the Bear King's health completely drained. The system notification popped up immediately. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 15 Dark Old Bear King boss, earning bonus experience, 2500. Loot obtained, Dark Old Bear King Hide X1. Jiang An glanced at the Dark Old Bear King hide in his inventory, a trace of disappointment crossing his face. Such ornamental loot didn't hold much market value. As a wave of experience points surged in, the system continued. Congratulations on clearing the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon on nightmare difficulty in 2 hours and 38 minutes. New record, fastest nightmare clear for Wild Bear Ridge dungeon. Updated fastest nightmare clear for Snowfield Plains dungeon. Bonus experience, 5000. First time clear record for Wild Bear Ridge on nightmare difficulty. Loot obtained, Dark Gold Bear Claw X1. Dark Gold Bear Claw? Jiang An curiously retrieved the item. The system displayed its description. A claw from the Dark Gold Bear King, infused with metallic properties, suitable for crafting or upgrading equipment. A pleasant surprise item would be useful for future gear upgrades. As the flames subsided, Yin Ying, now back to her usual state, gracefully approached Jiang An and leapt into his arms. Let's go. Well, reset the cooldown with the amulet and run it again, Jiang An said, turning to the still-shocked Suchan. Yais, Suchan stammered, exiting the dungeon. Both figures disappeared shortly after. At the linen guard post, a heavily armored guard was chatting with Sun Yang, who was dressed in plain clothes. Brother Sun, heading to the bamboo forest mountains again? You've been going there for days now. It's so hot, why go through all this trouble? Sun Yang merely shook his head. It's nothing, just taking a look. That demon wolf attack was probably just a fluke. Look how quiet the bamboo forest mountains are now. If you keep working this hard, the rest of us will have to pick up the pace too, the guard joked, clearly familiar with Sun Yang. You lazy bum, always thinking about slacking off. Sun Yang retorted lightly before heading toward the bamboo forest mountains. Ever since the demon wolf incident, he had made it a habit to patrol the area. The event had been far too strange. A sentient elite tier demon wolf setting traps to ambush humans? It didn't add up. Stranger still, when he reported it, the higher-ups merely replied that specialists would handle it. No preventive measures were taken, nor was entry to the area restricted. Though baffled, Sun Yang could only stay vigilant on his own. As he entered the bamboo forest mountains, everything seemed normal, save for the occasional distant howls of monsters. Just as he was about to dismiss his concerns and leave, his eyes locked onto something unusual. A tree, split cleanly in two. The cut was fresh and precise, as if it had just been made. But this was the tree he had felled during the demon wolf attack to clear a path for the rescue. How could the cut still appear so fresh after all this time? As an official guard, Sun Yang immediately went on high alert. A flash of light summoned a silver-ear great sword into his hands, which he gripped tightly as he scanned his surroundings. Seeing no sign of demon wolves, he approached the tree to compare the cut with his sword. But as the blade neared the tree, he felt an unnatural resistance, as if a transparent barrier rippled like water between him and the trunk. Sun Yang's expression darkened. A mirage barrier? That's a high-level array technique. Something big is happening in the bamboo forest mountains. The scene before him flickered for a moment. Before Jiang An could open his eyes, he heard a girl's panicked cry, "Watch out!" The sound of something slicing through the air roared past his ears. As his eyes snapped open, a grotesque demon wolf was already inches away, its sharp fangs glinting with strands of bloody flesh. In a flash, Yin Ying leapt out from Jiang An's arms, its tail igniting into roaring flames midair. With a swift strike of its fiery tail crack, The wolf's health bar plummeted to zero in an instant. For Yin, who had long surpassed such minor threats, dispatching an enemy like this was effortless, especially considering it could handle such foes with ease even back at level 8. The girl who had shouted the warning was a new transfer student from another academy. Seeing Jiang An, someone her age, effortlessly take down the demon wolf left her completely stunned. Jiang An nodded at her in thanks before surveying his surroundings. The scene was devastating. A once vibrant area had been ravaged by waves of demon wolves, leaving destruction in their wake. The wolves seemed endless, pouring in relentlessly. Thankfully, several dungeon vortexes were situated against a mountain wall, where the local vendors had banded together to form a makeshift defensive formation. Tank classes and warriors held the front lines, while mages and archers occupied the inner circle, with healers and the injured protected at the very core. Though these people lacked formal military training, their years of dungeon crawling experience had allowed them to quickly establish a defense that, while barely holding, was functional. The demon wolf Jiang An had just defeated had broken through the line and happened to encounter him as he exited the dungeon. A sudden scream pierced through the air. A warrior who had just slain a demon wolf was caught off guard as another wolf lunged at him from the side, sinking its teeth into his body. He was forced to retreat, leaving another equally battered warrior to take his place. The defensive line was on the verge of collapse. "What's going on?" Su Chan exclaimed, her voice filled with confusion. "The bamboo forest mountains have demon wolves, yes, but this is ridiculous. Where are the guards? How is this happening without the linen guards stepping in?" Jiang An scanned the battlefield where people were fighting desperately against the wolves. Many were covered in blood, their injuries glaringly apparent. Even Sun Mei and others looked pale from overexerting their spiritual energy. The tanks at the front were visibly struggling, their movements sluggish, and it seemed any moment they could be torn apart. Looking up at the sky, Jiang An noticed ripples in the air as arrows streaked past. "Shueyu Dongtian?" Jiang An murmured in surprise. Just then, Wang Hu, who had been resting in the safe zone, noticed Jiang An and perked up. He hurriedly pulled him into the core of the defensive formation. Wang Hu had a gruesome claw mark across his chest. Though the bleeding had stopped thanks to healing efforts and his health bar was slowly recovering, the injury was clearly severe. Recognizing Wang Hu, the gambler who made money betting on dungeon clear times, Su Chan immediately pressed him. "What happened? Why are there so many demon wolves all of a sudden?" Wang Hu's expression was bitter as he pointed to the sky. "We don't know. These wolves appeared out of nowhere, and no one has figured out their source. Someone set up a formation ahead of time, blocking all signals. Right now, anyone below level 20 can only enter but not leave the bamboo forest mountains. And anyone above level 20 likely can't get in. We're all guessing." He gritted his teeth. "It's the abyssal cultists." "Abyssal cultists? What's their goal?" Su Chan's voice turned icy. Who else but the abyssal cultists would do something this insane? As for their goal, Wang Hu's gaze shifted toward the deepest part of the bamboo forest mountains, where a massive bamboo stalk, towering as if to pierce the heavens, had ceased growing. Its green hue grew increasingly vibrant. Jiang An and Su Chan followed his gaze, their pupils contracting in shock. Together, they exclaimed, "The bamboo forest secret realm." Su Chan quickly composed herself. "We can't let those cultists enter the secret realm. If they get their hands on any treasures and use them to create stronger warriors, it'll be a huge threat to humanity. The abyssal cultists, who worshipped the demonic legions, would only become more dangerous if they gained such power, potentially leaving humanity's defenses in shambles." Jiang An nodded in agreement, though his reasoning was far less altruistic. Such a valuable secret realm? Of course, he wanted a share of the spoils for himself. "First, we need to clear out these wolves. Ensuring everyone's safety comes before anything else." With that thought, Yin Ying leapt from Jiang An's arms, its dormant state lifted. Its lush fur grew wildly, and its body expanded exponentially. Two tails, one a fiery orange-eyed and the other a mysterious violet, swayed elegantly behind it. The injured and resting individuals couldn't help but fix their gazes on the transformed Yin Ying. Jiang An, with Yin Ying at his side, strode toward the front lines where the pressure was greatest. A heavily armored warrior, acting as the team's tank, found himself battered and wounded under the relentless assault of the three-headed demon wolves. Forced to retreat temporarily, he called out, "Brother, hold the line for me. I'll be back as soon as I catch my breath." Without hesitation, Jiang An stepped into his place. Seeing that Jiang An was still young, the surrounding warriors quickly adjusted their tactics, drawing the nearby demon wolves toward themselves in an effort to ease the pressure on his side. In such a tense and precarious battle, even the slightest breach in the defense line could lead to the collapse of the entire formation. Jiang An swiftly assessed the situation. With a sharp crack, the whip in his hand lashed out, landing precisely on Yin Ying's body. As a red glow enveloped it, Yin Ying's form suddenly erupted with power. Phantom clone. In an instant, Dozens of identical figures materialized out of thin air, their numbers matching the demon wolf pack. These clones, as soon as they appeared, shot forward like arrows, charging into the pack. Skills such as Blazing Storm, Flame Tail, Rending Claw, and Phantom Confusion were unleashed in rapid succession. Though the damage from some clones was negligible, their sheer numbers succeeded in scattering the demon wolf's focus, significantly alleviating the pressure on all the warriors. All eyes on the battlefield instinctively turned to Jiang An and Yin Ying. Even Sun Mei, pale and exhausted, found a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. He's here, maybe we still have a chance. After releasing the phantom clones, the real Yin Ying didn't pause. It launched itself straight into the densest part of the demon wolf pack. There, dozens of elite, mutated demon wolves were gathered. These were the commanders of the wolf pack. Their eyes glimmered with an almost human-like intelligence, emitting low, threatening growls. Waves of demon wolves surged forward, attempting to overwhelm Yin Ying with sheer numbers. Meanwhile, the elite mutated wolves subtly retreated, keeping just enough distance to stay outside the range of the golden tier blazing storm attack. Jiang An noticed their cautious strategy and smirked. It seems whoever's behind this is wary of Yin Ying, even calculating the range of the golden tier blazing storm. Too bad. He chuckled inwardly. Yin Ying has already mastered the platinum tier blazing storm. The fiery patterns on Yin Ying's body began to twist and shift as an intense blaze started brewing, ready to explode. The platinum tier flamestorm unleashed a tremendous boost in power, significantly expanding its range and damage compared to the gold tier version. At that very moment, Yin Ying's flamestorm skill broke through to level 3, filling Jiangan with exhilaration. Sensing the impending danger, the elite mutated demon wolves scattered in all directions in a desperate attempt to flee. A glint of cold determination flashed in Jiang An's eyes as he commanded in a deep voice, "Shadow technique. Twin forms. Copy. Flamestorm." Before his words had fully settled, a shadowy figure of Yin Ying materialized behind him, and blazing flames erupted instantaneously. The two flame storms perfectly overlapped, doubling their range and intensity. The elite mutated wolves, who had once harbored a sliver of hope for escape, were instantly engulfed by the inferno, perishing on the spot. Yin Ying strode out from the flames, exuding an air of judgment as it systematically hunted down the remaining wolves. The battlefield fell eerily silent, save for the anguished howls of the wolves. The oppressive quiet was such that even the faintest sound could be heard. All eyes were fixed with awe and trepidation on the figure standing amidst the carnage. What a terrifying fox! That's no ordinary two-tailed fox. I've never seen a summoned beast this powerful before. Wait, was that Flamestorm? I'm a fire mage, and I haven't even mastered that yet. Isn't he a summoner? How can he use that kind of skill? Among the crowd, Sun Mei listened to the murmurs around her, her heart pounding as an inexplicable emotion stirred within. Yet, as past memories surfaced, a bitter smile crept onto her face. It was too late for anything now. Everyone, Su Chan's voice suddenly broke the silence. To prevent another attack from the demon wolves, please accept the Legion team mode invitation. Without delay, she initiated a team request to all those present. Unlike the standard 10-person squads, the Legion mode was specifically designed for large-scale battles like those at Shanhaiguan. All 322 individuals promptly accepted the invitation. Su Chan then retrieved a flute and began to play a gentle, melodious tune. To everyone's astonishment, their health and mental energy began to recover rapidly. Even summoned beasts benefited from the restorative effect. Is this a group-wide healing skill? It even works on summoned beasts? What kind of support class is she? This is incredible. Jiangan gave a subtle nod of approval. Su Chan's abilities were perfectly suited for large-scale combat. Once she matured further, her role in defending against the demonic legions would undoubtedly be critical. As the group's strength was being restored, Yin Ying, who had been focused on exterminating the wolves, suddenly paused. Its gaze shifted toward a nearby thicket, where faint rustling noises could be heard. Moments later, a disheveled figure stumbled out, their clothing shredded by the wolves' savage bites. Tang Mianmian? Jiangan rushed forward to support her. The moment Tang Mianmian saw Jiangan, tears streamed down her face. Tian Hao and the others are surrounded by demon wolves. They can't hold on much longer. Captain Tan wanted Qian Duo to come for help, but he got pinned down, so I came instead. Jiang An's brows knitted tightly. Where are they? Follow this path. You'll find Qian Duo up ahead. Jiangan entrusted Tang Mianmian to Su Chan. Take care of her. We'll check it out. The Bamboo Grove secret realm might be nearby. Su Chan responded softly. Don't worry. With my group buffs active, we'll hold the line here. Yin Ying crouched low, and Jiangan leapt onto its back. With a piercing howl, Yin Ying surged forward, carrying Jiangan toward the indicated direction, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. The group watched him disappear into the distance, as the ominous growls of wolves began to resurface. Breaking through the dense underbrush, Jiang An caught sight of a shield-wielding figure locked in a desperate struggle. Damn it, you filthy beasts. If you've got the guts, come and eat me already. Qian Duo, his face streaked with blood, held his shield high to fend off the attacks of two demon wolves, his health bar steadily depleting. Damn it. If I'd known this would happen, I would have never switched to a combat class. Staying home to inherit the family fortune would have been so much better. As he cursed, a flash of movement caught his eye. A mystical fox suddenly appeared in front of him. A blazing flash of fire streaked through the air, and with a deafening thud, the two ferocious demon wolves collapsed to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Stop standing there like an idiot, fatty. Take me to find Tan Gong and the others. Jiang An's voice rang out from atop the fiery red fox. Only then did Qian Duo realize that his good friend was sitting steadily on the back of the mystical beast. Holy crap, you're alive. Qian Duo's emotions erupted as he broke into tears and laughter, his face wet with excitement. I thought we were done for this time. Is this your summoned beast? How did it change so much? Where are Tan Gong and the others? Quickly, Qian Duo hastily wiped his tears and replied, over there. I'll guide you, just take me along. Let's go. Master. He's so gross when he cries. Look, his snot's running too. Yining, the flaming fox, muttered in disdain. It lunged forward, grabbed Qian Duo by the collar with its teeth, and sprinted off at full speed. The sudden burst of velocity made Qian Duo feel like he was strapped to the front of the wildest roller coaster imaginable. Aerah! He screamed as his tears and snot smeared all over his face. His wails echoed across the bamboo forest mountain range. Fortunately, Qian Duo was quick to adapt. Before long, he managed to get used to the high-speed ride and began explaining the situation to Jiang and Tan Gong, and the others, upon encountering the demon wolves, had attempted to make their way to the dungeon assembly point. However, they were ambushed halfway and forced to take refuge in a defensible cave. Though the demon wolves couldn't get in, it also meant they couldn't get out. With time running out, Tan Gong had instructed Qian Duo, with his exceptional defensive abilities, to break through enemy lines with Tang Mianmian's healing support and seek help. Hearing that Tan Gong and the others were temporarily safe, Jiangan let out a small sigh of relief. But just then, a nauseating stench filled the air. The smell was a vile combination, like a 3-day-old dead rat left under the scorching sun, blended with durian and stinky snail noodles. The revolting odor was enough to trigger an involuntary wave of disgust. A putrid stench filled the air before two demonic wolves emerged slowly from the forest. But these were no ordinary demonic wolves. They were clearly long dead, rotting corpses animated into motion. Their bodies were riddled with maggots, their fur dried and peeling away, and their empty eye sockets replaced by eerie green flames. Ugh! Qian Duo retched on the spot. What the hell are these things? Jiangan wasted no time, casting an identification spell immediately. Decayed Demon Wolves Elite. Level 15. Attributes: Strength 250, Spirit 250, Agility 250, Constitution 250. Combat Skills: Bloodthirsty Frenzy Bronze, Howl Bronze, Wolf Claw Strike Silver, Corrosion Bronze. Notes: Created through the reanimation of demon wolf corpses, these creatures loyally obey the commands of their creator. Created. Jiang and sharp instincts caught the key word. The ability to reanimate demon wolf corpses into such monstrosities could only belong to two professions: sorcerers or necromancers and their advanced counterparts. Qian Duo sucked in a sharp breath after seeing the stats. Level 15? 4 attributes at 250? That's just ridiculous. The two decayed wolves lifted their heads, the green flames in their eyes sweeping indifferently over Qian Duo before locking onto Jiangan. The flames flared wildly, as if they had been provoked. Without warning, the wolves charged at Jiangan with terrifying speed. Shit, they're coming. Run. Qian Duo, still clamped in the jaws of Yining, the fiery fox, flailed desperately like a worm. As the decayed wolves closed in, he squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself for death. Suddenly, a radiant orange light erupted, enveloping him in a wave of warmth. Qian Duo opened his eyes and was struck dumb, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. The decayed wolves, just moments away from tearing him apart, had been consumed by flames, reduced to charred husks as their health bars dropped to zero. The surrounding inferno was strangely serene, radiating warmth rather than scorching heat. Though he had seen Yin annihilate regular demon wolves before, this was on a completely different level. A level 10 common creature versus a level 15 elite monster. There was no comparison. Even if Tan Gong brought his entire squad, they might not have been able to handle this so effortlessly. The flames subsided, and the charred remains of the wolves disintegrated into ash, scattering like they had weathered countless years in an instant. What a waste of a level 15 monster, Jiangan muttered in dissatisfaction. No loot, and the experience gain isn't even as good as a regular demon wolf. Just trash. Wait, what level are you now? Duo asked eagerly. Level 14. Jiangan replied nonchalantly. Level 14? But those decayed wolves were level 15. Yeah, so? So? Duo was stunned for a moment before exploding, his voice rising in disbelief. Elite monsters are supposed to require a team of the same level to take down. You're only level 14, how the hell did you manage to kill an elite monster above your level? Jiang An shrugged. Huh, isn't it normal? I've always farmed like this. Don't tell me there are people who can't kill monsters above their level. Duo stared at him, utterly defeated. There was no point arguing with this monster of a man. Continuing the conversation would only hurt his own self-esteem. Still, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Who cares? At least this freak was on his side. Let's move. Time to meet up with Tan Gong and the others, Duo said, wiping the blood off his face. Those demon wolves are about to learn what it means to mess with Grandpa Qian. Meanwhile, in the guard headquarters meeting hall in Linen. I don't care what it takes right now. Immediately, break that formation. Sun Zhenghao stormed in, his voice filled with fury as he berated the officials in charge. What the hell are you guards doing? The news of demon wolves running rampant has been out for a while, and yet you still let people enter the area. I'm warning you, there better not be any casualties in the bamboo forest mountain range. If anything happens to those inside, none of you will be able to bear the consequences. Most people might not understand the gravity of the situation, but Sun Zhenghao did. He knew all too well this year's group of freshmen were invaluable, and among them was his own daughter. Su Chan and Jiang An, two remarkable rising stars. One is a mysterious support class professional, hailed as the future cornerstone of the Shanhaiguan battlefield, already on the radar of top-tier academies. The other, though an ordinary-born summoner, received a personal congratulatory call from the Shanhaiguan commander Wei Qing. If Jiang An's astonishing achievements in the beginner dungeon were made public, they would undoubtedly cause a sensation no less than Su Chan's. The enemy set up the Water Moon Cave half a month ago, laying multiple layers of traps, a formation master reported. We are working at full capacity to break the formation, but it's estimated to take another 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes? Sun Zhenghao's face darkened. Where is Qin Li, the linen lead? He's a second-tier formation master. This kind of formation should be a piece of cake for him. Lord Qin received orders from his superiors 2 days ago to go on a business trip and hasn't returned yet, someone explained in a low voice. Hearing this, Sun Zhenghao paused, fury simmering in his chest. Without Qin Li on site, 10 minutes was already the fastest they could manage. Now, all they could do was hope Jiang An and his team could hold on a little longer inside. Have we figured out why those cultists are blocking off the bamboo forest mountain range? Not yet, but we've discovered some clues. We suspect it might be related to the imminent opening of the bamboo forest secret realm. The bamboo forest secret realm? Sun Zhenghao's expression changed drastically. Those abyssal cultists have likely been eyeing this place for a while. We absolutely cannot allow them to take any gains from the secret realm. If they use those resources to cultivate more human traders, it will be disastrous. He immediately issued an order. Deploy reinforcements to completely surround the bamboo forest mountain range. Once the Water Moon Cave is broken, I want every corner thoroughly searched. Even if a mosquito tries to fly out, I want it accounted for. If even one human trader escapes, the responsible parties will be held accountable for negligence. Yes, sir. The team responded in unison. Inside the cave nestled within the Bamboo Ridge Mountains, Tan Gong stood firm at the narrow entrance, his broad frame completely blocking the single-person-wide passage. His stance ensured that no demonic wolves could slip past to attack Shuocha and Yin Tianhao, who were stationed behind him. Outside, over 20 demonic wolves prowled in a tense standoff, their glowing eyes fixed on the cave. Thanks to the terrain, no more than 2 wolves could attack at once. The 3 had developed an unspoken rhythm in their defense. Whenever 2 wolves lunged simultaneously, Tan Gong's battle axe would swing toward the wolf on the left, while Yin Tianhao and Shuocha unleashed arrows and fireballs at the one on the right. These wolves, intelligent and cunning, rarely charged recklessly. When injured, they would retreat temporarily, allowing unscathed comrades to take their place. Although there had been no injuries among the trio so far, the relentless 2-hour battle had left them utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, the wounded wolves outside showed no sign of faltering. Their bloodthirsty determination burned just as fiercely in their glowing eyes. Why hasn't the support team arrived yet? Shuocha muttered anxiously after repelling another attack. Could it be that Duo and the others also ran into trouble with these wolves? I should have gone with him. If they encounter another pack of wolves on the way, Tang Mian Mai, they'll be fine. Yin Tianhao interrupted firmly, though the worry in his voice was unmistakable. Focus, Tan Gong said gruffly, retrieving what he thought was another healing potion. If you had gone with them, would never have held off the wolves on this side. Keep your breathing steady, and don't waste energy on unnecessary thoughts. His words faltered as he stared at the empty vial in his hand. Duo's healing potions are all gone. Do either of you have any left? I only brought mental restoration potions, Yin Tianhao admitted, his face darkening. I have one last bottle of basic healing potion, Zhuocha said, tossing it to Tangong. Catching the small vial, Tangong felt a weight settle in his chest. A basic healing potion could only restore 30% of his health, and at the current rate of his injuries, it was barely a stopgap. By now, Qian Duoduo's team should have reached the dungeon rendezvous point, bolstered by support buffs. That they hadn't could only mean one of two things. Either Qian Duoduo's group had run into trouble, or the rendezvous point itself was under siege. Outside, a heavily injured wolf retreated, immediately replaced by another. With no other choice, Tangong downed the last potion. Zhuocha and Yin Tianhao watched with growing concern as his freshly restored health began to drain once more, dipping back into the danger zone within minutes. I'm going to use Whirlwind Slash to carve a path out, Tangong declared, gripping his axe tightly. When I do, you two escape. Split up and don't head for the rendezvous point, it's probably compromised. Don't say that. We can hold out, Captain. Yin Tianhao shouted, though his voice was tinged with desperation. Tangong shook his head grimly. He was about to unleash his Whirlwind Slash when a booming, familiar voice echoed across the battlefield. Ha ha ha, your Grandpa Qian is here. Get out of my way, you mangy mutts. The wolves surrounding the cave snapped their heads toward the new arrival, their attention instantly diverted. Tangong and the others turned to see a fiery figure bounding toward them with incredible agility. It's Yining. Jiang An is here. Zhuocha exclaimed, her voice filled with relief. Yining, Jiang An's fire spirit beast, closed the distance in mere seconds. Held firmly in its jaws, Qian Duoduo seemed entirely unperturbed, his arms crossed and his expression calm as he eyed the approaching wolves. You had your chance to flee, but now you'll regret staying. Yining, take them out, Qian Duoduo commanded. Resisting the urge to launch Qian Duoduo directly into the wolf pack, Yining instead unleashed a devastating flamestorm. Torrents of fire rained down, instantly reducing the once menacing wolves to charred remains. For Tangong and his team, the acrid scent of burnt fur felt more reassuring than the finest perfume. It's safe now, Qian Duoduo announced, striking a dramatic pose as he stepped forward. I've cleared the area. You can come out. Before he could finish his grand declaration, Yining abruptly flung its head, sending Qian Duoduo tumbling into the pile of scorched wolf corpses. Bleehuck! Qian Duoduo spat out bits of ash and glared indignantly. Seriously? Can't a guy enjoy his moment of glory for once? Jiangan chuckled. Don't blame me. Yining couldn't stand your attitude any longer. I had nothing to do with it. Yeah, right? Don't think I don't know you're the one who told Yining to do that. Qian Duoduo shot back, his tone half mocking, half serious. As Tangong, Zhuocha, and Yin Tianhao emerged from the cave, the sight of the two bickering so casually reassured them that the crisis had truly passed. Only Yin Tianhao remained tense, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Tang Mianmian. She's safe at the rendezvous point, Jiang An said, his tone softening. Yin Tianhao finally exhaled in relief. Zhuocha reached out to stroke Yining's forehead, and the creature leaned into her touch affectionately. You've grown so much, and you've become even stronger. Yining, no longer in its timid form, radiated a powerful, mysterious aura. Its violet tail, in particular, drew the eye with its otherworldly glow. What's the plan now? Tangong asked, turning to Jiangan. The cultists must be near the entrance to the secret realm. Without realizing it, they had all begun instinctively deferring to Jiang An, despite his younger age. Jiang An's expression turned serious as he gazed toward the depths of the Bamboo Ridge Mountains. There, a singular bamboo stalk stood out, its verdant leaves shimmering with intricate veins. It should be opening soon, he murmured. The legendary secret realm, it'd be a shame not to take a look. Deep in the bamboo mountain range, a group of robed figures stood gazing at an unusual bamboo plant before them. This bamboo had grown at an astonishing pace, but had now ceased its upward climb. Its once vibrant green stalks had darkened, resembling the maturity of middle age. At its tips, clusters of pale yellow blossoms flickered in and out of view. As the first bamboo flower bloomed, a swirling black vortex formed in front of the group. A man in a black robe looked up at the sky, his gaze fixed on the ripples spreading through the air. In a low voice he said, "We've been discovered. The formation will hold for no more than 10 minutes. The gray-robed followers exchanged uneasy glances. One of them, called Hui, stepped forward. What about the secret realm? He began. No matter, the black-robed man interrupted. Distribute the escape talismans to the disciples. Once they obtain the treasures, they can activate the talismans and return to the safe zone. The rest of the followers will retreat once everyone has entered. With the help of the corrupted demon wolves, our harvest will undoubtedly be substantial." He paused briefly before continuing. As for Jiangan, Anyone who eliminates him within the secret realm will be promoted from a white robe to a gray robe and granted access to the power of the second-tier sacred flame. His words immediately ignited a fervor among the white-robed disciples. The so-called sacred flame was a unique buff exclusive to Abyss cult followers. It not only enhanced their abilities, but also provided an intense euphoric sensation. The effects of the second-tier sacred flame far surpassed those of the first tier. The white-robed disciples surged forward, crowding around Hui Yi. With a flick of his finger, a corrupted demon wolf appeared beside each disciple. The air filled with the beast's foul stench, but the disciples showed no disgust. In the contrary, they were thrilled. Zhang Bingyang, who stood out with 3 demon wolves by his side, was clearly held in high regard. His expression was dark, and his eyes burned with hatred for Jiangan. "You got lucky surviving the demon wolf pack last time," he muttered. "But if you run into me, I'll tear you apart." As Hui Yi distributed the wolves, she couldn't shake her unease. 2 of her patrolling demon wolves had been killed instantly, which left her deeply unsettled. Just as she pondered whether to report this, the black-robed priest called her over to join him. The 2 of them moved through the forest until they reached a secluded spot. The priest turned to her, his gaze piercing. "The Shuiwei realm will collapse in 2 minutes. The others are merely tools to buy time. Come with me to the safe zone and wait for the spoils. Once we succeed, I will ascend to a red robe, and you will become a priestess." Of course, he added with a smirk, "if you'd rather face the wrath of Linen's guardians, you're welcome to stay behind." Hui Yi hesitated for a moment, then decisively summoned the demon wolf king to serve as the priest's mount. 2 minutes later, the sky erupted with violent ripples. With a sound like shattering glass, the Shuiwei realm that had enveloped the bamboo mountain range collapsed entirely. High above, squads of griffin riders streaked through the air. They split into groups, some heading for the dungeon's gathering point, others circling above to rescue stragglers, while the majority raced toward the mysterious bamboo. "It's the Guardians! The Griffin Knight Order!" Tangong exclaimed with joy. This elite force, meticulously trained by Linen, was renowned for its unmatched combat prowess and their elite griffin mounts, making them nearly invincible among their peers. Zhuocha beamed. "Finally! This nightmare is coming to an end. Those scum must be running for their lives now." Jiang An's eyes flickered with thought. With the Griffin Knight Order here, the secret realm's chaos would likely be quelled soon. This was the perfect opportunity to claim a share of the spoils. After sharing this idea with everyone, Tangong, Zhuocha, and Yin Tianhao all showed a flicker of interest in their eyes. However, after glancing at their injuries, they unanimously shook their heads and decided to wait for rescue. "Take me with you." Qian Duo suddenly leapt up with excitement. "I want to go. I want to go." "You're only at level 10. Aren't you afraid of running into trouble?" Jiang An frowned as he asked. "Afraid of what?" Qian Duo puffed out his chest. "A real man doesn't back down, even for a secret realm. If I don't dare to go, can I even call myself a man?" The moment those words left his mouth, Tangong let out a meaningful cough, while Yin Tianhao and Zhuocha glared at him with disapproval. Realizing his slip-up, Qian Duo quickly explained, "Of course, I didn't mean you guys. You're injured, it's different." Switching to a fawning tone, he turned to Jiangan, pleading repeatedly, "Please take me with you. I promise I won't cause trouble. You're the wisest, most heroic and coolest Jiangan, my amazing godfather." Hearing this long string of exaggerated flattery, Jiangan finally sighed and nodded reluctantly. After all, in the secret realm, rewards were calculated individually. Who knew Qian Duo's luck might even surpass his own? With the decision made, Jiangan immediately mounted Yin Ying. As the massive beast approached, Qian Duo's face turned pale. He spoke hesitantly, "Can we maybe choose another way? This feels really uncomf." Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Ying had already grabbed him in its jaws and dashed toward the mysterious bamboo. Since the distance wasn't far, it only took about 10 minutes before they reached their destination, a massive black vortex swirling ominously at the base of the bamboo. The ground before the vortex was stained with blood, and several individuals dressed in white and gray robes had already been subdued. Griffin Knights, armed and stern-faced, stood guard around the area. As soon as they noticed Jiang An's sudden appearance, they immediately formed a defensive circle. Seeing Jiang An's youthful face, the knights couldn't help but form a conclusion in their minds. This boy, who looked no older than 18, had managed to break through the blockade of the demon wolves and arrive here. He was clearly no ordinary individual. Just as the tension in the air reached its peak, a voice suddenly called out urgently from behind, "Wait! He's not one of the Abyss cultists. He's one of this year's new recruits." "Wait! He's not one of the Abyss cultists." Sun Zhenghao strode out briskly from the back of the crowd, and his presence immediately shifted the atmosphere. The Griffin Knights, who had been on high alert, instantly relaxed upon seeing him, sheathing their weapons with a respectful demeanor. He walked directly up to Jiangan, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Thank goodness. The rendezvous point reported they hadn't seen you, and I was starting to worry. You're just in time. He gestured toward the swirling black vortex not far away. That's the entrance to the secret realm. Things have gotten a bit complicated. Sun Jinghao quickly summarized the situation. Most of the cultists had been captured, but the Crescent Priest and their close allies managed to escape early. The dimensional wolf summoned through the dimensional gate had also been destroyed. However, the more pressing issue was that some cultists had already entered the secret realm. Qian Duo, still dangling in Yin Ying's jaws, asked in confusion, if you've surrounded them, why not wait for them to come out and catch them then? Or just go in and deal with them directly? Oh, you're here too. Sun Jinghao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before explaining, it's not that simple. While secret realms can accommodate multiple people, they have strict entry restrictions. This particular bamboo forest secret realm only allows individuals under level 20 to enter. As for waiting outside, those cultists are sure to have teleportation charms. The moment they step out, they can escape instantly. He turned to Jiang An, his expression serious. That's why I want to give you a special mission. You have the option to accept or decline. Even before he finished speaking, a task prompt appeared on Jiang An's interface. Special mission. Eliminate the remaining cultists. Objective. Eliminate the cultists inside the secret realm and protect its treasures. Rewards. 10 points per cultist defeated, and 1 additional point toward university entrance exams. Penalty. None. Qian Duo, upon seeing the mission details, couldn't contain his excitement. 10 points? And bonus points for the university exam? After getting confirmation from Sun Jinghao, he whispered to Jiangan, this is such a good deal. Everything in college requires points, and they're ridiculously hard to come by. Jiangan nodded and replied calmly, all right, I accept the mission. Sun Jinghao exhaled in relief, then added, one more thing, the cultists took a level 15 elite monster, the corrupted direwolf, with them into the secret realm. It was created by the captive Hui Yi. Corrupted direwolf? No big deal. Qian Duo interjected smugly. I ran into one earlier and took it down in one hit. Sun Jinghao glanced at Jiangan skeptically, clearly doubting Qian Duo's claim. Yes, the corrupted direwolf won't be an issue, Jiangan confirmed in a composed tone. Good to hear. The entrance to the secret realm will only remain open for another 10 minutes. Everyone else who qualifies is still at the rendezvous point and won't make it in time. It's all up to you now. Jiangan nodded. With Yin Ying and Qian Duo in tow, he approached the swirling black vortex. Before they could make any deliberate move, a powerful suction pulled them inside. After a moment of dizziness, they found themselves surrounded by an endless sea of verdant bamboo, stretching as far as the eye could see. The gentle rustle of bamboo leaves filled the air as a soft breeze passed through, carrying the fresh scent of bamboo. Qian Duo stood up, brushing off the bamboo leaves clinging to him. Just as he was marveling at the breathtaking scenery, a distant wolf's howl pierced the tranquility. Let's go check it out. Jiangan decided without hesitation. Yining led the way, and they followed closely behind. After rounding a small hill, they came upon the corrupted direwolf. Standing beside it was a young girl in a white robe. In front of her lay a peculiar black and white creature. It had a predominantly white head with black patches around its eyes and ears, jet black limbs, and a plump, furry white belly. A clumsy and endearing panda lay lifeless on the ground. Its once pristine white muzzle now stained crimson with blood. Its eyes had lost all vitality. Jiang An immediately recognized it as the treasured national symbol from his previous life. Unfortunately, he could no longer examine its specific attributes. Beside the panda's corpse stood a young woman, her face contorted with rage. She angrily kicked the lifeless body and cursed, "What a useless thing. Not a single drop. How the hell are we supposed to get rewards in this secret realm?" Suddenly, a low growl caught the girl's attention. She looked up to see Jiang An and his group approaching, accompanied by a decayed demon wolf. The girl scrutinized Jiang An, and a look of surprise and delight spread across her face. "Jiang An, you know me?" Jiang An asked. "Of course. You're famous, the successor of Wei Qing." Her eyes gleamed with greed. "Killing you would grant rewards as good as those from this secret realm." She turned to the demon wolf and ordered, "Go, kill them all." At the same time, the girl drew a massive sword, her body instantly enveloped in Black Flamisa's signature ability of Abyss followers, known as the Sacred Flame buff. It temporarily granted an enormous boost in combat power, even enabling battles against higher-level opponents. Feeling the surge of power, the girl's expression twisted with a mix of fervor and mania. "Heh, I'm going to slice you all into pieces." She raised her greatsword high and charged forward alongside the demon wolf. But just then, Yining fixed her cold gaze on the advancing enemies. The two fiery tails behind her suddenly ignited. Blazing tail strike. The demon wolf didn't even have time to react before its health bar was wiped out in an instant, and it collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. The girl's expression froze. The frenzy and excitement from moments ago were extinguished as if doused by ice water. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she stammered. This can't be real, her voice trembled with disbelief. How? How can someone one-shot? The Abyss cultist girl was only at level 12. Even with the enhancement of black flames, she was no match for the level 15 elite corrupted demon wolf. Gracefully, Yanning strode forward to confront the girl, while Jiang An's calm voice cut through the tense air from behind her. What do you know about the Bamboo Grove's secret realm? The girl's face turned pale with fear, and her voice trembled as she replied, I don't know anything. After I entered, all I encountered was this black and white panda. Killing it didn't yield any rewards. Yin Ying's claws extended silently, her ripping claw skill activating without a sound. If you're of no use then? Before the sentence was even finished, Jiang An's task panel updated with the message, Evil cultist eliminated, 1. Not entirely worthless, Jiang An mused to himself, noting the 10 points and bonus point added to his tally. However, the girl's words lingered in his thoughts. Rumors were spreading about him being the successor of Wei Qing, and someone had to be behind it. His mind settled on the one likely culprit, Zhang Bingyang. I hope it's really you, he thought coldly. That way, they'll have every reason to erase you completely. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, so chilling that even Qian Duo, standing beside him, shivered involuntarily. Following the direction from which the girl had come, the two ventured deeper into the forest. The vibrant green bamboo stretched endlessly around them, with tender shoots occasionally breaking through the earth. Suddenly, a small black and white panda appeared up ahead, focused intently on gnawing a bamboo shoot, its movements adorably clumsy. Jiang An activated his appraisal skill. Black and white panda. Level 9. Attributes: Strength 100, Spirit 30, Agility 20, Constitution 100. Skills: Iron Body Gold Tier, Thunder Paw Gold Tier. Notes: a friendly creature that will not attack humans unless provoked. Wow, 2 gold tier skills? Qian Duo gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. That's insanely rare. Jiang An's expression turned thoughtful. Except for Yin Ying, with her divine bloodline, I've never seen a low-level creature possessing 2 gold tier skills. Could this panda also have a divine bloodline? Such a pity it's a friendly creature. If it dropped items, I'd be tempted to test my luck and see if it could yield a pet egg. As they pressed onward, the ground became increasingly marked with chaotic tracks. Rounding a small hill, the forest suddenly opened up to reveal a sprawling expanse of fresh bamboo shoots. Several robust black and white pandas were leisurely foraging among them. But then, an eerie gust of wind swept through the bamboo grove, scattering leaves in every direction. The pandas froze, their instincts sensing danger. Without hesitation, they abandoned their bamboo shoots and bolted in all directions. Moments later, an unnatural figure emerged into view, a heavily armored soldier, but with no head atop his shoulders. Headless Soldier Elite. Level 15. Attributes: Strength 300, Spirit 1, Agility 150, Constitution 200. Skills: War Cry Silver Tier, Whirlwind/Silver Tier, Cleave Silver Tier. Notes: a wandering soul corrupted by the power of undeath. It will attack any living creature that approaches. An elite level 15 monster. Qian Duo exclaimed in alarm. How am I supposed to fight that? Then, curiosity flickered in his voice as he added, wait, how does it even use War Cry without a head? Jiang An ignored the question, issuing a simple command to Yin Ying. Go. Yin Ying darted toward the headless soldier with lightning speed. As she closed the gap to 15 meters, the soldier raised his massive sword, his neck emitting a low, guttural groan, the activation of War Cry, boosting his attack power by 10. Without missing a beat, the soldier shifted his stance, preparing to unleash a devastating whirlwind slash on Yin Ying. Yin Ying moved as fast as lightning. Before the headless soldier could react, she had already closed the distance, appearing right in front of her enemy. Her claws gleamed with a metallic chill, slicing through the decayed armor in an instant. Beneath the armor was a mummified body, its torn flesh dry and stiff, with not a single drop of liquid oozing out. The headless soldier, long devoid of any sense of pain, showed no reaction and mechanically swung its whirlwind slash. Yin Ying leaped gracefully into the air, effortlessly dodging the attack. Her tail lashed out like a whip, striking the enemy and ending the undead creature in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Jiang An's system interface lit up with 2 consecutive notifications. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 elite headless soldier, earning bonus experience, 2300. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Liberate the Wailing Soul. Quest reward: all possessions of the liberated soul. Immediately after, a series of loot notifications popped up. Acquired material: Tattered Leather 1. Acquired material: Lover's Headscarf Decayed 1. Acquired material: Broken Armor 1. Acquired Weapon. Standard Greatsword 1. Jiang An suddenly realized defeating these monsters corrupted by undead energy not only freed their souls, but also granted him all the possessions they had in life. Eagerly, he retrieved the standard greatsword from his inventory. A distinctive silver glow radiated from the weapon, characteristic of Silverdeer items, as its attributes appeared before him. Standard Greatsword. Type, Weapon. Class Restriction, Warrior Type. Required Level, 10. Quality, Silver. Strength 20. Constitution 20. Special Effect. Increases whirlwind/skill level by 1 while equipped. Attached skill, Battle Roar LV3 Silverdeer skill, can be actively used. Consumes a small amount of stamina to activate. Increases attack power by 10 for 1 minute. If the skill is already learned, its level is increased by 1. The attributes of this standard greatsword were impressive. Both the base stat bonuses and the additional effects were highly practical, making it a solid choice among Silverdeer weapons. As Jiangan contemplated finding more of these weapons to make a profit, Qian Duo, who could never sit still, suddenly pointed to another section of the defensive line and shouted, "Look over there. Tons of headless monsters." Following the direction pointed out by Qian Duo, Jiang An's gaze shifted toward a low-lying valley. Dozens of headless monsters roamed within, and the sight made Jiang An's eyes light up with excitement in his view. These creatures were like living, breathing bringers of fortune. The closest monster in the valley came into view. An elite headless soldier, level 13. Its stats displayed a mental power of 240, a physique of 200, and combat skills at 150. It possessed Silverdeer abilities such as Battle Roar, Whirlwind Slash, and Cleave. These soldiers, corrupted by undead energy, wandered the area aimlessly and would attack any living being that came too close. Whoa, there's even a level 8 one in there. I can give it a shot too. Qian Duo exclaimed excitedly before charging toward a level 8 monster. At his current level 10, as long as he didn't get reckless, he could likely take it down with patience and caution. Jiang An didn't stop him but instructed Yin Ying to keep an eye on him. Jiang An carefully studied the valley's terrain. Although there were plenty of soldiers scattered around, they were spaced far apart. Even if he and Yin Ying both unleashed blazing storms simultaneously, they would only hit 2 monsters at most. That level of efficiency was far from ideal, especially since Yin Ying couldn't cast skills continuously. From prior tests, he knew these creatures had a detection range of about 15 meters. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang An. Phantom clone. Yin Ying's body instantly split into countless clones, which scattered in all directions to lure the monsters. The headless soldiers immediately entered an alert state and began chasing the retreating clones, gradually converging toward Jiang An's position. The ground trembled as the creatures charged, kicking up clouds of dust. Once the headless soldiers entered the range of the blazing storm, the clones dissolved into streaks of light and returned to Yin Ying's main body. Left without targets, the monsters shifted their aggression toward Jiang An and Yin Ying, unleashing synchronized battle roars as they prepared to execute whirlwind slashes. In an instant, Yin Ying's body became engulfed in fiery patterns, the intense heat distorting the air around him. A pure storm of flames erupted, consuming all the headless soldiers. Trapped in the inferno, the monsters writhed uncontrollably, their silent screams echoing in the blazing chaos. Meanwhile, Qian Duo, who was locked in combat with a level 8 monster, caught sight of the scene and couldn't help but comment, "What a monster. He's the real monster here. Who else can mass skill level 15 elites at level 14? He then turned back to the level 8 headless soldier in front of him. "You're much better company. Let's take it slow, shall we?" System notifications began to pop up one after another. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 elite headless soldier, earning bonus experience, 2300. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Liberate the wailing souls. This was followed by a barrage of loot notifications, including equipment and skill scrolls. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Zhang Bingyang leaned against a bamboo stalk, his expression twisted with a mix of excitement and malice. Only one corrupted demon wolf remained by his side, while the other 2 viciously tore into a white-robed follower. The follower attempted to fight back, igniting black flames around them, but they were no match for the strength of the demon wolves. The third wolf stood motionless, as if awaiting further orders. The white-robed follower writhed on the ground, screaming, Why? Why? How dare you betray the holy order? Aren't you afraid of being burned alive by the sacred flame?" This so-called sacred flame not only enhanced attributes and provided euphoric sensations, but also carried a terrifying trait: it would instantly ignite and incinerate anyone who harbored even a trace of betrayal in their heart. The organization of Abyssal Devotees possesses a chilling characteristic: once you join, there is no turning back. This is precisely why eradicating this group has proven to be so challenging. Zhang Bingyang faced the accusations of his companions with an unwavering expression. Calmly, he said, How could this possibly count as betrayal? Heaven knows my heart is solely devoted to the sacred order. His gaze swept across the headless soldiers around him as he continued. These headless soldiers are formidable. The higher their rank, the better the rewards they drop. My 3 corrupt demon wolves clearly aren't strong enough to handle them alone, which is why I needed your help. His tone gradually sharpened. Only by becoming stronger can I reap more benefits, and only then will I be worthy of the years of effort Priest Durun has invested in this plan. He let out a cold laugh. How can you accuse me of treachery without evidence? If you want to blame someone, blame your own guide for not being Hui. Before his words had fully settled, one of his corrupt demon wolves lunged at a white-robed follower, snapping his neck in one swift motion. Zhang Bingyang snapped his fingers, and the wolf, which had previously obeyed the white-robed follower, obediently trotted over to stand behind him. Hui's earlier instructions echoed in his mind. Once you enter the secret realm, prioritize obtaining the rewards above all else. Everyone else can be disregarded. The corrupt demon wolves I created may temporarily obey their commands, but you can override that. The moment their original master dies, the other corrupt demon wolves will fall under your control. You need these rewards to grow stronger, and I need the credit for this success. As Zhang Bingyang glanced at the 4 corrupt demon wolves now under his command, a smug smile curled his lips. For elite monsters at level 15, no one could rival him. Everything in this secret realm belongs to me. However, the mere thought of the name Jiang An sent an involuntary shudder down his spine. The deeply rooted shadow that name cast over him resurfaced. His expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he muttered, "You'd better stay out of the secret realm, or I'll make sure you experience the agony of being torn apart by corrupt demon wolves." After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, Jiang An finally cleared out all the monsters in the valley. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly opened his backpack to check his loot. His eyes lit up instantly. 3 designated skill scrolls were among the rewards, 1 for Whirlwind Slash and 2 for Battle Cry. This was a highly valuable haul. Even the most basic designated skill scroll would sell for at least 200,000 on the market. After all, general skill scrolls relied entirely on luck. Even spending millions might not yield the desired skill. Designated skill scrolls, on the other hand, required rare materials and the assistance of a max-level expert to craft, which kept their prices sky-high. A quick calculation revealed that these 3 scrolls alone were worth 600,000, not to mention the additional materials and the guaranteed silver-grade greatswords. What made this even more thrilling was the fact that this was only the drop from regular elite monsters. If they encountered a boss, the rewards would be even more substantial. Just as Jiang An was calculating his gains, a sudden exclamation came from Qian Duoduo's direction. Holy crap! Jackpot! A huge one! After a grueling 10-minute fight, Qian Duoduo finally managed to take down a monster 2 levels below him. Ecstatic, he ran over to Jiang An, proudly showing off his newly acquired Luda Holy Sword and Shield Warrior Class Change Scroll. This scroll allowed the user to accept a class change quest and transition into the hidden combat class of Holy Sword and Shield Warrior. It was restricted to Warrior, Swordsman, and Paladin-type classes. Your luck is absolutely insane! Jiang An exclaimed in amazement. Class change scrolls were almost unheard of in regular dungeons, and only occasionally appeared in secret realms. Moreover, this was a scroll for a hidden combat class, making it practically priceless despite its class restrictions. After all, the first class change was typically left up to chance, but a scroll like this was a guaranteed game-changer. Hee, I must have gotten lucky thanks to my godfather, Qian Duoduo said, scratching his head sheepishly. I was thinking of using this scroll myself. You're already so strong. I feel like I can't contribute much. Once I transition into a hidden combat class, I should be able to join you at the Shanghai Academy. Good, my son is all grown up, Jiang An said with a pleased smile. Get lost. Qian Duoduo shot back. After their playful banter, the two continued searching for more headless soldiers. The black and white pandas that had been hiding earlier now re-emerged, engrossed in pulling up bamboo shoots, completely ignoring the duo as they passed by. 3 hours later, after crossing another small hill, they had encountered another sizable group of headless soldiers and clashed with 2 groups of abyssal cultists. Jiang An took down 6 of them, while Qian Duoduo managed to finish one off with a well-timed strike. Why does it feel like there aren't enough of them? There's barely anyone to fight, Qian Duoduo muttered. The numbers don't add up, Jiang An said with a frown, analyzing the situation. According to Sun Jinghao, at least 50 cultists entered this secret realm. We've explored most of it by now. There shouldn't be this few. As they spoke, a white figure caught their attention in the bamboo forest ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was the corpse of someone killed by Zhang Bingyang, covered in bite marks from corrupted demon wolves. Infighting, Jiang An speculated silently. This is outrageous. Qian Duoduo suddenly exclaimed in anger. This could have been such a fresh, juicy source of points, and now it's just gone. Absolutely despicable. Before Jiangan could respond, the sound of rustling bamboo leaves grew louder, accompanied by a foul stench. It was clear that not just one, but an entire pack of creatures was approaching. Corrupted demon wolves. And there are a lot of them. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of slow applause echoed through the bamboo forest. Zhang Bingyang, dressed in a white robe, emerged at a leisurely pace, followed by over 40 corrupted demon wolves. Zhang Bingyang, you actually joined the abyssal cultists? You're a disgrace. Qian Duo roared in fury. He couldn't believe that his former classmate would make such a treacherous choice, nor could he accept that a simple disagreement among peers had escalated to this level. Jiangan, however, remained as calm as ever, as if he'd anticipated all of this. There was even a faint trace of expectation in his expression. It's just a minor conflict between classmates. Qian Duo's words were abruptly cut off by Zhang Bingyang. Conflict? Zhang Bingyang's face twisted instantly, his finger trembling with rage as he pointed at Jiangan. He stole my spotlight in the beginner's dungeon, humiliating me in front of everyone. Worse yet, he deliberately killed my venomous rainbow spider king at the dungeon rally point. It was only temporarily out of control. I was just about to regain command, but he insisted on killing it. Do you have any idea what that spider cost me? I spent over $500,000, draining my family's entire savings to get it. Qian Duo was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Jiang An shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a spider. I killed it without much thought. It's like accidentally stepping on an ant. You really need to explain that? Fine. Very well. Zhang Bingyang gritted his teeth, his lips bitten to the point of bleeding, though he seemed oblivious to the pain. Quickly regaining his composure, he waved his hand, and the pack of corrupt demon wolves stepped forward in unison, baring their menacing fangs as they locked their deadly gaze on Jiangan. Let's see if you can keep running that mouth when these wolves tear you to pieces. Zhang Bingyang's body trembled slightly, as if recalling something, and a twisted grin spread across his face. You should experience this pain for yourselves. After all, this is the agony you inflicted on me. Go on, tear them apart. As his command echoed, the green glow in the wolves' eyes flared violently, and they lunged toward Jiang An and Qian Duo. Black flames erupted from Zhang Bingyang's body as his expression turned manic, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of revenge. He muttered to himself, rip them apart, tear them to shreds. Don't even leave their organs intact. Jiang An shook his head and stepped forward, his tone dripping with disdain. You're sick. You need help. He paused briefly before adding, also, do you have a blocked nose or something? These creatures stink, and yet you're fine standing there? Zhang Bingyang froze, momentarily thrown off by Jiang An's seemingly absurd remark in the face of imminent death. The next moment, Jiang An's expression turned icy. Flame shadow. Roar. I'm here, master. Burn them all. They reek. Roar. As you command. Fire. A sky full of flames instantly consumed everything in its path. Zhang Bingyang stood frozen in place, his eyes reflecting the dazzling orange-red glow of the fire. His prized corrupted demon wolf was reduced to ashes in an instant, just like the venomous rainbow spider king before it. Not even a trace remained. No. Impossible. Zhang Bingyang's face turned pale as he leaned unsteadily against a bamboo stalk for support. These were level 15 elites, capable of going toe-to-toe with bosses of the same rank. How could this happen? Through the blazing flames, Jiang An slowly emerged, a petite and adorable figure perched on his shoulder. His clothes were spotless, not even a speck of dust on them. Stopping in front of Zhang Bingyang, Jiang An gave a meaningful smile and lowered his voice. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. That job advancement phenomenon? I caused it. From the very beginning, you were nothing but a failure and you still are. Zhang Bingyang's expression darkened at those words, his last shred of pride beginning to crack. Impossible. You're lying. You're just in a basic class. There's no way this has anything to do with you. Just then, the ground began to tremble. A peculiar roar echoed through the air, carrying an overwhelming sense of divine pressure that compelled submission. Zhang Bingyang and Qian Duo immediately collapsed to their knees in the direction of the sound. Only Jiang An and Yin Ing remained unaffected, standing firm. A shared realization dawned upon them. This newcomer, like Yin Ing, bore the bloodline of the divine. As the trembling intensified, a massive black and white panda, rivaling the size of a juvenile cyclops, emerged before them. It wore a tattered beast armor that had endured the ravages of time, its exposed skin riddled with scars. Most unsettling of all, its head was completely missing. The system displayed. Headless black and white panda, boss level. Level 15. Strength 430, spirit 200, agility 300, constitution 500. Combat skills: Iron Body Gold, Thunder Palm Gold, Intimidation Gold, Rapid Regeneration Gold. Note: a headless panda corrupted by undead power, now highly aggressive. It typically wanders aimlessly, avoiding conflict. However, any nearby combat or skill usage will instantly provoke it. The headless panda seemed to have been drawn to the flames. Clumsily, it snapped nearby bamboo stalks and brought them to its empty neck, attempting to eat. When it realized it couldn't, it hurled the bamboo aside in frustration, though it paid no attention to the humans present. Still kneeling, Zhang Bingyang suddenly smirked mockingly. Looks like even the heavens are on my side. As long as you dare to use any skills, this terrifying boss will target you immediately. Struggling to his feet with the help of the bamboo, he pulled out an escape talisman. Are you going to stop me? Before he could finish his sentence, a fiery red blur shot past. Pain exploded in Zhang Bingyang's wrist as his severed hand, along with the talisman, fell to the ground. Yin Ying's rending claw had sliced cleanly through his hand. Good, very good. Then let's all die together. Zhang Bingyang shouted, his face twisted with rage. The headless panda, which had been preparing to leave, suddenly turned around, letting out a deafening roar from deep within its chest. The ground quaked as Qian Duoduo turned pale. We're doomed. We're all doomed. Zhang Bingyang, enduring the searing pain, burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, you're going to die too. You're going to die too. Totally worth it. Jiangan's lips curled into a faint smile. It's just a level 15 boss. Surely even a failure can handle that, right? Qian Duoduo froze, feeling as though he had been insulted as well. Yining, show them your true power. Yes, master. Releasing Chu Lian mode. Activating innate skill. Divine Might. Divine Might active talent. Upon activation, enters a state of divine authority. Quadruples all attributes. Increases skill power by 100. Cooldown, 3 days. Yin Ying's fur began to ripple as if stirred by an unseen wind. A divine aura radiated from her, exuding the majesty of a god. Qian Duoduo and Zhang Bingyang's faces simultaneously displayed an intense look of shock and terror. The aura emanating from Yining was far more overwhelming than that of the headless black and white panda, like the wrath of a deity, suffocating and inescapable. Their legs, which had just barely managed to support them, gave out again, forcing them uncontrollably to kneel on the ground. Sensing this immense pressure, the headless black and white panda immediately took action. Its fists, wrapped in dazzling lightning, struck fiercely toward Yining. Under normal circumstances, Yining might have chosen to dodge and look for an opportunity to counterattack. However, in her current divine state, her eyes were filled only with disdain. With a faint flick of her tail, she unleashed an even more powerful illusionary force. The panda's lightning-covered fist came to an abrupt halt in front of Yining. She let out a cold, clear cry. Kneel. After a brief moment of hesitation, the headless black and white panda slowly withdrew its fist, its limbs succumbing as it knelt submissively. At some point, a crowd of ordinary black and white pandas had gathered around. Each of them, sensing Yin Ying's overwhelming will, began to kneel in reverence. Yining stood there, accepting their worship as though she were a true deity, with Jiang An towering steadfastly behind her. This scene left Zhang Bingyang and Qian Duoduo utterly stunned. Qian Duoduo quickly snapped out of it, shouting excitedly in a cracked voice, "Amazing! My brother is unbeatable. Invincible!" Zhang Bingyang, however, remained frozen, his face pale as death. His mind churned with agonizing questions. He wasn't lying, that phenomenon really wasn't caused by me? Was it all wrong from the start? When Yining entered its awakened state, its abilities were amplified, doubling in strength. The power of phantom bewilderment reached its peak, rendering the headless black and white panda completely incapable of resisting. Finish it. Jiangan calmly issued the final order. Yining nodded gracefully and approached the massive headless black and white panda with light, deliberate steps. The stark contrast in their sizes was striking even without its chuling state. Yining appeared petite and delicate beside the colossal beast. Yet, this disparity only heightened the dramatic tension of what was about to unfold. Intense flames erupted from Yining, soaring into the air and transforming into a fiery storm that engulfed the headless black and white panda in an instant. The massive boss collapsed without putting up any resistance, its health bar dropping to 0 in no time. The system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations! You have defeated the level 15 headless black and white panda boss. Bonus experience points. 3,000. Interestingly, the loot from the boss did not go directly into their inventory but instead dropped next to its massive corpse. Among the scattered items, one glimmering golden object and a round, eye-catching item stood out. Jiang An didn't immediately inspect the spoils. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Bingyang, while Yining also fixed its piercing eyes on the opponent. Do you get it now? From the very beginning, you were nothing but a fraud, relying on the anomaly during my class change to bluff your way through. You've always been a fake. These words shattered the last shred of pride Zhang Bingyang clung to. His face turned ashen as he closed his eyes, his voice trembling. Just kill me. Remember, this is the fate you deserve, Jiangan replied, his tone cold and steady. As his words fell, the purple tail behind Yanning swayed gently, activating Phantom Clone. In an instant, countless clones of Yanning filled the entire bamboo forest mountain range. Seeing the overwhelming number of fox clones, Zhang Binjiang's face turned pale with terror. Memories of his deepest fears resurfaced. No, don't do this. Just give me a quick end. His desperate pleas were drowned out by the growls of the clones. The swarm of foxes pounced. Without using any abilities, they relied purely on their claws and fangs to tear into Zhang Bingyang. Despite his attempts to fight back igniting black flames and firing arrows, his efforts were futile against the empowered clones. His screams grew weaker and weaker until they faded into silence. Only then did Jiang An approach the corpse of the headless black and white panda, with Qian Duo following closely behind. Is this golden tier equipment? Qian Duo swallowed hard, staring at the dazzling golden light. Jiang An nodded and picked up the gear. Bamboo shadow belt. Type, waist armor. Class restriction, none. Level requirement, none. Quality, 15. Attributes, Constitution 100. Health regeneration rate 20. Max health 10. One chance to trigger phantom attack can be activated by both the summoner and their summoned creatures. Skill, rapid healing, LV3 golden tier healing ability. Qian Duo was dumbfounded. The attributes of this equipment were undeniably impressive. Not only did it offer significant health bonuses, but the phantom attack effect could also be triggered by summoned creatures, and it came with a golden tier healing skill. It was nothing short of a divine artifact. In contrast, Jiang An remained unusually calm. After equipping the belt, his attention shifted to another Itima pet egg adorned with verdant patterns resembling bamboo leaves, exuding a faint bamboo fragrance. Friendly black and white pandas gathered around the egg, gently touching it as if performing some kind of blessing ritual. Black and white panda pet egg. Grade, BOS steer. Description. Hatching this egg will yield a rare black and white panda as a pet. Special note. This pet egg contains divine bloodline and can be bound through a contract. Would you like to hatch it now? Not yet. Jiang An immediately declined. He knew that hatching a pet egg carried a risk of failure and required proper materials to ensure success. Ever since reaching level 10, he had been searching for the right pet egg, and now, in this secret realm, he had finally found it. This adventure had been well worth it. Upon checking his task panel, Jiang An was surprised to discover that he had already defeated 51 cultists. It turned out that the task's criteria weren't based on ordinary cultists, but specifically on level 15 corrupted demon wolves. Although Zhang Bingyang had snatched most of the kills, he had left all the corrupted demon wolves for Jiang An to handle. What a good guy, Jiang An remarked with a hint of amusement. Turns out Zhang Bingyang was the real MVP. So, what now? Qian Duo asked, glancing at Zhang Binjiang's broken corpse and the escape talisman lying nearby. The boss is dead, and the mission is complete. It's a shame this escape talisman only works inside the secret realm. Once we leave, I'll be useless. Jiang An's gaze lingered on Zhang Binjiang's corpse before shifting to the escape talisman. Not necessarily. In the basement of a hidden location in Linen City, the Crescent Priest was having a secret meeting with Hui Yi. The priest stood in the center of the room, while Hui Yi respectfully kept his head lowered behind him. Can't you sense the condition of the corrupted shadow wolves? No. It seems the secret realm cuts off the connection. The Crescent Priest nodded lightly. The secret realm is enigmatic and unpredictable. It's normal that we can't feel anything. Once we retrieve the items from the realm, Linen will undoubtedly conduct a comprehensive investigation. For now, we should avoid meeting each other and use our disguised identities to evade detection. Understood, Hui responded. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the Crescent Priest's eyes. I'm truly looking forward to it. I wonder what treasures they'll bring back this time. It's a pity I've never had the chance to personally enter the secret realm. Whatever they acquire will belong to the Holy Order and to you, my lord, Hui Yi said, his eyes flashing with a hint of calculation. Don't worry, you won't be left out, the priest reassured him. As they conversed, a white vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the basement. This is the fluctuation caused by an escape talisman. It means someone is returning from the secret realm, the Crescent Priest exclaimed excitedly. It's been about 4 hours, so the timing matches. They should be returning one after another. Years of planning were finally about to bear fruit. Back when the higher-ups of the Holy Order dismissed the Bamboo Grove's secret realm as unpromising, it was he who had uncovered its potential. The Crescent Priest could already imagine the stunned expressions of the other priests when he rose to the rank of Red Robe Priest after outmaneuvering the Linen authorities. However, as the white vortex swirled, no one emerged. What's going on? A trace of doubt crept into the Crescent Priest's mind, though he quickly reassured himself. They must have collected too many treasures, or perhaps they're dealing with items that are difficult to transport. Just then, the vortex trembled, and a flash of light appeared. A corpse materialized before them in a grotesque posturite was Zhang Bingyang, who had died not long ago. His body was covered in bite marks, and his face was frozen in an expression of terror. The Crescent Priest's smile froze instantly, and Hui's expression turned grim. After Zhang Bingyang's body was transmitted, the white vortex gradually dissipated. Where are the others? What happened? Are they all dead? The Crescent Priest growled through gritted teeth. Hui's unease deepened. My lord, it seems the corrupted shadow wolves have all been killed. Impossible, the Crescent Priest roared. The strongest individuals in the Bamboo Grove Mountains are only level 15, and they're confined to the dungeon rally point. Given the timeline of the Secret Realm's activation, they wouldn't have had enough time to get there. And the Linen officials wouldn't send low-level personnel on such a dangerous mission. My lord, have you forgotten about Jiangan? Hui cautiously reminded him. Jiangan, Jiangan. The Crescent Priest murmured the name, his expression turning utterly rigid. Within seconds, it was as though he had aged 10 years, his vitality drained. Hui knelt beside Zhang Binjiang's corpse and searched it, quickly finding a bulging object at his waist. Hope reignited in the Crescent Priest's eyes. It was a pitch-black metallic sphere. Before they could inspect its properties, the sphere suddenly exploded in Hui's hand. They hastily activated their strongest defensive skills, only to realize there was no damage. Instead, a voice emanated from the shattered fragments. It was Jiang An's. Thank you for guarding the secret realm. If just anyone could enter, my haul wouldn't have been this impressive. Here is a little gift I've prepared for you. The voice abruptly shifted to Qianduoduo's. Crescent old fool, take my super stinky fart attack. A cloud of foul yellow gas instantly spread, engulfing the two of them. The stench was indescribable, like the reeking odor of impending diarrhea, leaving them retching and nauseous. Jiangan, I'll kill you, the Crescent Priest bellowed in utter rage, his voice echoing with fury. Meanwhile, at the Bamboo Grove secret realm entrance, Sun Zhenghao stood watching as the realm began to close. The towering bamboo had reached the end of its life, its green leaves turning yellow and drifting to the ground. My lord, this seems to be a sign that the secret realm is about to shut. Jiang An and the others haven't come out yet. Sun Zhenghao waved his hand dismissively. They'll be fine. Have faith in him. Despite his words, a trace of worry lingered in his heart. The Bamboo Grove's secret realm's contents remained a mystery. Based on experience, secret realms varied widely. Some were designed for leveling up, others for treasure hunting, or even skill enhancement. But they were all extremely dangerous, especially with abyssal cultists involved. The Griffin Knights hesitated to speak. In their eyes, Jiangan had likely failed, and any survivors were probably abyssal cultists who had escaped through other means. Just as the final bamboo leaf fell, the vortex of the secret realm rippled. Everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation as they stared at the swirling portal. Soon, two figures slowly emerged. As Jiangan stepped out, he sneezed twice in quick succession, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seemed the Crescent Priest was currently sending him their most sincere regards. Jiang An and Qianduoduo had just emerged from the secret realm when a team of medical professionals immediately stepped forward to thoroughly examine their physical condition. Once their safety was confirmed, Sun Zhenghao eagerly inquired about the situation inside the realm. There were 51 cultists inside, all eliminated. Jiang An replied in a calm tone. What? The number left Sun Zhenghao, and the nearby Griffin Knights wide-eyed in shock. Their estimation of the cultist numbers in the secret realm had been way off. They had initially expected no more than a dozen. To discover there were over 50 men, Jiang An and his team not only had to face the inherent dangers of the realm, but also contend with 51 cultists. You wiped out that many abyssal cultists? A member of the Knight Squad couldn't help but interject. Each of them would have had at least one corrupted direwolf with them. Those wolves are level 15 elite beasts. He glanced at his watch. And you managed to finish this in under 5 hours? Sun Zhenghao didn't respond immediately. On one hand, he believed that Jiang An must be exceptionally capable to clear a beginner-level dungeon in such a short time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught Wei Qing's attention. On the other hand, the feat seemed almost unbelievable. Jiang An was only a level 14 newcomer. Taking down 51 level 15 elite enemies was an incredible leap in power. Hey, what are you implying? Are you doubting us? Qianduoduo immediately grew irritated. We were unstoppable in there. I took the hits, and my buddy here handled the damage output. He tugged on Jiang An's sleeve. Xiao Jiang, show them the mission log already. Jiang An's lips twitched slightly. Qianduoduo's personality never failed to drag him into the spotlight. With no other choice, Jiang An decided to share the mission details publicly. The glaring 51 on the mission log left the Griffin Knights speechless. Sun Zhenghao raised an eyebrow and asked, You killed all 51 of them yourself? This task wasn't a team effort. The kill count only reflected the actions of the one who achieved it. Since all 51 were credited to Jiang An, it meant Qian Duoduo's contribution had been minimal. Qian Duoduo pouted in dissatisfaction. You guys weren't there to see it. If I hadn't been drawing their attacks, how could Xiao Jiang have achieved such a big haul? Having grown accustomed to Qian Duoduo's personality, Sun Jinghao and his team simply ignored his comments. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Jinghao asked, "Did you manage to claim the boss rewards from the secret realm?" Typically, the most valuable rewards in a secret realm came from defeating the boss. Instances like Qian Duoduo obtaining a class advancement scroll solely from defeating smaller enemies were extremely rare. Seeing Jiang An remain silent, Qian Duoduo immediately became defensive. "What? You're not thinking of taking our loot, are you?" "Of course not," Sun Jinghao quickly replied with a serious expression. "The rewards from the secret realm are entirely yours. In fact, we haven't even recognized your contributions with additional rewards, yet there's no way we'd take your spoils." Only then did Qian Duoduo relax, while Jiang An quietly observed Sun Jinghao, waiting for him to continue. "The reason I asked," Sun Jinghao explained, "is because if you've obtained items that can enhance your potential, you may qualify for additional support. Secret realms often contain rare items, whether it's a class advancement scroll or other special tools that can accelerate growth. In fact, the current 5 generals of Shanhaiguan all have stories of obtaining treasures from secret realms in their early days. If you've acquired anything like that, let me know, and I can help you secure additional support, such as bonus points for the college entrance exams or assistance with related missions." Hearing this, Qian Duoduo became visibly excited and was about to mention the class advancement scroll when Jiangan stopped him. Jiangan asked skeptically, "Uncle Sun, aren't you the person in charge of the beginner dungeon? How do you know so much about this?" Sun Jinghao gestured for the Griffin Knights to step back, his expression turning confident. "I forgot to introduce myself properly. In addition to being the head of the beginner dungeon, I am also one of the shadow guards under Lord Wei Qing, the general of Shanhaiguan, responsible for maintaining stability in Linen. You could say I'm the one managing things behind the scenes." As he spoke, a line of information appeared on his forehead. Jiang An, the newly appointed manager of the beginner dungeon in Linen City, suddenly realized everything. All his questions about the situation were now answered. No wonder the responsibility for this secret realm had fallen to Sun Jinghao, and no wonder the members of the Griffin Knights treated what seemed to be an ordinary beginner dungeon manager with such respect. He gave Qian Duoduo a slight nod, signaling him to talk about the class change scroll. However, Jiangan decided to remain cautious about his own gains from the secret realm. Even under the so-called support policy, he preferred to keep some cards close to his chest. After all, these tasks posed no real challenge for him and could be completed with ease. As for the extra points for the college entrance exams, with over 50 bonus points, he was confident he could secure a spot at the prestigious Shanghai Academy. Sun Jinghao quickly jotted down Qian Duoduo's situation, his face unconsciously showing amazement. A hidden class change scroll dropping from an elite tier monster, and it just so happened to perfectly suit Qian Duoduo's luck, was simply extraordinary, almost as if his ancestors were blessing him. Meanwhile, Sun Jinghao couldn't help but ponder. If defeating an elite monster yielded such a rare reward, the loot Jiangan must have obtained from taking down the secret realm's boss would surely be even more astonishing. Still, since Jiangan chose to keep it a secret, Sun Jinghao tactfully refrained from asking further. Letting out a deep breath, Sun Jinghao felt relieved that this tricky situation had finally reached a satisfactory conclusion without causing greater trouble. If the Abyss cultist had managed to steal the treasures within the secret realm, it would have been an unforgivable disaster. He was just about to explain the process for applying for the bonus points and prepare to escort the captured Abyss cultists away when Jiangan suddenly spoke up. "There's one more matter we need to discuss, just the two of us." Sun Jinghao followed Jiang An to a secluded spot, taking out a soundproofing device from his belongings. Though he didn't fully understand why Jiang An had requested a private conversation, he chose to trust him. "There's a traitor among the human leadership," Jiang An said, his eyes locking onto Sun Jinghao's, his voice heavy with gravity. The statement left Sun Jinghao momentarily stunned. "That's not something to say lightly. You're aware of the recent demon wolf uprising," Jiang An continued, his expression serious as he analyzed the situation. "As someone directly involved, I know the incident was reported. Yet, no large-scale cleanup operation was launched in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Someone deliberately obstructed the investigation, likely to prevent the discovery of the Shuiwei Cavern setup. The person in charge of Linen City is a high-level formation master who should have been able to break through Shuiwei Cavern's defenses with ease, yet he was conveniently sent away beforehand." Sun Jinghao's expression shifted repeatedly. These events, taken individually, could be dismissed as coincidences, but happening together, they raised serious concerns. "It's highly likely that abyssal cultists have infiltrated the leadership. I'm just giving you a heads up. What you do with this information is none of my business," Jiang An said as he turned to leave. But before he could go, The sound of synchronized movements behind him made him pause. Turning back, he saw Sun Jinghao, Qian Duo, and everyone else present raising their right hands to their chests in a gesture of respect. Jiang An froze for a moment, then returned the salute with the same gesture. Yining, take me home, he said. Yining, reverting from its Chu Lian state, crouched beside Jiang An, and in an instant, the two disappeared into the depths of the forest. As they traveled, Jiang An noticed the remains of numerous demon wolves and traces of blood along the way. The survivors they encountered had recently received emergency treatment and were mostly out of critical condition. When they saw Jiang An, they too raised their right hands to their chests, watching him depart with reverence. The fiery storm he had unleashed had left an indelible mark on their hearts. After leaving the bamboo forest mountains, Jiang An set out for the trading hub to dispose of unnecessary items and purchase a hatching potion. Along the way, he received a message from Bai Hong, informing him that someone was willing to trade a rare elite-tier pet egg for his sacrificial materiala severed finger. At the entrance of the trading hub, Bai Hong met him and led the way upstairs. In a private room on the second floor, a beautiful woman in her early 20s awaited them. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and a teardrop-shaped mole adorned the corner of her eye. However, there was a faint, peculiar scent emanating from her. Li Yuan, this is Jiang An, the owner of the sacrificial material, Bai Hong introduced. So, you're Jiang An? Li Yuyan's eyes flickered with surprise, though she quickly masked her reaction. The Bamboo Forest Mountains incident has already spread far and wide. Who doesn't know about the great deeds you accomplished? She swiftly changed the topic. Since you're looking for a rare pet egg, take a look at this. With a wave of her hand, a pet egg covered in blue and white patterns appeared on the table. I found this in the wild after defeating an elite monster. I've never seen another like it since. Li Yuan revealed its attributes. A tricolor deer, elite tier, which would hatch into a rare tricolor deer pet. Jiang An initially intended to give it a casual glance, but to his surprise, a prompt appeared on his interface. This pet egg contains divine bloodline. It is eligible for a contract. Would you like to hatch it now? His breath caught for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Unexpectedly, after reaching level 10, I had spent such a long time searching for a pet egg that matched my goals, only to find not one, but two in a single day. Jiang An marveled silently at the mysterious workings of fate. So, what do you think? Does it meet your requirements? Li Yuan's eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Jiang An. In a seemingly casual tone, he added, the value of this pet egg should be roughly equal to your sacrificial materials. Jiang An carefully examined the pet egg before him and nodded. Yes, this three-colored deer is indeed quite rare. It's perfect for my collection. As he spoke, he retrieved a finger from his bag and turned to Bai Hong, asking, do I need to pay a brokerage fee for this kind of exchange? Bai Hong's lips curved into a faint smile. Under normal circumstances, of course, there would be a fee. However, he paused, his tone shifting slightly. As a distinguished guest of our trading house, this fee can be waived. As long as you both agree, the transaction is complete. All right, Jiang An replied. Under Bai Hong's supervision, the transaction was swiftly finalized. Li Yuan, now in possession of the finger, turned and left the room. Jiang An, meanwhile, began organizing his backpack. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, over 50 gleaming silver-deer weapons appeared in neat rows before Bai Hong. Bai Hong froze in place, staring at the dazzling weapons with wide eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. This is something you'll need to report to Sister Bai Jing. Please wait a moment. Clearly, a transaction of this magnitude exceeded his authority. It wasn't long before Bai Jing entered the room with graceful steps. Bai Hong exited respectfully, standing guard outside the door. Bai Jing cast a quick glance over the silver-deer weapons, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment. Well. In such a short time, you've managed to gather so many silver-deer weapons. You're truly a lovable yet infuriating individual. With that, she crouched down in front of Jiang An to inspect the weapons more closely. As she leaned forward, the deep curve of her neckline unintentionally drew Jiang An's gaze, momentarily leaving him distracted and lost in thought. Out of the corner of her eye, Bai Jing noticed Jiang An's gaze, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Jiang An quickly averted his eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind. This woman made him feel both admiration and frustration. Admiration for her immense strength, and frustration because she was about to leave Linen City after the college entrance exams. Bai Jing shot him a teasing glance. When you decide which city to go to, make sure to let your big sister know, so I can follow you and keep serving you. Jiang An gently lifted her chin with his hand. I wonder how much it would cost to get you to serve me properly. This unexpected flirtation caught Bai Jing off guard. She hadn't anticipated that a young man, barely out of his teenage years, would dare to tease her like this. Her cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly changed the subject. Ahem, The weapons you brought are all silverware, but since they're mass-produced standard models, their attributes are average. I can offer you 120,000 per weapon. For all 57 of them, that's a total of 6.84 million. Hearing this number, Jiangan maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was ecstatic. The secret realm truly lived up to its reputation. One trip had earned him more than a month's worth of dungeon farming. Over 6 million was more than enough to purchase all the general skill scrolls he needed as a summoner in the early stages. He then placed a few specialized skill scrolls on the table in front of Bai Ze. Her eyes widened in surprise. These scrolls were incredibly rare, and alchemists typically worked directly with the Huaxia Trading Bureau, making it nearly impossible for such items to circulate elsewhere. Coupled with the sheer number of silver-tier weapons, she quickly pieced it together. You entered the bamboo forest secret realm. As the head of the Huaxia Trading Bureau in Linen, Bai Jing was well aware that the bamboo forest secret realm had recently opened. However, since it had only been briefly accessible to official personnel, she hadn't initially made the connection. That's right, Jiang An admitted without hesitation. Bai Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and her opinion of Jiang An rose even higher. Surviving a secret realm was no small feat. Anyone capable of doing so was bound for greatness if they didn't meet an untimely end. She quickly completed the calculations. After deducting the handling fee, the total comes to 7.93 million. Hey race 1.06 million in cash. The remaining 6.87 million's haul. I transfer it all to your account? Get me a 3 million anonymous card, and transfer the rest to my account. After finalizing the transaction, Jiangan returned to the orphanage, his heart brimming with excitement. Just as he arrived, he spotted the director hurrying out the door. Quietly, he followed behind. Director, where are you off to in such a rush? The bamboo forest mountains. There's been an incident. Injured people are being sent to the treatment center, and I need to check on them. The director didn't even look back as he responded. How about you turn around and take a look? I told you. There's no time for the director's words trailed off as his peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang, and instantly, his tense expression softened, only to be replaced by a stern look. You little rascal. You couldn't even call to let us know you were okay? Do you know how worried we've been? Jiang scratched his head sheepishly. I'm fine, aren't I? Humph. The kids at the orphanage saw the news, and were all worried sick. Come on, get inside. The director grabbed his arm and pulled him inside, shouting toward the kitchen as they passed. Chef Yang, make something extra delicious tonight. As soon as the children saw Jiangan, they excitedly swarmed around him, chattering and expressing their concern. After spending some time playing with them, Jiangan sought out the director and handed him the 3 million anonymous card. Over the years, it's about time I gave something back to the orphanage. The director pushed the card back toward him. You silly child. Has the orphanage ever let you go hungry or cold? We don't need this. Keep it for yourself. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. Use it to better yourself. Getting into the university of your dreams would be the best way to repay me. Unable to argue with the director, Jiangan reluctantly pocketed the card, deciding to find another opportunity to contribute in the future. Back in his room upstairs, he eagerly took out 2 pet eggs, one of a tricolor deer and the other of a black and white panda. But now, he faced a dilemma. Which one should he bond with first? After careful consideration, Jiangan decided to hatch the black and white panda first. While his current pet, Flame Shadow, had formidable combat power, its physical attack and defense were weak points. Additionally, it struggled against monsters with high fire resistance, often falling short in damage output. The black and white panda, on the other hand, would better complement his needs. As for the tricolor deer, he could wait until he reached level 20 to deal with it. Gently, he dripped hatching serum onto the panda egg. The shell began to tremble slightly, as if the life inside was eagerly anticipating its birth. Placing his hand on the egg, Jiangan activated the universal skill, Hatch. The egg vibrated violently, and Flame Shadow watched curiously from the side, its eyes fixed on the Suntoba newcomer. Finally, cracks began to form on the eggshell, a clear sign that the hatching process was nearing completion. Crack crack. Amid the crisp sound of breaking eggshell, a round, black and white panda cub emerged into the world. Its fur was still damp, yet its cuteness was undeniable. Beneath its signature black eye circles, its bright, lively eyes sparkled with curiosity. Raising its tiny paws toward Jiangan, it seemed to ask for a hug. Jiangan scooped the little creature into his arms, and it immediately clung to his neck with both paws, dangling happily. At that moment, a notification panel appeared before him. Soul contract successfully bound. Current summon space, 22. Nearby, Yanning observed the new arrival with a flicker of jealousy in her gaze. Taking 2 swift steps forward, she flicked her tail and effortlessly pulled the panda cub off Jiangan's neck. Then, with a graceful leap, she nestled into Jiangan's arms herself, as if asserting her position as the rightful alpha. The poor panda, now on the ground, looked utterly bewildered, its round eyes brimming with unshed tears. Jiang An sighed and gave Yin Ying a resigned glance before crouching to gently pat the panda's head in comfort. Curious, he opened the panda's status panel. Unnamed species, black and white panda divine bloodline activatable. Gender, female. Level, 1. Base attributes, strength 30, spirit 5, agility 10, constitution 30. Combat skills, iron bones gold tier. When activated, increases defense by 50 and elemental resistance by 20 for 10 minutes. Intimidation gold tier. When activated, intimidates enemies within a 10-meter radius, causing them to take 10 increased damage. This panda cub was exactly what Jiang An had been searching for: exceptional strength and constitution, along with 2 highly practical gold tier skills. Most exciting of all, its divine bloodline had yet to be activated. He quickly checked the activation requirements. Divine bloodline activation quest. Required material, 10 units of jade bamboo. Reward, activates the black and white panda's divine bloodline. Failure penalty, none. Compared to Yin Ying's activation quest, this one seemed far simpler. Satisfied, Jiang An nodded and pulled up a trading website to search for jade bamboo. The price 30,000 gold coins per unit, totaling 300,000, barely fazed him. To someone of his current status, it was little more than pocket change. Within moments, a delivery arrived, revealing stalks of jade bamboo resembling adorable green shoots. The panda's eyes lit up with delight, and it began salivating uncontrollably. Yin Ying, on the other hand, gave the bamboo a cursory sniff before disdainfully shutting her eyes, as if to say, "Vegetarian? Not my thing." Her expression made it clear she found the panda's enthusiasm distasteful. Following the quest instructions, Jiang An handed the bamboo to the panda. The little cub wasted no time, devouring all 10 stalks with astonishing speed. Licking its lips, it looked up at Jiang An with wide, innocent eyes, and its soft, childlike voice echoed in his mind, "Master more? Still hungry?" A notification flashed: quest complete. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped the panda, illuminating the room. When the glow subsided, its size remained unchanged, but its fur now gleamed with a glossy, healthy sheen. The updated status panel revealed astonishing changes. Unnamed species, divine black and white panda. Purity, 20. Gender, female. Level, 1. Attributes, strength 300, spirit 50, agility 100, constitution 300. Innate skill, elastic morph freely adjust body size. Combat skills, iron bones platinum tier. Intimidation platinum tier. With its divine bloodline activated, the panda's purity had reached 20. Its skills were upgraded to platinum tier, its attributes soared to a new magnitude, and it gained an impressive innate ability to alter its size at will. Intrigued, Jiang An watched as the panda's body began to shrink, its transformation nothing short of magical. The black and white panda gradually shrank under Jiang An's watchful gaze, eventually becoming no larger than the size of a palm, resembling a finely crafted figurine. Despite its reduced size, it retained a strength attribute of 300 points, with its power entirely unaffected. Looking at the small, adorable panda in front of him, Jiang An couldn't help but smile faintly as he began contemplating a suitable name for it. Little bear? The panda's expression froze instantly, and it shook its head furiously in protest. Blacky bear? The panda shook its head even more vigorously, as if terrified this name might actually stick. As Jiang An fell into deep thought, Yining suggested in his mind, "How about greedy ball? It seems pretty greedy and looks like a ball too." Jiang An's eyes lit up. "That's a good one. It suits its personality perfectly." The black and white panda glared fiercely at Yin Ying, but under Yin Ying's calm yet intimidating gaze, it quickly caved, lowering its head in resignation as it accepted greedy ball as its new name. "Your level isn't up yet. I'll take you out to grind tomorrow," Jiang An said while petting greedy ball's fluffy fur. This type of soul-bonded summon beast automatically matches its master's level, but only the first one does. Any additional summon beasts need to be individually trained and leveled up. Afterward, Jiang An took out 20 skill scrolls. Although he had already mastered 3 diamond-tier skills: Shadow Step, Twin Shadows, and Passionate Lash, which would be considered exceptional for an ordinary summoner, they were far from enough for him. He still hadn't acquired any elemental summoning skills. Summoning skills for summoners are divided into 2 categories. The first is soulbound summons like Yin Ying and Greedy Ball. These summons have a strong bond with their master and can accompany them for a long time, but they require time to nurture and, if they die, must be replaced with a new contract and raised again. Jiang An, however, was aiming for something far more advanced: the art of dimensional summoning. Dimensional summoning, a skill commonly used in combat, stands out for its relatively weak bond between the summoned creature and the caster. Even if the summoned entity perishes, it has no impact on the caster's ability to summon again. Take fire elemental summoning, for instance. Each summoned fire elemental spirit obeys its master unconditionally, even if ordered to launch a suicidal attack. Their deaths have no effect on future summons, making them the perfect expendable pawns. Jiang An's goal this time was to obtain an elemental summoning skill. Facing a stack of skill scrolls, he confidently used the first one. A flash of light later, he found himself with a duplicate skill, Shadow Doppelganger. Undeterred, he tried again, only to receive more duplicates. It wasn't until the 7th scroll that his previously indifferent expression brightened with joy. He had acquired a diamond-grade skill, Dimensional Summoning. Thunder Elemental Summon. Eager to examine the details, he opened the skill description. Dimensional Summoning. Thunder Elemental LV1. Diamond Grade. Cost. High Mental Energy. Effect. Simultaneously summons 3 Thunder Elemental Spirits to fight, matching the caster's level. Special trait. Summoned Thunder Elementals are guaranteed to be either elite or boss grade. The power of this diamond grade skill was immediately apparent. A standard Thunder Elemental summon typically called forth a single, ordinary grade spirit, with elite grade being a rare occurrence. This skill, however, could simultaneously summon 3, all starting at elite grade, with the possibility of summoning a boss grade entity. Jiang An continued using the remaining scrolls. While most still yielded duplicates, by the time he had exhausted all 20 scrolls, he had obtained 2 additional elemental summoning skills, Fire Elemental Summon and Water Elemental Summon, both with effects similar to the Thunder Elemental Summon. Just as he was about to test his new skills, the enticing aroma of food wafted up from downstairs. His companions, Chanchio and Yin, perked up their ears immediately, their gazes full of anticipation. "All right, let's go eat first," Jiang An said. "Yay." Yin cheered. "Yay yay," Chanchio echoed. "Stop copying me," Yin protested. "Oh, okay," Chanchio replied, looking sheepishly apologetic. The newly hatched Chanchio, with its irresistibly adorable appearance, had quickly become the new favorite among the younger siblings, even surpassing Yin in popularity. Fortunately, Yin didn't seem to mind. After dinner, night had fallen. Jiang An decided to postpone testing his new skills, reasoning there would be plenty of time for that while leveling up with Su Chan in the coming days. The next morning, Jiang An arrived at the Bamboo Forest mountain range. Following the events of the previous day, the area was noticeably less crowded, especially with new players, many of whom had been restricted by their families. Su Chan, however, was already waiting at the dungeon entrance and greeted him warmly as soon as she saw him. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Chan approached him curiously. "I almost thought you weren't coming today. I heard you went into the Bamboo Forest secret realm?" "Yeah," Jiang An admitted with a nod. "So, how was it? Was it fun in there?" Su Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang An raised an eyebrow and smirked. "It was all right. But there was this one creature, a black and white panda, that was especially adorable. Its entire body was just black and white, round and chubby. You'd love it." "What? That's such a shame." "What's a shame?" "That I didn't get to see it. It sounds so cute. I wish I could have taken a picture with it." Jiang An's expression turned mysterious as he extended his hand, revealing the palm-sized Chanchio. "Huh, what's this?" Su Chan's eyes widened in surprise. Later, inside the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon, Jiang An allowed Chanchio to return to its normal size. Seeing the round, plump creature, Su Chan was overjoyed. "Is this a pet you got from the secret realm?" Aware that they'd be leveling up together, Jiang An decided it was pointless to hide Chankia's existence and admitted it openly. Su Chan immediately scooped up the creature, hugging it tightly while cooing over its cuteness. Meanwhile, Yin, still nestled in Jiang An's arms, shot a disdainful look and muttered, "Humph, fickle-hearted woman." While Jiang An was consoling Yin, the sound of monsters roaring echoed through the surroundings. This time, Jiang An chose not to rely on Yin. Instead, he activated one of his newly acquired skills, Dimensional Summoning. Thunder Elemental. With a crack of thunder, 3 half-human thunder elemental spirits materialized before him. Their translucent blue bodies shimmered like jelly, crackling with arcs of lightning. One of them was noticeably larger, with thicker and more intense bolts of electricity coursing through its form. Checking the status panel, Jiang An realized his luck was excellent. 1 boss grade and 2 elite grade thunder elementals. Boss grade thunder elemental stats. Level 14. Strength 350. Mental power 200. Agility 100. Constitution 100. Skills: Thunderstorm Silver Grade, Lightning Chain Silver Grade, Thunder Dash Silver Grade. Though its stats were slightly inferior to Yin, the advantage lay in having multiple summons. Plus, their deaths wouldn't matter. The 2 elite grade thunder elementals had similar stats, with slightly lower mental power and health. "You learned thunder elemental summoning?" Su Chan exclaimed in astonishment. "But how can you summon 3 at once? Normally, summoners can only summon 1 creature." "Trade secret," Jiang An replied with a grin, before proceeding to cast 2 more spells in rapid succession: Dimensional Summoning, Fire Elemental, and Dimensional Summoning, Water Elemental. Accompanied by a burst of flames and the sound of rushing water, 6 new elemental spirits appeared before Jiang An, 3 fire spirits and 3 water spirits. Their forms were similar to the thunder spirits, but differed in color. The fire spirits wielded burning bows and arrows, while the water spirits held spherical water orbs. Jiang An quickly checked their attribute panels. Fire Spirit Elite. Level 14. Strength 300. Spirit 1. Agility 200. Constitution 50. Combat skills. Explosive Flame Arrow Silver, 5-fold Shot Silver, Ricochet Silver. Water Spirit Elite. Level 14. Strength 200. Spirit 200. Agility 100. Constitution 50. Combat skills. Healing Water Wave Silver, Water Ripple Surge Silver, Bubble Prison Silver. As the mighty bear charged forward, the 3 water spirits simultaneously activated Bubble Prison. A massive sphere of water completely enveloped the bear, rendering it unable to break free despite its frantic struggles. The combined control of these 3 elite-level creatures was simply too strong. Seizing the opportunity, the thunder spirits and fire spirits launched a coordinated attack. Chains of lightning and explosive flame arrows struck the mighty bear in unison, driving its health to dangerously low levels. If this weren't a nightmare-level dungeon, the attack would have outright killed it. Witnessing this, Su Chan's mouth fell slightly open, her face filled with shock. So even the elemental creatures summoned by monsters are just as monstrous. The water spirits followed up with a final water ripple surge, finishing off the mighty bear. A massive amount of experience points immediately poured into the lowest leveled member, Chanchio. The little creature, who had been rolling around seeking attention, froze in place. In a flash of 3 golden lights, it shot up from level 1 to level 4. Curious, Jiang An checked Chankius attribute panel. Species, Divine Black and White Panda Purity, 20. Gender, female. Level, 4. Attributes, Strength, 450, Spirit, 50, Agility, 250, Constitution, 450. Innate skill, Stretch and contract freely. Combat skills, Indestructible Body Platinum, Intimidation Platinum. Time passed swiftly, and soon the college entrance exams arrived. Outside the examination hall, principals from various schools waited anxiously except for Zheng Yang from Linen 8th High School, who appeared unusually calm. Tang Yu, the principal of 1st High School, spoke with a touch of sarcasm. He's probably given up. After all, their school produced that rogue Zhang Bingyang. There's no way they can pass the assessment. Might as well just lie flat and accept it. The other principals exchanged awkward smiles. While many were dissatisfied with Tang Yu, who had risen through connections, they couldn't deny that 1st High School boasted an impressive faculty and had nurtured numerous outstanding students. Someone chimed in flatteringly. I heard that Su Chan from your school achieved great feats in the Bamboo Forest Mountains and even earned bonus points for the exams. Surely, she's the top candidate for this year's champion, isn't she? As they spoke, the examinees began arriving. Students from 1st High School, including Li Ming level 14 Blessed Poet, Huang Yaoqiang level 13 Warrior, Sun Mayu level 13 Archer, and Tang Yaozu level 14 Flame Mage, appeared one after another. At the entrance to the examination hall, streams of students arrived in succession. Tang Yu stood among the group of principals, her gaze fixed sharply on each candidate as they entered. The students from 1st High School paraded through, showcasing the highest levels of ability, while only a sparse few from 8th High School managed to enter, their levels barely reaching grade 12. Seeing this, a faint smirk crept onto Tang Yu's lips. Looks like the title of honorary principal is mine this year, she remarked, her tone brimming with confidence. I'll treat everyone to a 5-star banquet afterward, order whatever you like. She basked in the flattery from the other principals, making no effort to hide her self-assurance. Only Zheng Yang remained composed, his calm smile betraying no reaction, as though entirely disinterested in the unfolding spectacle. The other principals exchanged knowing glances, silently speculating that Zhang Yang had likely conceded defeat. After all, Tang Yu had a well-connected husband who ensured her school had access to abundant resources. Just then, a dazzling figure emerged into view, catching everyone's attention. A young man clad in gleaming golden armor strode forward, a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left. His entire form was enveloped in a radiant, holy glow. Someone immediately cast an identification spell. Qian Duo, level 15. Holy Sword and Shield Knight? What kind of hidden class is that? It's not on this year's list of hidden classes. Could he be a transfer student? This kid. What a waste. Activating a class buff now. Doesn't he know it might affect his performance in the exam? Qian Duo's ostentatious entrance undeniably turned heads, drawing murmurs from both students and faculty. Tang Yu's brow furrowed deeply. She had pulled every string and exhausted every connection to gather intel on the top students across all schools, yet she'd never heard of this hidden class before. Is he from Linen? Which school does he belong to? The crowd exchanged uncertain looks, their gazes instinctively landing on Tang Yu. Not one of ours at first high, she replied softly. As whispers rippled through the gathering, Zhang Yang cleared his throat. He's a student of 8th high, he announced, his voice calm. Apologies for my oversight in discipline. I forgot to remind him to conserve his strength for the exam. Despite his words, there was no trace of reproach in his expression. As the principal, Zhang Yang had known about Qianduoduo's hidden class since the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm incident. In fact, he'd personally assisted the young man in completing his class transition. The holy glow surrounding Qianduoduo was a persistent buff, one that wouldn't interfere with his exam performance. Tang Yu narrowed her eyes. So, Principal Zhang, you've been keeping a trump card up your sleeve all along. No wonder you've been so composed. A level 15 hidden combat class is indeed formidable. But, falsifying information about a student's class transitioned, you think that's crossing the line? The other principals chimed in, echoing suspicions that Zhang Yang had concealed Qianduoduo's class transition. Zhang Yang, however, laughed heartily. You've misunderstood, he said. He was an ordinary combat class student who happened to acquire a class transition scroll by chance. Surely I can't be blamed for not reporting that. A hidden class transition scroll? This student's family must be quite well off, someone speculated. Not at all, Zhang Yang replied with a cryptic smile. Could it be? He found it there? One of the principals asked, gesturing toward the distant bamboo forest mountains with a thoughtful expression. Zhang Yang's smile deepened, but he remained silent, his demeanor only heightening Tang Yu's unease. A student capable of obtaining a hidden class transition scroll in the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm might have gained other fortuitous opportunities as well. Could it be that this flamboyant young man was this year's top scorer? Before the speculation could continue, a startled exclamation drew everyone's attention. Look, that student is already level 16. All eyes turned toward the figure slowly approaching in the distance. It was a girl dressed in simple jeans and a t-shirt, yet her pure, effortless charm made her stand out like a beacon. Even without checking her level, her presence alone was enough to captivate. Su Chan, level 16, Sound Weaver. She's the only hidden support class from first high. Reaching level 16 in just a month's broken the record. That's right. The previous record was set 2 years ago by Lu Tingyu. It's always the female students achieving these incredible feats. The crowd collectively concluded that Su Chan was the likely candidate for this year's top scorer. Tang Yu finally allowed herself a sigh of relief. The gap between level 15 and level 16 was insurmountable, akin to a chasm. Even factoring in differences between classes, Su Chan's total score was bound to surpass Qianduoduo's. The honorary principal title was as good as hers. As the principals continued their discussion, Su Chan walked straight up to Qianduoduo. Where's Jiangan? Why isn't he here yet? She asked. I called him before I left. He'd just woken up. Qianduoduo replied with a shrug. Overslept. But he should be here soon. As he spoke, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. There he is now, Qianduoduo added, nodding toward the approaching figure. Like Su Chan, Jiang An chose to attend the event in simple, casual attire. Apart from his strikingly handsome face, he blended into the crowd, drawing little attention. The other principals didn't bother to check his level either. Tang Yu, immersed in the joy of her impending honorary principal title, couldn't hide her pride as she spoke. Honestly, they've been so self-disciplined. Their achievements are entirely their own doing. I didn't do much, just offered some encouragement now and then. Oh, don't be so modest, someone chimed in quickly. I'm serious, Tang Yu replied, though her face betrayed her satisfaction. At the end of the day, it's because these students had a solid foundation. They worked hard in academics and didn't slack off after transitioning to their professions. It's all their own effort. I only provided a little insignificant help. Zhang Yang, unable to tolerate her self-congratulatory tone any longer, changed the subject. That boy over there seems pretty good, and he seems to be getting along quite well with Su Chan and her group. Tang Yu's expression darkened, clearly displeased at having her moment interrupted. Still, her gaze followed Zhang Yang's, and sure enough, there was a boy standing next to Su Chan. The two appeared to be quite familiar, and what caught her attention even more was Su Chan's unusually warm demeanor, while the boy seemed indifferent to everyone. This set off alarm bells for Tang Yu. When had Su Chan gotten to know someone like this? As someone already scouted by top-tier academies, if Su Chan were to be led astray by some nobody, it would reflect poorly on her as a principal. Without hesitation, Tang Yu cast an appraisal spell, and the result left her speechless, her mouth agape as if she could swallow an egg. Jiangan, summoner, level 17. Zhang Yang, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Though he himself had experienced the same shock just days ago after all, a level 17 student was mind-boggling. It was gratifying to see Tang Yu in such a state. Had finally vented some of his pent-up frustration. The others noticed Tang Yu's odd reaction and followed her gaze to Jiang An, quickly casting their own appraisal spells. Cough, cough. Am I seeing this right? That student named Jiang An is already level 17? Is he the one from the Bamboo Forest Mountains incident? All eyes turned to Jiang An, and gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. So, Jiang An is really one of ours from Linen? Wait, is that a Firefox on his shoulder? Not just that, what's that black and white creature in his arms? It looks adorable. Hold on, a Firefox? Bamboo Forest Secret Realm? Didn't someone just say Qian Duo got her job change scroll from the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm? The crowd quickly pieced the clues together, and all eyes shifted to Zhang Yang in unison. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and admitted, "All right, they'll confirm it. Jiang An is indeed a student from number 8 high school, and yes, he's a level 17 summoner." His words detonated like a bomb among the group. A summoner can be this strong? Aren't they notoriously hard to get into parties early on? Level 17? That's insane leveling speed. I thought level 16 was the ceiling's actually broken the record. Doesn't it take nearly 100,000 experience points to go from level 16 to 17? For most people, that's a month's worth of grinding. Wait a second. If he's leveling this fast, shouldn't he have stood out during the beginner dungeon phase? Tang Yu's eyes lit up at the remark. Exactly, she had reviewed the beginner dungeon records and hadn't seen anything extraordinary from this batch of students. The best performing team was led by Zhang Bingyang. Unless Jiangan, like Su Chan, hadn't participated in the beginner dungeon at all, something didn't add up. Jiangan did participate in the beginner dungeon, Zhang Yang said cryptically, but as for his completion time, that's classified. Ever since Jiangan emerged from the secret realm, he had become one of the few privy to the existence of traitors among humanity's upper ranks. His records were now under strict confidentiality, and anyone attempting to access them would face investigation, including his beginner dungeon completion time. All right, enough standing around. It's about to start. The candidates are entering the examination hall. Let's head inside, Zhang Yang said, leading the principals toward the venue. Tang Yu followed with a sour expression, eventually pulling out her phone to contact her husband, who worked at the Department of Education. She was determined to dig into Jiang An's background. If he turned out to be legitimate, she'd let it go. But if his strength came from associating with the wrong crowd, she wouldn't hesitate to act. Meanwhile, Jiang An, along with Qian Duo and Su Chan, entered the examination hall. Professions were divided into 3 categories: life, combat, and support, with the venue split accordingly. Each category had distinct evaluation criteria. As a support class candidate, Su Chan's assessment would naturally differ from those in combat professions. Standing at the entrance to the support professions section, Su Chan turned to the 2 boys and said, "Good luck. I hope you both do great. See you at Shanghai Academy." After spending so much time with Jiangan, Su Chan had changed her plans and decided to attend Shanghai Academy, where she could fully develop her support abilities. Of course. Qian Duo responded enthusiastically. Jiangan nodded. "All right, see you at Shanghai Academy." After Su Chan disappeared into the corridor, Qian Duo smirked mischievously. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. So much for all of us staying single. She's even giving up Huaxia Academy to follow you to Shanghai. I think you're about to lose your single status. Seriously, aside from being slightly better looking than me, what else do you have going for you?" "Get lost," Jiangan chuckled, shoving him lightly. "Stop making stuff up." "Making stuff up? Look at how nice she is to you. She even let you bring me along for leveling and lent me her cooldown amulet," Qian Duo teased, adopting a knowing tone. "If she's not into you, then what? She's into me? Not that ID mind, of course." Jiangan rolled his eyes. "You're hopeless." The sound of Qian Duo's laughter still echoed in his ears, but the crowd in the hall continued to grow, filling the air with an increasingly tense atmosphere. Just as the hall became almost unbearably crowded, a mysterious wave suddenly swept across the room. Jiangan felt his vision blur, and in an instant, his surroundings shifted. The bustling hall vanished, replaced by an airtight, pitch-black stone chamber. Flame Shadow curiously swiped its claws against the walls, attempting to leave a mark, but found the black stones to be impenetrable and utterly unyielding. "So this is the trial space?" Jiangan muttered under his breath. He knew the college entrance examination didn't take place in the real world, but rather in a special dimension similar to a secret realm. It was said that examiners could adjust the difficulty here based on a candidate's strength, ensuring the most accurate assessment of their true capabilities. Suddenly, several figures began to materialize in front of Jiang, and leading them was none other than Sun Zhenghao, the father of Sun Mei, whom Jiangan recognized. Behind him sat over a dozen indistinct men and women. "Uncle Sun?" Jiangan called out, but Sun Zhenghao remained expressionless as he began to announce the examination rules. "I am Sun Zhenghao, in charge of this examination. The individuals behind me represent various academies, and your combat performance will be used as a reference for admissions. This is the first segment of the combat profession assessment. Combat power evaluation. Please choose your target based on your strength." As his words fell, several spectral monsters appeared before Jiangan. Level 10 Venomous Spider, worth 50 points. Elite Venomous Rainbow Spider, worth 70 points. Level 13 Ghoul, worth 100 points. Elite Ghoul Leader, worth 150 points. Juvenile Cyclops Boss, worth 200 points. You may only select one target. If you challenge a monster beyond your capability and fail, while no real harm will come to you, your participation in this examination will end immediately. Please make your choice, Sun Zhenghao stated mechanically. Jiang An understood that this Sun Zhenghao was merely an NPC generated by the trial space to explain the rules. This first stage was essentially a filtering process. The simplest venomous spider represented the passing threshold, and any candidate unable to defeat it would be immediately eliminated. I choose the juvenile Cyclops, Jiang An declared firmly. You have chosen a level 13 boss monster, which is extremely dangerous. Please confirm. The NPC responded. I confirm. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other monster projections faded away, leaving only the figure of the juvenile Cyclops growing more solid by the second. The examiner's figures also disappeared, leaving behind a single echo. Good luck. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room, representatives from various academies observed the candidates' choices on screens. TSK. A level 14 choosing a level 10 elite monster? Way too cautious. That's nothing. Over here, I've got a level 14 who picked a regular venomous spider. Zero sense of adventure. I've got someone interesting, a level 13 challenging a same level ghoul, planning to wear it down slowly. Looks like they noticed there's no time limit on the exam. Agreed. On my side, there's a level 14 ice who chose the level 13 elite ghoul leader, clearly aiming for a long, drawn-out battle. Sun Zhenghao was just about to switch the screen to the Frost Witches channel when an unexpected notification grabbed his and the other Academy representatives' attention. 3 consecutive messages flashed across the screen. Candidate 1342 Jiang An, Candidate 148 Su Changsheng, and Candidate 1343 Qian Duo had all chosen the same level 14 BOSS Young Cyclops. According to the assessment rules, choosing a BOS level monster would automatically trigger the public viewing mode. Instantly, a massive projection appeared at the forefront, drawing everyone's gaze irresistibly toward it. On the screen, a ferocious young Cyclops came into view. Its entire body was covered in a gray, stone-like shell, a clear effect of the stone skin spell, which significantly boosted its defense for a short period. The creature raised its massive fist high and smashed it into the ground without hesitation, unleashing the Silvertear Skilb Earthquake. As the Cyclops' fist struck the ground, visible shockwaves rippled outward from the impact point, spreading rapidly in all directions. Standing directly in front of the Cyclops was candidate Qian Duo. Despite the overwhelming attack, he remained calm and composed clearly. This wasn't his first encounter with such a boss. Qian Duo swiftly raised his shield, positioning it firmly in front of him. A beam of golden light descended from above, binding him and the shield together as if they had become one. This defensive skill choice was impressive and revealed his foresight had clearly anticipated the earthquake's stunning effect. Sure enough, when the shockwaves reached Qian Duo's feet, his entire body was immobilized, paralyzed and unable to move or cast any skills. Seizing the opportunity, the young Cyclops rapidly closed the distance and unleashed a relentless barrage of ferocious attacks on the defenseless Qian Duo. Qian Duo had already assumed a defensive stance, significantly reducing the effectiveness of the Cyclops' attacks. Even after multiple strikes, the Cyclops only managed to chip away 10 of his health. As soon as the control effect of the earthquake skill wore off, Qian Duo swiftly drew his one-handed sword. The blade's tip glimmered with golden light as he fiercely thrust it into the young Cyclops. Although the strike was precise, it only managed to reduce the opponent's health by 3. The representatives from various academies, all seasoned experts, quickly made their assessment. Both sides had exceptionally strong defensive capabilities. However, the Cyclops' earthquake skill had an excessively long cooldown, making it difficult to pose a substantial threat to the candidate without it. This was destined to be a prolonged battle. This profession is quite intriguing, one of the representatives remarked. Its defense surpasses that of pure tank classes, and its offensive power isn't weak either. Sun Zhenghao smiled and explained. He obtained this class transfer scroll from the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. It's a few notches stronger than typical hidden combat professions. The Academy representatives quietly noted down Qian Duo's name, and the screen transitioned to the assessment scene of candidate number 148, Su Changsheng. Compared to Qian Duo's battle, Su Changsheng's performance was far more dazzling. Wielding talismans, every throw resulted in a powerful explosion that not only dealt damage, but also pushed the enemy back. Although the Cyclops continued its slow advance, its health bar was rapidly depleting. At a critical moment, Su Changsheng pulled out a blue and white talisman. A flash of lightning struck, instantly paralyzing the young Cyclops, its body enveloped in crackling electricity. Seizing the opportunity, Su Changsheng quickly created distance and continued bombarding the Cyclops with explosive talismans. This talisman master is impressive, one representative commented. Challenging a boss of the same level at just level 14 while his profession gives him an edge. He clearly has both courage and strategy. His skill casting frequency is astonishing, even surpassing some unique hidden professions. A seasoned representative explained, the talisman master profession requires pre-prepared talismans, which can only be stored for 3 days. Without preparation, their combat strength is average. But in a fixed-date assessment like this, they can maximize their potential. Look at his dark circles, it's obvious he hasn't slept for 3 days. The group zoomed in on the screen and indeed noticed Su Chongqing's panda-like dark circles. They immediately understood and couldn't help but admire his dedication. Despite his exhaustion, his strength earned widespread recognition, and several representatives added his name to their candidate lists. The scene shifted once more, this time to Jiang An's assessment space. To everyone's surprise, the young Cyclops was already lying on the ground, its health bar completely depleted, while Jiang An stood idly, looking around in boredom. What happened? Why is the boss already dead? The representatives exclaimed in shock. Was it a system error? Or perhaps their attention was suddenly drawn to the information displayed in the top right corner of the screen. Jiang was already level 17. This discovery left everyone stunned, as the global record was only level 16. Li Jing, a representative from Shanghai Academy, immediately turned to Sun Zhenghao with a serious expression. Has this candidate undergone a thorough identity verification? Are we certain he has no connections to the cultists? Sun Zhenghao responded with a stern tone. I can fully vouch for his innocence. He grew up in the Shuangxin Orphanage, and even assisted us in thwarting the cultist schemes during the recent Bamboo Forest Secret Realm incident. At the mention of the Shuangxin Orphanage, Li Jing's expression shifted to one of solemn respect, a tribute to the children of martyrs who gave their lives for the nation. Upon learning of Jiang An's contributions in the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm, his gaze was filled with admiration. Does the trial space have a playback function? As this question was raised, the representatives from various academies all turned their gaze towards Sun Zhenghao. Thanks to his earlier introduction, their curiosity about Jiang An's performance had been piqued, and they were eager to witness his combat techniques firsthand. Sun Zhenghao smiled and nodded. Yes, it does. Let's replay the evaluation footage of candidate number 1342, Jiang An. The footage rewound quickly, resetting to the moment when the young Cyclops first began to take shape. With an earth-shaking roar, the colossal creature fully materialized. The flame-like shadow resting on Jiang An's shoulders suddenly opened its eyes, which gleamed with a savage fury, clearly displeased by the Cyclops' provocative roar. Jiang An gently patted the creature's head, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. This kind of trash? No need for you to step in. Leave it to the little guys. The creature in his arms, Chanchio, bobbed its head in agreement. Exactly. Such a weak monster isn't even enough for me to stretch my muscles. A slight smirk appeared on Jiang An's lips as he activated his skill. Dimensional Summon Thunder Spirits. In a flash of lightning, 3 elite-level Thunder Spirits, each at level 17, materialized before him. Although the quality of this summon wasn't the highest, the attributes of his summon creatures had significantly improved now that Jiang An had reached level 17. 3 level 17 Thunder Spirits? His dimensional summon skill must be of a high grade, someone among the spectators exclaimed. Even summoners with a golden tier dimensional summon skill can usually only summon 2 elemental spirits at most. However, another observer interjected with skepticism. Even with 3 level 17 Thunder Spirits, it might be difficult to handle that Cyclops. Thunder Spirits have low health, and if they fail to take it down in one hit, a single skill from the Cyclops could wipe them out instantly. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Jiang An made another move on the screen. With a wave of his hand, water spirits, fire spirits, wind spirits, and wood spirits appeared in quick succession, 3 of each type. The overwhelming swarm of elemental spirits left every spectator utterly speechless. The newly summoned Wind Spirit and Wood Spirit are skills Jiang An recently mastered. As soon as the juvenile Cyclops saw the swarm of elemental spirits, it launched an aggressive attack, trying to seize the upper hand. However, as it took its first step, surrounding water elements rapidly converged, enveloping it tightly. With a wave of the Wind Spirit's hand, all the spirits gained an additional attack speed boost. A chain of lightning and a blazing arrow were unleashed simultaneously, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. By the time the Cyclops managed to break free from its watery prison, nearly half of its health was gone. A violent hurricane then roared forward, hindering its advance. The Wood Spirit leapt forward, landing firmly in front of the Cyclops. Compared to the other elemental spirits, the Wood Spirit was bulkier, serving as the tank of the group with its strong defensive role. It clasped its hands together, and its green elemental body partially rooted itself into the ground, activating the unique Wood element ability, Earthly Fortification, further enhancing its defense. Forced to change its target, the juvenile Cyclops focused its attacks on the Wood Spirit. Breaking through this defense was the only way to reach Jiang An in the rear. However, the other elemental spirits continued their relentless assault, gradually draining the Cyclops' health. Ultimately, the juvenile Cyclops managed to take down only one elite-level wood spirit before its health was completely depleted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The entire battle lasted less than a minute, with the elemental spirits executing their teamwork flawlessly. This boss seems a little too weak, doesn't it? These guys don't usually deal this much damage when I'm running dungeons, Jiang An muttered under his breath, forgetting that he typically tackled nightmare-level dungeons, where monsters were significantly enhanced. Naturally, relying solely on the elemental spirits for damage wouldn't suffice in those scenarios. However, against an ordinary boss-level monster like this, his current lineup of boss-level and elite-level elemental spirits was more than enough. The Academy representatives watching the downed juvenile Cyclops on the screen were utterly stunned. Are those really elemental spirits? Aren't elemental spirits supposed to be fragile? How are his so powerful? Wait, look at that wood spirit, it has horns. That's a characteristic of boss-level spirits. Not just the wood spirit, even the fire spirit has a boss-level one. Every spirit he summoned is either elite level or boss level. Just how high is the grade of his skills? Aren't elemental spirits supposed to be cannon fodder for summoners? Isn't their main combat strength supposed to come from their trained summoned beasts? If his elemental spirits are already this strong, how terrifying must his Firefox and that adorable round creature be? Realizing this, the representatives exchanged uneasy glances. This person belongs with our Huaxia Academy, declared the Huaxia Academy representative, eager to stake their claim before anyone else. Hold on. If anyone should have him, it's our Shanghai Academy. I've had my eye on him from the start, retorted Li Jing from Shanghai Academy. Oh, and by the way, Su Chongqing and Qian Duo are ours too. Hey. Don't count out Zhuhua Academy. We're just as strong. Why are you acting like we don't exist? Protested a representative from Zhuhua Academy. As the three most prestigious academies in the Huaxia Empire, Huaxia, Shanghai, and Zhuhua's heated arguments left representatives from second and third-tier academies on the sidelines, silently observing. Though they couldn't compete with the top three academies in terms of resources and secret realms, they weren't giving up. They planned to approach Jiang An privately after the assessment, hoping to lure him in with unique offers. Seeing the three academies deadlocked in their dispute, Sun Zhenghao intervened in a timely manner. Everyone, the assessment isn't over yet. Why don't we wait to see how they perform in the next stage before making any decisions? Only then did the representatives cease their bickering and refocus on the screen. As the Cyclops boss faded away, Sun Zhenghao's projection reappeared. Congratulations, candidates. You have passed the first stage of the assessment and earned 200 points. Your current score is 200. The next stage is the survival assessment. You will face pursuit by a group of monsters. Successfully evade the pursuit and survive for 30 minutes to pass. Please choose a monster group appropriate to your abilities. Note that failing this stage will not end the overall assessment, but you will receive 0 points for this round. As his voice trailed off, the silhouettes of various monsters began to appear. In the testing arena, 4 spectral images of monsters appeared one after another. The first was a venomous spider, worth 70 points. The second transformed into a ghoul, valued at 100 points. The third was a level 15 poison sting bee, offering a reward of 150 points. And the last was a creature Jiang An had never seen in person before, a boss from the level 15 dungeon in Bailu City known as the Wailing Banshee, with the highest score of 200 points. Jiang An stared at the spectral images, quickly discerning the true purpose of the test. It wasn't merely a measure of combat strength, but rather a test of the candidate's ability to evaluate their own capabilities. After all, with so many monsters, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to defeat them all within the allotted time. Especially the final challenge, choosing it meant facing a swarm of Wailing Banshees. Surviving for half an hour under the relentless assault of these level 15 bosses was nothing short of a pipe dream for most. But for Jiang An, this was no issue at all. As long as he eliminated all the Banshees, surviving for 30 minutes would be effortless. Without hesitation, he selected the highest difficulty. Well then, good luck. Sun Zhenghao's spectral image faded away, replaced by dozens of Wailing Banshees spreading out across the air. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted dramatically. Jiang An found himself standing in the middle of a swamp, the stench of decay mixed with the foul odor of muddy water assaulting his senses. In the spectator stands, the Academy representatives furrowed their brows at Jiang An's choice. To them, his decision seemed reckless. The final option was almost an impossible task had his instructor not warned him. Although the Wailing Banshees were only level 15 bosses, their infamous Wail of Despair skill could continuously suppress their target. Facing so many Banshees would be a nightmare even for a level 20 combat professional, let alone within the mobility-restricting terrain of a swamp, where only the intangible Banshees could move freely. The representatives couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for this seemingly promising student. Many representatives voiced their opinions, yet none held any optimism for Jiang An. In their eyes, Jiang An's importance diminished further, an impulsive student who chose recklessly without understanding their own position or even the attributes of the monster's skills. No matter how strong their combat power might be, such rash behavior seemed utterly foolish. Such talent, even if cultivated, would likely falter and fail. On the screen, a swarm of wailing banshees had fully materialized. They had no physical form, floating like ghosts, their distorted and twisted faces silently conveying eternal suffering through slightly parted mouths. Jiang An casually used an appraisal skill on one of them. Wailing Banshee. Boss level. Attributes: Strength 15, Spirit 1, Agility 340, Constitution 200. Combat skills: Fearful Whale Silver, Touch of Terror Silver, Black Mire Silver, Psychic Shockwave Silver. Notes: Banshees lost in the swamps, eternally unable to find peace, possessing the power to manipulate and beguile the hearts of others. The attributes were not particularly strong, even weaker than a level 13 Nightmare Dungeon boss. However, their skills were clearly geared toward crowd control and damage. With such a terrifying number of them, getting entangled would almost certainly result in being controlled and instantly killed. The moment the wailing banshees appeared, they locked onto the elemental spirits. Their piercing screams immediately interrupted the spirits' skill casting. Following this, the Black Mire skill was activated, turning the swamp beneath the spirits into a pitch-black quagmire, poisoning them. Just as the spirits struggled to break free from the fear-induced paralysis, dark crimson tendrils silently emerged from the mire, delivering the touch of terror with pinpoint accuracy. Jiang An could clearly feel his controlled spirits losing command over their bodies, leaving only an overwhelming fear spreading within them. Under the relentless assault of the numerous wailing banshees, the elemental spirits, which already lacked strong defenses, fell rapidly. Even the wood spirit couldn't manage to release a single skill before its health bar was wiped out. It was evident they had no chance to fight back. At this moment, Jiang An's only hope of clearing the challenge lay in whether one of his two summoned beasts had the ability to fly, potentially bypassing the swamp's restrictive terrain. Yet even in such a scenario, it would still be incredibly risky, more so since neither of his summoned beasts appeared to be capable of flight. Originally confident in Jiang An's abilities, the three prestigious academies now fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. With the elemental spirits wiped out, the wailing banshees turned their blood-red eyes toward Jiang An, their gaze filled with a murderous hunger. Before Jiang An could issue a command, Chanchio let out a yawn, ready to take action. Over time, it had fully grasped its position among Jiang An's summoned creatures. Elemental spirits were at the lowest tier, with average combat power and easily replaceable. Chanchio occupied the middle tier, while Yanning undoubtedly reigned at the top. Now that the elemental spirits were eliminated, Chanchio obediently prepared to step up. Its round, plump body leapt from Jiang An's arms and landed in the swamp. The rotting, foul-smelling water couldn't cling to its body, but its palm-sized figure seemed woefully outmatched against the swarm of wailing banshees. Just as the wailing banshees were about to unleash their fearful wail, Chanchio suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The sheer force of the sound was completely at odds with its small stature. As it roared, its body began to expand rapidly, growing to twice the size of Jiang An in the blink of an eye. The once adorable and chubby appearance now carried an intimidating air, though the two dark circles around its eyes still added a touch of humor. When the wailing banshee's fearful wail fell upon Chanchio, a bold immune notification appeared. Chanchio grinned, baring its teeth, bent its legs slightly, and leapt toward one of the banshees. Its furry right paw spread wide, lightning arcs dancing across its palm. With a single strike, the wailing banshee collapsed limply to the ground. The moment the boss was taken down, the swamp beneath Chang's feet suddenly turned pitch black, and countless immune notifications appeared densely across its body. At that instant, it seemed to have gained an invincible form, completely immune to all negative effects. Before anyone could react, Chang had already turned and charged toward the next wailing banshee. The other banshees unleashed waves of psychic blasts and touches of fear, but they could only leave minor scratches on its body, unable to affect its state in any significant way. Chang rampaged through the group of banshees like an unstoppable beast, slaughtering them with ease. This summoned beast can actually resist all negative effects, one onlooker exclaimed in astonishment. Not only is it huge and adorable, but its combat power far surpasses that of bosses at the same level. Can we check its stats? Someone eagerly asked Sun Zhenghao. Sun Zhenghao shook his head and replied, sorry, a summoned beast's stats are private to the summoner. Unless the summoner chooses to share them, no one can see the exact details. All we know is that this type of summoned beast is apparently called a black and white panda. Black and white panda? I've never heard of such a creature. Could it be some kind of rare, randomly spawned field boss? The battle continued, and the number of wailing banshees dwindled at an astonishing rate. Within just a few minutes, all the banshees had fallen, leaving Chang standing alone amidst the corpses, letting out a triumphant roar. And yet, There were still 25 minutes left before the challenge ended. Jiang An seemed a bit bored. He had always been confident in Chang's combat prowess. Even though its level wasn't fully caught up, the level 15 Chang had already reached terrifying heights in terms of both stats and skills. Casually, he opened Chang's status panel. As a celestial panda with black and white fur, though only possessing a purity level of 20, Chanchio displayed astonishing attributes upon reaching level 15. Strength 1000, Spirit 50, Agility 800, and Constitution 1000. Not only did it possess the innate skill Elastic Adaptability, but it had also mastered 4 platinum-grade combat skills: Iron Will, Intimidation, Thunderstrike, and Fearless Roar. The 2 newly acquired skills, in particular, were especially formidable. Thunderstrike LV3 inflicted significant damage on enemies while inducing a paralysis effect, whereas Fearless Roar LV2 granted a 5-minute buff that made it immune to negative status effects. Coupled with its high attack and defense stats, these abilities turned Chanchio into an impenetrable fortress that left enemies dreading its presence. Roar. Master, am I amazing or what? Chanchio exclaimed excitedly, shaking its head eagerly in hopes of gaining Jiangan's approval. However, its overly enthusiastic movements caused a few drops of mud to splatter onto Yinying, who was resting nearby. Yinying, who had been quietly resting with its eyes closed, immediately snapped its eyes open and fixed Chanchio with a cold, piercing gaze. That single look was enough to deflate Chanchio's spirits instantly. I'm sorry. It whimpered softly. Only then did Yinying avert its gaze, igniting a small flame to burn away the mud splattered on its fur. Jiang An gently patted Chanchio's head, a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Ever since Chanchio had acquired Thunderstrike, it had once attempted to challenge Yinying. However, the mere oppressive aura unleashed by Yinying had caused it to surrender immediately. From that moment on, Chanchio had become completely subservient to Yinying, never daring to overstep its bounds again. Make yourself a bit bigger, Jiang An instructed. Obediently, Chanchio increased its size, then reclined in the swamp, exposing its soft belly. Jiang An leaned against its plush abdomen, letting out a sigh about the lack of intelligence in the assessment space's designate required him to wait out the remaining 30 minutes despite having already defeated all the monsters. Fortunately, he had snacks prepared by Suchan. Jiang An retrieved a box of fruit and began to enjoy it, occasionally tossing a box of premium pet food to Yinying, who immediately focused intently on devouring the treat. Suddenly, a loud gulping sound came from behind him. Master, Chanchio wants some too, Chanchio said pitifully. Wait a bit. Yinying probably won't finish it all, Jiang An replied, glancing at the single remaining box of premium pet food in his bag. Yinying's sister, please eat slower. Leave me a little, okay? Chanchio pleaded. Hearing this, Yinying only quickened its pace, devouring the food even faster. Meanwhile, the exam representatives observing the screen were still reeling from shock. A survival challenge meant to last 30 minutes had been cleared effortlessly? A level 15 black and white panda, capable of instantly defeating same-level bosses? Not just one, but every single one of them was crushed in mere moments. What was even more astonishing was how nonchalant Jiang An appeared, lounging as if on a picnic, casually enjoying snacks. And the truly terrifying part? His Firefox companion, Yinying, seemed even more formidable than the already powerful Chanchio. The room buzzed with murmurs as the representatives speculated about Yinying's true strength. But with the third wave of monsters capped at level 13, it seemed unlikely to push Yinying to reveal its full potential. At that moment, Li Jing turned to Suan Zhenghao. I propose we initiate the 4th round of unconventional testing. This suggestion immediately drew the attention of the other representatives. Someone explained that the 4th round would commence silently after the 3rd, gradually escalating the monster levels to probe the candidate's limits. As for concerns about potential score discrepancies, Li Jing reasoned, the same test content yields full marks for some because it represents their limit. For Jiang An, full marks are merely a reflection of the test ceiling. The 4th round requires approval from 2/3 of the representatives to commence, and any additional points earned will not only count toward his exam score, but also convert into university credits. Suan Zhenghao agreed with the idea and initiated a vote. A screen appeared before each representative with agree and deny options. One by one, they cast their votes in favor, eager to see just how far Jiang An could go. The special assessment application for Jiang An was unanimously approved by all 31 Academy representatives. Sun Zhenghao promptly announced that he would submit the formal request, and once approved, Jiang An would proceed to the 4th stage of the trial after completing the 3rd. The representatives, realizing they needed to continue monitoring other candidates, turned their attention back to their individual screens. Naturally, Qian Duoduo and Su Changsheng, who also chose the boss challenge, became the center of focus. In Qian Duoduo's trial space, the battle was still raging. The juvenile Cyclops swung its massive fists, while Qian Duoduo skillfully maneuvered with his shield and sword, engaging in a calculated back and forth. Their health bars were slowly depleting, 78 remaining for the Cyclops and 83 for Qian Duo. At this rate, victory was inevitable for him, though it was clear it would take some time. When the screen switched to Su Chongqing's trial, it captured the precise moment the Cyclops collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Exhausted but undeterred, Su Chongqing immediately began crafting new talismans to prepare for the next battle. His relentless determination earned unanimous approval from the representatives. Meanwhile, Sun Jinghao quietly opened the feed for Trial Space 1443, where his daughter, Sun Mei, was undergoing her assessment. In the first stage, she had chosen to face an elite ghoul leader instead of a boss-level creature. As an ice switch, she had effortlessly cleared the first stage and was now navigating the second, battling hordes of ghouls. The snowy terrain played to Sun Mei's strengths as a master of ice magic. With a wave of her hand, she manipulated the surrounding frost to freeze the ghoul's legs, using the opportunity to create distance. Her survival depended on avoiding being surrounded during the remaining half-hour of the trial. Watching his daughter dart across the snowfield, Sun Jinghao couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. At level 14, Sun Mei could have opted for the less challenging venomous spider and still secured a spot in a reputable academy. However, her stubborn nature, combined with the inspiration or perhaps pressure from Jiang An, drove her to aim for the prestigious Shanghai Academy, choosing the more grueling ghoul challenge. 20 minutes later, the audience eagerly switched their view back to Jiang An's trial space. What they saw left them both amused and exasperated. Jiang An was sprawled out on the soft belly of Changqiu, sound asleep. Yining served as his makeshift pillow, while a glistening trail of drool hung from the corner of his mouth. Sun Jinghao froze, scrambling to come up with an explanation, but Jiang An's loud snores drowned out his efforts. Li Jing from Shanghai Academy burst into hearty laughter. Now that's the spirit of a Shanghai student, knowing when to rest and conserve energy to stay in peak condition. The other academy representatives joined in, each clamoring to claim this strategic trait as emblematic of their own institutions. As the second stage concluded, Sun Jinghao's holographic projection appeared, announcing that Jiang An had earned 200 points, bringing his total to 400. The final stage would be an hour-long endurance trial, where Jiang An would face an endless onslaught of level 13 monsters. Each kill would earn 10 points, and the trial would end automatically if he was critically injured or near death. The countdown for the final stage began, ticking down from 1 minute. Only then did Jiang An lazily stretch and roll off Changqiu's belly, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. As the timer hit 0, over 20 ghouls materialized around him. The onlookers speculated about how he might handle such a swarm, but before they could settle on a theory, Jiang An summoned a glowing psychic whip into his hand and lashed it toward the still sleeping Changqiu. Smack! A crisp sound shattered the silence as Changqiu's body radiated a fiery red glow, jolting it awake from its slumber. Its eyes, now blazing with fury, darted around, locking onto the surrounding ghouls with a menacing glare. Go all out. This stage is for racking up points, Jiang An murmured calmly. Every year, the creatures in the assessment would change, but the final stage was always designed to test candidates' limits, a prime opportunity to score big. The level 13 monsters were far less challenging compared to the previous bosses, and many candidates would seize this chance to turn the tide in their favor. While defeating 10 monsters would guarantee 100 points, Jiang An had his sights set on clearing the entire field. Upon receiving Jiang An's command, Changqiu swelled with excitement, expanding to a towering 10 meters in height, transforming into a small giant. Its massive frame dwarfed the ghouls, and with a thunderous sweep of its lightning-charged paw, 7 or 8 ghouls were obliterated in an instant. Even its ordinary, unenhanced attacks, backed by immense strength, dealt devastating damage to the level 13 ghouls. In mere seconds, the battlefield was cleared of ghouls. Almost immediately, new monster projections materialized: level 13 emerald pythons. Jiang An had never encountered these creatures before, but despite their 200 strength points, they were no match for Changqiu. Like a child playing with toys, Changqiu grabbed the emerald pythons and effortlessly tore them apart. The observing representatives fell into stunned silence. This black and white panda, capable of only single-target skills, was using its sheer size to attack multiple enemies simultaneously. Its seemingly tireless thunder strike left no room for resistance, and that wasn't even accounting for Jiang An's other equally formidable spirit companions. Let us not forget, there's still the 4th round of testing, Sun Jinghao reminded with a light cough, breaking the silence. What was meant to be an extreme challenge seemed trivial in the face of Jiang An's effortless performance. At that moment, Jiang An nonchalantly summoned a single bed, lying down with a yawn of exhaustion. Yining curled up in his arms while Changqiu, still brimming with ferocity, continued its slaughter of the emerald pythons. The bed was a deliberate preparation by Jiang An, meant to combat the monotony of battles like this one, especially after the grueling effort of leveling up to 17 the previous night. The representatives from various academies exchanged uneasy glances, silently agreeing that the difficulty of the entrance exam needed a serious overhaul. However, their concerns were soon overshadowed by a troubling update received by Sun Jianghao. A level 16 Shadow Ninja from Sakura Nation and a Demon Hunter from Eagle Nation had both applied for the 4th round of testing. This next stage would be a multiplayer trial, and if these two formidable opponents joined forces, it might pose the first real challenge Jiang An would face. As the global examination system takes shape, the high-stakes college entrance exam has gained worldwide recognition, with all nations conducting the test on the same day. While the first 3 rounds of assessments vary from country to country, the 4th round takes place in a shared trial space, a rare occurrence, as only a handful of exceptional talents manage to advance this far. At this moment, Jiang An is sound asleep, completely unaware of the challenge awaiting him. Sun Jianghao looks at him with a trace of concern in his eyes. The reason is simple: 2 candidates from Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation have also qualified for the 4th round. In the trial space of Sakura Nation, Nakajima Hengi is being besieged by a group of slit-mouthed women. As his health bar inches toward depletion, he suddenly transforms into a log of wood. In the brief moment of their confusion, he detonates, obliterating all nearby enemies. When the smoke clears, Nakajima Hengi stands unharmed, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Fools! Those yellow-skinned pigs dare enter the 4th round? I'll show them what true power looks like. Meanwhile, in the trial space of Eagle Nation, Ashley wields her demon blade effortlessly, cutting down goblins with ease. Half of her body has transformed into a demon, her golden hair flowing in the wind. A summoner from the Huaxia Empire? So what if he's a level higher than me? No one survives under my demon blade. As time passes, Jiang An stirs in his sleep, only to be startled awake by the sound of the system notification. The 3rd round of the trial has concluded. He has slain 1,232 monsters, earning 12,320 points, bringing his total score to 12,720. This is a jaw-dropping number. To put it in perspective, earning just 1,000 points is considered the mark of a top-tier genius, requiring the defeat of hundreds of level 13 monsters. Over 10,000 points? Not bad. I'll get you some premium pet food when we're out, Jiang An says casually. Hearing this, the little creature beside him trembles with excitement. At that moment, the projection of Sun Jianghao in front of him suddenly shifts, becoming more animated. Jiang An, it's me. Uncle Sun? What's going on? Jiang An frowns. He knows that as the official in charge of the exam, Sun Jianghao is strictly prohibited from contacting any participants during the test, not even his own daughter, Sun Mei. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Sun Jianghao explains the situation surrounding the 4th round and provides information about the 2 candidates from Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation. To be honest, given their abilities, the 3rd round should have been their limit. It's highly likely they've come specifically to target you. Sun Jianghao's voice carried a hint of regret. I had hoped you could score more points in the 4th trial. These points can be converted into credits at the academy. But unfortunately, my good intentions backfired. He paused briefly before continuing. Still, just focus on killing as many monsters as possible during the 4th trial. As for those 2, don't let them weigh too heavily on your mind. He explained further. The monsters in the 4th trial will grow stronger and stronger. I doubt they'll have many opportunities to deal with you. As long as you avoid an initial confrontation, there shouldn't be much of an issue. Jiang An frowned deeply and asked bluntly, since they're deliberately targeting me, am I allowed to strike back at them? Sun Jianghao was momentarily stunned. You mean instead of worrying about being ambushed, you'd rather eliminate them outright? I just want to know, Jiang An said calmly, if I were to kill them, or inflict psychological damage that's hard for them to recover from, would I face any serious consequences? Sun Jianghao fell silent, clearly not expecting Jiang An to consider resolving the issue so decisively rather than avoiding conflict. At that moment, the trial space suddenly lit up with a dazzling glow, and a figure materialized out of nowhere. Sun Jianghao was startled at first, but upon recognizing the newcomer, he visibly relaxed. Lord Wei Qing, what brings you here? Sun Jianghao asked, astonished. Jiang An curiously observed the unexpected visitor. The man before him was clad in golden armor, standing tall with sharp, resolute features. Simply by standing there, he exuded an unmistakable aura of military authority. Wei Qing looked at Jiang An, a faint smile appearing on his face. Don't worry. Kill boldly and without hesitation. His voice was steady, laced with a chilling edge. Even if it's in the real world, let alone this trial space. If these bastards dare to come for you, they should be prepared to face the consequences. If anything goes wrong, they'll handle it for you. The atmosphere in the space where the Academy representatives were gathered was tense with silence. All eyes were fixed, wide with shock, on Wei Qing, who had suddenly appeared in Jiang An's trial space. Not a single soul could find the words to express their astonishment. As the commander of humanity's forces, it was true that Wei Qing had the authority to oversee the examination process. But when had he ever been so free? This was the same man who couldn't be bothered to spare a glance at the younger generation, yet here he was, personally stepping into the trial space to clarify questions for a candidate. And if that wasn't shocking enough, was smiling. This was Wei Qing, the iron-blooded, battle-hardened general who had slain countless enemies on the battlefield. Whether it was facing the demonic hordes or managing internal affairs, his reputation for cold ruthlessness was unparalleled. There was even a tale of him storming a shrine in the Sakura Nation alone, berating them for 3 days straight over their audacious claim to a piece of land near the Shanhai Pass. Not a single warrior dared to confront him, and in the end, they were forced to issue a public statement acknowledging the territory as part of Huaxia. I say, isn't this a bit underhanded? You brought in the commander of Shanhai Pass just to recruit students? The representative from Huaxia Academy finally broke out of his stupor, glaring at Li Jing as he demanded an explanation. The representatives from Jiuhua Academy quickly caught on. Li Jing, you're playing dirty. Hey, that's not fair. Li Jing waved his hands in protest. Do you think I have that kind of influence? Forget me. Even the dean of my academy couldn't convince Lord Wei Qing to show up. Don't pin this on me. The representatives paused, exchanging uncertain glances. Li Jing's defense made sense. Could it be Wei Qing had genuinely taken an interest in Jiang An's potential and wanted to mentor him personally? The very thought elevated Jiang An's importance in their eyes to an entirely new level. The representatives of Jiuhua and Huaxia academies exchanged another glance before hurriedly pulling out their communication devices to contact their respective superiors. A student of this caliber was worth fighting for no matter the cost. Meanwhile, though Li Jing was still somewhat in the dark, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. After all, Wei Qing was the honorary dean of Shanhai Academy and a constant presence at the Shanhai Pass. That alone put Jiuhua and Huaxia academies at a distinct disadvantage. Inside the trial space, Jiang An, reassured by Wei Qing's approval, wasted no time initiating the fourth trial. The images of Sun Zhenghao and Wei Qing began to fade, leaving behind 2 parting words that echoed in the air: good luck. They'll be waiting for you at Shanhai Academy. The scene shifted instantly. Jiang An found himself standing in the middle of a vast, open grassland. In the distance, a blonde-haired woman stood poised, her piercing gaze fixed on him. She was Ashley, a level 16 demon hunter. The two studied each other in silence, but before either could speak, a grating voice cut through the air from behind. Well, looks like we're just waiting on you. What's the matter? Afraid? Yellow-skinned pig, sneered Nakajima Tsuni, clad in a ninja's garb. Oh, look at that sharp tongue of yours, Jiangan retorted without missing a beat. Fits perfectly with what I'd expect from a little Sakura dog. Barking like one too. Bakairu, you foolish yellow pig, prepare to die. Nakajima snarled, his face twisting with rage as he vanished into the ground, moving toward Jiangan with alarming speed. The previously dozing Yanning snapped to attention, its ears perking up as it scanned the surroundings warily. In the distance, clusters of level 13 elite monsters began to spawn. Ashley, meanwhile, opted to observe from the sidelines. Since Nakajima had taken the initiative, she saw no harm in letting him test the waters. Suddenly, a figure burst from the ground behind Jiangan, a gleaming shuriken in hand, aimed directly at the back of his neck. But before the blade could strike, Chanchio swelled to an enormous size, its paw crackling with lightning as it slammed down with immense force. Boom! The ground caved in under the impact, but the figure dissolved into a log of wood. Nakajima reappeared at a distance, smirking. All brawn and no brains. Such a waste of power. Now explode. The log detonated in a fiery blast, sending a plume of smoke and debris into the air. Ashley watched with unease. The power displayed by both combatants was extraordinary. Jiang An's summoned beast was a force of nature. If she were struck by that paw, it would be devastating. On the other hand, Nakajima's combination of substitution and explosives was equally deadly. As the dust settled, Jiang An stood unscathed, as if the explosion had been nothing more than a passing breeze. Only his black and white panda had sustained a minor loss, with its health dropping by a mere 1%. Bakairu, impossible. Nakajima's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that all you've got? Honestly, you're just as disappointing as your country, Jiang An said, his tone calm but laced with scorn. Realizing Jiang An's overwhelming strength, Nakajima turned to Ashley. We should team up. This guy's too strong to handle alone. Ashley hesitated for a moment before nodding. She quickly initiated her semi-demonic transformation, her once beautiful face now half-twisted into a monstrous visage. Demon's Hand. A massive black and purple arm materialized out of thin air, grabbing Chanchio and hurling it far away in an attempt to neutralize Jiang An's strongest defense. Nakajima, seizing the opportunity, disappeared into the ground once more, preparing for a coordinated strike. But at that moment, Yanning finally made its move. Leaping from Jiang An's shoulder, it shed its dormant form, reverting to its true appearance. A piercing fox's cry echoed across the trial space as its tail shimmered with a faint, purple glow. Phantom clone activated. In an instant, thousands of Jiangan clones filled the grassland, their presence overwhelming. The air reverberated with the eerie, synchronized howls of the foxes. Awua, awua, awua. You like playing with clones, don't you? Well then, let's have some fun with this cloning technique of yours. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Jiang An's lips. In an instant, hundreds, even thousands, of flaming foxes materialized out of thin air, densely populating the entire space. The sudden and overwhelming sight left Nakashima Tsunwa, hidden underground, and Ashley, observing from afar, utterly stunned. The sheer number of clones far exceeded their understanding of duplication techniques. The newly spawned monsters were also momentarily frozen, realizing they were completely surrounded by countless fiery projections. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Nakashima muttered to himself from underground. There's no way all these clones could possess combat power. As long as I find the original body, I can take him down easily. With that thought, Nakashima continued to stealthily navigate below ground. However, the temperature around him was steadily rising. Jiang An cast a cold glance at the still-hidden Nakashima and icily uttered 4 words, blazing firestorm. The sight of tens of thousands of flaming clones unleashing a blazing firestorm simultaneously was far beyond Ashley's imagination. The searing red light engulfed the entire grassland in an instant, causing the temperature to skyrocket. Trembling, Ashley reached out to touch the edge of the flames, only to recoil in agony as intense pain and rapidly plummeting health points made it clear this was no mere illusion. The newly spawned level 13 elite monsters didn't even have time to let out a cry before they were reduced to ashes. Realizing the danger, Nakashima immediately activated his most powerful survival skill, Phantom Flash. This skill consumed all his mental energy in exchange for tenfold defense and movement speed, at the cost of entering a 2-day weakened state. It was this very skill that gave him the confidence to face formidable opponents. Emerging from the ground, he dashed frantically through the raging firestorm. Even with tenfold defense, his health points were depleting at an alarming rate. Fortunately, his enhanced speed allowed him to reach the storm's edge and escape within a fraction of a second. How is this yellow-skinned pig so strong? Nakashima gasped, his face twisted with frustration and disbelief. Just then, a flaming projection appeared directly in front of him. Panic surged through Nakashima as he realized it was too late to abandon the trial. Behind the projection, a purple tail swayed gently, and in an instant, the platinum-tier skill, Phantom Enchantment, was unleashed. Nakashima was plunged into a specially crafted illusion. In this fabricated reality, he found himself back in his childhood hometown, surrounded by the warmth of a happy and peaceful life. But the tranquility was shattered when a group of soldiers, wearing Sakura-patterned uniforms, stormed in. He watched helplessly as his father was beheaded, his mother violated and killed, and eventually, he himself suffered a gruesome demise. When he snapped back to reality, he found himself encircled by mentors and leaders dressed in the same uniforms as those from the illusion. Though they wore expressions of concern, all Nakashima could recall were the horrors of the illusion. Ayaha! He let out a blood-curdling scream. Ashley, witnessing it all, was paralyzed by the sheer terror of the flaming projection's power. When its beast-like eyes turned to her, cold sweat drenched her body in an instant. Too terrifying. This man and that fox are both too terrifying. Ashley quickly deactivated her semi-demonized state and raised her hands in surrender. However, before she could finish speaking, a massive bare paw came crashing down. Smack! Ashley was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp and vanished without a trace. Chankyu disdainfully shook its paw, flicking off the remaining bits of flesh. Back in the real world of the Eagle Nation, Ashley reappeared with a vacant expression. While the trial space didn't result in real death, the sensation of being utterly crushed was still vivid. She doubled over, retching uncontrollably. When the Eagle Nation's examination officials inquired about what had happened, Ashley could only tremble violently. Even though the flaming projection hadn't used Phantom Enchantment on her, that single glance filled with killing intent had left her with a lifelong psychological scar. Unstoppable. Completely unstoppable. Ashley shook her head frantically, her body racked with dry heaves. The atmosphere within the space occupied by Huaxia's Academy representatives was deathly silent. All eyes were frozen on the mangled remains of Ashley, a bloodied, unrecognizable mess. Did those 2 level 16s just get taken out like that? Someone swallowed hard, their voice trembling. The crowd had witnessed the fiery shadow streaking like lightning to overtake Nakajima Hung, dispatching him with just 2 strikes. As for Ashley, she hadn't even managed to endure a single hit against Chanchio. Within the trial space, countless fiery shadow clones roamed freely. While clone abilities were not unheard of, most were mere illusions, shattering upon contact. The Fiery Shadows clones, however, were not only numerous but also possessed tangible combat capabilities. At this moment, the newly spawned level 14 ordinary monsters were being slaughtered by these clones, creating a truly shocking scene. What was supposed to be a trial to test Jiang An's limits now seemed more like a trial for the monsters themselves. The level 14 creatures were utterly helpless against the Fiery Shadow clones, and even the trial space's monster spawn rate couldn't keep pace with the clones' killing speed. Such a situation had never occurred in the fourth phase of the trial before. As the crowd remained in stunned silence, the chime of a phone notification broke the tension. Someone checked their message, their expression shifting. The Sakura side claims their top college entrance exam candidate, Nakajima Hung, suffered psychological trauma during the fourth trial phase due to harm inflicted by a Huaxia student. They're requesting assistance with treatment. What nonsense is this? Li Jing, the representative of Shanghai Academy, couldn't help but curse. Isn't getting hurt in the trial space a normal occurrence? They tried to ambush Jiangan, failed, and now they're pulling this. However, the reality seemed stranger than expected. Someone raised their phone to play a newly uploaded video. The footage showed Sakura Academy's representatives and college entrance exam officials attempting to approach Nakajima Hung, who clutched his rear and fled frantically, shouting, "No, it's splitting apart." He even used his spatial escape skill in the real world to evade the very mentors who had once been close to him. The video brought to mind Jiang An's earlier question. If I actually kill them, or leave them with some psychological scars that ruin them, will it cause trouble? It was now clear Nakajima Hong's bizarre behavior was inextricably linked to Jiangan. The video's conclusion was met with uproarious laughter from the crowd. This kid's a real talent. Li Jing burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. His fox must have mastered some advanced psychic skills, not only creating clones, but also trapping Nakajima Hung in such a vivid illusion. The representatives of the three top academies promptly resumed their heated debate over recruiting Jiangan. A representative from a lower-tier academy cautiously asked, "Aren't you worried about Sakura's statement? Do you really think Lord Wei Qing was joking?" Li Jing chuckled. He said he'd handle everything. I bet he's already on his way to Sakura. Sure enough, Wei Qing's latest social media post read, "Rare vacation trip? Destination Sakura." The accompanying image showed him polishing a longsword. Not long after, Sakura retracted their earlier statement, claiming Nakajima Hong's condition was due to his own lack of strength. The laughter within the trial space grew even louder. Time passed, and the monsters in the space had now reached level 17. A group of decaying zombies emerged before Jiangan. The Fiery Shadow shook her head in disdain, and in an instant, flames engulfed the area. The inferno consumed the monsters before they could even fully form. These creatures were the same type Jiangan had recently encountered in the Undead Cemetery dungeon. While they were troublesome foes, they were especially vulnerable to Furian unfortunate matchup against the Fiery Shadow. For the level 17 Fiery Shadow, such unenhanced monsters posed no challenge whatsoever. Jiang An opened the Fiery Shadow's status panel. Fiery Shadow. Species: Divine Twin-Tailed Fox. Purity: 20. Gender: female. Level: 17. Strength: 80. Spirit: 1000. Agility: 1000. Constitution: 950. Innate skills: Chulian, Divine Might. Combat skills: Rending Claw, LV5 Bronze. Flametail, LV5 Platinum. Inferno Storm, LV6 Platinum. Phantom Enchantment, LV4 Platinum. Phantom Clone, LV4 Platinum. From the stats, the Fiery Shadow wasn't significantly different from Chanchio, likely due to their initial species disparity. The Fiery Shadow had started as an ordinary Firefox, whereas Chanchio originated as a boa steer pet egg. However, in actual combat, the Fiery Shadow's skill levels and her Divine Might talent made her far superior to Chanchio in terms of battle prowess. As Jiangan pondered, a distant roar from a decayed lich echoed through the space. The elite corrupt lich stood shrouded in an oversized black cloak, its small frame emanating an eerie aura. Despite its diminutive stature, its presence was chilling. It boasted an impressive stat line: level 18 strength, 50 spirit, 500 agility, 100 constitution, and 100 combat skills. Beneath the shadowy folds of its cloak, only a pair of glowing green eyes pierced the darkness, while the rest of its features were obscured. The lich wielded powerful Silverdeer abilities, including Corpse Explosion, Life Drain, and Raise Dead. Several corrupt liches raised their skeletal hands simultaneously, and the corpses of the zombies' flame shadow had just vanquished began to swell ominously. The Corpse Explosion skill detonated the latent energy within the bodies, unleashing a devastating area effect blast. The power of the explosion was proportional to the original health of the corpse, a skill that had once caused Jiang significant trouble in the necromancer's graveyard. At this moment, Flame Shadow found herself at the center of the growing mound of bodies in extremely perilous position should the explosions reach her. However, Jiang An, with his wealth of experience, was ready. Without hesitation, He activated his displacement skill. In an instant, Flame Shadow switched places with Greedy Ball, who had been standing in a previously safe location. Greedy Ball shot a resentful glance at Jiangan before bracing itself and activating its Platinum-tier Iron Body skill, significantly boosting its defense. A series of deafening explosions followed, and the shockwaves pummeled Greedy Ball. When the dust settled, its health had barely dropped by a tenth. Just as it prepared to retaliate, it realized Flame Shadow had already eliminated all the corrupt liches. Flame Shadow strolled gracefully toward Greedy Ball and tossed it the remaining high-grade pet food. "This is your reward," she said coolly before turning to leave. Overjoyed, Greedy Ball eagerly picked up the food and devoured it, its heart brimming with gratitude. Flame Shadow is so kind. He'll always protect her and master, it thought, moved to the core. Jiang An couldn't help but chuckle at Greedy Ball's easily satisfied nature. Meanwhile, Flame Shadow, having returned to Jiang An's side, shed her aloof demeanor and affectionately nuzzled against his leg. "Master, can we get some more high-grade pet food when we're done here? Pretty please," she asked, her tone playful and coquettish. Jiang An sighed with a helpless smile. "How can I not spoil my own summoned creature?" In the observation space where representatives from various academies had gathered, nods of approval rippled through the crowd. The corrupt lich was undeniably a formidable opponent. Even seasoned teams could fall victim to its corpse explosion. Jiang An's handling of the situation was nothing short of exemplary, showcasing his tactical prowess and extensive combat experience, proving he was far more than just a summoner reliant on his summoned beasts. Sun Zhenghao, noticing the representatives' continued focus on Jiang An's trial, cleared his throat and reminded them, "Ladies and gentlemen, many students have already completed their entrance exams. Have you identified any promising candidates?" His words snapped the crowd out of their trance. The representatives hurriedly shifted their perspectives to evaluate other examinees. However, with Jiang An's exceptional performance as the benchmark, the other candidates' efforts seemed lackluster in comparison, leaving the representatives from third-rate academies particularly disheartened. "Only 3 monsters defeated in the 3rd stage? This one's not going to cut it. At least yours made it to the 3rd stage. This one didn't even clear the 1st. The gap is just too wide." Meanwhile, back in the exam hall, a growing number of students were returning from their trial spaces, their faces glowing with excitement and pride. The hall buzzed with noise and energy once more, filled with the hopeful chatter of those who had just completed their challenges. The chatter outside the examination hall was incessant, a cacophony of voices rising and falling. Standing amidst the crowd, Qian Duoduo's face was alight with excitement that he could barely contain. He had just completed the assessment, achieving an astonishing score of 1010. The first stage earned him 200 points, the second stage 150, and in the third stage, he surged ahead, scoring a remarkable 660 points by defeating 66 monsters in one go. For Qian Duoduo, such a result was nothing short of a miracle. During the third stage of the assessment, he relied on his extraordinary defensive abilities to hold his ground, even when surrounded by a swarm of level 13 monsters. The creature's attacks barely scratched him, allowing him to unleash his skills without hesitation. It was as though he could hit his targets with his eyes closed. Around him, the murmurs of other examinees filled the air. "Wow, I scored 897. That's amazing. You're definitely getting into a top-tier school." "Ugh, I only got 673, got eliminated in the first stage. Guess I'll have to try again next year. My dad says he might be able to pull some strings to make me eligible as a first-time candidate again." "How did you not beat the venomous spider at level 14? Hey, I picked a boss-level challenge, okay?" Qian Duoduo knew deep down that without Jiang An taking him into the secret realm for training, and later teaming up with Su Chan to help him level up, he would never have achieved such an impressive score. He was eager to find Jiang An and thank him, but after scanning the crowd for a long time, he still couldn't spot him. He shifted his gaze to the giant screen, which was displaying examinees' scores and rankings in real time. These results were not only shown in the examination hall, but also live-streamed across major websites, ensuring transparency and fairness in the process. On the combat profession leaderboard, Qian Duoduo's name stood proudly at the very top. First place, Qian Duoduo total score, 1010. Over on the support profession leaderboard, Su Chan had claimed first place with an astounding score of 1230. This near record-breaking achievement was no surprise to Qian Duoduo after all. Under Jiang An's guidance, the level 16 Su Chan was already on the verge of reaching level 17. However, Qian Duoduo's excitement quickly turned into concern as his brows knitted tighter and tighter. Jiang An's name was nowhere to be seen on the leaderboard. "This doesn't make sense. Where's my godfather?" he muttered anxiously. In the office of Linen High School, the principals were intensely focused on the screen, refreshing the page displaying the college entrance exam rankings. When Su Chan's score appeared as 1230 points, Tang Yu's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. This score, even when compared across all professions, was a historic breakthrough. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang anxiously searched for Jiang An's name in the combat profession rankings. The page showed that over 200 people were still in the trial space, and the number was rapidly decreasing. He was puzzled. With Jiang An's strength, he should have completed the trial earlier than Qian Duoduo. At that moment, the combat profession rankings suddenly updated. Qian Duoduo was pushed to second place, with a new first place, Su Changsheng, scoring 1080 points. Changsheng did really well, surpassing Qian Duoduo at level 14 even though Qian is level 15. Tang Yu said with a smile. Then, shifting the tone and glancing meaningfully at Xing Yang, she added, Principal Zhang, what about your school's level 17 summoner, Jiangan? Why hasn't he finished the assessment yet? Could something have gone wrong? Meanwhile, at the orphanage, a group of children anxiously gathered around the TV. They kept asking the director, Grandpa Director, why hasn't Brother Jiangan come out yet? Sister Xiao Lu scored 1100 points. Can Brother Jiangan do better? Of course he can. Brother Jiangan is the best. The director gently reassured them, don't worry, have faith in Jiangan. He'll definitely score well and make it into the Shanghai Academy. The children immediately cheered in unison. Go, Brother Jiangan. At the linen branch of the Huaxia Exchange, Bai Jing was intently staring at her computer screen. Bai Hong walked over with a plate of fruit, curious. Jingjia, what are you looking at? I'm wondering what kind of big move Jiangan is planning this time. Bai Jing replied while eating a grape. Just think about the message Sakura retracted earlier, and the fact that Jiangan's score still hasn't appeared. Don't you get it yet? Oh, I get it now. Bai Hong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Jiangan went to Sakura Nation to take their college entrance exam. Bai Jing nearly choked on her grape. Did you forget about the legendary 4th stage? It's the only place where candidates can encounter each other. Well, sis, have you ever considered Jiangan? Bai Hong suddenly changed the subject. You're already 24 and still single. Get lost. Bai Jing threw the entire plate of grapes at him. After Bai Hong left, she kicked off her high heels and rested her black stocking legs on the desk. Staring at the screen, she couldn't help but recall Jiang An's smiling face and the genuine gratitude in his voice that day. Her cheeks flushed slightly as her fingers absent-mindedly played with the lace trim of her stockings. I must be losing it. There's a 6-year age gap. She closed the webpage but couldn't stop herself from thinking. Then again, maybe it's not such a bad thing after all. The large screen in the college entrance examination hall displayed that the last candidate was still in the trial space, stirring restlessness among the assembled students. Although they had completed their assessments, they were required to wait until the final examinee finished before they could leave. Why is this person taking so long? Someone complained impatiently. Exactly, even the tank classes should have finished by now. Another chimed in. Wait, something's different. A student suddenly noticed an announcement from Sakura Nation, their voice tinged with surprise. A candidate from Huaxia has reached the 4th stage and even eliminated candidates from Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation during the trial. And Lord Wei Qing has intervened. The news hit the hall like a bombshell. Everyone's eyes locked onto the number 1 displayed on the screen. Quick, check if the trials in other regions are finished. Soon, confirmation arrived. Examinations in all other regions had indeed concluded. This meant that the lone candidate still undergoing the trial was the one who had broken into the 4th stage, a formidable contender. Standing amidst the crowd, Qian Duoduo's lips curled into a slight smile. Jiang An never fails to impress. Su Changsheng, currently ranked 1st, also revealed a look of admiration. I need to find a chance to meet this powerhouse. Only Sun Mai's expression was unusually complex. She had thought that scoring 960 points would bring her closer to Jiangan, perhaps earning her an opportunity for an apology. Yet reality had shown her that while she reached this milestone, Jiangan had already ascended to an even higher level. Meanwhile, in the space occupied by representatives from various academies, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Everyone was fixated on the projected image. In front of Jiangan stood a group of elite-level puppet dolls, all at level 22. These humanoid puppets, crafted from metal, bore welding scars across their bodies, and their vacant expressions sent chills down one's spine. They boasted astonishing stats: 750 mental points, 500 physique points, and 600 combat skills, along with silvered ear abilities such as self-detonation, metallic skin, and force field disruption. Yan Ying and Chan Xiao had been battling for hours and were visibly exhausted. Chan Xiao repeatedly attempted to approach the puppets, only to be repelled each time by the disruptive force fields. Yan Ying could no longer sustain its clones, and its flame storms alone were no longer sufficient to fully suppress the puppets. Seeing the frustration in Yan Ying's eyes, Jiang stepped forward and gently patted its head. That's enough. You've done great. Leave the rest to me. Skill-activated shadow technique, dual flames. With a calm yet commanding shout, Jiang unleashed his duplication ability, merging it seamlessly with flame shadows blazing inferno. The two fiery storms intertwined in midair, amplifying their power and doubling their range in an instant. The intense flames surged, consuming the entire trial space in a sea of scorching fire. Even the puppet constructs, clad in metallic armor, couldn't withstand the terrifying heat. One by one, they melted into heaps of wreckage. These were elite-level monsters at level 22, yet in front of Jiang An, they appeared utterly powerless. The representatives stared in awe at Jiang An, who stood amidst the blinding flames, speechless with shock. His strength had far exceeded their expectations, so much so that even Wei Qing himself, if he were here, might not have been able to match him. Well, at least it should be over now, someone murmured quietly. His summoned beasts are completely drained. When the next wave of monsters spawns, he won't stand a chance. Many had already received updates and were eagerly awaiting to see how high Jiang An's final score would be. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? What? Thank goodness I was born 2 years earlier. If I had to compete in the same era as him, I'd probably be crushed. The remark left the group in silence, as they couldn't deny the truth of it. It was a reality they all had to accept. As they continued their conversation, the next wave of monsters emerged on the trial grounds. Towering 3 turtle minotaurs, each wielding massive battle axes, stepped forward. Their colossal forms stood in stark contrast to the seemingly frail Jiangan, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe just by looking at them. Minotaurs? Yeah, it's over now. These monsters are relentless once they close the distance. With his summoned beasts in their current state, there's no way he can win. However, just as everyone assumed Jiangan would concede, something unexpected happened. The seemingly exhausted flame shadow began to change. It stood taller, its fur rippling as if stirred by an unseen wind. A commanding presence radiated from it, a force so overwhelming it seemed to leap out from the projection itself. The exhausted flame shadow suddenly seemed to come alive, springing to its feet with renewed vigor. Its fiery red fur bristled as though stirred by an invisible wind, and its beastly eyes locked onto the newly spawned horde of minotaurs. The spectators were left in stunned disbelief. Just moments ago, the summoned beast had been too fatigued to even move. How could it have suddenly regained its fighting strength? Before they could make sense of the situation, Flame Shadow vanished in a flash of crimson light. Its speed was breathtaking, leaving the minotaurs no time to raise their battle axes. Wherever it passed, their health bars were instantly drained to zero. That speed. It's even more terrifying than before. Li Jing shot up from his seat, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The power Flame Shadow now displayed was far beyond its previous limits. Its speed had doubled, and each of its attacks was exponentially more devastating. This can't be its normal strength, murmured the representative from Huaxia Academy. It looks more like some kind of temporary enhancement skill, but how could any buff be this overwhelming? In this world, there were indeed skills that could temporarily boost one's attributes, but they typically capped at a 30 increase and came with strict activation conditions. For instance, Jiangan had once encountered a Berserk at Death's Door skill, which raised attack speed by 30 but could only be triggered by a fatal injury and would result in death once the skill ended. Yet Flame Shadow's current speed boost was a staggering 100. The crowd couldn't fathom what kind of terrifying cost might accompany such a monstrous enhancement. This is just a test, someone muttered. Jiangan wouldn't push his partner to the brink of death for an exam, would he? Inside the trial space, Jiangan watched as Flame Shadow, now in its godly might state, tore through the battlefield with ease. A faint smile played on his lips. This divine talent, unlocked after Flame Shadow's bloodline purification, was proving to be extraordinarily useful, perfect for both explosive bursts of power and desperate last stands. With all 4 of its core attributes doubled, even its stamina had skyrocketed. At this moment, Flame Shadow was as energized as if it had just woken from a full night's rest. The most astonishing part? The skill had no negative side effects, only a 3-day cooldown period. Under the influence of godly might, Flame Shadow was an unstoppable force, a king ruling the battlefield. It swiftly annihilated the imposing minotaurs before turning to face the next wave of monsters. As the godly might skill entered its final minute, Flame Shadow flicked its tail, summoning several clones to assist in battling a newly spawned level 23 elite minotaur leader. Even though these leaders were far stronger than the ordinary minotaurs, they were no match for Flame Shadow in its empowered state. In the very last second of godly might, Flame Shadow eradicated every enemy. But then, its body began to shrink, its eyelids grew heavy, and it swayed unsteadily. Moss Master, Flame Shadow has done its best, it murmured weakly before collapsing. Jiangan reacted swiftly, catching it in his arms. All right, you little troublemaker. Get some rest now, Jiangan said softly, sending Flame Shadow back into the summoning space to recover. In this space, as long as the injuries weren't fatal, summoned beasts could quickly return to peak condition. Now, only Jiang An and the still recovering Greedy Ball remained in the trial space. In the spectator area, representatives from various academies finally exhaled in relief and began murmuring among themselves. It's over now. That fox is completely out of energy. The score he's racked up, people might think there's an extra zero added by mistake. So terrifying. Thank goodness he's on our side at Shanghai Academy. Li Jing. Shut up and get lost. What's the next monster at level 24? Sun Jinghao asked with a grin. It's the Thornwood Dryad, a very tricky opponent. Its attacks have a lifesteal effect, so unless you can kill it quickly, it's a nightmare to deal with. Yeah, this should be the end. Jiang An only has that black and white panda left, and its combat power is severely lacking. Even if he summons an elemental spirit, it's going to be a tough fight. True, but he's already made this round worth it. His score alone surpasses what many students achieve in an entire year. On the projection screen, the trial continued. The Thornwood sprites emerged one by one as the dungeon refreshed. These creatures were particularly cunning, their appearance indistinguishable from ordinary plants. Unaware teams often mistook them for harmless vegetation, only to fall victim to sudden ambushes. Their infuriatingly restrictive abilities had long become a nightmare for many adventuring parties. Chanchio slowly approached Jiangan, gazing at the dense cluster of Thornwood sprites ahead. Jiangan gently stroked Chankia's head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Since defeating each monster earns points, which can later be converted into credits at the academy, we're not letting a single one slip away. I'm not wasting any of those points. Before the words fully left his lips, Jiang An's expression hardened with resolve. With a wave of his right hand, a staff materialized in a flash of light. The staff, entirely black, bore a spider-shaped ornament identical to that of the venomous rainbow spider king. However, the 20 or so ruby-like eyes that once adorned it had all turned a deep, mesmerizing blue, and their number had doubled to over 40, adding a sinister aura to the weapon. The most striking transformation, though, was the glow emanating from the staff. The original silver-white shimmer had vanished, replaced by a dazzling platinum radiance. This was unmistakably a platinum-tier weapon. In the space where the academy representatives observed, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had already been impressed by Jiang An's earlier displays, but the appearance of this platinum-tier weapon surpassed all expectations. Representatives from lesser-ranked academies were especially awestruck, their eyes practically sparkling. Even they had never possessed platinum-tier weaponry. Such rare equipment could only be obtained through sheer luck in secret realms or high-level dungeons or with the backing of a prestigious academy. What made this even more astonishing was the fact that platinum-tier equipment below level 30 was unheard of. Yet Jiang An was wielding this weapon now, meaning its level requirement was below 17A level 17 platinum-tier weapon? This defied all logic. A week ago, Jiang An had just finished a long day of leveling up in dungeons when he suddenly received a call from Bai Jing. She urgently asked him to head to number 8 Xinhe Street, claiming it had something to do with upgrading his equipment. When Jiang An arrived at the location, the scene before him was quite unexpected. Number 8 Xinhe Street was packed with people, leaving barely any room to move. A crowd of players stood eagerly, craning their necks to peek inside. It turned out that a renowned forging master named Master Sun had arrived from Shanhaiguan. Rumor had it that he had once crafted weapons for Lord Wei Qing. Even more exciting, it was said that during each of his demonstrations, Master Sun would randomly select a lucky audience member to receive a piece of equipment forged for free. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Some were rushing to the trading post to buy materials, only to find everything had already been sold out. Just as Jiang An was straining to catch a glimpse of what was happening inside, his phone rang again. Bai Jing instructed him to wait in a vacant shop next door. Moments later, a man dressed in the signature attire of the Sun Forging Guild opened the door. The crowd surged forward, each person eagerly presenting their materials. I have a Cyclops heart. Here's some high-grade mithril. Please, sir, I just need a silver item. However, the man ignored the commotion and walked directly toward Jiang An. Noticing the distinctive flame shadow perched on Jiang An's shoulder, the man spoke respectfully. Mr. Jiang An, please follow me. Inside the forge, the atmosphere was completely different. The roaring furnaces filled the room with heat, making the flame shadow stretch lazily, clearly enjoying the warm environment. As Jiang An passed by rows of busy blacksmiths, he finally laid eyes on the legendary Master Sunday. The old man stood barely a meter tall, his white hair and unruly beard giving him an eccentric appearance. Despite his age, his muscular arms bore the marks of a lifetime of forging. Bai Jing stood beside Master Sun, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead from the heat of the forge. The stray strands of hair sticking to her face only added to her charm. Master Sun gave Jiang An a quick once-over before extending his hand. Not bad. Hand it over. Jiang An handed him the Cyclops heart and the Spider King's staff, while Bai Jing had already prepared the rest of the materials in advance. Master Sun picked up the Spider King's staff, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Impressive. This is from the hard mode Spider Nest dungeon. Excellent quality, and it even has bound attributes. You're quite lucky. Seeing Jiang An's puzzled expression, Master Sun explained, Hey, race how it works. They'll upgrade your equipment, and you provide the materials. Regardless of the final quality, it's yours, free of charge. However, the process will be observed by the crowd for educational purposes. If you're okay with that, you can pick it up in 3 days. Jiang An nodded in agreement, unfazed by Master Sun's bluntness. He understood that geniuses often had their quirks. With that, he and Bai Jing left the forge together. Outside, the crowd, realizing they wouldn't be getting any free upgrades, gradually dispersed. Bai Jing smirked triumphantly. So, what do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Normally, his services start at 1,000,000 coins. She then leaned in closer, teasing him. This was a personal favor from me. How are you planning to repay your big sister? Knowing Bai Jing's playful nature, Jiangan decided to play along. He pretended to reach out toward her chest. For such a great favor, I can only offer myself in return. But first, you'll need to inspect the goods. As expected, Bai Jing's face turned bright red, and she swatted his hand away. In your dreams. Just remember how good I've been to you. 3 days later, while reflecting on Bai Jing's blushing face in the trial space, Jiangan couldn't help but smile. In his hand was the newly upgraded Platinum Tier staff, a result of Master Sun's professional buff triggering unexpectedly during the process. Originally aiming for a Gold Tier upgrade, the staff had instead ascended to Platinum Tier up monumental leap. Platinum Tier weapons were typically circulated only among major factions and rarely appeared on the market. Even when they did, they were usually exchanged through bartering rather than sold outright. When Jiangan picked up the staff, Master Sun was reluctant to part with it, openly admiring its craftsmanship. He remarked that the value of upgrading from silver to gold tier was worlds apart from upgrading to platinum tier. If the staff hadn't been bound to Jiangan, Master Sun admitted he might have been tempted to keep it for himself. Jiangan, too, was stunned as he examined the staff's attributes, realizing just how extraordinary his new weapon was. The attributes of the Spider King's staff appeared clearly before Jiangan. Type: Summoner exclusive weapon. Required level: 15. Quality: Platinum. Base attributes: Spirit 100, Agility 50, Constitution 50. Special effects: Intimidates all spider-type creatures. Increases damage to ordinary spiders by 10, elite spiders by 5, and boss-level spiders by 3. These effects also apply to summoned creatures. Attached skills: WebGuard LV10. Consumes a large amount of spirit to generate a web shield around allied units for 10 minutes, increasing defense by 200 but reducing movement speed by 20. Spider's Gaze LV10. Consumes a large amount of spirit to stun enemy units. Duration depends on the difference in spirit attributes between the caster and the target. Descent of the Spider Realm special skill. Sacrifices 99 of a summoned creature's HP to open a dimensional gate, summoning a swarm of venomous rainbow spider kings. Deals area damage equal to 10 times the sacrificed HP. Duration is determined by the caster's spirit and the attack range. Facing the advancing Thornwood Trance, Jiangan's lips curved into a confident smile. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow skill, Doppelganger, duplicating the abilities of Flame Shadow. At level 4, the skill replicated 75 of the original effects, causing his spirit attribute to surge by 75. Roar. Master, I'm ready. Chanchio bellowed with a thunderous roar. Jiangan wasted no time. He activated Descent of the Spider Realm, choosing Chanchio as the sacrificial target. Chanchio's health plummeted to a sliver, leaving only the faintest trace of life. The space around them froze abruptly as countless cracks appeared in the air. From these dimensional rifts poured forth a horde of venomous rainbow spider kings, their grotesque forms striking terror. In perfect unison, they unleashed their spider spear assault, a barrage of concentrated attacks that blanketed the battlefield. The Thornwood Treants were impaled and killed before they could even cast their skills. As the dimensional fissures slowly sealed, the battlefield was left littered with the lifeless remains of the Treants. Jiangan surveyed the scene with satisfaction. A skill like this, paired with a high-health summon creature, delivered devastating damage, even surpassing Flame Shadow's output. The only drawback was the immense spiritual power required to sustain such widespread destruction. Without the game-breaking support of the Divine Might skill, clearing such a large number of enemies in one go would have been impossible. I choose to end the trial, Jiangan declared with confidence. As his words echoed, the space around him reverted to its original state, and Sun Zhenghao's figure appeared. Congratulations, candidate. On completing the 4th trial, Sun Zhenghao said, his tone filled with admiration. You killed 1,124 monsters, earning 11,240 base points. Defeating 2 foreign candidates adds 200 bonus points. Bamboo Grove Secret Realm Performance rewards you with 51 points. Total score, 24,211 points. The representatives from various prestigious academies were stunned by the score. If not for the strict rule prohibiting recruitment inside the trial space, they would have scrambled to secure Jiangan for their institutions on the spot. I just remembered something urgent. I must take my leave. Li Jing was the first to depart, and the other representatives quickly followed suit. Sun Jianghao gave Jiang An a playful wink. Your score has broken the world record. Before long, your doorstep will be overflowing with visitors. Awesome. Jiang An clenched his fists excitedly. Xiao Lu, wait for me, I'm coming to find you. Sun Jianghao then resumed his formal tone. The trial is over. Candidates will now exit the testing space. As the world spun around him, Jiang An found himself back in the examination hall. The once bustling room fell into a stunned silence at his arrival. All eyes were fixed on the entrance of the exam hall as Jiang An walked in slowly. The crowd's gazes were filled with admiration and a strong sense of curiosity. Upon spotting Jiang An, Qianduo's tense expression finally relaxed. Instinctively, he glanced at the electronic screen. As expected, with Jiang An's appearance, his own ranking dropped from second to third, while the name at the top now unmistakably read Jiang An. The numbers on the screen made Qianduo's eyes widen in shock. 24 to 11 points. Overcome with excitement, he rushed up to Jiang An, grabbing him by the shoulders. Dude, you're a legend. Over 20,000 points? How on earth did you pull that off? Hearing the score, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Their bewildered gazes shifted back and forth between the screen and the staggering number, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Jiang An, slightly dizzy from Qianduo shaking, stopped him and answered honestly, well, I just killed all the monsters in the third stage, and then took down over 1,000 in the fourth stage. That's all. Qianduo froze in place. He had only asked casually, never expecting Jiang An to respond so seriously. And the explanation was so absurdly simple that it sounded like anyone could do it. The other students around them gradually snapped out of their shock and started murmuring among themselves. Over 20,000 points, that's insane. Since the exam system was implemented, no one has ever scored in the tens of thousands. Wait, I remember there was a necromancer who summoned skeletons to farm points in the third stage and barely reached 10,000, but he actually cleared the fourth stage, and the monsters there increase in difficulty exponentially. Hold on. Isn't he just a regular combat summoner? At that moment, someone approached Jiang An with a grin. Hey man, quick question, anything you'd like to say to the contestants from Eagle Country and Sakura Country? Recalling the Sakura Country candidates' earlier struggles, Jiang An's lips curled into a faint smile. Next time, send someone stronger. Meanwhile, at the Shuangxin Orphanage, a group of children excitedly gathered around the TV, cheering. Grandpa Director. Jiang An Jej made it. He's ranked first. The director put on his reading glasses, his mouth falling open as he saw the score. His eyes grew moist with emotion, knowing full well the level of effort it took to achieve such a feat years ago. Xiao Lu had topped the rankings with just over 1,000 points, which was already considered the limit. Hearing the mention of the Sakura and Eagle Country contestants, the director finally understood the challenges Jiang An must have faced during the exam. At the linen branch of the Huaxia Exchange, Bai Jing was absent-mindedly yawning when she noticed the 1 on the screen changed to a 0. Curiously, she clicked on the score leaderboard, and the numbers she saw left her stunned. She swung her long legs, clad in black stockings, off the desk and leaned closer to the screen, counting carefully. Over 20,000 points? No one's ever reached that before. Even Wei Qing only scored a little over 2,000 back in the day. Just then, Bai Hong burst into her office. Sis, have you seen Jiang An's score? Bai Jing frowned slightly. I've already seen it. How many times have I told you to stay calm? Bai Hong's eyes sparkled mischievously. Sis, are you sure you don't want to consider robbing the cradle? Bai Jing kicked him in the leg. Who's robbing cradles? If anything, he'd be the young one chasing me. After Bai Hong left, Bai Jing turned her gaze back to Jiang An's confident face on the screen, listening to his words. Next time, send someone stronger. Her lips curled into a faint smile. He's certainly not your average young man. Then, chuckling to herself, she added, oh wait, I forgot's not that young anymore. The atmosphere in the room where the principals were gathered had grown unusually tense. Tang Yu watched in disbelief as Jiang An's score soared to the top, pushing her student down to second place. Her smile vanished without a trace. The other principals were equally stunned, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Over 20,000 points? Old Zeng, you really kept this one under wraps, one principal exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. No wonder you weren't worried about the honorary principal title, you had this ace up your sleeve all along. Zeng Yang shook his head and replied, I had nothing to do with it. Jiang An got here purely through his own hard work. Though his words were sincere, they sounded insincere and even boastful to Tang Yu. The principal of number 3 high school, an old friend of Zeng Yang and someone who had long disliked Tang Yu, took the opportunity to make a snide remark. Impressive, very impressive. I thought you'd lose the honorary principal title for sure, but thanks to Jiang An, you've managed to hold on to it. Otherwise, we'd all be under someone else's thumb by now. He even shot a pointed glance at Tang Yu as he spoke. Tang Yu's face flushed with anger, and she scoffed, Over 20,000 points? Is that even possible? No one in history has ever achieved a score that high. Are we really supposed to believe Jiang An could do it? I suspect there's something wrong with his score. Her words immediately caused the other principals to frown. The number 3 high school principal, however, seemed to relish her misstep. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Tangyu, this is the National College entrance exam. Cheating is absolutely impossible. If you don't understand something, you'd better not speak carelessly. If word gets out, even if your husband is the head of the Education Bureau, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The other principals also cautioned Tang Yu against questioning the integrity of the examination system so lightly. Just as Tang Yu's face alternated between red and pale, and she was about to lash out, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was her husband. Tang Yu felt a spark of hope, thinking her husband might uncover some dirt on Jiang An. However, as soon as she answered, an enraged roar erupted from the other end of the line. "You foolish woman! What on earth have you done?" Even though the phone wasn't on speaker, everyone in the room could hear the furious voice loud and clear. "The Jiangan you wanted me to investigate. As soon as I accessed his file, my permissions were locked. Now I'm under suspicion of being a traitor, and the investigation team is already on their way. Let me warn you. If I go down, you're going down with me. Don't think your current position is as clean as you pretend it to be." The call ended abruptly with a furious click. The other principals were visibly shocked by the revelation. If even the head of the Education Bureau couldn't access Jiang An's file without triggering an investigation, it was clear that Jiang An was someone of significant importance. The number 3 high school principal's face wrinkled with a mix of astonishment and amusement, while Zheng Yang simply smiled knowingly. Half an hour later, Jiang An, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, cautiously made his way back to the orphanage. He hadn't expected so many reporters to be waiting outside the exam hall, and had no choice but to disguise himself and slip away in the crowd. However, when he arrived at the orphanage, he found a similar scene. Several individuals were gathered outside, their presence exuding an air of authority. At the gate, Uncle Lee, the watchman, was blocking the group, who claimed to be representatives from various academies. No, you can't come in. The director said no interviews until Jiang An gets back. Li Jing, a representative from the prestigious Shanghai Academy, looked visibly irritated. "We're not reporters, we Academy representatives." Uncle Lee snorted dismissively. "Who'd believe that? The exam just ended, and you're already here? Results won't be announced for another 7 days. You're obviously reporters trying to stir up trouble." The group of Academy representatives exchanged awkward glances, caught off guard by the situation. They dared not force their way in, fearing it might offend Jiang An, so they were left standing at the gate in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Uncle Lee sat back in his guard booth, keeping a watchful eye on the reporters, pretending to be Academy representatives. "If I let you in, my 10 years as a gatekeeper would have been for nothing." After a few minutes of patient explanation from Jiang An, Uncle Lee finally realized he had made a huge mistake. Embarrassed, he quickly opened the door for everyone. Jiang An then led the Academy representatives into the orphanage. Upon hearing that Jiang An had returned, the director immediately came out to greet him. When the director saw the group of Academy representatives, he froze for a moment. However, the children in the orphanage couldn't care less about formalities. The moment they saw Jiang An, they swarmed around him like little monkeys, climbing all over him. "Big brother Jiang An, you're amazing. Where's Yining? I want to pet Yining. I want to touch Chan Xiao." The children were already smitten with Yin Ying and Chan Xiao. Sensing that the 2 little creatures in his summoning space had rested enough, Jiang An waved his hand and summoned them. Yining initially intended to leap onto Jiang An's shoulder, but upon noticing it was already occupied by the children, it pouted in frustration. However, it was soon surrounded by the kids, their tiny hands stroking its fur non-stop, causing Yin Ying to purr contentedly. Chan Xiao, too, basked in the children's affection. Watching this heartwarming scene, the Academy representatives nodded quietly in approval. Although the Shuangxin orphanage had branches across the region, each one exuded the same warm and loving atmosphere. This was not only due to the rigorous selection process for the directors, but also because of the children's deep respect for their late parents. After Jiang An shared moments of joy with the director and the children, the representatives expressed their desire to speak with him privately. As Jiang An prepared to leave, the director gave him one final piece of advice. "Don't rush into any decisions. Fight for what you deserve." In the director's office, the representatives began by briefly introducing the academies they represented. Jiang An wasted no time in politely declining offers from a few second-tier academies, leaving only the top 3. This was a decision he had already made. While smaller academies might offer more lucrative deals, in this world, top-tier academies meant access to the best resources, especially the rare and invaluable secret realms. After the other representatives left disappointed, Lu Tianan, the representative from Huaxia Academy, was the first to make an offer. "At Huaxia Academy, We have the best faculty and exclusive access to several high-level dungeons. Normally, entry into these dungeons requires earning points, but if you choose us, I can guarantee you free access." Jiang An raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I'm short on points? While it's true that earning points in an academy isn't easy, if I want access, they'll find a way to get in." Lu Tian'an quickly added, "Of course, I understand. In addition, we're willing to craft a skill scroll for a skill of your choosing." This statement left the representatives from Jiutian Academy and Shanghai Academy visibly surprised. While skill scrolls were not uncommon in academies, allowing Jiang An to specify the skill meant it would likely be an extremely rare and powerful one. The cost of crafting such a scroll was exorbitant, and even then, the skill's owner might be unwilling to share it. "No level restrictions?" Jiang An asked. "Skills under level 40, Lu Tian'an clarified, nervously wiping sweat from his forehead. Jiang An considered this carefully. The level 40 restriction significantly reduced the scroll's value. While it was still valuable, it wasn't something he couldn't obtain through other means, so its appeal was limited. He then turned to Huang He, the representative from Jiutian Academy. "What about your offer?" "Our offer is similar to Huaxia Academies, but we're also including a one-time opportunity to enter the Yunmiao secret realm," Huang He said earnestly. "Normally, you'd need to pass a third-year strength assessment and spend a substantial amount of points to gain access. Of course, this is just an opportunity. You'll still need to prove yourself to enter." This condition was indeed quite generous. The Yunmiao secret realm was renowned across Huaxia, offering a unique environment to rapidly enhance skill proficiency. It was an exceptional resource for boosting one's abilities. A flicker of interest flashed in Jiang An's eyes. He gave a slight nod, signaling that he would seriously consider the offer. Then, he turned his attention to the final representative, the one from Shanghai Academy, Li Jing. At this moment, Li Jing's expression had darkened to the point of near gloom. He had originally believed that having the trump card of Wei Qing in his hand would make Jiang An's decision a foregone conclusion. As a result, he hadn't bothered to request many resources from the academy. However, the current situation caught him completely off guard. Both of the other top academies had offered such generous terms, even going so far as to include access to rare secret realm opportunities. "This is absurd," Li Jing cursed inwardly. Facing Jiang An's expectant gaze, he had no choice but to muster what little courage he had and stammer, "Well, at Shanghai Academy, we also have fully developed secret realms with extremely strong resources. If you choose us, you'll not only gain access to advanced dungeons, but also have the chance to participate in live combat at Shanghai Pass." Jiang An frowned slightly. "No access to secret realm opportunities? Oh well, I could apply for it." Beads of cold sweat formed on Li Jing's forehead. Seeing the schadenfreude on the other two representatives' faces only made his heart sink further. Huang He, standing nearby, added with a cutting remark, "That's typical for Shanghai Academy. After all, they're mostly brutes who rely on brute force to grab resources. Freshmen even have to compete with second and third-year students for opportunities. Not like us at Jiutian Academy, where we offer special privileges specifically for newcomers." "I see." Jiang An sighed with feigned disappointment. "What a pity. I had high hopes for Shanghai Academy, but now it seems that Jiutian Academy might be a better fit for me." Huang He's face lit up with joy at Jiang An's words, while Li Jing's expression turned as sour as if head swallowed a fly. He had assured the academy leadership that he could secure Jiang An, but now it seemed the prized recruit was about to be snatched away by Huang He. How could he face anyone after this? "Wait, hold on, let me make a call." Li Jing hastily pulled out his communicator, desperate to turn the situation around. The 20-minute wait left Li Jing restless. He stood in place, scratching his head incessantly. Ever since he made the application call to his superior, the lack of a response had made him question if it was worth giving up on Jiang An, a rare talent. Huang He, standing nearby, urged impatiently, "Can we make a decision already? Stop wasting time." In contrast, Jiang An appeared remarkably calm, exuding an air of confidence. For him, targeting the Shanghai Academy from the start was merely a calculated move to negotiate better terms. Just then, Jiang An's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from Shanghai City. He answered, and a cheerful voice came through. "Jiang An? This is Wei Qing." The unexpected call caught Jiang An slightly off guard. He hadn't anticipated that Wei Qing himself would reach out. "Greetings, Master Wei Qing," Jiang An replied. His words immediately drew the attention of the three academy representatives. A look of delight spread across Li Jing's face, while Huang He and Lu Tian'an exchanged a worried glance. Wei Qing got straight to the point. "I've reviewed your situation. In addition to the terms Li Jing mentioned, we have one more significant offer: me personal mentorship. I have high hopes for you. If you choose Shanghai Academy, I will tailor dungeon progressions to your abilities and even take you to Shanghai Pass to battle the demon army. Military merits can be exchanged for anything, not just access to Shanghai Academy's secret realms, but even the Yunmiao secret realm." Hearing this promise, Jiang An's breathing quickened. This was indeed the most compelling offer. No amount of secret realms or skill scrolls could compare to receiving guidance from Wei Qing himself. Given that this had been his initial goal, Jiangan readily accepted the invitation. The other two academy representatives left the office, visibly disappointed. Wei Qing then shared an important piece of information with Jiang An. This year's freshmen would need to arrive at the academy a month early to participate in a one-time dungeon cleanup. This special dungeon would feature monsters of various levels, with loot rates between those of ordinary dungeons and secret realms, but it could only be cleared once. After the call ended, Li Jing exchanged a few polite words with Jiang An before leaving to contact other potential recruits. Once everyone had left, the headmaster walked in with a beaming smile. All done? Yes, I've decided to join Shanghai Academy. The headmaster nodded approvingly, repeating, good, several times. Then, as if remembering something, he added, when you get to Shanghai Academy, if you ever need help, look for the Lion Guild. It was founded by alumni from our orphanage. Always remember to help each other out. Got it. They'll keep that in mind, Jiangan replied. Now go downstairs and eat. The younger kids are waiting to hear about your college entrance exam experience. Recalling the assessment, Jiangan replied nonchalantly, it wasn't too bad, not very stressful actually, kind of boring. The days that followed were much more relaxed. With the assessment behind him, Jiangan didn't rush to level up further. Instead, he chose to unwind, attending events like his classmates' graduation party. If it hadn't been for Qian Duo insisting he come along, Jiangan might have skipped the gathering altogether. However, this time Qian Duo had pulled off a major surprise, rising from obscurity to become the second-ranked combat professional in the city. As he put it, if I've got the talent, I might as well enjoy being admired for it. Returning home in glory is like wearing a fine robe at night, pointless if no one sees it. With this statement, Qian Duo finally convinced Jiang An. In the days that followed, Jiang An accompanied Qian Duo on several visits back to their school. Each time they returned, the atmosphere was entirely different from before. Their once strict homeroom teacher now greeted them with a beaming smile, and Principal Zhang Yang appeared frequently, enthusiastically requesting photos with Jiang An. Congratulations, Jiang An, on becoming the national top scorer. Cheers of congratulations echoed around them. And congratulations to me for ranking second in the city. Qian Duo quickly added, determined not to let Jiang An completely overshadow him. 7 days later, 2 admission letters from Shanghai Academy arrived, one for Jiang An and one for Qian Duo. The letters instructed them to report to the academy within 3 days to take part in a one-time dungeon assessment. Notably, although Sun Mei's college entrance exam scores met the admission criteria for Shanghai Academy, she ultimately chose Huaxia Academy instead. She didn't even attend the class graduation party, only sending Jiang An a brief message. I'm sorry. Jiang An didn't reply, as in his mind, their bond had diminished to mere classmates since the moment Sun Mei first refused to team up with him. 2 days later, at Linen Station. Make sure to wear more layers when you get there. It's colder over there, the director advised, standing beside the train. And don't be like Xiao Lu, who barely calls all year and only ever asks about you. Jiang An nodded in agreement. Got it. I'll remember. Passengers traveling on the Linen Shanghai route, please board and take your seats. The train is about to depart. Just as he was about to step onto the train, Jiang An turned back to the director and said, oh, by the way, director, I forgot to tell you the card I gave you last time is under my bed. The password is 68. Don't forget to withdraw it. Before the director could respond, Jiang An had already turned and boarded the train. When he found his seat, he was surprised to see that his seatmate wasn't Qian Duo, but Su Chan, smiling warmly at him. Su Chan sat by the window with a gentle smile on her face, the sunlight streaming in and casting a warm glow on her youthful features, brightening the entire train compartment. Shanghai Academy? Jiang An sounded a bit surprised. Although Su Chan had mentioned this choice before, he thought that given Shanghai Academy's focus on Hansen combat training, her family might not approve of such a relatively risky decision. Yep. Su Chan nodded. At first, my family tried to talk me out of it, but after seeing your scores, they changed their minds. Jiang An was just about to respond when a familiar voice came from behind. Well, no wonder old Zhang's seat got taken. Turning around, he saw Qian Duo dragging a massive suitcase down the aisle, settling into the seat behind them. I checked the group list. Not many people are heading to Shanghai Academy, only about 4 or 5 others besides us 3, Qian Duo said as he started organizing his luggage. Su Chan covered her mouth with a soft laugh. You'd have to ask Jiang An about that. After Shanghai Academy snatched him up, Huaxia and Zhoutian had to focus on recruiting others. No wonder we're the ones who have to head out early. What's this about a one-time instance anyway? Qian Duo grumbled. It's their final assessment opportunity. If you fail, you'll be asked to leave, Su Chan explained matter-of-factly, like a walking encyclopedia. Even Jiang An was hearing this information for the first time. Just then, Yin Ying, who had been quietly perched on Jiang An's shoulder, suddenly perked up its ears. Its cautious voice echoed directly in Jiang An's mind. Master, someone is watching us? Jiang An's heart skipped a beat. Pretending to casually chat with Su Chan, he discreetly scanned the compartment. Apart from a group of senior tourists and a couple in the middle of a silent argument, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Not wanting to raise suspicion, he quickly shifted his gaze back and continued the conversation, all while quietly analyzing the situation. Considering their tickets were purchased directly by Shanghai Academy, their itinerary should have been kept strictly confidential. If Yin Ying's instincts were correct and they never fail at it, could only mean one of two things. Either there was a traitor within the academy who leaked their travel plans, or the academy itself had deliberately arranged for surveillance. The latter seemed more likely, but assigning protection during a train ride seemed excessive unless 7 or 8 rows away, the supposed arguing couple, a burly, square-faced man named Tang Guodong and a sleekly dressed woman named Su Piapia, were speaking in hushed tones. "This Jiangan kid is way too sharp, nearly spotted me," Su Piapia whispered. "If a rookie under level 20 catches you, you might as well retire in shame," Tang Guodong sneered. "But I have to say, Lord Wei Qing is bold this time. Leaking the route on purpose. What if the cult sends someone even we can't handle? Lord Wei Qing has his reasons. The cult's top fighters have already been accounted for. Remember the rules. We only handle enemies above level 20. Anything below that is Jiang An's responsibility," Su Piapiao reminded him. "These rookies would never guess that their test started the moment they boarded the train," Tang Guodong said with a smirk. Yanning relayed every word of their conversation to Jiang An. His lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed he had made the right choice in joining Shanghai Academy. They were bold enough to sell their students' travel details to the cult just to set a trap. If the threat wasn't inside the train, it must be coming from outside. At that moment, the train let out a piercing screech, and the sudden jolt threw Qian Duoduo forward, causing him to bump into Jiang An's seat. "What the heck? Did the driver have one too many drinks?" Qian Duoduo complained. "How many girls' makeup just got smeared on their seatbacks? Hey, old Jiang, check on Su Chan." Though he knew Qian Duoduo was teasing, Jiang An still glanced at Su Chan. She had also been jolted forward but left no trace behind, a testament to her natural beauty. Su Chan shot Qian Duoduo a playful glare before her expression turned serious. "This train is supposed to run non-stop from Linen to Shanghai. It shouldn't be stopping mid-route." Soon, a sweet female voice came over the intercom. "We apologize for the inconvenience. The train has been temporarily stopped due to an obstacle on the tracks. We expect a delay of approximately 30 minutes. Thank you for your patience." "Seriously? Talk about bad luck." Qian Duoduo kept grumbling. Jiang An peered out the window. If the train had been forced to stop, then the real show was likely about to begin. The train slowly came to a halt at the edge of the forest. Through the window, Jiang An saw a group of massive, green-skinned goblins emerging from the woods. Each goblin clutched a chilling human leg bone in its hand. The sudden and horrifying sight elicited screams of terror from the retirees in the carriage. "Oh my God! What is that? Dear heavens! Monsters are coming." Just then, the soothing voice of the train attendant came over the intercom. "Please remain calm, everyone. The train is equipped with protective enchantments to ensure your safety. Additionally, we ask that all combat class and support class passengers report to the nearest attendant. Your assistance is needed. Let's go," Jiang An said as he stood up, giving Qian Duoduo a nudge with his foot. "Why are you so eager all of a sudden?" Qian Duoduo asked, puzzled. "This is called serving the people, understand? Since they're asking for help, we should go see what's going on." Jiang An replied with an air of righteous determination, prompting approving nods from Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao. "Look at this kid. Not only is he strong, but he's also so kind-hearted. Just for that alone, his character score should be off the charts." Qian Duoduo shot Jiang An a suspicious glance. Something felt off. Jiang An, who rarely acted without benefit, was now oddly enthusiastic. Still, when he saw Su Chan also getting up, he decided not to overthink it and followed them toward the front of the train. The attendant led them to a small, separate carriage where several other volunteers had already gathered. One of them, a young man, immediately recognized Jiang An and excitedly approached him for a handshake. "Jiang An, I'm Su Changsheng from Linen First High. I even took a photo with you during the college entrance exams." Jiang An finally remembered who he was, the student who had originally ranked first. He hadn't expected Su Changsheng to also choose Shanghai Academy. As they exchanged a few polite words, 2 others from the back of the train came forward to join them. The conductor emerged from the front of the carriage, his expression grim. "The situation doesn't look good. The train's protective enchantment is being disrupted, significantly reducing its effectiveness. If these crazed goblins keep attacking, the barrier might fail. That can't be right. The train's enchantments shouldn't be that fragile," Qian Duoduo remarked bluntly. "Normally, you'd be correct," the conductor admitted. "But the track ahead is damaged, and repairs will take at least half an hour. On top of that, some sort of interference is affecting the barrier. These goblins aren't ordinary level 10 monsters, either." Jiang An frowned as he looked out the window. The reedied goblins were already closing in on the train. Without hesitation, he activated his identification skill. Mutated Goblin Elite. Strength, 18. Spirit, 400. Agility, 1. Constitution, 300. Combat skills, Club Smash Silver, Ambush Silver, Heavy Strike Silver. The others used their own identification skills, and the results made them gasp in shock. These mutated goblins had far superior stats compared to regular goblins, and their sheer numbers, combined with the 30-minute wait, posed a genuine threat to the train. Jiangan, however, seemed deep in thought. These mutated goblins bore a striking resemblance to the mutated demon wolves he had encountered earlier. It was highly likely that the same organization was behind both incidents. At that moment, a burly man with a thick beard stepped forward confidently. Then let's just disable the barrier for now and go deal with these monsters ourselves. The conductor, visibly relieved, agreed and returned to the control room to deactivate the barrier and open the doors. One by one, the volunteers stepped outside. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a group of individuals cloaked in gray watched the immobilized train intently. Leading them was none other than the Crescent Priest, who had escaped from the Bamboo Mountain Range. Standing respectfully behind him was Hui-Yi. "They're coming out," the Crescent Priest hissed, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Jiang. "Remember, once they're more than 100 meters from the train, attack immediately. The others are just decoys. Jiang and is the real target. I want him dead." Since his defeat in the Bamboo Mountain Range, the Crescent Priest had lost all standing within the Holy Church. Even subordinates like the gray-robed Hui-Yi now treated him with thinly veiled disdain. To regain his respect, he was determined to see Jiang utterly destroyed. This obsessive hatred blinded him to the possibility that this could be a trap. Only Hui-Yi, standing at the rear, felt a growing unease. Even the direwolf king she had summoned was on edge, its fur bristling. She quietly took 2 steps back, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. The air at the forest's edge was cool and crisp. The sight of the humans stepping out of the train only seemed to excite the goblins further. Su-chan immediately retrieved her instrument and began playing, releasing a wide-area heavenly melody. Her ethereal music drew everyone's attention, and even Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao couldn't help but marvel at her ability to amplify stats by percentage, regardless of level. The first mutated goblin charged at Qian Duo, its heavy club clashing against his shield, signaling the start of the battle. Jiangan, however, didn't rush to act. Instead, he carefully observed everyone's performance. Aside from the familiar strengths of Qian Duo and Su Chan, Su Changsheng's explosive talismans were particularly impressive. While not quite at the level of Yining, they were still exceptional among his peers. The other passengers were of average strength, with the strongest barely at level 25. Though they could handle the goblins, it would take some time. As for Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao, they were clearly holding back, deliberately showcasing only the abilities of an average level 20 combat class. Once he had assessed the situation, Jiang turned to Yining and said calmly, "Go, Yining." A crimson flash shot out from Jiang's shoulder as Yining transformed into a streak of red lightning, vanishing instantly from everyone's sight. The battlefield changed dramatically. The goblin's death rate skyrocketed from 1 per minute to 10. Yining moved like a precision-killing machine. Every time it approached a mutated goblin, its tail would ignite with blazing flames, delivering a fatal blow with surgical precision. The astonishing scene left everyone utterly stunned. Su Changsheng couldn't hold back his amazement and exclaimed, "Holy crap, what an incredible fox! Its damage output is leagues beyond what I could do, even if I threw hundreds of explosive talismans." Su Piapiao and Tang Guodong exchanged a knowing look. As the first person to score over 20,000 points on the college entrance exams, Jiang An's strength had long caught their attention. Now, witnessing Yin Ying's power firsthand, they finally understood why the usually aloof Lord Wei Qing was willing to back him. Under Yin Ying's swift and efficient attacks, the horde of mutated goblins rapidly thinned out. Unnoticed, the group had moved more than 100 meters away from the train. Suddenly, a flash of black light appeared, forming a massive dome of darkness that trapped everyone inside like an overturned black bowl. "This is bad. It's a trap. Those deranged cultists." Qian Duo and others cried out in alarm. Inside the dark dome, the Crescent Priest emerged with a group of gray-robed figures, a mocking smile on his face. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. I thought this would take more effort, but it turned out to be so easy. So-called geniuses? Laughable. This black dome can only be broken by burning sacred flames. Escape is futile." At the Crescent Priest command, the gray-robed cultists drew their weapons and launched an attack. These level 20 or so cultists were engulfed in black flames, significantly amplifying their strength. Despite his worry, Qian Duo stepped forward, raising his shield to hold the front line. With Su Chan's support, they barely managed to hold their ground. while Su Chongqing's explosive talismans inflicted considerable damage on the enemies. Seeing that Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao were still holding back their full strength, Jiang An gave Yanning a subtle signal. Yanning immediately unleashed its phantom clone and illusionary bewilderment abilities. As the enemies fell into a disorienting illusion, fiery light consumed the gray-robed cultists engaged in close combat. The gray-robed cultists in the back, relieved to have escaped the fiery carnage, suddenly found themselves facing a massive black-and-white panda crackling with lightning. Chanchio charged at them, its colossal paws smashing the cultists into oblivion. It then turned its fierce gaze toward the crescent priest. Standing at the edge of the black dome, Hui, one of the gray-robed cultists, felt a growing sense of dread as he witnessed the scene. He cast a furtive glance at the crescent priest before igniting black flames and attempting to flee the dome. Meanwhile, the crescent priest, still glaring in fury at Chanchio, failed to notice his subordinate's treacherous move. As someone who had studied the secrets of the bamboo forest for such a long time, the crescent priest immediately recognized the origins of the black and white panda. His eyes locked onto the formidable creature with an intense glare, a flicker of malice flashing through them. This was supposed to be his prize, yet Jiang An had beaten him to it. The thought of his plans being ruined caused hatred to surge within him like boiling lava. In an instant, a surge of black flames, more intense than anyone else's, erupted from his body, distorting the air around him. Yanning, with her acute sensitivity to fire, couldn't help but turn her gaze toward him. She could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within the black flames. While their energy level was not yet on par with her own fire, the sheer volume of it was overwhelming enough for her to admit that she couldn't counter it for the time being. Even so, the battle spirit in her eyes did not waver. A series of defiant fox cries rose from her throat, full of challenge. The others, however, reacted far less boldly. When the crescent priest brazenly revealed his identity as a dark summoner, level 63, the faces of Qian Duo and the others turned ashen. The gap in levels was simply too vast, an entire difference of over 40 levels. No matter how strong Jiangan was, there was no way he could contend with an opponent of this caliber. It's over. We're done for this time. Qian Duo wailed in despair. I haven't even had the chance to visit Shanghai Academy yet. Su Chongqing, though swallowing hard in fear, still refused to give up. He pulled out his most powerful explosive talisman, determined to fight to the death. Su Chan's eyes were already brimming with tears. Faced with such an overwhelming gap in power, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Even with the protective charm her family had given her, she couldn't protect everyone, let alone break through the black barrier to escape. Once the charm's effects wore off, all that awaited them was death. In this moment of despair, Su Chan instinctively turned her gaze toward Jiang An. After all, their previous experiences teaming up in dungeons had built her absolute trust in him. But when she saw that Jiang An showed not even a trace of nervousness, she froze in surprise. Could there still be a chance for a turnaround? Tang Guodong's gaze continuously shifted among a few freshmen, silently conducting the first round of evaluations. Moments of crisis are the ultimate test of a person's character, and each of these new students displayed their own unique traits. Su Chan demonstrated quick reflexes, a helpful nature, and exceptional skill enhancement abilities, earning her a perfect score of 8. Qian Duo, though laid back by nature, showed commendable courage by charging forward when faced with the evil attackers. With proper guidance, he had potential, so he was given a score of 6. Su Chongqing displayed average performance but stepped up willingly during a critical moment, proving to be promising material, earning him a score of 7. As for Jiang and Tang Guodong hesitated briefly. This student's performance was almost unerringly flawless, was the first to step up in a crisis that had nothing to do with him, inspiring his peers to follow. Even when faced with the oppressive aura of the Crescent Priest's revealed class level, he remained remarkably calm and composed. This display of composure, however, made Tang Guodong wary. Could this kid have noticed our presence? He thought. But he quickly dismissed the idea at his and Su Piapiao's level 60 strength. Their disguise was impenetrable. Ultimately, he awarded Jiang An a perfect score of 10. With the evaluations complete, Tang Guodong and Su Piapiao dropped their disguises and stepped in front of the freshmen, revealing their true levels and professions. Tang Guodong, level 65 Druid. Su Piapiao, level 61 Shadow Assassin. As the words left his mouth, Tang Guodong's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Thick black fur sprouted from his skin, his towering frame expanded rapidly, his teeth grew sharp and protruded, and his head morphed entirely into that of a formidable black bear. The entire transformation took less than a second. No way. Isn't this the famous bear teacher from Shanghai Academy? Qian Duo exclaimed in shock. Tang Guodong's mouth twitched slightly despite his last name being Tang. His druid transformation abilities had earned him the nickname Bear Teacher. Shaking off the thought, he fixed his gaze on Crescent. Seriously? Over level 60 and still making trouble for kids? Have some shame. Meanwhile, Su Piapiao wasted no time, vanishing in an instant as she stealthily approached her target. Crescent was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on, his expression turning furious. You used Jiang An as bait on purpose. Only just realizing it now? Tang Guodong sneered. We were hoping to catch a small fry, but look who took the bite, a big fish like you. Crescent's face darkened as he recalled how he had obtained the information about Jiangan, finally noticing the glaring flaws in the setup. If not for his momentary carelessness, he wouldn't have fallen into such an obvious trap. Realizing the situation, Crescent stopped dwelling on the past and instead fixed a cold stare on Tang Guodong. You really think you've already won? He spat. Before his words had fully landed, Su Piapiao, who had been in stealth, suddenly appeared 10 meters away. Behind Crescent, a grotesque creature resembling a lump of flesh with an eyeball on top had quietly emerged, a summoned beast known as the Meat-Eye Beast, specifically designed to counter stealth-based professions. Jiang An immediately recognized the creature, a common summoning beast equipped with area detection abilities, often used by summoners to prevent assassination attempts. Su Piapiao, realizing her stealth was compromised, swiftly adapted her strategy and disappeared again. Moments later, she launched a surprise attack from Crescent's shadow, her golden glowing dagger aimed directly at the back of his head. However, the sensation upon impact made her expression change drastically. This was not the texture of human flesh. Looking up, she realized Crescent had been replaced by a massive, jet-black tiger with a white king character on its forehead. It was a Darkstar tiger, an elite pet from a level 40 dungeon, now leveled up to over 60. Although her dagger inflicted 10 damage, it was far from fatal. Reacting instantly, Su Piapiao withdrew to search for Crescent's new location. The Darkstar tiger prepared to pursue her, but was tackled to the ground by Tang Guodong in his bear form. The bear and tiger immediately engaged in a fierce battle, while Su Piapiao's sharp eyes finally locked onto the distant figure of the Crescent Priest. In front of the Crescent Priest, 3 contracted summoned beasts stood in formation. A level 59 nether lizard with a massive frame and scales shimmering with a dark, eerie glow. A level 57 dark flame bird whose wings, when spread, radiated scorching black fire. And a level 48 thornflower sprite, its body entwined with sharp, menacing thorns. Surrounding these elite summons floated several elemental spirits, among which was even a more formidable elemental lord. The Crescent Priest's face was expressionless, his gaze cold as ice. He raised his arms slightly, and several psychic whips materialized out of thin air, lashing down on the summoned beasts. Instead of harming them, the strikes seemed to enrage the creatures further. Even the Dark Star Tiger, which had been suppressed by Tang Guodong, suddenly erupted with greater power. In an instant, a barrage of ranged attacks rained down on Su Piapiao like a storm. She dared not let her guard down, quickly stacking various buffs on herself while deftly weaving and dodging between the incoming skills. Although Su Chan was in the rear, continuously casting supportive buffs that allowed Su Piapiao to ignore most attacks and rapidly close the distance to the enemy, the Crescent Priest's level advantage, combined with the unique augmentations of a summoner and the added boost from the black flames, ensured that every hit left a mark on her. Meanwhile, Tang Guodong clearly had the upper hand in his battle with the Dark Star Tiger. At the current pace, it seemed only a matter of minutes before the highest level summoned beast would be defeated. For a summoner, this would be a devastating blow, and the outcome of the battle appeared all but decided. However, Jiang An suddenly furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. As a dark summoner, the skills of this Crescent Priest might differ from those of ordinary summoners, but the limit on the number of summoned beasts should remain the same. At his level, which exceeded 60, he should be able to command 6 summoned beasts at once. Yet only 5 had appeared so far. What could the last one be? Was it too weak to be summoned? Or was it lying in wait, ready to strike at the perfect moment? Jiang An's vigilant gaze swept across the summoned beasts surrounding him, an ominous unease growing in his chest. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled. Without warning, the earth began to collapse, a powerful suction force surging from below, threatening to swallow him and the surrounding soil whole. In the blink of an eye, Jiang An acted decisively. He activated Shadow Shift, targeting Chanchio as his destination. His figure vanished instantly, reappearing in Chanchio's original position. Through their mental connection, he knew Chanchio had already activated its ironclad defense skill in preparation. From the depths below, a monstrous, gaping maw shot upward, clamping down ferociously on Chanchio. Even with the protection of ironclad defense, Chanchio's health plummeted by 80% in an instant. Without the preemptive defense, it would have been killed outright. As Chanchio struggled desperately, the creature finally revealed itself, a grotesquely bloated giant worm. Its body sheathed in a metallic-like carapace, resembling a sandworm. Its head resembled a grotesque, blooming flower, lined with rows upon rows of jagged teeth. Black flames, identical to those wielded by the Crescent Priest, danced ominously across its body. Jiang An quickly cast an identification spell, revealing the creature's details. Dark Sandworm, Elite Class, Level 35. Clearly, this was one of the Crescent Priest's contracted summons, employed as a sneak attack due to its lower level compared to the priest's own 60. Not far away, Su Piapiao and Tang Guodong noticed the commotion behind them, their expressions turning grim. Ensuring the safety of the candidates was the mission's top priority. However, Tang Guodong was locked in combat with the Dark Star Tiger, while Su Piapiao had already cornered the Crescent Priest. Neither could spare a moment to intervene. Determined to end things swiftly, both unleashed their full power. Meanwhile, Su Chan began playing the melody of life, channeling healing energy into Chanchio. Yet, the Dark Sandworm's relentless attacks dealt damage far faster than her healing could compensate. At this rate, Chanchio would be dead within 10 seconds. Without hesitation, Qian Duo charged forward with his shield, while Su Changsheng hurled talismans to aid. But their efforts proved insufficient against the Stark-level disparity. Master, it hurts. It hurts so much. Chanchio's voice echoed in Jiang An's mind, filled with anguish. A steely glint of determination flashed in Jiang An's eyes. He raised his platinum-tier staff and unleashed his max-level skill, Spider's Gaze. The Dark Sandworm's movements faltered momentarily, barely half a second, but it was enough for Chanchio to break free. As the sandworm prepared to pursue, Yin Ying's razor-sharp claws slammed down on its massive frame. With its divine might state activated, Yin Ying's mental attributes and skill damage doubled, exuding an oppressive aura that made everyone present instinctively uneasy. Suddenly, Yin Ying let out a piercing howl. Jiang An's interface lit up with a notification. Yin Ying has awakened a new talent, Demonic Flame Inferno. The flames that enveloped Yin Ying momentarily extinguished, only to reignite more fiercely, transforming from a fiery orange to a sinister, shadowy black. The Dark Sandworm's black flames recoiled upon contact with Yin Ying's demonic fire, as if submitting to its superior power, before vanishing entirely. Deprived of its black flames, the sandworm fell into a weakened state. Yin Ying's cold gaze bore into the creature, and with its tail ablaze in dark flames, it unleashed 2 consecutive flame tail strikes, slicing the sandworm apart. As the Dark Sandworm met its end, the Crescent Priest staggered as if physically struck, racked with pain that disrupted his focus. Meanwhile, the lesser summoned beasts, devoid of intelligence, descended into chaos. The Crescent Priest, relying on his extensive experience, just barely managed to hold his ground against Su Piapiao. However, his rhythm had already been disrupted, exposing obvious flaws in his defenses. Su Piapiao, sharp and opportunistic, seized the moment. Her movements, swift and ghost-like, brought her dangerously close. The Crescent Priest, having only just regained his composure, suddenly realized she was already upon him. Before he could react, his face twisted in shock as he prepared to counter. At that very instant, a harrowing wail echoed from the direction of the Dark Star Tiger. It was his loyal summoned beast, his companion since his class transition, now gone forever. A surge of pain, far worse than any before, engulfed his entire being. His mind clung to a single thought. It's over. Everything is over. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was Su Piapiao's dagger gleaming coldly before his eyes. As a frail summoner faced with a close-range assassin, his fate was sealed. With the Crescent Priest's life coming to an end, all his summoned beasts vanished in turn, their contracts severed. Only then did Su Piapiao and Tang Guodong turn their attention to Jiang An's side of the battlefield. The scene was eerily still. The black flames on Yin Ying's body were slowly receding, while the massive corpse of the Dark Sandworm lay on the ground, silent testimony to the battle that had just unfolded. A level 30+ summoned beast, crushed unilaterally by Yin Ying, had been utterly unable to mount any effective resistance. Everyone present was struck speechless with shock. This was no ordinary beast, it was an elite-tier Dark Sandworm cloaked in black flames. Even against level 40 combat classes, it would have held its own, yet Jiang An had dispatched it with such ease. Only Su Chan watched Yin Ying's flames with a thoughtful expression. She had noticed something peculiar. Just before its demise, the Dark Sandworm had entered a weakened state following its black flame burst. The black flames had suddenly dissipated upon contact with Yin Ying's fire. From her understanding of such phenomena, there was only one explanation. The black flames wielded by the heretical practitioner were of a vastly inferior energy tier compared to Yin Ying's flames, resulting in the subjugation of one by the other. Jiang An immediately opened the panel to check the new talent that Yin Ying had acquired. What appeared before his eyes was the detailed description of the passive talent, Demonic Flame Inferno. All flame-based skills would now be transformed into Demonic Flame Inferno, not only increasing damage by an additional 30 but also applying a unique burning effect that suppresses ordinary flames. So that's how it is, Jiang An muttered in realization. The terrifying aspect of this passive talent was that every attack Yining made would benefit from its enhancement. Earlier, Yining had stacked the amplification of demonic flame Inferno with the bonus from her divine might state, and combined with the dark sandworm's weakened state, it resulted in that astonishingly destructive power. 3 talents. Including the newly acquired demonic flame Inferno, Yining now possessed 3 talent skills, a rarity even among bosses. Each talent perfectly complemented Yin Ying's abilities, and even the seemingly non-combat focused Charming Lament state had its uses by lowering the vigilance of enemies. In the Charming Lament state, the flames on Yin Ying's body quietly shifted to a soft orange hue, shedding all traces of malice and reverting her appearance to that of an innocent and harmless little fox. Even though her fearsome power in slaying the dark sandworm had just been witnessed, her current form still evoked an irresistible urge to dote on her. Chanchio shrank to a size similar to Yin Ying's and ran up to give her a bear hug. "Thank you, Sister Yining, for saving my life. Let me hug you." Yining tried to break free but was firmly held in Chanchio's embrace. Feeling the warmth, her expression softened noticeably, though her tone in their telepathic exchange remained icy. "Useless. You can't even handle a little worm without my help." Yes, Chanchio is useless and needs Sister Yinying's protection. "Let me hug you more, Sister Yining." Chanchio nodded fervently. The dark barrier enveloping the group gradually dissipated, and Tang Guodong, along with another individual, approached Jiang An. They scrutinized Jiang An as if he were a rare specimen. Tang Guodong finally spoke. "You all performed well this time. In the face of danger, you didn't retreat and were willing to step up to resolve the crisis. Especially you, Jiang An. Excellent work. We're looking forward to the surprises you'll bring us in the future." By now, everyone had guessed that this journey was a test in disguise. Qian Duo cast a meaningful glance at Jiang An, thinking to himself, no wonder he abandoned his usual opportunistic behavior and acted so enthusiastically. Could he have sensed something was off from the start? Jiang An, however, remained composed, his expression unreadable, ignoring the probing gaze. After a brief conversation, Tang Guodong instructed everyone to get back on the vehicle and prepare to depart. Watching them board, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. Almost had a disaster on our hands thanks to Xinyue. If something really happened to Jiangan, Wei Qing would have come after me with a blade. The journey afterward was smooth, and they arrived in Shanghai City before nightfall. As soon as Jiangan stepped off the vehicle, he caught sight of the boundless wall stretching across the horizon like a heavenly divide. Beyond the wall lay countless chaotic rifts, each one spewing an unending stream of demonic armies. If not for the generations of powerful guardians like Wei Qing stationed at Shanghai Pass, humanity might have long been wiped out. So that's Shanghai Pass. What a magnificent sight! Qian Duo exclaimed, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with reverence. Amazing! Su Chan murmured, grateful that she hadn't followed her family's suggestion to attend Huaxia Academy. Otherwise, who knew how long it would have taken her to witness such a grand structure? Tang Guodong stepped off the vehicle and addressed the group. Follow Su Piapi out to the hotel and rest for the night. We'll regroup tomorrow to tackle the one-time dungeon. After that, you'll head to the academy to complete your registration. Jiangan, come with me. Lord Wei Qing wants to see you. Jiangan followed Tang Guodong to a building in the center of Shanghai City. Looking up, he saw the words Shanghai Pass Battle Command Center prominently displayed. Tang Guodong pressed the button for the 22nd floor but stayed outside the elevator himself. Teacher Tang, aren't you coming with me? Lord Wei Qing specifically requested to see you. I'll wait down here. The elevator quickly arrived at the 22nd floor. There was only one office, its door slightly ajar. As Jiangan approached, a calm male voice reached his ears. Come in directly. Taking a deep breath, Jiangan pushed the door open. Inside, Wei Qing stood by the window, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Although Jiangan had seen Wei Qing's projection in the trial space, seeing the legendary figure in person filled him with barely contained excitement. He was dressed in a crisp military uniform, and as he turned, the general's medal on his chest gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Jiangan stood before Wei Qing, unconsciously straightening his posture. No need to be so tense, we're just having a casual chat, Wei Qing said with a hearty laugh, gesturing for Jiang An to take a seat. As their conversation deepened, Jiang An discovered that the general in front of him was nothing like the strict and austere figure depicted in the rumors. Wei Qing's approachable demeanor quickly eased the initial tension Jiang An had felt. I've called you here today for 2 main reasons, Wei Qing began, getting straight to the point. First, it's about your summoned beast, Flame Shadow. I've read the incident report. It seems capable of dispelling the dark flame. Could you have it demonstrate? Don't worry, he added, noticing Jiang An's hesitation. I just want to understand how it works. You see, the dark flame enhances the power of the heretics, and if we find a way to counter it, it would be a significant advantage for us. Jiang An nodded in agreement, and Flame Shadow switched out of its dormant state. In an instant, The flames covering its body turned from bright to pitch black, and a faint, ominous aura began to swirl around it. Wei Qing raised an eyebrow, observing intently. Have it use a skill on me. This. Please be careful, Jiang An said, still concerned but complying nonetheless. The dark flames at the tip of Flame Shadow's tail surged upward, and with a sharp hiss, a platinum-level flame tail attack shot through the air. With a resounding smack, the strike landed squarely on Wei Qing's arm. Wei Qing staggered slightly, his eyes flashing with surprise. The power of the attack far exceeded what one would expect from a creature below level 20, it was at least close to level 30 in strength. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain on his arm and noticed he had been inflicted with a negative status effect. Dark Flame Burn. Lose 1 of current health per second for 10 seconds. Note, this debuff can stack. He's so strong. Let's go again. Let's go again. Yin Ying's excitement was palpable, as flames reignited at the tip of his tail, and his whole body trembled slightly with exhilaration. Jiang An quickly reached out, intending to stop him, but was distracted by Wei Qing's unusual behavior. Wei Qing had subtly tucked his arm behind his back, feigning nonchalance as he said, "It's fine. This little fox does have some skill, but compared to the group we had back in the day, he's still a bit lacking." Jiang An's sharp eyes caught something alarming. Wei Qing's health bar was steadily decreasing at a rate of 1% per second. Concerned, he asked, "Lord Wei Qing, are you sure you're okay?" Realizing his condition had been exposed, Wei Qing swiftly changed the subject. Ahem. Well, now we can confirm why the black flames of the heretics dissipate on their own. This immediately piqued Jiang An's curiosity. He stared intently at Wei Qing, waiting for an explanation. This fox's flames are no ordinary fire, Wei Qing began. They belong to a higher tier of existence. The black flames, while powerful, are still classified as ordinary fire. Yin Ying's flames likely originate from the same level as the source of the black flames, which is why they can suppress them. Jiang An's eyes lit up with understanding. This revelation also clarified why the word suppression appeared in Yin Ying's talent description. The discovery brought relief to Tang Guodong and the others, who had initially feared that Yin Ying's flames might spark a second wave of heretical chaos. So, what was the other thing you mentioned earlier? Jiang An asked. Wei Qing's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Don't worry, it's nothing too heavy. Given the strength you've demonstrated, I've decided to set a goal for you this time. In the single-use dungeon, you must enter alone and make it into the top 5 teams. Top 5? Jiang An frowned slightly. That doesn't sound too difficult. Don't get cocky, Wei Qing warned. There are quite a few level 20 veterans in this dungeon. Don't let your guard down and end up failing miserably. And let me emphasize, you must complete this mission solo. Why alone? Because I want you to grow stronger, Wei Qing replied. Seeing the contemplative look on Jiang An's face, he added with a knowing smile. What? Are you thinking that with these restrictions, there must be some sort of extra reward? Wei Qing let out a hearty laugh before waving his hand in front of Jiang An. A cold, glimmering piece of white metallic ore materialized out of thin air, radiating an icy chill. Frost crystal core? Jiang An's pupils contracted in shock. That's right. This is a key material for crafting cooling amulets. If you successfully complete the mission alone and make it into the top 5, it's yours. This piece alone is enough to upgrade for use in level 40 dungeons. Of course. Wei Qing paused deliberately. If you think it's too much for you, you can give up now and team up with your friends. I'll just hold on to this and use it to repay a favor elsewhere. Wait, Jiang An said firmly, his determination evident. I'll take it. Please keep it safe for me. So, you're the Jiang An that Lord Wei Qing holds in such high regard? A girl, about Jiang An's age, stood before him, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. She introduced herself. My name is Wei Yu, class of 16, spirit swordsman. Hearing the term, spirit swordsman, Jiang An's attention lingered for a moment. That was Wei Qing's profession. Noticing Jiang An's reaction, Wei Yu straightened her posture immediately. I want to challenge you. My team versus yours, let's see whose ranking is higher. The girl next to her quickly stepped forward, pulling her back and apologizing to Jiang An. I'm so sorry. She's been wanting to become Lord Wei Qing's student for a long time, so she gets a little carried away. I'm not carried away. Wei Yu shook off her companion's hand and looked directly at Jiang An. I'm serious. I'm the one best suited to be Lord Wei Qing's student. What makes you think you're better? Their argument quickly drew the attention of onlookers. Jiang An remained calm in the face of Wei Yu's challenge. I scored 24,211 on the entrance exam. Lord Wei Qing is also a spirit swordsman. We share the same lineage. Wei Yu exclaimed, her tone urgent. I may not excel at AoE attacks as a spirit swordsman, but I scored 2,100 points. Lord Wei Qing only scored 2,310 back then. Oh, Jiang An nodded. But I scored 24,211. Besides scoring 24,211, do you have anything else to say? Wei Yu nearly shouted. Jiang An stayed composed. The professor who recruited me was Lord Wei Qing. I met him in person yesterday. Ah. Wei Yu let out a near hysterical scream. Even if Lord Wei Qing acknowledges you now, I won't give up. I'll defeat you and prove to him that I'm the one most suited to be his student. Starting with this dungeon. Sorry, I can't accept your challenge. What? Are you scared? If you don't even have the courage to accept a challenge, how can you call yourself Lord Wei Qing's student? If that's the case, you truly... No, you've misunderstood. Jiang An interrupted. Lord Wei Qing instructed me to enter the dungeon alone yesterday. With that, he walked past Wei Yu, leaving her standing there, stunned. Qian Duoduo sidled up to Jiang An and whispered, "Nicely done. You put her in her place." Jiang An shook his head. He didn't dislike Wei Yu. She was just a straightforward and somewhat dramatic girl, entirely focused on becoming Wei Qing's student. She believed that challenging him would earn her recognition. An open challenge like hers was far better than underhanded schemes. The dungeon is now open. Please form 5-person teams to enter. Jiang An, you're the exception, of course. While the others were still busy forming teams, Jiang An headed straight for the dungeon vortex. In single-use dungeons like this, the number of monsters was limited, entering early mint gaining the advantage. Without teammates to rely on, taking the lead was crucial. Standing by the vortex, Su Piao reminded him, "Remember, your safety is the priority. The results aren't everything." Jiang An nodded and touched the vortex. There was no difficulty selection, entered directly. As the world spun around him, he found himself in a new location within the dungeon. It was a vast desert, with temperatures far higher than in the real world. The air shimmered with heat, and a blood-red sun hung high in the sky. The scorching red sand burned underfoot. Chanchio leaped out of Jiang An's arms, instantly enlarging itself and placing him on its shoulder. Yinying, meanwhile, walked gracefully on the blistering sand as if enjoying a massage. About 3 meters away, a green cactus with brown, needle-like spines caught Jiang An's attention. Venomous Needle Cactus. Level, 17. Strength, 300. Spirit, 200. Agility, 300. Constitution, 500. Combat skills, Venomous Needle Barrage Silver, Root Drain Silver, Whip Strike Silver. The cactus sensed its prey and fired countless venomous needles. With agility surpassing 1,000 points, Yinying dodged effortlessly, its aura shifting dramatically as a dark, menacing energy emanated from it. Before the cactus's roots could retaliate, it collapsed limply to the ground. Kill reward. EXP, 3,100. Materials, Venomous Cactus Needle 2. Assessment score, 1. A golden light enveloped Jiang and Yinying as they finally leveled up to 18. The experience points from this ordinary monster far exceeded expectations. 2,000 would have already been impressive. The assessment rules were straightforward. A team kill of a regular monster earned 1 point. An elite monster 3 points, and a boss 20 points. Let's set a small goal. First, let's rack up 100 points. In the distance, a large group of venomous needle cacti basked leisurely under the sun. The footprints of 1 man and 2 beasts stretched into the horizon. Little did the cacti know, a massacre was heading their way. Deep within the dungeon, an intense battle raged on. Watch out! Su Chan reacted swiftly, casting a cleansing skill just in time to remove the poison from Qian Duoduo. Damn it! These cacti are insane. Qian Duoduo winced, raising his shield. Their poison stacks damage. If it weren't for your powerful debuff removal, Su Chan, would be done for. Su Changxing nodded in agreement. I thought this dungeon wouldn't be too bad, but getting randomly teleported into a cactus field? These things are only level 17, but their damage is brutal. Humph. Let me handle this. Wei Yu scoffed, summoning a long sword out of thin air. With a light tap on the blade, it shot forward like an arrow, piercing straight through one of the poisonous cacti. The cactus instantly lost 90 of its health, leaving it on the brink of death. Her companion beside her quickly followed up, drawing her bow and firing an arrow to finish it off. These two had been specially invited by Su Chan to strengthen the team. Wei Yu glanced at the fallen cactus, a satisfied smirk spreading across her face. Taking down such a monster in one strike at level 16 was indeed impressive. She eagerly scanned her teammates' expressions, hoping to see shock and awe on Su Chan's face. However, while her teammates showed some appreciation, their reactions were tinged with comparison. Qian Duoduo muttered under his breath, "That's it? Nowhere near as good as Jiangan." Su Changxing chimed in, "I've never run a dungeon with Jiangan before, but I heard he takes down goblins in one hit. He even soloed a level 30 dark sandworm." What? Wei Yes' eyes widened in disbelief. Taking on monsters over 10 levels higher? That sounded absurd. She quickly reassured herself. It must be a rumor Jiangan spread to intimidate potential challengers and lower her confidence. Su Chan was about to offer some words of comfort, but Wei Yu straightened up almost immediately. "Ha! Cheap tricks like that won't shake my resolve." Su Chan decided to let it go, shaking her head slightly. What a classic case of a dramatic teenager, she thought. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Jiang An was orchestrating a fiery spectacle with his summoned creature, Flame Shadow. Waves of dark, malevolent fire engulfed the desert, trapping a swarm of poisonous cacti within a blazing inferno. The creatures writhed in agony, desperately trying to escape, only to be consumed by the ever-spreading flames. Jiang An couldn't help but notice the burning effect of the flames. One of the target's current health per second, with the effect stacking over time. This meant that even against higher-level monsters, Flame Shadow could potentially prevail through sustained damage. As the cacti were reduced to charred remains, Jiang An smiled in satisfaction. The experience from this encounter had pushed his progress at level 18 to 12, an impressive feat at this stage. He estimated that by the time this dungeon run was over, he might even reach level 19, bringing him closer to unlocking a new summoning slot. Just as he was about to continue his hunt, a new threat emerged. Several scorpions with flaming tails burst out of the sand, their stingers glinting with a metallic sheen. The system displayed: Flame Scorpion level 20, Strength 420, Spirit 125, Agility 400, Constitution 200, Combat Skills: Flame Tail, Furious Charge, Explosive Stinger, all Silverdeer. These creatures were high damage, low defense monsters with skills similar to Flame Shadows, though of a lower grade. Before Jiang An could issue a command, Flame Shadow eagerly charged into the fray. As the Flame Scorpions unleashed their Flame Tail ability, Flame Shadow responded in kind, its own tail engulfed in an ominous dark flame. The moment the sinister flames ignited, the blazing fire that had been burning fiercely on the Flame Scorpion dimmed significantly. With a violent clash of its two tails, the Flame Scorpion's health bar was instantly depleted, while Yan-Ing remained completely unscathed. Seizing the momentum, Yan-Ing charged toward the next Flame Scorpion. These creatures were far more challenging than the poison sting cacti. They burrowed beneath the sand and maintained considerable distance from one another. Even when Yan-Ing unleashed her blazing storm, it could only cover a few of them at a time. Seeing this, Jiang An waved his hand and summoned a large number of elemental spirits. Although these spirits couldn't match Yan-Ing in single-target damage, their strength lay in their sheer numbers. They attacked in waves, and with each round of strikes, they successfully took down a Flame Scorpion. Meanwhile, Jiang An simply laid down on Chan Chio's soft belly to rest. The massive panda, with its thick hide and incredible defense, was completely unfazed by the scorching sand. Before long, Chan Chio began to snore rhythmically. Watching this gluttonous and perpetually sleepy creature, Jiang An couldn't help but wonder to himself, is this really a panda, or just a pig in panda's clothing? Over on Yin Ying's side, she was having a great time battling the Flame Scorpions, her joy radiating so vividly that Jiang An could feel it in his heart. Taking advantage of the lull, Jiang An pulled out his phone, his expression heavy with worry as he stared at his chat with Xiao Lu. It had been nearly 6 months since Xiao Lu last contacted him, not even responding to the news of him being admitted to the Shanghai Academy. Xiao Lu had always been so reliable, answering every message even during dungeon runs. She would only delay her replies by a few days at most. This prolonged silence made Jiang An deeply concerned that something might have happened to her. Putting his phone away, Jiang An made a silent vow. Once this dungeon was cleared and he reported to the academy, he would make it a priority to find out what had happened to Xiao Lu. Not far from the Jiangan location, a 5-person team was transported into a dungeon world. The team composition was practically flawless: a support, 2 ranged damage dealers, a tank, and a warrior. The team leader, Bai Xiao, was the support class member. They had been in the dungeon for over 10 minutes, yet confusion was written all over their faces. The entire team stood still, exchanging puzzled glances. How has it been this long, and we haven't seen a single monster? Someone couldn't help but ask. Bai Xiao furrowed her brows. As a first-year student at Shanghai Academy, their team, for various reasons, was stuck at level 20, dragging behind their peers. If they couldn't secure a top 10 spot among the freshmen in this assessment, they faced the grim prospect of elimination. Suddenly, Bai Xiao's gaze froze on something ahead. Look over there, what is that? The others followed her gaze and saw clusters of charred cactus remain standing silently, clearly long dead. This is bad, Xiao, the fire mage in the group quickly analyzed. We might have crossed paths with a higher level team, probably an Alpharmage team. These scorch marks could only be caused by a spell like Firestorm. For me to create this level of destruction, it would take at least 4 mages of the same level. While team compositions typically emphasize diverse roles, single-class teams had been gaining popularity over time. For instance, an all-mage team might lack endurance but could quickly clear through most monsters. Bai Xiao's brows knitted even tighter. We can't stay on this path. If we follow behind this team, we'll be left with nothing, not even scraps. We need to change our route. The team, trusting Bai Xiao's judgment, immediately altered their course. Before leaving, Bai Xiao couldn't help but glance again at the charred remains. Are there really that many fire mages among the level 20 freshmen? Something felt off, but unable to figure it out, she set her doubts aside for now. This wasn't an isolated incident. Nearly every team near the Jiangan teleportation point was encountering similar situations. 3 hours later. By now, Jiang An had accumulated a pile of desert rabbit corpses in front of him, and his experience bar had reached 77. At this rate, leveling up was only a matter of time. To ensure he didn't miss any monsters, he had his elemental spirits spread out to search. If they encountered lone monsters, the spirits would handle them. If they found clusters, he would send in Yin Ying or Tan Xiao. With Jiang An's current abilities, he could perfectly control his summon creatures within a 500-meter radius. Not bad. I've racked up 132 points already, Jiang An said with satisfaction as he examined the results. The drop rate for monster materials was unusually generous. Just the materials alone could sell for tens of thousands. Unfortunately, no noteworthy equipment had dropped yet. In the scorching desert, a wind elemental spirit continuously sent breezes Jianwei, though the hot air did little to cool him down. Nearby, a water elemental spirit had confined a lone desert rabbit in a bubble prison, the surrounding air noticeably cooler. An idea struck him. Jiang An instructed the water elemental spirit to cast a bubble prison on him as well. The transparent water bubble enveloped him, perfectly insulating him from the nearly 40-degree heat outside. Inside, it was as comfortable as an air-conditioned room. He decided to lie down inside the bubble and had the water elemental spirit push him along. While observing the dungeon, Jiang An noticed he hadn't encountered any elite monsters yet. Just as he was pondering this, a notification appeared on everyone's interface. 124 normal monsters remaining. Clear them all to unlock the next level of the dungeon. So that's how it works. You have to eliminate all the normal monsters before the elites appear, Jiang An muttered. I've already killed 143 of them. There's no way I'm letting anyone else take those last 124. That frost crystal core is mine. Without hesitation, he summoned his mental whip, a skill that had been upgraded to level 3 and could simultaneously lash 3 summoned creatures. Yin Ying and Tan Xiao eagerly moved forward, seemingly begging to be whipped. With 3 crisp snaps, the whip struck Tan Xiao, Yin Ying, and a boss-level lightning elemental spirit. They immediately sprang into action, brimming with energy, and began hunting down the remaining monsters. Watching his fully automated leveling squad in action, Jiang An contentedly pulled a pillow and blanket from his inventory and lay down inside the soundproof water bubble for a peaceful nap. In the desert, a team of 5 freshmen was struggling to fend off 3 venomous cactus beasts. Under the scorching heat, their situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Damn it, this thing is impossible to kill. Its roots keep healing it. One of the team members panted heavily as he shouted, "Healer, heal me now." The tank's health bar had dropped to a critical level and he could collapse at any moment. This team of freshmen, averaging level 14, was already at their limit fighting just 1 level 17 venomous cactus beast, let alone 3. Sensing the dire situation, the team leader was about to order a retreat. At that moment, a peculiar group appeared in the distance. A two-tailed fox, a massive panda, and several elemental spirits patrolling around them. What stood out the most was the enormous bubble in the center of the group, inside which lay a boy casually covered with a blanket. Why does it feel like the gap between people is just too big? The team stared in disbelief. I'm done for. Help. The tank's desperate cries snapped the team leader back to reality. Help us. Please lend a hand. The team leader shouted toward Jiang An's direction. Flame Shadow, the two-tailed fox, initially had no intention of intervening. However, noticing its master stir slightly within the bubble, it transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed forward. Flames flared from its tails, and with just 3 swift strikes, the 3 venomous cactus beasts that the freshman team had struggled against collapsed instantly. Without so much as a glance back, Flame Shadow returned to Jiang An's side. The 5 freshmen stood frozen in shock, especially the tank who had narrowly escaped death. Holy crap, what's with this guy, Captain? Is he a senior from last year, like level 20 or something? No, that's Jiang An. I've seen his summon creatures on TV, the team leader managed to stammer. Jiang An? This year's top scorer in the college entrance exams? That's insane. We're both freshmen, and he's already sleeping through this. High above in the sky, a golden rock kept a watchful eye on the scene below. It was the pet of a level 20 special staff member, tasked with ensuring the safety of the freshmen. Through a specialized projection, academy instructors were able to monitor the assessment in real time, including the rankings. What's with this first-place student just sleeping all the time? The instructors watching the projection were both amused and exasperated. Old Tang, how did he score in the first round of tests? Someone asked. Perfect score. 10 out of 10, Tang Guodong replied, scratching his head. Impressive, very promising. But someone added with a hint of concern, at this rate, he's going to monopolize most of the monsters. Won't the seniors be at risk of losing all their opportunities? The group turned to the leaderboard. Jiang An was solidly in first place with 154 points. The second place team, led by Bai Xiao, had only 18 points. Meanwhile, at the gates of Shanghai Pass, Wei Qing was examining the leaderboard. That kid's actually in first place. Looks like my frost crystal core is as good as gone. A white dove suddenly appeared nearby and chuckled. Standing out too much makes you a target. When elite level monsters show up and he hogs all the points, the others are bound to come after him. Enough with that. Wei Qing snorted. Strength is strength. Anyone who dares to target him will be crushed. Oh, so confident? The white dove's eyes gleamed mischievously. How about a bet? Let's wager on whether Jiang An will get targeted by the senior students and lose his top spot. Let's bet on whether Jiang An gets suppressed in this assessment. Wei Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of concern. Despite Jiang An's formidable strength, the upperclassmen who had already reached level 20 were not to be underestimated. At level 20, every profession faced a critical assessment task, and passing it granted additional attribute bonuses. At the moment, the dungeon was teeming with ordinary level monsters. Jiang An, with the help of his two powerful summoned beasts and an elemental spirit, was indeed clearing them quickly. However, once the ordinary monsters were wiped out, the only way to earn points would be by hunting elite monsters. The spawn points for elite monsters were concentrated, and with too many people and too few monsters, not only was strength required, but also the ability to fend off interference from the upperclassmen. Getting cold feet? Bai Gu smirked playfully. Don't worry, my student failed the same way back in the day. Shut up. How could I be scared? Wei Qing snapped angrily. I'm better than you, so naturally, my student is better than yours. How about we make a bet then? Bai Gu's eyes lit up. If you lose, you give me the frost crystal core. If I lose, they'll give you white jade essence. Wei Qing scrutinized Bai Gu. That won't work. I already promised the frost crystal core to Jiang An. Come up with something else. Fine. Then I want your demon crystal. Deal. Back in the dungeon, as the fiery storm swirling around Jiang An's summoned beast, Flame Shadow, subsided, the last 10 ordinary monsters were eliminated. A system notification appeared. Ordinary level monsters have been cleared. Please proceed through the vortex to enter the elite monster hunting grounds. Just then, Jiang An woke up, stretched lazily, and glanced at the notification. Interesting. So the elite monsters are in a different map. He packed up his gear and stepped through the glowing blue vortex, finding himself in a 500 square meter coliseum. The arena was brightly lit, yet the surrounding space was shrouded in darkness. More and more players were being teleported in, and the once spacious area was becoming increasingly crowded. Complaints echoed throughout the space. This dungeon has way too few monsters. We only scored 19 points. 19? That's good compared to us, we only have 12. As soon as Qian Duo and the others arrived, they hurried over to Jiang An. This dungeon is brutal hot, exhausting, and relentless. Qian Duo grumbled. Indeed, apart from Jiang An, everyone was drenched in sweat and looked utterly disheveled. Old Jiang, why don't you have a single drop of sweat on you? Qian Duo asked curiously. I only killed 183 monsters. After that, there weren't any left to find. Jiang An replied calmly. Wei Yu almost choked on her own spit 183 points? They had worked themselves to the bone and barely managed 10 points, while Jiang An single-handedly scored 183. This was tougher than the high-stakes trial exams. At that moment, the system displayed the latest rankings. No. 1. Jiang An and his team 183 points. No. 2. Bai Xiao and her team 39 points. Wei Yu stood frozen, her mind reeling as if the world had collapsed around her. Su Changsheng patted her on the shoulder. Pretty devastating, huh? You'll get used to it. The others were equally stunned upon seeing Jiang An's score. Bai Xiao clenched her teeth in frustration. So that's why this guy stole all the kills. Inside the Coliseum, Jiang An's astonishing score left the senior students exchanging knowing glances. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from a nearby beast pen, and in the dim light, the monstrous outline of a creature became faintly visible. Someone attempted to attack the beast within the pen, only to be met with a system prompt. Attack invalid. Fortunately, the identification skill was still functional, and soon, the detailed information of the creature was revealed. Crimson Flame Scorpion. Level, Elite, Level 20. Attributes, Strength 620, Spirit 250, Agility 600, Constitution 500. Combat skills, Flame Tail Silverdeer, Rampage Silverdeer, Explosive Stinger Silverdeer, Scorpion Swarm Summon Silverdeer. Hiss, Qian Duo drew in a sharp breath. How are we supposed to fight this? These stats are insane. Even Wei Yu, who usually dismissed monsters with disdain, frowned deeply. Though this was a one-time dungeon with no difficulty selection, its actual challenge level bordered on nightmare mode. Monsters above level 20 received significant attribute boosts, making it feel like trying to shoot down an aircraft with a slingshot, a hopeless endeavor for freshmen. Jiang An silently observed the elite Crimson Flame Scorpion, patiently waiting for the beast pin to unlock. At last, with a heavy rumble, the pin's gates creaked open, and the excited scorpion emerged, its tail swaying menacingly. As Yanning prepared to launch its attack, it suddenly found its limbs bound tightly by roots erupting from the ground. Not just Yin Ing Jiangan and the other summoned creatures were also immobilized by the same roots. Almost simultaneously, a beam of holy light descended, silencing Jiang An's entire summoner team with precision. The spell came from Bai Xiao, a cleric specializing in support and debuffs. While casting buffs on her teammates, Bai Xiao turned to Jiangan with a mischievous smile. Sorry, Junior. You're just too outstanding. So we had no choice but to level the playing field. Qian Duo immediately protested. How can you do this? Isn't it supposed to be fair competition? He moved to help Jiangan, but before he could act, both he and Su Chan were also ensnared by vines and silenced. Don't be so rash, Bai Xiao shook her head. We mean no harm. We just need to even out the scores a bit. The pressure on us seniors is pretty high too, you know? Consider this a friendly piece of advice. The Crimson Flame Scorpion's damage output is terrifying. It'd be a shame if any of you got hurt. Seeing no further resistance, Bai Xiao turned her attention back to the scorpion. The level 20 senior students worked seamlessly together, with tank classes taking turns taunting the monster to prevent it from closing in. Their objective was straightforward. All 10 senior teams needed to secure spots in the top 10 rankings, or they'd face elimination. Just as Bai Xiao was assigning who would deal the final blow to the scorpion, a calm voice rang out from behind her. Apologies, but those points are mine. Bai Xiao frowned and turned around. Even though Jiangan was still bound by vines and silenced, an air of confidence radiated from his expression. Fatty, Jiangan said, addressing Qian Duo, if you trust me, leave the dungeon now. Run. Run? Bai Xiao was puzzled, but to her surprise, Qian Duo and the others didn't hesitate. They immediately chose to exit the dungeon, their figures fading from sight. It wasn't just the many-one who had witnessed Jiang An's strength in the desert promptly followed suit. In that instant, Bai Xiao's vision blurred. When her sight cleared, she realized with a jolt that Jiang An and Yin Ing were no longer in their original positions. Her pupils constricted in shock. Bai Xiao was stunned to discover that her silence skill had been countered. Her mind raced as she initially suspected Su Chan, who had already left the dungeon, but quickly dismissed the thought. Could Jiangan possess an ability to dispel negative effects? That didn't seem possible. Her silence skill was of golden grade, after all. Just as she was about to cast the silence skill again, the scene before her caught her completely off guard. Jiang An and Yin Ying's figures began to multiply, utilizing the shadow technique, twin shadows, to create illusionary clones of Yin Ing. The number of clones grew rapidly, each one so lifelike that Bai Xiao couldn't distinguish the real body from the fakes. She lowered her weapon helplessly. Yin Ing stepped forward, and all the clones moved in perfect synchronization with her. In the next moment, the platinum-grade skill, Blazing Storm, erupted in the air. Not to be outdone, Jiang An and his clones stepped forward as well, copying this powerful skill through the shadow technique. The countless clones unleashed overlapping blazing storms, instantly transforming the surroundings into a raging inferno. The flames were an eerie black, exuding a suffocating malevolence. Bai Xiao and the others stared in shock, completely forgetting to make an emergency exit from the dungeon. Such a terrifying skill, could it really have been unleashed by a summoner who wasn't even level 20 yet? Everyone stood frozen in fear and disbelief. Seeing this, Jiangan shook his head slightly, carefully controlling the spread of the sinister flames. Meanwhile, the purple tail behind Yinning swayed gently, and Jiangan, along with his clones, flawlessly replicated the Phantom Enchantment skill once again. Though these newly advanced level 20 students had stronger attributes, their mental strength was still far inferior to Yin Ying's. Unknowingly, they fell into an illusion and chose to exit the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, the entire dungeon was left with only one creature, a weak, pitiful, and helpless Crimson Flame Scorpion. The projection outside the dungeon still displayed the scene of Jiang An being restrained by tree vines, albeit with a noticeable delay. A group of teachers noticed the sudden fluctuations in the dungeon vortex, their faces lighting up with knowing smiles. It seems a freshman has chosen to give up when faced with an elite-level challenge, one teacher remarked softly. These prodigies do need to experience some setbacks. As Qian Duo and the others emerged from the vortex, the teachers had just begun offering words of comfort when the vortex suddenly started pulsating violently again. Surprisingly, this time, the fluctuations didn't stop but continued wave after wave. The teachers exchanged puzzled glances. Something's not right, one of them said, frowning. Even if the elite-level monsters are tough, the freshmen should at least stay behind to watch and learn. Why are they all coming out? Amidst their speculations, the teacher in charge of controlling the Golden Eagle suddenly grew tense. The golden eagle is behaving abnormally. Something might be happening inside the dungeon. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to the projection. On the screen, Bai Xiao and the seasoned upperclassmen were seen battling the Crimson Flame Scorpion with seamless teamwork, and the fight seemed to be going well. However, the golden eagle's erratic behavior made everyone uneasy. Just as their concerns mounted, the golden eagle's agitation abruptly subsided. The teachers barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when the dungeon vortex trembled once more. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Xiao was the first to be teleported out, followed by all the other level 20 upperclassmen, each wearing a bewildered expression. Wait a minute, someone exclaimed after counting heads. Jiang An is the only one still inside the dungeon. The projection finally caught up with real-time events, just in time to show Jiang An using Shadow Shift to break free from the Treevine's grasp. The teachers collectively gasped. This was impossible. He had clearly been silenced, so how could he still cast skills? What followed left everyone utterly speechless. Countless clones of Jiang An appeared on the battlefield, and each one was capable of casting spells. When the black flaming storms swept across the area, the teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. This goes way beyond the abilities of a summoner, one teacher exclaimed in shock. On the screen, Jiang An was clearly controlling the pace of the flaming storms, allowing the upperclassmen a chance to escape. But when the shadowy clones behind him flicked their purple tails, all the level 20 upperclassmen froze in place, dazed, and were instantly teleported out of the dungeon. In the final moments of the projection, the Crimson Flame Scorpion let out a terrified screech, while outside the dungeon, all the upperclassmen hung their heads in shame. A group of teachers gathered around, engaged in a heated discussion about Jiang An's extraordinary abilities. Isn't Blazing Storm supposed to be a mage's skill? One of them questioned, their gaze fixed on the faintly discernible fox-like silhouette lingering behind Jiang An. Not far away, a group of senior students looked visibly dejected. They were already at the bottom of the rankings due to their slow leveling speed, and this assessment was crucial for their future. Failing to make it into the top 10 would mean elimination. However, Jiang An's sudden rise had turned the assessment into a game of luck. Encountering more monsters meant a higher score, while those unlucky enough to be near Jiang An could only accept their misfortune. Tang Guodong cleared his throat and reassured them, "We will keep the projection recordings. We'll analyze your individual situations separately, so there's no need to worry too much. The academy is flexible and fair." Hearing this, Bai Xiao and the others finally showed a hint of relief. "Now then, let's see what surprises this freshman is going to bring us," Tang Guodong added with a smile. Meanwhile, Bai Gu and Wei Qing were still discussing their next battle strategy. Upon receiving Tang Guodong's message, Wei Qing smugly extended his hand toward Bai Gu. "Hand it over." "Hand over what?" Bai Gu asked, puzzled. "The white jade golden essence," Wei Qing replied matter-of-factly. "Are you out of your mind? It's only been a short while. Even at the fastest pace, it would take until tonight," Bai Gu retorted. Wei Qing placed his phone in front of Bai Gu, grinning. "That might be true for your student, but my disciple is different. He's already in first place, and all the other students have left the dungeon. So, what do you say? Time to pay up." Bai Ge's face darkened as he checked the phone carefully. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly pulled out the white jade golden essentia, a treasure the size of a fist, smooth and jade-like, but astonishingly heavy. What are these senior students even doing? They couldn't even stop a freshman. If it had been my year, things would have turned out differently. Bai Gu grumbled. Wei Qing swiftly snatched the white jade golden essence and gleefully stashed it in his backpack. "Thanks. Perfect timing. I initially set his goal at the top 5, but now that he's taken first place, I guess I should reward him with something even better." Bai Gu vanished in a huff, his face ashen, muttering as he left, "I shouldn't have bet on this. Now Yuer's treasure is gone, and I'll have to find another one." Wei Qing glanced at the burn marks on his arm, his grin widening. "Nice try, but you didn't see this coming, did you? My student is quite remarkable." Meanwhile, Jiangan was in the thick of battle. An elite-level wild wolf had barely emerged from the beast pin before it was obliterated by Yin Ying's infernal tail strike. A flash of golden light signaled their level-ups. Jiang and Yin Ying reached level 19, while Chanxiu hit level 17. "Awesome!" Jiang exclaimed, exhilarated. The elite monsters in the dungeon not only provided abundant experience, but also dropped impressive loot. In just 2 hours, he had acquired 3 pieces of silverware equipment, a reward most people would struggle to achieve even after grinding for a week. However, just as Jiang anticipated the next monster, the beast pin slowly closed. He checked the scoreboard and saw that he had amassed 903 points, 183 from ordinary monsters, and a staggering 720 from slaying 240 elite monsters. At the center of the arena, a swirling portal appeared, accompanied by a system notification. "All elite monsters have been cleared. Please proceed through the portal to the boss's location." Touching the portal, Jiang An's surroundings shifted dramatically. He found himself in an underground cavern, with a thick ceiling of rock overhead. The air shimmered with intense heat, and before him roiled a sea of golden molten lava. He tossed a small rock into the lava, only to watch it dissolve instantly without leaving a ripple. No way. The boss isn't inside the lava, is it? He muttered. Yanning stepped forward to sniff the air but recoiled from the heat. Master, Yanning doesn't like this place. It's too hot, and there's something massive here, though I can't tell where it is. Chan Xiao and the elemental spirits were similarly uneasy, especially the water spirit, whose form had visibly shrunk due to the heat. After a moment of thought, Jiang An instructed the water spirit to release a water ripple. The skill struck the lava with a sizzling sound, briefly solidifying the surface into rock before it melted again within seconds. Unwilling to give up, he commanded the lightning spirit to unleash a thunderstorm and lightning chain. The bolts of electricity pierced the lava, and in the next moment, a deafening roar erupted from its depths, shaking the entire cavern. The observers outside the dungeon closely monitored Jiang An's every move through the projected display. As he stepped into the boss area, the footage began to lag noticeably, showing him hesitating in front of the bubbling lava. Wait a second. Someone suddenly turned their gaze towards Su Piapiao. Miss Su, did you forget to tell the freshman how to summon the boss? Su Piapiao's expression grew awkward as she nodded reluctantly. In previous years, it was always the senior students participating they already knew what to do. Her eyes shifted toward the senior students, led by Bai Xiao, who lowered their heads in embarrassment. Tang Guodong frowned deeply. This could be trouble. If he acts recklessly and provokes the creature in the lava behemoth could awaken, and Jiang An's life would be in serious danger. Even the Golden Eagle might not be able to save him in time. Can the Golden Eagle deliver a message to him? Someone asked urgently. The teacher in charge of the Golden Eagle shook their head. No, it can only assist in rescues. Even the projection is made possible by my unique skill. Then all we can do is hope Jiang An identifies the real boss and avoids provoking the monster in the lava. But inside the dungeon, events were already spiraling out of control. A thunderous roar erupted, and the lava began to churn violently. Massive air bubbles surfaced, a foreboding sign that something was awakening. In the next moment, a colossal figure over 10 meters long emerged from the molten depths. The lava on its body began to cool and harden rapidly, forming a shell as tough as obsidian. Its small, almost comical head was dwarfed by its massive frame, but its grape-sized eyes burned with fury at having its slumber disturbed. Jiang An quickly used an identification skill. Lava Behemoth Boss Level. Level 28. Strength 1100. Spirit 80. Agility 200. Constitution 1500. Innate Skill Lava Heart. Combat Skills Rampaging Charge Gold, Rock Slam Gold, Hardened Armor Gold, Lava Burst Gold. Jiang An's brow furrowed as he examined the stats. This level 28 boss, enhanced by the dungeon's special buffs, had attributes that were utterly terrifying. Its strength was on par with his summoned beast, Chanchio, and its innate skill, Lava Heart, was particularly problematic. The skill reduced all fire-based damage by 80 and granted an additional 50 damage from water-based attacks, a nightmare for any fire element user. The realization hit Jiang An hard. The Shanghai Academy was using a monster of this caliber to test students who were barely level 20? Even if all the senior students worked together, could they handle such a formidable foe? The lava behemoth quickly locked onto the water elemental spirit and thunder elemental spirit that had disturbed it. Detecting the water elemental energy, its rage intensified. It scooped up a handful of molten lava, compressed it into a glowing sphere, and hurled it with devastating force, powered by over 1,000 points of strength. In the blink of an eye, the lava sphere reached the elemental spirits. They had no time to dodge before it exploded, erasing them in an instant. The power gap between the spirits and the lava behemoth was painfully evident. Jiang An's expression darkened as he summoned Yin Ying and Chanchio. Within moments, black demonic flames surged forward, accompanied by a fiery storm that swept across the entire underground cavern. A system notification flickered briefly on Jiang An's interface, but he ignored it, focusing instead on the lava behemoth's health bar. Despite the ferocious assault, the monster's HP had only dropped by a mere tenth. It was clear that the lava behemoth's fire resistance was extraordinarily high. However, the passive effect of Yin Ying's demonic flames continued to burn, gradually chipping away at the behemoth's defenses. The lava behemoth had been enjoying this unique fiery massage when it was suddenly overcome by an unbearable itch all over its body. A deafening roar erupted from within, without even needing it to open its mouth. Enraged, it swung its massive arm fiercely toward Yin Ying in a sweeping motion. Yin Ying, however, had been prepared. With agile movements, it dodged the attack effortlessly, but behind it, Chanchio took the full brunt of the blow. Fortunately, Chanchio activated its Iron Body skill just in time. reducing the damage to a mere fraction. This strike, however, completely infuriated Chanxiu. Without hesitation, it unleashed its innate skill, elastic expansion, instantly growing to a size comparable to that of the lava behemoth. With its bear-like paw crackling with dazzling lightning, Chanxiu launched a powerful strike at its opponent. Not to be outdone, the lava behemoth's body was suddenly covered in a metallic Sheena manifestation of its golden tier, hardened armor. It charged forward with ferocity, colliding head-on with Chanxiu. Boom! Their immense power clashed in midair. Chanxiu's thunderous strike landed squarely on the lava behemoth's head, leaving it dazed and forcing it to abort its golden tier, unstoppable charge skill. Both sides lost health in the exchange, but Chanxiu clearly had the upper hand. Its health bar dropped significantly less. This was no surprise. While their strength was evenly matched, Chanxiu wielded platinum tier skills, whereas the lava behemoth's abilities were only at the golden level. The lava behemoth shook its head to regain focus and, undeterred, launched another charge at Chanxiu. The two colossal creatures clashed again, their blows landing with the sound of thunderous impacts. Each time Chanxiu attacked, an ancient beastly roar occasionally echoed, and a black and white panda phantom would suddenly materialize, delivering an additional strike to the lava behemoth. This was the special effect of the bamboo shadow belt, a golden tier piece of equipment Jiang An had obtained from the Bamboo Grove's secret realm. The belt had a one chance to trigger a phantom attack whenever the wearer attacked, and the effect extended to the summon beasts of summoner class characters as well. In this battle, Yin Ying's abilities were heavily restricted, forcing him to bide his time on the sidelines, looking for opportunities to strike the lava behemoth. He relied on stacking the burning effect of his demonic flames to gradually wear down the opponent. Meanwhile, the main force of the fight shifted to Chanxiu, who engaged in a fierce confrontation with the lava behemoth. Before long, the lava behemoth's health dropped to around 30, while Chanxiu still retained nearly half of his health. At that moment, the lava behemoth's small, grape-like eyes suddenly widened, and the obsidian-like skin on its body began to crack, revealing the molten red magma flowing within. It turned out that its entire body was composed of molten lava. Countless fragments of its skin shot out like torrential rain, catching Chanxiu off guard. Even with his reinforced defenses, Chanxiu's health plummeted to 20. The tide of the battle shifted instantly. The lava behemoth smugly shook its head, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Jiang An swiftly retrieved an item from his waist. A pure white orb of light descended upon Chanxiu, rapidly healing his injuries and gradually restoring his health. The enraged lava behemoth turned its attention to Jiang An, attempting to attack him, but was immediately restrained by a fierce roar from Chanxiu. Jiang An's lips curled into a confident smile. This golden tier healing skill from the bamboo shadow belt was indeed formidable. The high-speed healing LV3 skill, as a golden tier ability, could be actively cast to consume mental energy and heal the target. Over the next 30 seconds, despite the ongoing clash between the two, Chanxiu's health continued to recover steadily. When the white light finally dissipated, the lava behemoth let out an unwilling roar before collapsing to its death. A system notification immediately popped up. Congratulations on defeating the level 28 lava behemoth boss, earning an additional experience reward. 19,800. Obtained item. Lava Amulet 1. Obtained material. Lava Heart 1. Obtained material. Lava Behemoth Skin Fragments 3. Excited, Jiang An pulled the lava amulet from his inventory to examine its properties. Special item. Special effect 1. Increases resistance to fire-based skills when equipped, reducing damage by 5. This effect cannot stack and takes the highest value. Special effect 2. Grants extreme adaptability to lava environments when equipped. This item not only boosted fire resistance, but also had a market value of at least $1 million. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang An decided to equip it. Tentatively, he extended his hand toward the lava. To his amazement, he felt no heat at all and could even submerge his entire hand into the lava as if it were cool water. It was then that Jiang An noticed his experience bar had reached 19 level 33. Apart from the experience gained from the lava behemoth, it seemed there was additional growth. Checking the system notifications, he discovered another message. Congratulations on defeating the level 20 Crimson Flame Bat boss, earning an additional experience reward. 9,800. Obtained equipment. Crimson Flame Blade 1. Obtained material. Crimson Flame Bat Heart 1. It turned out there was a hidden second boss in the dungeon, likely killed by Yin Ying's flamestorm by accident. Jiang An summoned the Crimson Flame Blade to inspect its attributes. The dagger, roughly 20 centimeters long, gleamed like a ruby. Its blade featured jagged edges resembling bat teeth, and the golden glow shimmering across the weapon indicated its golden tier status. Crimson Flame Blade. Type, Weapon. Class Restriction, Assassin. Level Requirement, 20. Rarity, Gold. Stat bonuses, Agility 50. Strength 50. Constitution 50. Special effects. 1. Attacks trigger a lifesteal effect, restoring 3 of the damage dealt as health. 2. Attacks inflict a bleeding effect, dealing damage equal to 0.1 of the target's max health per second. 3. Skill attacks increase skill damage by 3. Attached skill. Bat Veil LV5 Silver Tier. Upon activation, enter a hidden state undetectable by any skill, though movement is restricted. Each of the weapon's special effects activated automatically during combat, significantly boosting damage output. While the Bat Veil skill's immobility might seem limiting, its flawless concealment capability made it a game-changer for assassin-class players. Jiang An drew a sharp breath. This is the ultimate weapon for an assassin. Outside the dungeon, a group of teachers paced back and forth anxiously, their expressions as tense as ants on a hot pan. The projection had been completely shut down, and even the golden eagle had retreated in a sorry state, its feathers still bearing scorch marks from the demonic flames. What do we do now? The teachers were on edge. First, Jiang An had provoked the lava beast beneath the molten surface, and then Yen Ying's fiery storm had gravely injured the golden eagle that was hidden in the boss's map. If the golden eagle hadn't retreated quickly enough, it might have met the same fate as the crimson flame bat. An experienced teacher shook his head and said, although the crimson flame bat is dead, the awakening of the lava beast means the dungeon's boss is still active. Unless it's defeated, there's no way to clear the dungeon and leave. We can't forcibly interrupt the dungeon either. Standing next to Su Changxing voiced his frustration. Come on, it can't be that bad. Didn't he take down the dark sandworm before? Su Chan frowned deeply. Elite level and boss level monsters are entirely different, not to mention that the creatures in this dungeon have additional attribute enhancements. That lava heart talent is particularly troublesome. There's no way anything will happen. Qian Duo clenched his fists. Old Jiang is tougher than a stone in a latrine pith'll definitely take down the lava beast. Tang Guodong was already breaking into a cold sweat. In all these years, Lord Wei Qing had never shown such concern for a student. If something were to happen to Jiang An in the dungeon, just then, the dungeon vortex began to ripple. Everyone sighed in relief, assuming Jiang An had chosen to give up. After all, he'd already set the best record in history, far surpassing even the students of Lord Bai Ze. Suddenly, Jiang An, Yin Ying, and the gluttonous orb, Chanxiu, emerged from the vortex together. Tang Guodong immediately stepped forward to check on them. Are you hurt? Seeing Jiang An shake his head, Tang Guodong was about to comfort him, saying that giving up wasn't shameful, when Jiang An looked puzzled and said, is it possible that I only came out because I killed the lava beast? Before the words fully sank in, the dungeon vortex began to rotate slowly and then completely disappeared. This could mean only one thing: Jiang An had indeed defeated the lava beast. To confirm it, Jiang An's hand glimmered as he revealed a lava heart. This prized item, obtainable only by defeating the lava beast, was undeniable proof that a level 19 student had successfully taken down a level 28 boss. Wei Yu stepped forward, her expression serious. You are indeed very strong. I now understand why Lord Wei Qing holds you in such high regard. She bowed deeply. I apologize for my earlier rashness, but I won't give up. I will keep striving to challenge you until Lord Wei Qing acknowledges me. The other senior students came forward to congratulate him, and even Bai Xiao sincerely apologized for her earlier underhanded tactics. Finally, Tang Guodong asked, by the way, what are you planning to do with that lava heart? Are you selling it, or keeping it for yourself? I'll probably sell it. Why? Do you have any recommendations, Mr. Tang? The heart of lava lay quietly in Jiang An's hand. This material, originating from the heart of the lava beast, emitted a faint red glow and contained pure fire elemental energy. Jiang An carefully examined its properties, but couldn't discern anything particularly special about it. He decided to hand it over to the Huaxia Trading Exchange for processing. I know someone is looking for various elemental materials, Tang Guodong said thoughtfully. You can ask Lord Wei Qing for more details. For now, let's head back. He should be done with the battle by now. As the sun set in the west, everyone followed their teacher on the return journey, except for Jiang An, who was brought by Tang Guodong to the Shanhaiguan Battle Command Center. The elevator took them directly to the 22nd floor, where the office door was wide open. Wei Qing was still in his blood-stained battle gear, and there was another unfamiliar man in the room. Judging by the medals on his chest, he was also a commander. This is Bai Ge, the commander of Shanhaiguan, Wei Qing introduced enthusiastically. And this is my student, Jiang An, who just scored 923 points in the test, securing first place. Ahem. Seems like that's more than double the score of someone else's student. Bai Ge shot Wei Qing a sharp glare, but then turned to Jiang An with a friendly smile. Jiang An immediately bowed. Greetings, Lord Bai Ge. Impressive young man. Far better than my student back in the day. Of course, Wei Qing replied smugly. I'm better than you, so naturally, my student is better than yours. My disciple even managed to take down a level 28 lava beast. Forget about your student. Even you couldn't have done that back in the day? He added with a chuckle, though. He's only got about 1/10 of my charm from back then. Bai Ze's forehead twitched with irritation. If Jiangan weren't present, he might have already challenged Wei Qing to a fight. Suddenly, he froze. Wait, did you say he killed a lava beast? That's right. Bai Ze's expression turned serious. Did it drop a lava amulet? In the heart of lava? Jiangan glanced at Wei Qing. After receiving a nod, he replied. Both of them dropped. Bai Gu jumped up from his seat. Let me see. Jiang An opened his palm, and with 2 flashes of white light, the heart of lava and the lava amulet appeared in his hand. Bai Ze's breathing quickened. It's really these 2 items. What do you need them for? Wei Qing asked curiously. They're for Yuer. She's stuck on her level 60 advancement quest, Bai Gu explained. The task requires collecting 5 elemental items and entering the core area of the Black Dragon Cavern dungeon. She's already gathered 3, and I've found one for her. The last missing item is a fire elemental object with pure elemental energy, and the heart of lava fits perfectly. More importantly, the Black Dragon Cavern's extreme heat is unbearable, and the lava amulet can help her resist it. Wei Qing immediately stepped between them. Hold on, you need to ask Jiang An if he's willing to part with them first. Jiang An thought for a moment and said, I can sell the heart of lava, but am not planning to sell the lava amulet. However, if Lord Bai Ze's student needs it, I'd consider renting it out for a fee, of course. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. What do you want in return? Wei Qing chimed in. The heart of lava in exchange for black jade gold. As for the amulet's rental price, we'll discuss that later. Deal. Bai Gu agreed immediately. Give me a few days to find the black jade gold. After Bai Gu left, Jiang An asked curiously, why not ask for top-grade yellow jade instead? Wei Qing chuckled. That's easy to obtain. With enough yellow jade, an alchemist can refine it. It's just a matter of money. No need to waste such a good opportunity. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile. Meanwhile, waiting for the elevator, Bai Gu overheard their laughter, and his face darkened even further. After a moment, Wei Qing composed himself, his smile fading as he sat down on the couch. He patted the seat next to him, signaling Jiang An to sit. There are 2 things I wanted to discuss with you today. Wei Qing began, retrieving a crystal-clear frost core from his storage ring and gently placing it in Jiang An's palm. First, erase the frost core I promised you. Jiang An felt the sudden drop in temperature in his hand and couldn't help but recall the lively scene at the auction. Excitement surged within him. Secondly, Wei Qing continued, pulling out a piece of white jade gold essence. Not only did you exceed expectations in completing the task, but you also jumped straight from the top 5 to first place. You've really brought me a lot of pride. This is sponsored by Bai Gu, so consider it a bonus reward. Once I've completed the transaction with her, we'll take you to craft a cooling talisman. Jiang An nodded in gratitude. What's the second thing? This assessment served as an elimination round for senior students, but for freshmen, it determines class placement, Wei Qing explained, lifting his teacup. The higher your score, the better the resources you'll receive. Your 923 points, even without a perfect score in the character evaluation, are exceptional. Forget freshman or senior even qualifies to be in the same class as you. So? Jiang An asked. Starting today, you'll have your own class, and you'll personally oversee it, Wei Qing said, setting his teacup down. They'll plan the most suitable upgrade dungeon routes for you, as well as guide your future career advancements. Jiang An's eyes lit up, though he grew cautious when Wei Qing inquired if he had any restrictions on choosing summoned beasts. Although Wei Qing was known for his upright character, the question touched on Jiang An's deepest secret. Sensing Jiang An's hesitation, Wei Qing clarified, I noticed that since reaching level 10, you hadn't contracted any new summoned beasts until you captured that black and white panda in the bamboo forest mountains. Jiang An relaxed slightly. It's not a restriction. I just have high standards for my summoned beasts. They're our core combat strength, and while they can be replaced after death, nurturing them takes a lot of time. So, I prefer to be cautious. Very wise, Wei Qing said approvingly. The common perception of summoners as mediocre is a result of incompetence, tarnishing the reputation of the profession. Truly talented summoners are incredibly formidable. When they specialize in a specific field, they can surpass ordinary individuals by a wide margin. Take Bai Ze's student Sun Yu, for example. Her hidden class is Holy Summoner. She focuses on offensive summoned beasts, and her damage output is extraordinary, though she does rely heavily on team coordination. Wei Qing's gaze sharpened as he looked at Jiangan. But you're different. Your summoned beasts not only surpass her angels in damage, but also have well-rounded capabilities. I hope you'll continue to develop comprehensively, enabling your summoned beasts to cooperate like a Legion 1 person, an entire army. After leaving, Jiangan clenched his fist, his heart surging with determination. Yan Ying, sensing his excitement, gently nuzzled his ear, while Chan Qiu snoozed in his arms, a little bubble forming on its nose. The following morning, the freshmen finally arrived at Shanghai Academy. The school gates, built from leftover materials from forging Shanghai Pass, exuded an ancient and solemn aura. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang An stored Yan Ying and Chan Qiu in his summoning space. Congratulations on becoming freshmen at Shanghai Academy, Tang Guodong announced. Shortly, senior students will guide you in selecting dorms and completing registration. Class assignments will be announced later. Embrace your academy life. Woohoo! Qian Duo cheered enthusiastically. As soon as the teacher left, the senior students swarmed forward. Need a guide? Just 10 points. They'll do it for 8 points and answer any questions. In the ultimate scholar, only 5 points. The freshmen looked at one another in confusion, and someone timidly asked, "But we don't seem to have any points yet?" "Don't worry," a senior reassured them. "Your college entrance exam scores will be converted into points, 10 points for every 100 marks." After calculating how many points they had, the freshmen began searching for guides. Su Chan and Wei Yu followed one senior, while Jiang An and Qian Duo hired a guide who introduced himself as Old Su for 8 points. "Don't worry, juniors. Choosing me, Old Su, is a decision you won't regret. There's nothing in this academy I don't know." "Really?" Qian Duo asked excitedly. "Senior Su, do you know where we can spy on the girls' bathroom?" "Don't say that out loud. 20 points, and I'll tell you privately." "Puffed, as if I believe that," Qian Duo scoffed. "Just take us to registration first." Under Old Zu's guidance, they first reported to the administrative office and then headed toward the dormitory area. Along the way, Qian Duo asked about the rarity of points. "At Shanghai Academy, everything is traded using points," Old Su explained. "The official exchange rate is 100 to 1, with a limit of 10 points every 3 months. $1,000 for 10 points doesn't sound too bad." "I meant 1 million, Old Su corrected. How much?" Qian Duo exclaimed in disbelief, jumping on the spot with eyes widened like saucers. Senior Su, watching Qian Duo's reaction, curved his lips into a knowing smile. 1 million yuan was indeed a fortune for most people. What was even more astonishing was that the exchange channel for such a sum was in high demand, with many vying for more quotas. "Wait, hold on." Qian Duo suddenly snapped out of it, straightening his neck. "Doesn't that mean you can earn 8 million just by showing us the way?" "That's right. This is daylight robbery." Qian Duo couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Who would have thought that mere points could hold such staggering value in the academy? Senior Su shook his head and explained, "Don't rush to conclusions, Junior. While points can indeed be exchanged for money through official channels, this is a privilege reserved for students from wealthy families. Keep in mind that monetary transactions for points are strictly prohibited among students. The only legitimate way to earn points is through academy-approved labor, such as being a guide. Hence, their actual value far exceeds 8 million. He continued, "Many high-value instances and secret realms within the academy require points to gain entry. The monsters in these instances are tougher than those outside, but the experience rewards and equipment drops are well worth it. Most of the time, you'll earn back what you spent. In short, points are the most practical resource in the academy. So, don't squander them lightly in exchange for labor." Qian Duo was stunned, expecting some words of comfort from Senior Su. Instead, Su's seemingly gentle explanation carried a chilling undertone. "Come on, Lao Jiang. We won't hire a guide anymore. At worst, we'll take our time and find our way ourselves." Qian Duo huffed. Jiangan, however, chuckled and shook his head. "Shanghai Academy is vast. Just wandering around, we might not find our way even by the next millennium. Besides, if Senior Su dares to charge 8 points, I'm sure he has some extra information to offer." Senior Su cast an approving glance at Jiang. "Actually, the moment you invited me to be your guide, we established a labor agreement. Even if you back out now, the academy will still ensure I receive the points. Don't worry, your points won't be wasted. Follow me." The trio arrived at the dormitory management office, where a blackboard displayed the point requirements for various accommodations. Shared by 8 people, 1.3 months. Shared by 4 people, 3.3 months. Shared by 2 people, 5.3 months. Single room, 10.3 months. Private villa, 20 points month. Qian Duo stared at the board in shock. "I've only got just over 100 points. Looks like I can only afford the 8-person dorm." Senior Su smiled and explained, "Earning points isn't too difficult. I recommend the 2-person dorm. It offers the best value for its price. The 8-person dorm is cheaper, but having too many people can disturb your rest." "What about the private villa?" Jiang An asked, curious. "Ah, that's the best option, of course. Not only do you get a private space, but academy staff also clean and maintain the villa regularly. More importantly, the villa area is where the teachers live. Many students choose to stay there just to curry favor with the teachers running errands or walking their pets. For example, if you earn a teacher's favor, you could land high-point tasks and earn 10 points in one go." However, Senior Su shook his head. "It's not something an average student can afford." Qian Duo glanced at Jiang An for his opinion. Jiang An fell into thought. While the two-person dorm was indeed cost-effective, Yin Ying and Chan Qiu needed space to move around. Back at the orphanage, they had been restless due to the lack of space. Now that points weren't an issue. And if Wei Qing's tasks offered more points than regular teachers. Hello. I'd like to book a private villa for 6 months, Jiang An said decisively. Senior Zu's eyes widened in astonishment. A private villa. 6 months would cost a staggering 120 points. Did this guy use all his converted exam points to book a villa? Senior Su grabbed Jiang An's arm with a worried expression. Hey, the standalone villa costs 20 points per month, unlike the other options which are for 3 months. Make sure you didn't misread it. Got it? Thanks, Senior. Jiang An nodded in gratitude. The staff member chimed in at the right moment. So, are you still going with the standalone villa? Yes, 6 months, please. Thank you. Jiang An replied firmly. The staff promptly began processing the paperwork. When it came to the final step of deducting points, Jiang An handed over the points card he received upon enrollment. With a beep, the machine displayed the balance on the screen, 2,812 points. The number made Jiang An pause for a moment, not because it was too little, but because it was far more than he had expected. He quickly worked out the math. His college entrance exam score of 24,211 points, with the academy rounding up by 1 point, totaled 2,422 points. Adding the 510 points earned during the mission in the Bamboo Mountain Range where he completed Sun Zhenghao's task and killed 51 cultists, earning 10 points per cultist brought his total to 2,932 points. After deducting the 120 points for the villa reservation, it left him with precisely 2,812 points. Looking back, Jiang An hadn't thought much about the importance of the points earned from killing cultists at the time. But now, on reflection, he realized how generous the rewards were. Killing a single low-level cultist earned him the equivalent of 10 million in points. However, Jiang An knew this was a special period reward. Under normal circumstances, he might have to take down a cultist like Grey One, a grey-robed elite, to earn 10 points. Here is your key. The address information has been sent to your phone, the staff member said respectfully, handing over the key with both hands. Jiang An accepted it with a smile, only to turn and find Senior Su staring at him as if he were some kind of monster. Senior Su was utterly shocked. Is this guy really a freshman? A freshman who, even after deducting 120 points, still has 2,812 left? I've been working my butt off for so long and only managed to save a little over 200 points. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Senior Su's eyes widened in shock. You're Jiang An? He exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. To have accumulated so many points right at the start of your enrollment, I doubt anyone in history has achieved that other than Jiang An himself. Seeing Jiang An nod in confirmation, Senior Su scrutinized him closely. Wait a second, where's that fox of yours? Didn't want to attract too much attention, so I put it back into the summoning beast space. Jiang An replied with a shrug. Smart move, Senior Su said with a laugh. When we heard the new students were arriving yesterday, we were joking about how we'd take advantage of you. Take advantage of me? Of course. Everyone knows you scored over 20,000 on the entrance exam. We thought we'd make a killing before you realized how valuable points are, Senior Su admitted candidly. But since we didn't see your Firefox or that panda, we assumed you were arriving in the afternoon. Who would have guessed I'd run into you here? He suddenly slapped his thigh, feigning regret. Ah, what a loss. If I'd known, I would have charged 80 points just to show you around. This is a huge missed opportunity. Amid the light-hearted banter, Qian Duo had already gone to handle their dormitory arrangements. Once everything was settled, Jiang An couldn't wait to ask about Xiao Lu. She's also a student at Shanghai Academy. The academy has a private communication channel. You can try searching for her there. Jiang An immediately pulled out his phone and connected to the academy's Wi-Fi. Sure enough, he found a dedicated communication app. Typing in the name Lu Tingyu, he found a gray profile picture with a status indicating she hadn't been online for 132 days. She hasn't logged in for that long? Senior Su murmured with a frown. Could she be on some secret mission? I hope nothing happened to her. Unlikely. If a student dies unexpectedly, their profile picture turns into a black and white photo. This is just an activity, though it's rare, Senior Su said after a moment of thought. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he slapped his thigh again. Ah, this is easy. Even if she's on a mission and it's beyond our clearance level, you can ask Lord Wei Qing for help. He should be able to find out something. Realization dawned on Jiang An, and he quickly took out his communicator to send a message to Wei Qing, asking for assistance in checking on Xiao Lu. Wow, you even have Lord Wei Qing's contact info. No doubt about it, you're one of the academy's chosen students. The perks are unreal, Senior Su said with a sigh. All right, let's go. They'll show you to the dormitory area. The group took a tour around the academy, starting with the male dormitory's Qian Duo's new home. It was a standard double room with a bunk bed and desk setup, a small attached bathroom, and a total area of about 10 square meters. Since Qian Duoduo's roommate hadn't arrived yet, he dropped off his belongings and immediately insisted on visiting Jiang An's private villa. Walking past the dormitory area and along a picturesque riverside path, they soon arrived at the villa. Up close, it became apparent that the villa came with a private courtyard, meticulously maintained landscaping, and even a small stream feature, resembling a carefully curated miniature garden. This gap is way too big. Now this is living the dream, Qian Duoduo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Senior Zu's gaze was also filled with envy. Although had heard about the villa area before, this was his first time seeing it in person, and the sight was undeniably impressive. Maintaining such a garden is no small task. Unless you're a professional in life skills, it's hard to keep it in good condition. But the academy assigned staff to handle regular maintenance, Senior Su explained. Jiang An was thoroughly pleased with the environment. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Yan Ying and Chan Xiao. Yanning immediately leapt onto his shoulder, nuzzling his face affectionately. All right, I won't put you in the summoning space anymore. What do you think of this house? Jiang An asked with a smile. Only then did Yanning start to survey the surroundings, while the mischievous Chan Xiao had already crouched by the stream, eyeing the koi fish swimming freely. Seizing an unsuspecting moment, it reached out with its paw to scoop one up and shove it into its mouth. Hey, you can't eat that. Jiang An quickly pried open Chan Xiao's mouth, rescuing the frightened koi and releasing it back into the water. Yanning tapped a stone on the ground with its tiny paw. Master, Yanning likes it here. Chan Xiao likes it too. Chan Xiao, still crouched by the stream, looked ready to pounce again at any moment. No wonder the girls at the academy talk so much about your summoned beasts. With these two adorable creatures, who wouldn't love them? Senior Su remarked. Qian Duoduo, meanwhile, had already turned his attention to the interior of the villa. Let's go inside. I need to see just how big the gap is. The villa's interior was fully equipped, with all furnishings provided and daily cleaning services. The glass windows sparkled as if brand new. The two-story layout featured a living room and kitchen on the first floor and a private resting area upstairs. There was even a fully functional kitchen for cooking. I regret this, Qian Duoduo said, looking utterly defeated. I shouldn't have come to see this. Compared to this, my place is what, a pigsty? How am I supposed to sleep there now? Don't worry, mine's a pigsty too, Senior Su said, patting him on the shoulder. That's not comforting at all, Senior, Qian Duoduo retorted bluntly. After settling into the villa, Senior Su took them on a tour of the academy's facilities, including the cafeteria and library. The busiest spot by far was the dungeon assembly area. The academy had multiple instances set up, offering a broader range of levels than the bamboo forest mountains, from level 15 to level 45. The entrance was bustling with activity, and occasionally, someone would emerge looking battered and bruised. These dungeons had low entry requirements, costing only 2 or 3 points, which kept them consistently crowded. In contrast, the dungeons in the academy's back mountain were of a much higher caliber. Though their levels were the same, the points required to enter were 10 times higher. Naturally, the rewards and experience gained from these dungeons were also significantly greater. After the tour of the academy, Senior Su completed his task as a guide. While Qian Duoduo and Jiang An returned to their dorm to organize their belongings, Jiang An's communicator suddenly vibrated, displaying the caller's name, Wei Qing. Who is Lu Tingyu to you? Wei Qing's calm voice came through the communicator. Jiang An hesitated for a moment. She's a friend from the orphanage I grew up in. Did you find anything? How is she now? I can only tell you that she's still alive and currently on a special mission. I can't disclose anything else, Wei Qing replied after a brief pause. Can I contact her? No, Wei Qing rejected decisively, then added. But you can rest assured. If anything happens to her, I will inform you immediately. That's my promise. Although Jiangan was anxious, he understood that if even Wei Qing was this cautious, Lu's mission must be of the highest confidentiality. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Don't overthink it. Right now, the only way you can help her is by improving your own strength. If I recall correctly, you're already at level 19. Focus on leveling up to 20 as soon as possible. It'll help you find a suitable third summon beast, Wei Qing said before abruptly ending the call, leaving Jiang in no time to mention that he already had a candidate in mind for his third summon beast. Almost immediately, a new task notification popped up on Jiang An's interface. Instructor task. Reach level 20 within 3 days. Reward, 50 points. Penalty, none. Accept? Accept. Jiang An couldn't help but marvel at Wei Qing's generosity as he eyed the generous 50-point reward. According to Senior Su, while academy instructors had quotas to issue point-based tasks, the competition among students was fierce. Most tasks only offered a few points, and a 10-point task was already considered rare, either requiring connections to accept it early or competing with others the moment it was released. Wei Qing, however, was exceptionally generous, offering a whopping 50 points outright. The day was still young, and with Lu's situation weighing on his mind, Jiang An had no intention of resting. He headed alone to the dungeon assembly point in the back mountains. The area was noticeably less crowded, with most faces unfamiliar, as students gathered in groups or checked their equipment. Isn't that Jiang An? Already finished his enrollment and ready to level up? Wow, that fox is adorable. I want to pet it. The panda is so cute too. Wait, he's already level 19? Wasn't he just level 17 during the entrance exams? You're behind on the news. He cleared an entire instance dungeon by himself, monopolizing all the monsters. Even Bai Xiao and her group of senior students couldn't handle him. Whispers filled the air, and all kinds of gazes fell on Jiang, and ignoring the attention, he headed straight for the dungeon portal. Suddenly, a lean and nimble male student stepped in front of him. Hello, Jiang and Ho Pinkang, just call me Senior Ho. Need help with dungeons? We're a professional leveling up team. Our coordination is top-notch, with carefully balanced rolls, and we cover levels 15 to 45. You can just sit back and relax while we handle the monsters. All you have to do is gain experience and loot, and ITLL only cost you a small amount of points. How many points to level up from 19 to 20? Jiangan asked. Ho Pinkang's eyes lit up. At this range, the experience required is quite substantial. ITLL cost you 50 points. Jiangan glanced at this seemingly mild-mannered, but clearly opportunistic guy. That price was nearly equal to the task reward, practically daylight robbery. No thanks. He sidestepped Ho Pinkang and approached the dungeon portal, selecting a dungeon with the faintest aura, the vanished fishing village. Jiangan felt a twinge of regret. This dungeon required a minimum level of 18, so it seemed impossible to capitalize on Su's cooldown charm. Besides, her charm likely wouldn't cover a level as high as 22 anyway. Without hesitation, Jiangan chose the highest difficulty, Nightmare. Entering the dungeon will cost 10 points. Confirm payment? Confirm. His remaining points instantly dropped by 10, leaving him with 2,802. A flash of light enveloped him, and Jiangan vanished into the portal. TSK, there goes that deal, Ho Pinkang said regretfully. You're not afraid the dean will come after you for this? The dean's way too busy to bother with me. Curious, Ho Pinkang reached out to check Jiang An's dungeon entry record. His brows furrowed. Nightmare difficulty? This guy is seriously fearless. What kind of freshman dives straight into a high-level dungeon on Nightmare mode? Even the normal difficulty for these dungeons is comparable to an instance dungeon. Choosing the hardest difficulty. Does he want the monsters to teach him a lesson? His eyes gleamed with calculation. This kid must have plenty of points. Once he struggles in the dungeon, he might come crawling back to us for help leveling up. Heh, points are points, after all. The salty, damp scent of the sea washed over him. Jiangan opened his eyes to find himself in a desolate, dilapidated fishing village. Collapsed houses and dusty fishing nets silently testified to decades of abandonment. As he searched for monsters, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from behind. A steel trident hurtled through the air toward him. In an instant, Chanchio leaped out of Jiang An's arms, activating its innate skill to enlarge itself and shield its master. The trident struck Chanchio squarely in the chest, but it barely scratched its surface. Jiang An turned toward the source of the attack and saw a humanoid creature with dark greenish-blue skin standing at the edge of the sea, glaring at him with predatory eyes. Using his appraisal skill, Jiang An identified it as follows. Yaksha, level 18. Strength, 320. Spirit, 550. Agility, 200. Constitution, 400. Combat skills, Trident Throw Silver, Water Wave Silver, Call Allies Silver. Seeing that the trident had failed, the Yaksha's eyes flashed with blue light as it summoned a water wave to attack. However, the skill wasn't a homing one, and as Chanchio moved, the splashes exploded harmlessly on the ground. Before the Yaksha could let out another howl, Chanchio ended it with a single thunder palm, delivering a fatal blow. But that howl seemed to serve as a signal. Suddenly, a swarm of Yakshas emerged from the shoreline, launching a barrage of tridents. Chanchio quickly shrank in size to evade the attacks, getting hit only once or twice. However, the relentless water wave attacks rapidly drained its health. Just as the situation turned dire, Yanning appeared in a flash, surrounded by ominous flames. She unleashed a blazing storm of fire, leaving destruction in her wake. System notifications flooded the screen. Defeated level 19 Yaksha, bonus EXP 5000. Defeated level 20 Yaksha across levels, bonus EXP 6666. Obtained Steel Trident X1. Obtained Yaksha Skin X1. As the battle subsided, the sand beneath Yin Ying's feet began to shift. A small, palm-sized brown crab emerged, spewing a flurry of bubbles. Yin Ying, caught off guard by the proximity, was unable to dodge and ended up with her face covered in bubbles. Although her health remained intact, she clearly appeared drowsy. Jiang An checked her status panel and found that Yin Ying had been afflicted with the hypnotic bubbles debuff. She would fall asleep in 10 seconds. Acting swiftly, he used shift and swap to exchange Yin Ying's position with Chankius, simultaneously clearing the negative status. Appraising the crab revealed it to be a level 20 monster. Sand crab. Strength, 750, Spirit, 300, Agility, 200, Constitution, 400. Combat skills, Hypnotic Bubbles Gold, Mighty Pinch Silver, Sheer Strike Silver. At Jiang An's command, Chanchio struck the crab with a thunder palm, instantly killing it. As a result, Chanchio leveled up to 18 and unlocked a new skill, Battle Frenzy. In combat, it gains 1 stack of enthusiasm per second, with every 5 stacks increasing its stats by 3, up to a maximum of 200. Despite the victory, Yining seemed dejected over her mistake. Jiang An gently picked her up, offering words of comfort. Over time, he had come to understand the distinct personalities of his summons. Chanchio was carefree but grew dispirited when criticized by Yin Ying, while Yin Ying, as his primary summon, held herself to impossibly high standards and would feel disheartened at the slightest misstep. In Jiang An's arms, Yining murmured softly, "They'll do better next time." After calming Yin Ying, Jiang An carefully observed the interior of the fishing village. According to the instance records, an NPC was supposed to appear to guide the way after the first wave of monsters was dealt with. Sure enough, in the corner of a relatively intact house, he spotted a pair of pale blue eyes identical to those of a yaksha. As Jiang An approached, the owner of those eyes shrank back in fear. When he reached the house, he found the door was rotted and broken. Scattered fish bones littered the ground, and in the corner, a peculiar yaksha wrapped in human childlike clothing was trembling. Except for its striking blue eyes, its facial features were almost indistinguishable from a human's, lacking even the distinctive gills typical of yakshas. Jiang An used an identification spell, but all he got was a simple description. "Jina, a half-beast child, neutral entity. Are you human?" Before Jiang An could even speak, Jina asked first. "Yes, I'm human," Jiang An replied. "Then can you save us? My family, they've all turned into yaksha monsters." Zina's eyes glimmered with hope. "Can you help them?" "What do I need to do?" Jiang An asked. "It's simple. You just need to go underwater and kill that giant mud eel," Jina said, pulling out a bundle of oddly shaped seaweed. "This is gillweed. If you eat it, you'll be able to move underwater." Jiang An nodded in agreement. This was indeed a necessary step to progress in the instance. Obtaining the gillweed from Jina was essential to diving underwater and defeating the monster. However, Jina was infamous at the Shanghai Academy, topping their internal most deceptive NPC list for years. Many freshmen, unaware of the traps, had naively eaten the fake seaweed he handed out and ended up drowning. Before Jiang An could think further, Chanchio suddenly lashed out with a thunder-infused paw, striking Jina down in one blow. Jina let out a sharp cry before collapsing, and the system notification promptly appeared. "Congratulations on defeating a level 19 shape-shifting mermaid. Experience gained, 4,888. Materials obtained. Unknown seaweed 3. Materials obtained. Gillweed 3. Zina's body gradually revealed its true form, a half-human-sized mermaid covered in black slime. Though these creatures weren't skilled fighters, their shape-shifting abilities were so advanced that even identification spells couldn't expose them. With the genuine gillweed in hand, Jiang An, along with Yin Ying and Chanchio, made their way to the seashore. After swallowing the gillweed, Jiang An was the first to step into the water. The underwater sensation was unexpectedly natural, as if he were still on land, except for the icy chill enveloping him. Yining seemed slightly affected, the flames on its tail dimming but still burning. Chanchio, on the other hand, was thoroughly enjoying himself, swimming around enthusiastically. Suddenly, a group of yakshas armed with spears launched a surprise attack. Underwater, their steel spears moved with astonishing speed, closing in on Chanchio in the blink of an eye. Chanchio roared, his body rapidly expanding to take the brunt of the assault, losing a fifth of his health in the process. Jiang An quickly used a psychic whip to strike Chanchio, invigorating him. Chanchio charged at the yaksha group with renewed energy, his bare paws crackling with electricity. Each strike not only instantly killed its target, but also dealt equal damage to nearby yakshas. In the water, Chanchio's lightning-based attacks were not only more powerful, but also gained an area effect property. Realizing this, Chanchio grinned menacingly, unleashing a barrage of strikes that wiped out the remaining yakshas in an instant. Jiang An's experience bar surged upward as a result. The group continued toward the direction from which the yakshas had emerged. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew darker until they came upon a coral reef cave, likely the true entrance to the instance. Jiang An quickened his pace and entered the cave. Instantly, the sensation of water pressure vanished. Light returned, and their feet once again touched solid ground. To their astonishment, they found themselves standing in what appeared to be an identical fishing village. Every detail, even the damage to the houses, was exactly the same. This eerie sight left even Yanning visibly shaken. Yanning turned around to look behind her. The coral cave was still there, its interior shimmering with ripples of water. She cautiously extended her paw into the cave, brushing against the seawater on the other side. Retracting her now damp paw, she cast a questioning glance at Jiang An. This is how this instance works, Jiang An explained with a shrug. It's said that this place is the real fishing village. Before he could finish speaking, a group of yakshas suddenly emerged from the direction of the shore. Yin Ying's body trembled with excitement she had been holding back during the earlier battles, and now it was finally her time to shine. In an instant, she vanished from where she stood, charging toward the yakshas like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, outside the instance, on the plaza, students were busy forming teams or counting the loot they had just acquired. A crisp, bell-like voice suddenly broke through the chatter. Where's Jiangan? I heard he's here. Everyone turned toward the voice, spotting a girl in a sky-blue dress scanning the crowd. Though she appeared innocent, there was an undeniable chill in her demeanor. Isn't that Sunyu? Someone recognized her. What did Jiangan do to get on her bad side? No idea, but her sister Sunyu is a student of White Dove, isn't she? Jiang An's in trouble this time. She's one of the strongest students in this cohort, and her leveling speed is insane. Exactly. She's already level 28 and has a hidden combat class I switch. Ho Pingkang's eyes gleamed with mischief as he sidled up to Sunyu. I know where Jiangan is. Spill. 3 points of credit for the info, Ho Pingkang said with a cheeky grin. Though Sunyu was reluctant to part with her credits, the thought of Jiang An, one responsible for her younger sister's son, May rejecting Shanghai Academy's offer made her grit her teeth and agree. Once the credits were transferred, Ho Pingkang wasted no time. Jiangan went into the vanished fishing village instance a while ago. He should be out in a few minutes assuming nothing's happened to him in there. After all, he did pick the nightmare difficulty. A vanished fishing village? Sunyu's brows knitted tightly, her delicate face showing a trace of confusion. Didn't he just start school? Even if his level has increased, there's no way his teammates could keep up with him, right? Ho Pingkang chuckled slyly. You don't know, do you? He went in alone, and it was a nightmare-level dungeon. Alone? Sun Yu's eyes widened, her disbelief momentarily replacing the anger on her face. She couldn't help but recall her own first attempt at that dungeon. Even with a team of the top talents of her year, they had been tormented by the elusive crabs. She herself had narrowly escaped being slaughtered by a swarm of nightshade demons after falling victim to their sleep-inducing bubbles. Back then, as the pride of their respective regions, they had been overly confident, skimming through the dungeon's intel and even ignoring the critical warning about the shape-shifting merfolk. In the end, they were tricked in the depths of the ocean, forced to abort the dungeon prematurely, wasting 10 points and triggering the cooldown. Most players wouldn't dare attempt this dungeon until reaching level 20 or higher. Even forming a temporary team at the gathering point required a minimum of level 22, which spoke volumes about the danger posed by this high-tier dungeon. Suppressing her memories, Sun Yu's expression turned cold again. Truly fearless, like a newborn calf challenging a tiger. To take on a nightmare-level dungeon alone? I just hope he can last a while longer. Otherwise, I'll be thoroughly disappointed. With that, she didn't leave but chose to wait by the swirling vortex marking the dungeon entrance. 3 hours later, inside the dungeon, the area around Yanning was littered with the corpses of nightshade demons, mixed with the shattered remains of several beach crabs. A conservative estimate put the number of nightshade demons slain at over 60. Jiang An's experience points had surged to level 1933. This height-tier dungeon was indeed extraordinary. Each wave of nightshade demons consisted of no fewer than 7, and even a standard 5-person team would struggle against them. The demons' levels varied, but once their level exceeded 20, their attributes underwent a qualitative leap. A single skill from them could easily put a tank of the same level in peril. Coupled with the beach crab's ambushes, the dungeon placed immense demands on support roles. Fortunately, Chanchio's fearless battlecry rendered him immune to the crab's sleep-inducing abilities, while Yin Ying's enthusiastic lash ability kept the momentum going. Together, they turned the tide of battle decisively in their favor. A new wave of nightshade demons emerged, but these were clearly different. Their bodies were bulkier, their muscles rippling with explosive power. Jiang An immediately cast an appraisal skill. Berserk Nightshade Demon Elite Class. Level 20. Strength 620. Spirit 350. Agility 600. Constitution 600. Combat skills: Berserker's Fury Silver Tier, Ripple Surge Silver Tier, Triple Fork Strike Silver Tier. This group of elite Berserk Nightshade demons had an entirely different fighting style. Their tridents weren't used for ranged attacks, but as melee weapons. Chanchio, seeing this, charged in with excitement. Close-quarters combat was his favorite. Suddenly, ripples of water energy radiated from the Berserk Nightshade demons. As Chanchio made contact with the ripples, he was hit with continuous explosive damage, far more intense than the regular Nightshade Demon's water wave attacks. Caught off guard, he lost a small portion of his health. In this state, any creature attempting to engage them in melee combat would suffer relentless explosive damage. Enraged, Chanxiu let out a thunderous roar. Jiang An's interface flashed with a notification. Congratulations! Your summoned beast Chanxiu's skill Thunder Palm has evolved into Chain Thunder Palm. Jiangan froze for a moment, then quickly opened the skill panel. Chain Thunder Palm Level 1, Diamond Tier Skill. Upon activation, unleashes consecutive Thunder Palm attacks with a minor paralysis effect. The skill has a spreading property. A Diamond Tier skill. Chanxiu had unlocked an incredibly powerful ability. Now locked in combat with the Berserk Nightshade Demons, Chanxiu was visibly thrilled, striking repeatedly with his new skill. The damage output had increased by over 30. Jiang An finally noticed that spreading property in action each strike caused lightning to arc across the water ripples around the Berserk Nightshade Demons, paralyzing nearby enemies. The water ripple ability, originally meant for protection and damage, had inadvertently become a conduit for Chanxiu's Chain Thunder Palm. Yanning watched the display of the Diamond Tier skill, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. As Jiang An's first summoned beast, she felt a pang of frustration not only because Chanxiu's strength was beginning to surpass hers, but also because she felt she wasn't strong enough. Sensing her unease, Jiang An gently patted Yin Ying on the head. There's no way Chanxiu can outshine you. You're the one who carries divine might. Only then did Yin Ying's expression soften into a faint smile. Jiang An suddenly realized that as Yin Ying's level increased, her emotions were becoming more complex. At times, she felt less like a fox and more like a person. Just as Chanxiu finished off the Berserk Nightshade Demons, the ocean's surface began to bubble violently, as if something massive was about to break through the water. Jiang An's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The final boss was about to appear. Splash, splash, splash. The water erupted as a colossal, golden-scaled creature leapt from the depths, hovering midair. The beast was over 20 to 30 meters long, its sheer presence enough to leave anyone in awe. Its shimmering golden scales were dazzling, evoking images of the mythical dragon. It had a fish's tail, a serpent's body, and eagle-like claws. But when Jiang An's gaze shifted to its head, he saw a smooth, scaleless dome with long, dangling whiskers swaying from its mouth, a giant mudfish masquerading in golden scales. Jiang An cast his appraisal skill, and the attributes of the golden dragon loach boss were immediately laid bare. Level 22, Strength 500, Spirit 800, Agility 700, Constitution 600. What stood out even more was its mastery of an entire suite of gold tier skills. Dragon Shield, Loach's Wrath, Scale Storm, Dragon Claw Strike, and Golden Healing. Its skill set was comparable to that of the Lava Behemoth, but instead of feeling intimidated, Jiang An's eyes gleamed with excitement. Golden Dragon Loach? Its name and skills are all related to dragons. It might even carry dragon blood. If it drops a pet egg, the thought sent a fiery determination through him as his gaze locked onto the boss with even greater intensity. Hovering midair, the golden dragon loach quickly identified its target Flame Shadow, who was currently in Chu Lian mode. Without hesitation, it unleashed Dragon Claw Strike, its figure vanishing in a blur and reappearing beside Flame Shadow, its razor-sharp claws aiming straight for a vital point. Flame Shadow remained motionless. In an instant, Chu Lian mode was deactivated, and its violet tail flicked gracefully. The Phantom Bewitch skill activated. While the golden dragon loach was momentarily dazed, its formidable spirit allowed it to break free of the illusion quickly. However, it was too late. Waiting for it was a coordinated assault from Flame Shadow and Greedy Balin. Electrified Paw Strike collided with a blazing demonic tail. Before the golden dragon loach could activate its dragon shield, it fell lifelessly to the ground. The system notification promptly echoed. Congratulations on defeating a level 22 golden dragon loach boss and earning bonus experience. 12,800. Rewards obtained. Golden dragon loach's Whisker X1, Heart X1. First clear of the nightmare level, Vanished Fishing Village, Dungeon. Completion time, 3 hours, 12 minutes. New record achieved. Rewards, 10,000 experience points, Pet Egg X1. Jiang An immediately inspected the pet egg's attributes. Golden Dragon Loach Pet Egg. Grade, BOS Steer. Description. Hatching this egg will grant a rare golden dragon loach as a pet. Note. It is unclear if it possesses divine bloodline traits. Too bad I'm not level 20 yet, so I can't use it right away, Jiang An muttered, grinning as he carefully tucked the pet egg away, planning to attempt a contract once he reached the required level. Outside the dungeon, Sun Yu paced nervously, her worry mounting. It's been hours. What if something happened in there? She debated whether to alert their teacher when the dungeon vortex rippled, and a lone figure emerged. Her eyes widened as she took in the sight of a delicate-looking young man. A fluffy fox perched on his shoulder, and he cradled an adorable panda in his arms. The harmonious scene was so disarming that Sun Yu felt an irresistible urge to pinch the panda's cheeks. Ho Pingkong, however, wasted no time and approached quickly. Junior, I didn't think you'd last this long. Did you make it to the real fishing village? Maybe you should consider our leveling services? No need, thanks, Jiangan replied coolly. Ho Pingkong pressed on. But you've seen how tough it is in there. This time you were lucky, but what if next time you run into the hypnotic bubbles from those beach crab? Wait, Jiangan interrupted. Who said I was just lucky? Couldn't it be that I cleared it? Ho Pingkong froze. You're kidding, right? That's the nightmare level dungeon no one's ever cleared before. Jiang An simply nodded. Well, now someone has. With that, he turned to leave. Ho Pingkong, skeptical, quickly pulled up the dungeon records. When he saw Jiang An's completion time, his face turned pale. He really cleared it? What? The crowd exclaimed in unison. Ho Pingkong stood frozen, staring blankly at Jiang An, but he actually cleared it. His words sent a ripple of shock through the gathered crowd, igniting a storm of disbelief and awe. The crowd gathered in front of the dungeon entrance was in an uproar. The vanishing fishing village dungeon was no stranger to them, infamous for its difficulty and danger. Even the hard level was enough to give seasoned players headaches, and there had been incidents where students lost their lives inside. Forget about freshman upperclassmen as high as level 22 had failed to clear that nightmare level. Yet Jiang An not only cleared it, but did so at an unbelievable speed. The current record for the hard level was 7 hours and 8 minutes, achieved by a team of 5 top-tier upperclassmen working together. Jiang An, a freshman, cleared the nightmare level solo in under 4 hours, shattering everyone's expectations. Jiang An stepped out from the crowd, mentally planning his schedule for the next 2 days. Due to the dungeon cooldown restrictions, he would have to farm experience in lower-level dungeons, inevitably slowing his leveling progress. As he was mulling over the idea of borrowing high-level pet food if Su could catch up in level, a girl in a long dress suddenly blocked his path. Wait, Jiang An sized up the girl in front of him. There was something faintly familiar about her features, but he was certain they had never met before. And you are? He asked. Sun Yu. Sun Mei is my younger sister. The girl replied with a stern expression. Oh, Jiang An said, realization dawning. So you're the second child of the Sun family. What do you want? Sun Yu's gaze kept drifting toward the gluttonous ball nestled in Jiang An's arms. Jiang An frowned slightly and repeated, do you need something? Her attention snapped back as she said, I want to know why my sister refused to attend Shanghai Academy because of you. We share the same rare hidden class, you know. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this day? How is that my problem? Jiang An shot back without hesitation. Sun Yu, who was clearly used to being admired, was momentarily stunned by his bluntness. Then her expression twisted in anger. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? If your sister has an issue, why don't you ask her instead of me? Jiang An said with a smirk. How am I supposed to know why she didn't come to Shanghai Academy? You're just pretending you don't know. Sun Yu snapped, gritting her teeth. You can't possibly be oblivious to the fact that my sister likes you. She's so beautiful, are you seriously telling me you're not interested? Jiang An stopped in his tracks. So, you're saying that just because your sister likes me, I'm obligated to like her back? By that logic, if I randomly pointed at someone right now and confessed to them on your behalf, you'd have to accept? Sun Yu was momentarily speechless. That's not the same thing. Double standards, huh? You're really good at this, Jiang An said, clapping sarcastically. And what if I already have a girlfriend? Are you saying I should dump her to be with your sister? Before the argument could escalate further, a slender hand slipped around Jiang An's arm. Who says he doesn't? A soft, melodic voice cut through the tension. Su Chan smiled at Sun Yu, her expression as sweet as it was pointed. The onlookers erupted in gasps and murmurs. While Sun Yu was considered beautiful at the academy, next to Su Chan, she paled in comparison. Sorry to interrupt, Su Chan said cheerfully. Allow me to introduce myself, Su Chan, Jiang An's friend. She deliberately paused, her affectionate gesture and tone carrying unmistakable implications. Sun Ye's face darkened as she stood frozen in place, unable to muster a response. Su Chan led Jiang An away, the crowd parting to let them pass. They eventually found a quieter spot. What are you doing here? Jiang An asked. Su Chan, busy feeding her pet Flame Shadow, replied casually. I got held up earlier because of mentor assignments and didn't have time to form a party. I was going to ask Fatty Chin to take me to your place so I could play with Flame Shadow, but you weren't home. The gluttonous ball stared longingly at Flame Shadow's food as it chomped away. Figured you'd be running high-level dungeons, and I just happened to run into that little scene. Sorry for suddenly claiming to be your friend, Su Chan added, her voice light but a touch cautious. Why would I mind? Jiang An waved it off. You are my friend. If people want to misinterpret that, it's their problem. Su Chan's hand paused briefly as she fed Flame Shadow, but she quickly resumed as if nothing had happened. By the way, there's something else, she said, pulling out a glowing amulet. This is an upgraded cooldown amulet. It works for dungeons under level 30. I'll lend it to you for now. Jiang An stared at her, dumbfounded. Lend it to me? A level 30 amulet? Su Chan handed the cooling amulet to Jiang An. This rare and valuable item could even earn a significant amount of points if rented out. While scooping pet food from Yin Ying's bowl to feed Chan Xiao, she explained, this item isn't of much use to me right now. In a 5-person team, reducing cooldown time for just one person doesn't make much sense. It's better to let you use it to its fullest potential. Besides, my family can always make another one. But I need you to agree to one condition. Su Chan continued, within 2 months, you must reach level 30. There's something you'll need your help with by then. Level 30 in 2 months? Why the rush? Jiang An frowned and asked. I can't tell you the exact reason for now. The information hasn't been made public yet. But your mentor Wei Qing will probably inform you in the next couple of days. Jiang An pondered for a moment, then clenched the amulet in his hand. All right, I promise. I'll reach level 30 within 2 months. Whatever you need help with, I'll give it my all. The allure of the cooling amulet was undeniable. Although Wei Qing was also working on gathering materials to craft one, it would take a year or more, depending on Bai Ze's updates. This amulet was a timely solution to his current problem. As for the favor, Jiang An trusted Su Chan's character enough to agree. After Yin Ying and Chan Xiao finished their premium pet food, Su Chan stood up and reassured him. Once Wei Qing fills you in, he'll explain exactly what I need your help with. If you feel uncomfortable about it, that's fine too. She waved goodbye to the 2 pets and walked away slowly. 2 months to reach level 30? Jiang An murmured as he stared at the amulet, now fully charged with 10 uses. With this, it might be possible. Without hesitation, he activated the amulet. A cool sensation surged through his body, and the cooldown timer for the Lost Fishing Village dungeon was instantly reset. Returning to the dungeon vortex, the recently dispersed crowd was stunned to see him back. Under their watchful eyes, Jiang An re-entered the instance. Ho Pingkong, who was still nearby, checked the records and exclaimed, he went back into the nightmare-level dungeon. He has a cooling amulet. Inside the dungeon, Jiang An resolved to cut the completion time down to 2 hours. Chan Xiao and Yin Ying charged onto the beach. When faced with the emerging sand crabs, Chan Xiao tanked the hypnotic bubbles and took them out with a chain lightning palm strike. The Yasha demons that followed were engulfed in Yin Ying's fiery blaze before they could even attack. This time, the mermaid NPC, Xena, was found in a collapsed corner. Before she could finish her dialogue, Yin Ying's flaming tail had already taken care of her. Jiang An collected 3 pieces of gillgrass, and the progress was smooth. 2 hours later, the Both-level golden dragon eel floated lifelessly on the water's surface, with the beach littered with Yasha corpses. Jiang An, along with Yin Ying, Chan Xiao, and 15 elemental spirits, prepared for the final battle. The golden dragon eel unleashed its dragon eel's wrath, sending out a burst of golden light. All the damage was transferred to the summoned creatures. Yin Ying and Chan Xiao lost 30 of their health, while the elemental spirits were instantly wiped out. Jiang An summoned his platinum-grade weapon, the Spider King Scepter, activating the Spider Eye Gaze to stun the golden dragon eel. Seizing the opportunity, Chan Xiao and Yin Ying struck simultaneously with Chain Lightning Palm and Flaming Tail, killing the boss in one decisive blow. The system promptly announced the kill notification. Jiang An successfully defeated the level 22 golden dragon eel boss, triggering a barrage of system notifications. An additional 12,800 experience points, a golden shield, and a rare golden dragon eel whisker. Even more exciting, he set a new record for the fastest clear time of the Nightmare difficulty Vanished Fishing Village dungeon, completing it in 2 hours and 3 minutes. As a reward, he earned an extra 10,000 experience points. Instead of immediately checking the equipment stats, Jiang An opened his experience bar first. His experience had skyrocketed to 79 of level 19, a huge leap compared to the 46 he had before entering the dungeon. This run alone accounted for a 33 increase in experience. Truly, nightmare-level height-tier dungeons were worth the effort. At this rate, with just one more cooldown charm, he could hit level 20 by the end of the day. After calming his excitement, Jiang An finally examined the golden shield. It was a massive shield, about half the height of an average person, gleaming brilliantly with a golden hue. The surface of the shield was intricately engraved with a creature resembling a golden dragon in flight. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the image of a golden dragon eel. The equipment stats appeared. Golden shield equipment. Class restriction, tank type classes. Level requirement, level 20. Quality, gold. Base attributes, strength, 50. Constitution, 100. Special effects, 1. 1 chance to trigger Dragon's Aegis when blocking, generating a shield equal to 5 of max HP for 5 seconds non-stackable. 2. Constitution increased by an additional 1 when equipped. 3. One chance to restore 30 of lost HP after taking damage. Attached skill. Golden Healing LV, 3 active skill that restores 60 of HP cooldown. 3 hours. The impressive stats made Jiang An's eyes light up. This was a dream item for any tank-type class. Once he reached level 20, he could sell it at the trading post for a hefty price. As Jiang An exited the dungeon, night had already fallen, with stars scattered across the sky. Just as he was about to use his cooldown charm, Ho Ping Kong suddenly rushed over. Hey, big shot. Can I borrow your cooldown charm? I'll give you 3 points per use, and I'll cover the recharge cost. Jiang An was a little taken aback by the offer. After all, the official exchange rate was 1 million coins per point. Clearly, even top-tier students like Ho Ping Kong were eager to excel at Shanghai Academy, and cooldown charms were key items for leveling up quickly. However, Jiang An politely declined. Sorry, this charm doesn't belong to me, so I can't make that decision. But I can ask the owner for you. Ho Ping Kong's eyes lit up with hope, and he quickly exchanged contact information with Jiang An. Deal. Let me know as soon as you hear back. Jiang An nodded but knew deep down that Su Chan was unlikely to agree. Cooldown charms, while rechargeable, had a diminishing maximum charge limit. Over time, the initial cap of 10 uses could drop to 9, then 8, and eventually just 1. This was why they were so expensive. After Ho Ping Kong left, the dungeon entrance was nearly deserted. Nighttime wasn't ideal for dungeon runs, as fatigue often led to team wipes. Jiang An crouched down and gently patted Yan Ying and Tanqiu. Do you two want to go again? Of course. Yan Ying must redeem herself. Sure, but I'm hungry. Do you have any premium pet food left, master? Tomorrow, we'll take you to scrounge some food from Su Chan. Seeing Tanqiu's disappointed expression, Jiang An sighed and added, all right, how about this if we can finish the dungeon in under 2 hours this time? They'll buy 10 portions of premium pet food. That promise immediately ignited the pet's fighting spirit, especially Tanqiu, whose eyes sparkled with determination. Jiang An pulled out his cooldown charm, reducing its charges to 8, and touched the dungeon vortex. With a flash of light, they found themselves back in the familiar fishing village. Yan Ying and Tanqiu wasted no time, charging ahead. To them, the Yaksha monsters were no longer terrifying foes, but mere obstacles standing between them and a feast. Time flew by. Spurred on by premium pet food, both Chang and Yining displayed a renewed state of combat readiness. Whenever the Yaksha monsters appeared, they were either taken down in a single strike by Chang or consumed by the demonic flames of Yining. Even the dungeon boss, the golden dragon loach, was nothing more than a fleeting presence, eliminated in the blink of an eye. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare level Vanishing Fishing Village dungeon. Completion time: 1 hour and 48 minutes. New record for fastest completion of the nightmare level Vanishing Fishing Village dungeon. Reward: 10,000 experience points. A golden light enveloped Jiang An and Yan Ying as both simultaneously leveled up to 20. A faint smile appeared on Jiang An's lips. The leap from level 19 to 20 within a single day was an achievement few would even believe. Such rapid progression required the perfect alignment of numerous conditions, and to achieve this feat, there was likely no one else but him. The mere fact of clearing a nightmare-level dungeon solo in under 2 hours was a challenge that would daunt the majority of players. Checking his inventory, Jiang An found no particularly noteworthy equipment dropped in this run. However, reaching level 20 expanded his summoned beast space to 3 slots, prompting him to eagerly retrieve the golden dragon loach's pet egg. Yet, the system notification that followed left him slightly disappointed. This pet egg lacks divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing it to hatch will result in the pet's death. Jiang An was unsurprised. He had already thoroughly examined all pet eggs available in the marketplace and found none that met his requirements. This only made him treasure the tricolored deer pet egg in his possession even more. Even if the golden dragon loach couldn't be contracted, selling it would still be a lucrative option. The system issued another notification. Upgrade quest completed. Rewards available for collection. Upon claiming the rewards, his points increased to 2,832 instead of decreasing. Level 20 trial quest unlocked. The original quest required solo clearing the normal level Vanishing Fishing Village dungeon, with a reward of a 30 boost to all attributes. However, at that moment, Jiang An felt a sudden warmth in his chest, and the quest details changed. Quest: solo clear the nightmare level dungeon, Land of the Resting Dead. Reward: 50 boost to personal attributes. All contracted summoned beasts' bloodlines purified once. This unexpected surprise made Jiang An's eyes light up. While the attribute boost was certainly enticing, the opportunity to purify the bloodlines of 3 summoned beasts in one go was the true highlight. The only issue was figuring out the location of this unheard-of Land of the Resting Dead dungeon. Jiang An decided to consult Wei Qing, whose extensive knowledge might provide some answers. For now, his immediate priority was to head to the Huaxia trading post to handle the items he had on hand. As one of humanity's top academies, The Shanghai Academy boasted a Huaxia trading post branch of staggering scale. Compared to the linen trading post, this one was 3 times larger. The brightly lit hall bustled with activity, with staff available 247. As soon as Jiang An stepped into the hall, a staff member approached him. After verifying his credentials, he was escorted to a private room on the 3rd floor. Welcome. Please wait a moment. A dedicated representative will assist you shortly, the staff member said politely. Jiang An nodded in acknowledgement, assuming this was due to an upgrade in his trading post privileges. He didn't think much of it. The room was simply but elegantly decorated, and the 2 freshly delivered plates of fruit on the table were particularly eye-catching. One plate held none other than Yin Ying's favorite foxtail fruit. This unique fruit, entirely red and shaped like a fox's tail, was covered with densely packed tiny granules, each adorned with fine, delicate hairs. Its taste was a perfect balance of sweet and tangy. Yin Ying's eyes lit up instantly. With a swift leap from Jiang An's shoulder onto the table, it grabbed a foxtail fruit in its mouth and closed its eyes in blissful contentment. The sight brought a nostalgic smile to Jiang An's face as he recalled the first time Yining had tasted this fruit at the linen trading post. He hadn't expected the Shanghai Academy branch to have it as well. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock came from the door behind him. Come in. The rhythmic click of high heels was followed by a familiar woman's voice. Well, just arrived at Shanghai Academy and already looking out for my business? What is it? Did you realize your big sister is new here and desperately needs a major deal to establish herself? Jiang An turned around in surprise. When he saw who it was, everything clicked. Bai Jing. He quickly connected the dots. So the so-called special arrangement was her doing, and the fox-tail fruit must have been her thoughtful touch. Bai Jing's face carried a sly, knowing smile. What's this? A few days apart, and you've already forgotten your big sister? How could I dare? Jiang An waved his hands in protest. I'm just surprised to see you here. Weren't you the chief auctioneer at the linen trading post? Bai Jing sauntered gracefully over to Jiang An, stretching lazily as she reached his side. Her figure, illuminated by the soft light, was nothing short of captivating. Suddenly, she leaned in close, her warm breath brushing against his face. It's simple, I missed you, so I came to find you. At such an intimate distance, the delicate curve of her neckline was unmistakable. This kind of suggestive and ambiguous atmosphere would have left most 18-year-olds flustered and defenseless. But Jiang An, being the anomaly he was, had a different reaction. Really? Perfect timing. I missed you too. Come here. Let me give you a hug, he exclaimed, spreading his arms wide and moving in to embrace her. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.